May I have your attention? Our opening games will begin in 10 minutes. Once again, the opening games will begin in 10 minutes.
I can only get you in. Never mind.
I think we're fixed.
What do you mean?
We can hear each other now, I think. I recognize this song. I don't know how.
Gotcha.
So are we still starting with Bahamas then?
Perfect.
Perfect.
Как во сне, но как добраться к тебе? Может, голос небес поможет с картой и без. И я как в темном лесу, но ковыряя в носу. Я весь мир обойду, я весь мир обойду. Беспрепятственно. Беспрепятственно.
May I have your attention? Our opening games will begin momentarily. Once again, the opening games will begin momentarily.
Good morning and welcome back to DAR Constitution Hall, home of the inaugural and 2017 First Global Challenge. My name is Tim Dodds and I'm fortunate enough to be joined in the booth by Katie Henshaw. And today we'll be taking you through the second day of action here, again at DAR Constitution Hall. This group of young leaders and learners went through that first day, hopefully learning from some of these experiences. They take it down the home stretch, and we crown some of our award winners, but trust me, everyone here on this stage today is very much just that, a winner. And so the first country that we take you to is the island of the Bahamas.
Hey, my name is Jared Nurse, and we are right here in Nassau, Bahamas, and I am so excited to be a part of this first global competition.
This tidbit hinted at a regular day, but I can assure you that given the past day and a half here at DAR Constitution Hall, there isn't a thing about this global convening that's commonplace or ordinary. The Bahamas is an archipelago of nearly 700 islands, and the Cay is surrounded by turquoise blue waters off our very own coast of Florida. Like a robot, though, there's so much more to it than meets the eye. This nation is so much more than just a tropical destination.
And as we head into the first game of the day, we can see the Bahamas is teamed up with Costa Rica and Kauai on Team Aqua, and they're up against Hydro with Madagascar, Seychelles, and Libya.
When we get into the first game of the day, and for those of you who weren't able to join us yesterday, this game is very unique with regards to the first mantra of the inspiration of science and technology. We've got 3 countries that compete on both of these alliances. They're competing for one country that they represent. However, they are also working alongside 2 nations very disparate from them in terms of getting their Aqua and Hydro alliances cumulative points.
Yes, it requires great teamwork between the teams, as we discussed, in order to coordinate who's going in what direction, who's going to do what when. And as we just saw there, you could see Team Aqua getting some of those blue water particles into their side goal. Each one of those is going to be worth 1 point. As you can see right now, those orange particles placed into the laboratory up on the top is going to be worth 4 per point. And those are kind of the 2 main scoring mechanisms in the game.
We want to make sure that you at home who are watching are not drinking through a fire hose here. With respect to the rules, we're going to be taking you through those over the course of the next few hours here. So even though it feels like a lot to swallow right now, trust me, we will take you through it piece by piece.
And so as this game continues, we can see one team on the Aqua Alliance gathering up as many water particles as they can, and we can see Seychelles also coming in, attempting to do the same. Up on the top, we have Libya that looked like it just finished off dropping off some of the contaminated particles, as well as Kauai attempting to do the same. Over in the top corner, we can see one team on the Aqua Alliance, that would be Costa Rica, now pushing those blue water, clean water balls into the side goal, attempting to get those points.
Apologies, Katie. In this game, we've got 2 different colored water particles, which is what this game represents. The blue are very clearly the clean water particles. Those are worth 1 point a pop, and then you got those orange water particles that are worth 4. Those orange water particles represent contaminated water, something that a lot of countries that are in attendance with us here today struggle from around the globe.
Yep, and as we get the final scores up here for a minute, congratulations to Team Aqua taking the win 53-32.
To start the day, we feature one specific contestant from Team Zimbabwe whose soul is evident in so much more than her singing.
The land is our Zimbabwe, a land of peace for you and me, once born in pain. Who am I? I'm Mbembai Moyela. I love singing. I love music. In harmony. What got me interested in robotics? Well, the number of women in our country that do STEM is very little. We as young girls, as the next generation, we need to change that. We need to have more women doing maths, physics. People think that women are not able to do these things, but then I believe that we can change the world.
Make sure when you grab something, take it with all your heart, enjoy it, because you never know. Robotics may not be the thing, but it may be the thing that's going to lead you to the thing. So just hold on to it and, you know, you never know.
Any girls that are out there, I want to urge you that push hard, work hard for your dreams, change this world.
Hold on to it, enjoy it. Very good words of advice from Vimbaya, and Kenya is taking that to heart, the next team that we feature.
My name is Baraka Mokisha Marawi, and like my colleague Lewis, I'm a computer programmer as well and an electronics enthusiast.
My name is Lewis Wanjohi. I am a computer programmer. I recently finished high school last year, and this year I'll be joining a gap year program in the US. Next year I'll be joining a university.
My name is David Villemboa. I'm a student currently at Immobilis, learning programming.
My name is Samuel Washira. I'm a former high school student at Alliance High School. Right now, I'm in my gap year, waiting to join university at the University of Nairobi. But currently, I'm applying to go for a program to the USA called Empowerment and Social Program.
What I really dream for them is like they get the skills and the exposure to learn how to maybe create things that are really helpful in our society.
David, Sam, Baraka, and Lewis are recent winners of the National Innovation Challenge in Kenya. It's a competition where the nation's youth compete to come up with the most innovative ideas to solve challenges in their respective communities.
And without STEM, the world would never know of young inventors like Evans Wandago, who from the darkness of his country created the solar lamp, which provides a safe light source and also reduces carbon emissions in Kenya.
I know this team would have fit seamlessly as a feature in our last round, which emphasized challenges. We put them in STEM because it's a direct reflection of the good that can come out of investing in this area of study.
And right now we can see Kenya teamed up with Iraq and Team Asia on the Aqua Alliance, and they're up against Mozambique, Romania, and Burkina Faso.
Pretty crucial after that first day of competition for these teams to jump out of this starting gate today. Obviously, there are going to be some, rust and kinks in the system in terms of getting through yesterday, which was a very, very long day for some of these teams. But they got to respond very quickly if they're going to finish on the podium today.
Yes, they do. And right now we can actually see Romania with a wonderful collection of sorted water balls, dropping off a ton of those contaminated particles into the top laboratory right there. We'll be wrapping up Team Hydro's score, which you'll see in a moment.
Team Asia right now trying to get, I would say, more of those water particles. But right now, it very much looks like Iraq is carrying that Aqua Alliance, doing a fantastic job in the corner, as you can see on the screen, trying to punch those clean water particles into that water reserve, getting some extra points for the Aqua Alliance.
And you can see as they pull out of the way, Team Kenya is ready to follow, carrying even more water particles into that side goal.
Now, as we get the telestrator up and running here, what I'm going to be highlighting for you right now on the left side of your screen is that bridge that we see teams going up right now. If they drop off and if we zoom in right now, so we can see for people who are joining in today with us, if they end up working any of the orange particles into that opening that you just saw at the top of the bridge, it's worth 4 points for their respective alliance. So right now, it looks like Iraq is about to turn the corner and head right up there. But now that looks like they're spinning in circles right now. They might be running into a little bit of a problem. We're going to clear that telestrator for you.
And as we hit these last 20 seconds, team can also gain bonus points by hanging on the sidebar, as you see 2 members of Team Hydro doing right there. Each hanging robot is worth 20 extra points at the end of the game, and any robots parked on that bridge we highlighted earlier is an additional 5 points. So as we get the final score up for you right here, we'll get it in 1 moment. Congratulations to Team Hydro with it winning that one 87-56. That would be Mozambique, Burkina Faso, and Romania.
Again, we're going to be getting you through the rules throughout the course of the day because it's a very long one for us here in DAR Constitution Hall. But for those of you who want to revisit it rather quickly in an expedited process, we got the rules of the game coming up right now.
Yo entiendo que una de las razones por las que esta clase de competencias son importantes es porque ayudan a uno a entender la vida desde una perspectiva distinta. La facilidad que te da la robótica de poder entender cómo funcionan las matemáticas o cómo se aplican las matemáticas, las ciencias, a través de algo que tú ves cómo se realiza, le da a uno cierta seguridad a la hora de estudiar y resulta más divertido.
This is a mixed team of students from both public and private schools out of the capital of Santo Domingo. What's important to note here is the fact that unlike other robotics competitions, we went to the very furthest reaches of the world and within each country to find individuals whose lives could truly be changed through this experience. We didn't want to find the easiest students to get here and through the visa process. We wanted to find an accurate representation of the globe by focusing on the masses, the kids who are too often overlooked or cast aside.
And right now we see Team Dominican Republic teamed up with New Zealand and Egypt on the Aqua Alliance, and they're up against Hungary, Chile, and Peru on the Hydro Alliance. It looks like we have one robot whose band has actually come off. I'm not exactly sure which one that came from, but that can be really detrimental to a team. Hopefully they can come back from that.
We're going to get that telestrator up and running for you. You see where it's highlighted right now outside on that riverbank. We'll talk about that riverbank throughout the day as well, and we apologize for not getting you that rules video, but in terms of the rules that we have here, again, each team is competing on an alliance of 3 countries, Aqua and Hydro. They're competing for their country, but for the alliance as well. We have 6 rounds of play here at DAR Constitution Hall, so this is our 4th round. We're heading into the second half of it, and when the cumulative points start stacking their ways up, by the end of the day, we should be crowning ourselves an overall winner of this competition.
Yes, scores are done by a total cumulative points from all 6 rounds. So that means that even if you don't win your round, you still want to get the highest score possible. And that really requires some teamwork working together with your alliance partners. What we can see right now is we have Team Hungary about taking all of the water particles they collected up to the laboratory to drop those off. Additionally, right in the middle, we can see New Zealand attempting to grab some of the balls, but it looks like they might have accumulated in the neutral zone where teams are not allowed to go.
It looks like we've got some wiring hanging behind. We still have that telestrator up right now. We don't quite know what team it is. If we can zoom out and figure out what alliance they're going to be coming from, it looks like it is
Egypt.
Right now, Team Egypt that's having a tough time as they open up their day. And as we zoom out a little bit, they're plugging their way along, though, doing a great job in terms of resiliency. Other rules of this game, we've got 2 different exclusion zones, those red and blue zones you see me highlighting, numbers 1 and 2, as we clear that telestrator. In essence, the Aqua Alliance can go into their blue exclusion zone, the Hydro to their respective zone as well, but if it is in the other, if the robot is in the other team's exclusion zone, it serves itself as a penalty, which we'll talk about later on.
And as we hit these last final seconds, it looks like we have one team, that is Team Peru, successfully in the air for 20 points. It looks like the other team on Team Hydro might be there as well as we have 1, if not 2 teams on Team Aqua hanging. And so with a very, very close match. Congratulations to Team Aqua taking the win 58-54. As you can see, those contaminant points can really make a difference.
Some tight games here in the second day of competition at DAR Constitution Hall, but now we're going to shift our attention to science, which allows us to build upon not just the past successes, but to benefit the lives of all. And so we take a look now at Children's Hospital.
Cerebral palsy, or CP, is the most common movement disorder in children around the world, occurring in 1 out of every 500 children born each year. Although CP can be treated, the symptoms can still be severe. These include difficulties walking, standing, speaking, and engaging in everyday activities. Medical innovators seeking new treatments are turning to robotics to provide better assistance to children overcoming this disorder. Medical innovators like Kevin Cleary, PhD, at the Children's National Health Center have developed 2 cutting-edge methods that use robotics to treat children with CP.
Hippobot is a robotic horse system designed to provide hippotherapy. Hippotherapy is therapeutic horseback riding. Hippobot has been programmed to have the same motion as a horse. The goal is to improve trunk control of the child. PeedBot is a 3-degree of freedom robotic rehabilitation device that is used to obtain better control of the ankle. PeedBot allows children to pilot an airplane using their ankle. We hope to improve their ability to walk with a more natural gait. Robotics has a great deal of potential to improve our ability to provide consistent and quantitative rehabilitation therapy for many of these children.
These successes are just one example of how robotics can be used to help people in their everyday lives. But robotics innovators like Kevin cannot do it on their own. Strengthening STEM skills, investing in technology, and innovating upon past accomplishments are all necessary to secure prosperous livelihoods for all.
First Global focuses so much on that global piece, bringing people together. And in terms of not just learning from these countries, but technology as well, let's take a look at Team Norway to see what we mean. Now with Team Norway, this team's mentor, Ole Einar, he is the youngest mentor of the entire 163 team field and is only 19 years old. When I was 19, I was basically in a useless Rocks for Jocks class at my alma mater, so it's nothing in comparison to what he is doing for his team right now in his country.
Yeah, but at the same time, you can tell he feels excitement when he tells you before competition, I don't have a clue how we got to where we are now. We're definitely excited to be here, and we're excited to have them as they're teamed up with Turkmenistan and Uruguay on Aqua, and they're up against Micronesia, Uzbekistan, and Bangladesh on Team Hydro. As we can see right there, we can see Team Bangladesh, those double drum spinners actually pulling the balls in. They currently have a couple water particles. And right behind them is Team Norway itself with a wonderfully sorted collection of balls. They've definitely been really, really good about keeping the blue, clean water separated from the contaminants. Right in the middle, we also have Uruguay grabbing as many as they can, and they actually have a shooter, as you can see them shooting the balls to their respective corners. Their strategy is to shoot them away and then have their teammates pick them up from those easier to access corners.
Now, with respect to Norway, we had mentioned it in the Parade of Nations in that opening ceremony. They're one of few nations on earth that offer free college educations in their public universities. It's free to everyone. And that sense of openness and inclusion in such an academic way is so central to the success of our scholars going forward, something to take a big page out of their playbook from.
Yep, it definitely is. And actually right there, you saw Norway grabbing those balls that Team Uruguay had thrown, so you can really see sort of the teamwork coming together as they run to that corner.
Starting to hear the sounds from the field as well. These robots are mechanical in a lot of different ways, but they're also combative from time to time. They've got a tight space to work in, so ordinarily you're going to see a couple of traffic jams like you're seeing right now between both Hydro and Aqua. It looks like Team Norway, and we can't quite make out who the other team is from that Hydro Alliance, but right now they're kind of jockeying for some elbow space up there, trying to get 4 points for each of their teams.
Yep, and right there you just saw Norway drop a ton of those contaminant particles, and looks like whichever team that is about to do the same. As you can see, they're now extending their hanging mechanisms, and they're going to head over to that sidebar and hang up for 20 extra points. Right there you can see one team on Team Hydro has already done so. And we can see one more attempt that's also in the air as one goes to park up the bridge. It looks like Norway's also choosing to park on the bridge, while Uruguay attempts to hang. And right there we have Turkmenistan also getting the hanging arm up in the air. Hopefully they can get up in time as we pull up. Looks like they unfortunately did not have time to get in the air, but we'll have to see those final scores in 1 second as we get them on the board for you. And congratulations to Team Hydro taking the win 63-29. That would be Micronesia, Uzbekistan, and Bangladesh. Congratulations to them.
Again, with respect to the rules of this game, we're going to go piecemeal throughout the day. Hopefully we've got that video queued up for you right now.
Introducing the official game of the inaugural First Global Challenge, H2O Flow. H2O Flow is played by two alliances, Hydro and Aqua, each comprised of 3 national teams. The alliance that scores the most points at the end of 2.5 minutes of gameplay will be declared the winner. Alliances may place their robot before the match anywhere on their river bank. Once the match begins, 40 water particles and 10 contaminant particles will flow into the river. After the initial flow at the beginning of the match, additional particles will appear at regular intervals from the river. Alliances can score by transporting water particles into their water reserve. Each water particle is worth 1 point. Alliances can also score by transporting contaminant particles into their laboratory, located at the top of the bridge. Each contaminant particle is worth 4 points. Once 10 contaminant particles have been scored, the flow of contaminant particles will stop, but water particles will continue to flow. At the end of the match, teams will have the opportunity to score 5 points if the robot is on the bridge, and 20 points if the robot successfully pulls itself off the ground by using the climbing bar located at the end of each field. Finally, a cooperation bonus of 15 points will be awarded to both alliances if the river is clear of all contaminant particles.
And now we're going to make our way down into the trenches where Dean Kamen is waiting for a quick interview.
So, hey everybody. I don't know if I should stand here. Hey everybody. I have a very good reason why we're going to interrupt the morning matches with a special exhibition match to demonstrate what you've all done. It's a special match because we have a special guest here. The senior advisor to the President of the United States and his daughter, Ivanka Trump, is here. She's going to start the next match. As you probably know, she has a special interest in STEM, and she has a special interest in empowering women. So in our exhibition, we have 6 all-girls teams playing this match. And of course, one from Afghanistan. Who overcame a lot to get here. So I am going to now ask Ivanka Trump to pull the lever to start the match. And as the game goes on, she'll see how you people are using technology to solve the world's water problem. And when it's all done, I'm going to hand her the microphone, and hopefully she'll have some words of inspiration for all of you. Are you ready to start the round?
I'm ready.
All right, take it away.
Okay. Ready, ladies? Good luck. 1, 2, 3.
And we're off.
Go! Teams that we have here in front of us for a special exhibition match. Dean Kamen introducing her as we get up and running here.
And it's really great as a girl actually that competed on an all-girl team for many years to see so many of them now. I know back then we were really one of the only few all-girl teams that was competing. And so as we get started, we can see some robots in the middle attempting to grab as many of those water particles as they can before they go and drop them off in the side goals. As we mentioned, each one of those is worth 1 point.
As well as Dean Kamen introducing the game itself and some of the rules to Ivanka in that bottom left corner. As you can see, she's studying the game. Even though there are quite a bit of rules to absorb right off the bat, it looks like she is very engaged and interested in terms of watching these 6 all-female teams compete against and with one another. That's the important caveat. That is First Global competing against and with one another as this one global community.
Yep, and right there we can see some teams attempting to grab as many balls as they can. And right on top, we actually see Ghana dropping off a couple of those orange particles into the top goal. Those are all going to be worth 4 points for each one that successfully get into that hole.
About halfway through this game. Again, each of these games is 2.5 minutes long, which actually goes by much more quickly than you would anticipate or expect if you are watching with us at home. But certainly for these engineers, leaders, and learners who are on the side that are driving and or directing and coaching these robots as they go.
Right there you can see, I believe that is Vanuatu attempting to push those balls into the side goal. Additionally, we can see Jordan gathering a ton of balls into its compartment right there, ready to go drop those off.
Brunei right now having a tough time installed out in that river. Hopefully that they can evade the flood as this water towards the end of the game, it symbolizes a flood coming down that riverbank, and they can get to those hanging bars, getting some points for their team.
Yep, and we can see Ghana actually has a ton of them heading over to the side goal right now to drop a flood of its own into the side goal to rack up those points.
Now, it's a momentous occasion for all of these teams representing, again, women in STEM, something that we haven't seriously considered enough for how much they do for us in terms of science, technology, engineering, and math. Again, 60% of our teams here at this entire competition of the 163-team field were either founded, organized, or led by women.
And as we hit these last couple seconds, hopefully some free robots can get in the air right there. It looks like we have one successfully hung. We'll get the score up for you in one moment for this lovely exhibition match. And congratulations to the United States of America, Ghana, and Afghanistan for winning that one 15-6.
And we are going to throw it back down to Dean on the floor.
As soon as you finish speaking, we're going to go. Okay, everybody. I hope you all enjoyed this exhibition. I think that the senior advisor to the president would like to say something. And here she is, Ivanka Trump.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. First of all, congratulations. Regardless of the outcome of today, each and every one of you is a winner. And I'm so inspired by what you've built here, what you're doing, and how you're advancing the role, in this case, of women and girls in STEM fields and in robotics and engineering, next generation of coders and innovators. But to all the men in the room, I'm incredibly proud of you as well. So really, really amazing job. This is so exciting. And that was a lot of fun. You're going to have to teach me how to drive one of these things. But really amazing. And for many of you who have traveled great lengths to be here, we welcome you. So it's a privilege and an honor to have you all with us. And to Team USA, good luck. Have fun. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, everybody, back to business. Let's keep going. Thank you.
And back to business we go. Now we're going to be taking our attention to the next team that we feature, which is Australia.
I really hope that these young people find a passion for themselves that they can develop on and continue to improve upon for their whole lives. And I think First Global is a great stepping stone towards that goal.
So important for Australia to focus on not just the importance of technology, but the integral human element behind it. It said the most important part of this is the people. It's that humanistic sense, the touch of a person trying to use technology that actually allows a device, whether it be a robot or a machine, to otherwise accomplish a task.
And we're really excited to see Team Australia here, teamed up with Algeria and the Czech Republic on the Aqua Alliance, up against Nepal, Oceania, and Mexico on the Hydro Alliance. And unfortunately, it looks like right there we have a little bit of robot getting stuck. Fortunately, they were unable to get stuck. That was Australia themselves, as well as one other team on Team Hydro. And we can see everyone on something they sort of scramble for those water particles. Right there, we see one team on Team Hydro gathering a ton of them and sorting them impeccably. And right there, we see Team Australia. It looks like we actually have Team Australia here on Skype, watching in, cheering on their team, waving their flags. It's great to have them here. Right there, we can actually see the Czech Republic dropping off a plethora of those blue balls. Each one of those is worth 1 point, as you can see Aqua's score rise.
When we think about that human touch that I had referenced earlier on, Australia has certainly brought that into their work in countless ways, not the least of which is their direct help in serving as a team supporter for Mongolia, who was also at this event and we'll see on the field later today.
Yes, and right there we can see another team dropping off those orange particles, bringing up Team Hydro's score right there.
That being said, it looks like they've got plenty of points of potential worth for their team if they can get over to Hydro's corner and start dumping those blue water particles off. Again, those blue water particles are worth 1 point a pop as they start shoving them into that corner.
Yep, and right there I believe we also saw Team Mexico attempting to make its way over to the laboratory and drop off those orange particles, and it looks like the Czech Republic is also right there.
I'll tell you, it's hard to follow each of these 6 robots because there is just that much going on. But if you focus on the Czech Republic, they've been getting up and down that bridge pretty frequently today. They're moving at a frenetic pace right now in this first game of day 2 of competition.
Yep, and they have actually placed over 10 orange particles in the laboratory. And so what that means is that there's going to be no more contaminant particles flowing down the river. And it brings the potential for a cooperation bonus as we hit these last 20 seconds and teams begin to hang their robots. Each successful hang is worth 20 points for their alliance. As you can see the Czech Republic pulling themselves in the air. And we can hear joys of elation as Team Hydro successfully has 3 robots hanging in the air.
Team Australia in the middle of that 3-team alliance, the ones that we just featured, giving everybody rounds of high fives as they focus on that team alliance. Great job by them for that triple hang.
And as we get the score up for you in one moment, congratulations to Team Hydro taking the win 155 to 74. With that triple hang bonus of 60 points, that can really help you bring some score points in for your team.
We love to focus on the uniqueness of each and one of these cultures that's with us today, but we also need to take our attention to the historic venue at which they are all convening. Let's look at Constitution Hall.
The Daughters of the American Revolution is a heritage society for women who are direct descendants of those who won America's independence. In 1929, they dedicated their national headquarters, Constitution Hall, so the building could reflect the contribution we the people, the momentous words that begin the United States Constitution, have made to society. People come to Constitution Hall because of the energy that emanates from its powerful history. Every president from Calvin Coolidge to Barack Obama has attended a memorable event here. Some of the great debates of our society have occurred in these halls, and vigorous social changes have found their genesis in this hall, such as the support to have African-American singer Marian Anderson perform here. Constitution Hall also serves as the world stage in America for nations around the world. Cultural events such as the Japanese Symphony and the Vienna Boys Choir have all graced the halls of this historic location. So have momentous gatherings of many of the world's bedrock institutions, including the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. That is why we have brought our future leaders of First Global here, well worthy of inheriting the historic lineage they are now a part of.
With us in the booth today, and for our first interview of day 2, we have Mohammad Karami. He is the mentor of Team Iran, as well as a lecturer at 2 different universities in his home country. He built his first robot when he was at the ripe age of 12. I can only imagine what I was doing as a 12-year-old, but it certainly wasn't anything like that. And he met Joe Sestak, who is the president of First Global in India, and they actually just kind of hopped on the same bus together serendipitously with regards to getting them here at First Global today. So Mohammed, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, but I am Nawaz from Iraq.
Oh, from Iraq. It said Iran. I apologize with regards to the information sometimes that I am fed. Deepest apologies there. So in terms of the country of Iraq, how proud are you to be working with these students who have come such a far distance to be here with us today?
Yes. We are so happy to be here today because we represent our country within more than 160 other teams, and all these audience or them. Let's talk about the peace building things, or how to meet people, or do networking, and this. So yes, we are happy for that.
And some of the challenges that you had to face in getting here, what were some of those challenges, and what was probably the biggest one for you?
Yes, the first challenge we faced when we try to be part of this event is the time management with young people, how to do their exams and find what time to build robots or connect with other people, and how to mentor them to build the robots and the software things. And you know, this is the technical part. And the other thing, there is difficulties in the travel and visa issues and this thing, because of 2 of our team so delayed in their visa. So we somehow was desperate, but finally we get it, and then we solve this problem. When we travel, in the day of travel, we have to return back home because the weight of the robot was so heavy for travel. So we work overnight with the young student to rebuild the box and make it in the exact weight. And yes, we make it in time, and we are here.
So in Iraq, has there been a transformation or an upward trend in robotics in your home country over the past few years?
Yes, Iraq undergoes many changes in many fields. So we are part of this change, because for me, I run the first physical makerspace there, and the main field we work is digital fabrication, and we do build robots every time for a student for graduation projects, and so yes, we deal with robotics, and we are new in this field.
And even if you're new in this field, you're doing a lot of legwork and trying to get yourself kind of to that next chapter. And for the next chapter, to me, at least personally, watching all these countries come together is a momentous occasion, even symbolically for someone who's not invested in robots as much as the rest of this community that you see here in attendance with us. What does it mean to you to compete alongside countries, say, like Australia that we featured earlier on today, and like Kuwait that's also in the Middle East, or like Mexico that's on the complete other side of the globe?
Yes, it's two things we think about. One of that, we are all humans, and it's about peace building and networking and meet many people and do friendship with everybody. The other thing is, as we are Iraqis, we are not new in making or inventing things. We already invent the writing, the wheel, the many things, mathematics, so it is just a refreshment for us to do making things. So we are somehow old in science and STEM things for old ages, and now we want to retry to get our position again within the world.
Well, and you said it's a refreshment for you. It's refreshing to be on this kind of stage, and despite some of the darkness in the world that we continuously hear about with regards to violence, with regards to civil conflicts with some other countries that are also with us in attendance today and yesterday at DAR, it's so refreshing to see all of these countries coming together as one and as that global community that we've all been emphasizing so heavily. If there was one thing that you wanted your students that you're mentoring to take away from this particular competition, what would it be?
Yes, several days ago, we just won in the battle against ISIS, and I want the student to win in the other fields of life, like STEM and science.
The other fields of life, a very important point to emphasize. Now, your transition to robotics and becoming a mentor, how did that work? What was your trajectory to becoming the head of this team?
You asked me about the mentorship part? Or
how did you get to the position where you're at now in being an ambassador for your country as a head of this team?
If we talk about the origins, as I told you, I ran a makerspace for 3.5 years ago now, and I attract people, do the making things, fixing things, programmers, designers, artists, everybody deal with this type of stuff, application of STEM, real life, and plus art. So, of course, this type of community and infrastructure will provide a good opportunity to represent the country by building a Team Iraq. And also there is a gifted, Basra gifted school, which is the very special and nice school there in Basra, south of Iraq, the city when we are. And this school accepts students with high IQ and the people that, or students that need to pass special exams. So they are our human resources to build the Team Iraq.
Nowadays, thank you so much for joining us. I wish I had more time to talk to you about the wealth of different obstacles that you have had to climb, and I look forward to touching base with you in the hallway. We got to take our attention to the next team that we're featuring, Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, in truth, we all have many identifiers that make us who we are as people. We're a diverse array of individuals coming to a common stage and trying to solve common problems with our individuality, both culturally as nations, but personally as people as well.
And we can see Team Bosnia and Herzegovina teamed up with Ethiopia and Barbados on the Aqua Alliance. And they're up against Grenada, Estonia, and I believe it is the Philippines, yes, on Team Hydro. Right there, we can see in the middle of the action, some robots grabbing up those balls, as many as they possibly can. I believe that would be Ethiopia right there. And up on top, you can see, I believe that is Estonia, dropping off some of those contaminated particles into that goal.
Now, the team representing Bosnia and Herzegovina is a small team of 3 students from Sarajevo, and although they've had limited resources, the school administration and the teachers under them have presented innovative concepts to this challenge through their dedicated teamwork, imagination, and effort, showing you that there are so many more pieces in this pie than initially meets the eye here.
Yep, and there are so many little moving pieces in order to get any of these robots to work. Unfortunately, right now, the Philippines seem to have that all down as they go up the hill to go drop off those contaminated particles. You can see them kind of dunking, sort of flipping their ball containment unit on its side, sort of shaking it back and forth to loosen up any clogs, to roll all of them in, and they dropped a ton of those particles right there to really bring up Team Hydro's score.
About a minute left in this game here with a 16-6 score. 10 points is virtually nothing to make up with regards to this game. Things can happen on the fly and relatively quickly, especially when you got 6 players on the board that are all moving, not even in synchronization. It seems, again, like controlled chaos down there. Everyone's got their own agenda, but then trying to get onto their alliance's agenda as well with respect to getting their team in the highest point category as possible over the course of these 6 rounds.
And right now, once again, we see Ethiopia pushing some of those blue balls. As you can see, that lip can sometimes be really difficult to get things over, but they seem to be doing a masterful job of getting those balls in. And as we hit these last 20 seconds, we have some robots beginning to hang. It looks like we have 1 team over on Aqua successfully in the air, 1 team on Team Hydro successfully already up, a 2nd team on Hydro in the air, and hopefully that 3rd one can get in the air. Over there, we can see one team sort of cheering, I believe it was Granada, out of pride for getting their robot successfully up.
20 points for each one of those successful hangs, so a lot can work its way up towards the end of this game. Well done to the Hydro Alliance, 92-50, a very good start for them today with respect to their 4th round of play. In a couple of brief moments, we're going to take it down to one of the winning teams. We'll get that to you in 1 second. It looks like it's going to be Team Philippines that we are bringing onto the stage. Sarah, take it away.
All right, down on the field, we have a member from Team Philippines. Tell me, what happened in those last 10 seconds of the match that really mattered?
So we had a trouble. We had a trouble in the connection of our gamepad to the tablet, but still, we're very grateful that our alliances, Team Granada and Team Estonia, were able to climb. So with that, we were still able to win the match.
And what do you think it was like working with the other countries?
It's actually great working with them because we were able to compromise and we were able to maximize the strength of our robots.
Were there any difficulties you had while building your robot, whether it be lack of parts or lack of materials?
I guess it's our experience as being new to this competition because we actually had 3 revisions of our robot and our ball collector mechanism. We were able to finalize it just last week before we left the Philippines.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to throw it back up to the head table.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Situated near the Black Sea and the Caucasus Mountains lies the next country that we feature. You can ski and then swim in a matter of hours, and this team of robotics engineers and leaders and learners is just that versatile in terms of what they do from day to day as well. Let's go to Georgia.
I mean, being able to affect so many people's lives and to truly make a difference in the world, it's just magic for me. Our generation grew up with technology in their hands, so with this knowledge we'll be able to solve some social problems that we cannot overcome today and help the society to make the world a better place for us.
Hello from Georgia!
one of the quotes that sticks out in that little vignette featuring Georgia is one of those contestants saying, "It's magic for me." One very fitting way to describe all of the work that they have put in with respect to getting here, but also competing with 162 other teams from 156 other nations around the globe. It truly is something awe-inspiring as it is spectacular.
Yep, and we can see Team Georgia teamed up with Europe and Cambodia on the Aqua Alliance up against Azerbaijan, Gabon, and Bulgaria on the Hydro Alliance.
We're going to get that telestrator up and running for you in just a brief second. If you look at Georgia that we're highlighting right now, you just saw a ball spit out of that top end. They might be trying to shoot some of the balls to their respective alliance side so that they can accrue those either 1 or 4 pointers. You just saw one spit out right there. In addition, these balls are going to start working their way out of the bridge. They end up funneling, and they want to stay clear of these exclusion zones that we just highlighted. Beyond those exclusion zones, if I point the arrow there, even though we can't quite see it, on the other side of those exclusion zones is actually the neutral zone, which can result in a penalty. Down in the bottom right corner, you see that little yield sign that I'm about to circle for you right now. That yield sign signifies that there's a penalty on the field. A lot of different kinds of penalties that can be accrued in this game too.
Yeah, and you can see Team Georgia actually full of balls. They decided to park directly in front of those team-specific zones in order to grab every single ball that flowed through the river. So now they have a ton that they can hopefully shoot in. As you see them shoot those orange balls, they're getting quite close to getting them in as well. Hopefully one can successfully land in the goal.
This is the first team that we've seen. If you're looking at Georgia right now, they're actually shooting those orange balls right into their respective lab, doing a great job at it. They're hitting the mark, but it keeps bouncing back out. We're going to clear that telestrator for you. But again, ingenuity at its finest, definitely a new strategy that we have not yet seen in DAR Constitution Hall, but certainly effective.
Yep, we've seen different teams attempt to shoot the balls in the correct direction and then having other teammates sort of help them get in. But this is the first time we've seen them actually shoot directly for the hole itself. And it seems to be working surprisingly well.
Unfortunately, sometimes teammates can get in the way of that from time to time. It looks like they're trying to get those orange particles in there, but one of their teammates right now, Team Europe, looks like it's blocking that lab.
Yep, and as we hit these last 10 seconds, we can see over on Team Hydro, we have 2 robots successfully in the air. I think that was a third. And over here on Team Hydro Aqua, we have 1 in the air. We have 2 in the air. We have 3 in the air. That is 3 robots on their team. That is 60 points for Team Aqua and 60 points for Team Hydro, and those can be big in those final standings. So with a very, very tight match, congratulations to Georgia, Europe, and Cambodia taking the win 105 to 102, a very tight race.
Humans have been builders since their birth, and whether it is the Arc de Triomphe or the Apollo lunar lander, the importance of engineering needs to be emphasized.
The National Academy of Engineering did a project where we looked back at the great achievements of the 20th century. And if you look at that list, it's pretty remarkable. The world has been completely transformed by engineering in just a century. The list includes things like electrification, the automobile, the airplane, the personal computer, television, clean water. As I say, the world is completely different today than it was just 100 years ago, mostly for the better.
It gives you confidence that given the right goals and the right vision, humanity can raise itself above what we so frequently see.
We have 4 themes in the Grand Challenges for Engineering: sustainability, health, security, and joy of living. The last one is really important, right? It's about just making life better on the planet. It's about creating things that we never knew we even needed, but now can't live without. I think one of the messages is also that engineers are creative people. They've transformed the world, and we need them now to transform the world in key ways to make the world better.
This team from the small town of Pinky is also putting one foot in front of the other. Let's take a look at Team Latvia.
I'm really fascinated by technology, and in order for me to understand how the world works, or how technology works in a better way, for example, how planes fly, how cars go forward, and stuff like that, I want to start building them myself.
There's just something about making robot out of just the big pile of parts. Everything you see, such as cars, any machines, computers, washing machines, anything, it's all based on some sort of robotic.
You can get very creative, but at the same time, as being very creative, it's been very straightforward.
Being in robotics is really teaching me a lot about technology and the way it works.
This team from Latvia has participated in FLL and FTC in the past and hopes to bring those experiences towards success here at the first Global Challenge 2017.
And if the camera zooms out a little bit, you can see them in their flashy silver jackets, really bringing on a style to the team. You can see Team Latvia is teamed up with Ecuador and Gambia on the Aqua Alliance, up against Jamaica, Colombia, and Ghana on the Hydro Alliance.
So Hydro getting a penalty right out of the starting gate. That results in that 5-point swing for Aqua. As you see, the game right now is at a 5-rock score with about 2 minutes left in play here.
Right there, we can actually see Team Latvia going up the bridge, ready to go drop off all of those contaminated particles. While right in front of us, we had Ghana collecting even more balls. Right there, hopefully Latvia can dump them. The blue balls in that hole will not mean anything, but for every red ball, that is going to be 4 points.
As a reminder, for those of you who are just tuning in, at the beginning of this game, there are 50 of those water particles that come out underneath the bridge. 40 of them are clean blue water particles that all represent 1 point for each alliance. And those 10 water particles that are orange that come out represent contaminated particles. So 50 in total cascade at the very beginning of this game, and it is followed in sequence in an even increments with those one particle blue water particles that you see coming out, underneath the bridge.
Right there, we can see teams Gambia and Colombia kind of duking it out, trying to get those balls.
Speaking of duking it out, it's a 37-37 game. It is neck and neck right here with only a minute to play. We'll see what both of these alliances can do as we hit the home stretch of this first appearance for each of these 6 teams in the 4th round here of competition.
Yep, and over there in the top left-hand corner, we just saw Jamaica push some water balls into the side goal, 1 point each, really bringing them up. It looks like Team Latvia is aiming to do the same as they go into this corner, but you can see there's a contaminated particle in their clean water supply, and each contaminated particle is actually going to be a penalty for the other team if that gets in. Fortunately, they were able to keep it separated.
Interesting after the first day of competition, too, to see some of these teams using their robots literally as battering rams, trying to get those blue and or orange particles to their respective locations. Looks like there's a little bit of a lip at each of the water reserves in the corners of the field, but as well on the bridge for both of these teams.
Yes, there is, but as we hit these last 10 seconds, we can see Team Jamaica is successfully in the air, as well as Ghana hoping to follow suit as it pulls itself up. Then we can see Team Colombia hoping to go do the same, but unfortunately they're not going to have enough time, as we do have 2, if not 3 robots from the Aqua Alliance also in the air. We'll get those final scores up for you in a moment. And congratulations to Team Aqua with Gambia, Ecuador, and Latvia taking the win 128-96.
Next, joining us in the booth, we are fortunate enough to have for the 2nd time Shams Jaber from Team Bangladesh. He is the mentor of that team. We had spoken a little bit yesterday. How are we doing today?
Yes, we're doing really good. It's been a better day today. We had just had a match and we won that.
Yeah, so after the first 3 rounds of yesterday's competition, what do you say to your team to get them inspired and ready to roll for today's 2nd set of competitions?
Well, yesterday they didn't have one of the mechanism working, which was the lifting mechanism. So they could get it right after the 3rd match. So they're all pumped up because they know that today is going to be a better day because they have an additional mechanism ready.
Sometimes when life closes doors, and I've said this on a few occasions here at this competition, when life closes doors, you got to break a window. So you got to be, you got to be inventive with respect to trying to find ways around some of the challenges that you yourself have found yourself in this competition. With other than that mechanism, are there any other notable barriers yesterday you kind of had to break through in order to get today to be a better day for you all?
Well, for yesterday, before I talk about the obstacles, I definitely need to mention how good this event is with we call it a co-opetition, because Team Bolivia was our alliance and they helped us out a lot in improving our robot, and that was amazing because countries are helping each other. While you'd expect Bangladesh to be working on Bangladesh robot, but that's really amazing. And I think overall we had a great day yesterday.
Shams, thank you so much for joining us. We do focus very much on the buzzword of cooperation here.
Yes.
And it's something that you have certainly embodied. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next country we feature is going to take us to Lebanon.
Hello, my name is Shad.
Hello, my name is Karim. My name is Karim Haimoud.
My name is Wissam Mala.
First Global is an opportunity not just for me, but for the whole country. We want to show the real image of Lebanon, and we are proud to be in First Global with the other nationalities.
Robotics got me inspired and inspiring others. It's not just robots, it's way more than that.
Yesterday, we took you to the Embassy of Kosovo. Today, we're going to take you to the Embassy of Hong Kong.
My name is Kim Wai Law. I'm the director of the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office in Washington, D.C. So I guess Hong Kong is in a very unique position because we're part of mainland China, but at the same time, we're also well connected with the rest of the world. We do think that with that specific and unique cultural background, we could serve as a bridge between the West and the East. So we do believe that STEM education develops students to be lifelong learners to meet challenges in the 21st century. And one of them is to broaden their horizon. So that's why we always encourage them to take part in different kinds of activities. So we do think that with interaction and exchange with their overseas counterparts, it will be very beneficial for them to develop an interest and to share other best international practices. So I would just want to say to them, do your best, and at the same time, do also enjoy your time and experiences here in town. It's always good for them to share how Hong Kong, to explain or to share with their overseas counterparts how unique Hong Kong is and what particular opportunities or how conducive the environment in Hong Kong could be.
The next team that we feature was one of many in this competition with 157 nations that was fortunate enough to meet some of its own state officials before joining us here at DAR Constitution Hall. Now let's take a look at Guyana.
When we got the opportunity to work with something bigger, we just jumped forward and took the opportunity.
Scientists told me to always keep questioning, and I realized that a little too late, but since then I've always tried to focus on getting others involved because STEM and technology, it's our present.
I get an opportunity to express myself in programming and also mechanical engineering.
We get to really bring our imagination to life and be ourselves.
I believe that robotics can help change Guyana in all the sectors and just build the economy.
Getting a lot of cheers from the crowd as well. Minister Catherine Hughes issued a call to a host of different corporations in Guyana so that they could support this young, vibrant, and creative group of Guyanese who are here representing them on such a major platform. It's no wonder as to why people jumped on the wagon. This team has done an exceptional job so far in their first 3 rounds of competition. We'll see what they can do in the 4th.
Yeah, but we're excited to see them teamed up with Sweden and Afghanistan in this round, and they're up against Suriname, Argentina, and Guatemala on the Hydro Alliance. Then we can see Team Guyana actually has already gathered a ton of those balls, but they have yet to sort them. So we'll have to see if they decide to go drop all of them off into one specific part, or they're going to try to find a way to sort of organize which ones are going to go where.
It definitely lit the fuel for the fire for them, and I loved in that video the quote of that we should always keep questioning. It's such a driving force behind human progress, and something even a simpleton like me can get behind. Science in and of itself is a subject predicated on asking questions. Without asking them, you're not going to be able to explore the unknowns, and you're not going to be able to test the boundaries. But so many teams that we have, including these 6, but particularly Guyana, are doing just that right now.
Yes, it's definitely impressive to see, as right now we see Guatemala actually trying to drop some of those contaminated particles into the top goal as they head down that ramp. As we mentioned before, that ramp can be really slippery to teams. We've seen a couple teams, especially ones that are more top-heavy, flip over right there. But Guatemala made that look easy. Additionally, right in the middle, we see Guyana once again full of balls. They seem to be gathering them at a breathtaking rate. Hopefully able to go and drop those off into the side goal as well for even more points.
Hydro pumping themselves up a pretty healthy dose of a lead here with 50 seconds left to go. About 30 points up right now. We'll see if Aqua can respond. Those 5 penalty points might come back to bite them a little bit towards the end of this round, but we will see. Right now, you're going to be seeing actually the team we just featured, Guyana, punching a few of those water particles in there, getting some of those single points for their team, but much needed at this stretch in the competition.
As you can see, what they're doing is dropping a couple balls and then actually kind of pushing them in, because it can be quite difficult to get them over that tiny lip. And now as we hit the last 20 seconds, we have robots beginning to hang. It looks like we have Afghanistan trying to pull itself into the air, and Guyana, meanwhile, is going to go park itself up on the bridge and hopefully get some of those particles into the last moment.
Sorry, Katie, as a reminder, when we think about the rules, you get 20 points for hanging on that bar that you currently see right in front of Argentina. Their country is cheering their robot on right now. We'll see if they can get their way up. It looks like they are. Raising their hands in triumph. Well done.
Successfully in the air. Congratulations to Team Hydro for that triple hang. Well, it looks like we have 1, if not 2 teams on Aqua successfully in the air. And we'll get the final scores up for you in 1 moment.
As we get into this second day of competition, you're going to start to hear the audience getting a little bit more fired up and into the competition here. They have everything to play for in this second day of competition. So we are going to go straight into our pit interview. We've got Bermuda waiting out in the hallway. Let's take it out there.
All right, this is Nick back in the pits here again, hanging out with Team Bermuda. So, Ashlyn, tell me what it's like to represent the country of Bermuda.
Well, it's really nice because putting 21 square miles on the map is really important. As only people know us as the Bermuda Triangle or something like that, we want to be known for something more.
Very cool. I understand you guys have had the opportunity to meet a lot of really cool people here.
Yeah, going around after our competitions and stuff is good. So part of my team members went around and got all the shirt signs from all the different teams. And it's a chance to see their culture and how they work together, like, because it might be different than us. So it's really nice.
That's really super cool. Thank you all for spending some time with us, and good luck through the rest of the competition.
Thank you so much.
We're going to take you down to the next game that we've got, I believe, featuring one of the teams, Brunei, that we're going to get to. Congo as well. We have Turkey, and then Dominica, Lebanon, and then finally Cabo Verde.
And so we've already seen the little feature video about Lebanon, but a little bit more information about them. Their little mascot that you saw in that video happens to be one of the Student Technology Club, or STC, which was first established in 2014 at Rafiki Harry High School. These Lebanese have long churned out some brilliant inventors and engineers, and funnily enough, gave the timing of my Apollo reference a short while ago. One of them happened to be Edgar Kohui, who was able to develop a new methods of spacecraft propulsion after discovering plasma instabilities. And we can see right now all the teams are scrambling to gather some balls. It looks like Lebanon themselves have a ton and are heading over to drop those off, while other teams in the middle are trying to grab more. Up on the top, we can see, I believe that is Cabo Verde attempting to push, oh no, sorry, excuse me, that is the Congo attempting to push some of the balls into the top right there in order to get those extra points.
As we get this telestrator up and running, just pointing out a few other parts of this very central and lower third for you, so those of you who are tuning in at home or online abroad can pay attention to some of the specifics in this game. We've got in the middle of this, right beneath the clock, you see that white bar that hopefully is starting to punch itself up with yellow. That is a signifier for the yellow contaminant balls that are getting pushed into the team's respective labs. Once 10 of those bars have been filled, the flow of those contaminant particles out of the river, if we can zoom out, will stop flowing. But teams can also get a cooperation bonus if they get all of those different orange particles out of this riverbed towards the end of the game. It's been quite difficult. We have not yet seen an alliance complete it, let alone one single game. We're going to clear that telestrator for you right now.
And hopefully they'll be able to show some cooperation as we compete here. The word's been thrown around a lot, but what it means is that you both compete like crazy, but also are willing to help out each other in terms of helping teams if they have a problem, or as we can see right here, if they happen to be stuck together. We have Lebanon and the Democratic Republic of the Congo actually hooked by that wire that we just saw snap right there. And that can really kind of hold you back as you're trying to get those balls dropped into where you need them.
As these teams are practicing in their respective home countries, or they actually can sometimes practice as groups. We had mentioned it on a couple of occasions yesterday. You wonder if any of that carnage has ensued when those practice sessions have taken place. You're seeing another one happen right now. If you go back to that last shot in the top right corner of your screen, we just saw those elastic bands getting stuck between two more teams on the same alliance this time.
And you can see right there that Cabo Verde successfully made it into the air, as well as I believe that is Lebanon. And one is parked on the bridge for an additional 5 points. We'll get the final scores up for you here in one moment. And with a tight race, congratulations to Team Hydro. That will be Brunei, the Congo, and Turkey, winning that with 60 points to 50.
So joining us in the booth now, we've got Ahmet Goshen. He's the mentor of Team Turkey, doing a great job here so far with his team. He's the STEM coordinator at Urfa STEM Center, which has educated over 1 million people, and he's also developed a new project called STEM for Girls. I'm very eager to hear about STEM for Girls. How did that evolve?
In Şanlıurfa, it is in the south of Turkey. We started 3 years ago a STEM center project for the students in Turkey. Actually, it was a local project just for a few schools. Then, you know, with the enthusiasm of the teachers and the students, it turned into a national one. And while doing this project, we just found, you know, some problems. We just checked all the countries. The girls were not represented in STEM. It was just for men, like always. So we tried to focus on more girls, and we tried to include them in our project for about 1 year. Now we have special courses for girls in southeast of Turkey, where the girls' school enrollment is lower than the men. So we are trying to have girls in the fields of coding, engineering, and many areas that girls do not attend. But, the good thing is that we are very successful. Now we have many girls in our classes in schools. This year we are going to start a program for 2,000 schools.
Fantastic.
Mainly for girls. And it is actually it is a newbie. It is just, you know, it's our main agenda, but we believe that in 2 years we are going to integrate STEM for Girls project into 2,000 schools in our region and all national program. We hope so.
And your work has been as inspirational as it's been effective. You keep on fighting the good fight. We're immensely proud of you here at First Global, and we look forward to seeing the future.
Thanks.
Thanks for joining us. The next team that we're going to be taking you to is Croatia.
And now is a great time to prepare these young people to be part of the future. Robots are our future.
We saw a lot of different projectiles being thrown in that video, and I'm wondering whether their team was either playing a game or brainstorming their robot functionality. We've seen a few other teams starting to chuck some of those water particles around the pitch, both at the end of yesterday and even in the early games of today. It's a fair assumption, given how many of these blue and orange water particles have been flying around.
Yep, and we'll see Team Croatia teamed up with Panama and Niger on the Aqua Alliance up against Canada, Belgium, and Uganda. And we'll have to see what they're able to do, as right now I believe it looks like Canada was grabbing a ton of those balls, as well as Belgium also attempting to get a hold on some of them.
Croatia's got one of the smaller teams here in competition with only 3 members, Leon, Matej, and Emma. But that being said, they are packing a punch with respect to their first 3 rounds of play and now entering their 4th. They've got something to prove, and they are doing their country proudly right now.
And right there we can see once again that is Team Canada dropping off some of those contaminated particles. Hopefully they can get those into the correct containment container in order to get 4 points each. Looks like they're now going to go down and maybe drop off those clean water balls or even go and collect more. It's still up to their drivers to decide exactly what they have to prioritize. Right next to them we can see Belgium trying to push that last stray ball into the side goal for 1 point.
With respect to this game, in the first minute of play, because we're about actually halfway through right now, you're not going to see the score jump up all that much. It's really towards that last 20 to 30 seconds that these scores truly start jumping, and it's because of that 20-point hang-in bonus, or you're starting to see teams start to scramble a little bit more to earn some of those points towards either their corners, getting those 1-pointers with those blue water particles, or dumping it into the lab and then getting that 5-point bonus by being on the bridge.
Yeah, and what you'll also see is some teams decide to spend the entire first minute or so only collecting water, not actually bringing them over to the goals until we reach closer to the end game. And that can definitely add more of a high point score happening near the end and not near the beginning. As you can see, the scores are slowly starting to increase as we hit these last 30 seconds.
As are the number of those orange contaminated water particles that hopefully are going to get up to 10 so we can stop the flow. Canada's trying to punch a couple of them in. They've been doing an exceptional job for their alliance, not just in this game, but for their country overall over the course of these first 4 rounds, about to finish up their 4th right now.
And you can see Canada looks like they might be preparing to hang as they try to line up those 2 arms. Look, they're going to protrude out the top of the rope, but it looks like they might be stuck with Belgium, so hopefully they can come unstuck in order to get those last few. Over on Team Aqua, we have 1, we have 2, we have 3 robots successfully hanging in the air for that 60-point bonus that can really add to a team's score in the last few seconds.
Katie, you're sounding like an auctioneer towards the end there. We have 1, 2, 3, very good. We've got a lot of bidders who are out here trying to bid for their podium finish as well. Good job over to Aqua getting that 85-point victory with a lot of those contaminant points as well. 16 to 20, they were pretty active on the bridge. Although robotics in Cyprus is relatively new, their team has already packed a punch and they've got a storied legacy to try to preserve here.
I believe that through robotics, students are able to enhance their problem-solving skills, which is a skill necessary in the rapidly evolving technology-oriented world that we live in.
From the first global competition, I think that I'll gain a lot of skills and I'll get to socialize with other people out of my country without costs.
I will benefit from the first global competition because I will represent Cyprus. I will meet new people from all over the world and I will learn how they tackle everyday problems.
I will meet lots of different people from all over the world, think and get ideas from them, learn the way they think, the way they approach the same problems that I approach, and become better.
Now, as I had mentioned earlier on, even though their robotics program is somewhat young, they are quickly blossoming in popularity, particularly in the younger generations. In 1 year alone, 10 students from its schools had formed 4 award-winning teams on the global scale, and they look to build on that success. As I was talking about, a storied legacy, not necessarily in terms of time, but in terms of the accomplishments that they have had. We should look to see what they're going to be doing here to make that success continued and possible.
And we can see Cyprus is currently teamed up with Armenia and Lesotho on the Aqua Alliance up against Cameroon, Bermuda, and Sri Lanka. And you can see they're really getting into it right there. Some robots sort of colliding and sort of trying to push and get as many of those balls as they can. Over in the bottom corner, we can see Sri Lanka trying to sort their balls successfully in order to go drop them off. And unfortunately, it looks like Bermuda may have flipped over. Hopefully maybe one of their alliances can come and give them a hand rewriting themselves.
So as we get that telestrator up and running, just so you can see it, they're right now on their back still trying to spin those black and white wheels. Can you remind me, Katie, what those black and white wheels are called again?
So the black and white wheels with the stripes are called Omni wheels. They are designed that way so that they can go in multiple directions. It creates very, very good mobility, but it decreases your traction and can make it very easy for you to slip and flip over, specifically on that little lip between the river and the grass.
So there are 2 possible places to score on the field. You've got over by that top left corner and then over by the bridge. You see 2 teams that are there right now. It looks like Armenia is about to drop some of those orange particles on the right side of the screen, doing a fantastic job where that 1 logo is, earning 4 points for each one of those orange balls. for their respective alliance. That's why you see this lead right here for Team Aqua jumping up 47-11, doing a fantastic job. However, both of these teams do indeed have penalties right now. Hopefully they cancel each other out as we clear that telestrator.
Yep, and it looks like a successfully reset. Bermuda is hoping to match that score, dropping off the contaminant particles. And right over there, we have some teams on, I believe that is the Aqua Alliance, trying to drop another flood of balls into the side goal this time for 1 point each.
Armenia, we just saw them on both sides of the field. Now they're over by their water reserve. They were just over on the bridge. They've been not only mobile, but getting points for their alliance on both ends of the spectrum, doing a great job. And after learning from yesterday's competition, they've clearly fixed any kinks that they had in their system.
As we hit these final moments, we can see teams beginning to hang. We have one Aqua robot, Armenia, successfully in the air, and hopefully the Lesotho and Cyprus can follow suit as we hit these last 5 seconds. You can see Lesotho attempting to push their robot right in the air, and unfortunately they were unable to do it in time. But hopefully we'll get the final scores up for you in a moment. And with a very, very tight race, congratulations to Team Aqua, Lesotho, Armenia, and Cyprus for winning that one 86-79.
A very good way to start the day for those 3 teams, but to continue ours, we want to take you back out into the hallway where we have a pit interview waiting with Team Croatia.
All right, this is Nick back here in the pits, hanging out with Mate from Team Croatia. What is robotics like in your country?
In Croatia, we got a lot of robotics competition. We got, for example, on our robotics is a category on our competition of the techniques and everything. We got other stuff like RoboDance, playing soccer with robots, and other things which I don't really know much about because I was on some other stuff.
What do you think you're going to remember the most after the first global challenge is completed?
I'll most likely remember most people we've been with in alliances with. They're all amazing, playing very well. The robots are good, and they're really nice people overall.
Awesome. Thank you for your time, and good luck with the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
As you watch us take a deeper look into the next country that we feature, Côte d'Ivoire, we should remind you of what the term reunion might mean to you.
Le First Global Challenge est une réunion de différentes nations venues s'intéresser au même but, la robotique, au même domaine.
Pour aller à la compétition. Et bon, le but de cette compétition, c'est d'inciter la jeunesse à s'intéresser plus à la technologie, aux médias, tout ce qui est dans le domaine des NT, tout ça.
The future is in the technology, in the science, mathematics, and we can be more developed if we improve this domain.
Je voulais vous dire à présent, intéressez-vous beaucoup à la technologie. Je vous dis bien, intéressez-vous beaucoup à la technologie.
As opposed to gathering or convening, this is the first time we've heard a team refer to this event as a reunion. When you think about it, we all started as one, and though we traveled to the far reaches of the earth, climbed the highest mountains, and traversed the greatest depths, developing our own stories and culture along the way, every once in a while it's great to come back, to reunite, to once again show ourselves that we may have more in common with one another than meets the eye, and that is what we share isn't just the problem. Team Côte d'Ivoire, they see life this different perspective.
Right now, Mali is off to a very good start, even though we are focusing on this game with Côte d'Ivoire. Mali, from also the continent of Africa, doing a phenomenal job getting up that riverbank, and then we focus in on the actual Ivory Coast, who's at the top of that bridge, dropping some of the clean water particles, unfortunately, into that lab. Not quite sure in terms of the points or in terms of registering the color differentiation between the orange and blue, what that's going to mean with respect to their robot. What type of mechanism do these robots typically use to differentiate?
You'll see some robots using a color sensor in order to differentiate. You'll see that in robots that have an automatic sorting system. You'll see them kind of go over a sensor, register the color, and then sort them. Other teams go to actually not sort them and to bring bring a big bunch of both contaminated and uncontaminated balls to the lab and sort of let the lab sort itself. So you do waste the points from that clean water you collect, but it does make it a little bit easier to function.
It's basically a take it or leave it scenario, it sounds like.
Pretty much, yes.
Now those orange elastic bands for the team that we're featuring right now, if we can zoom out and try to get the flag just to see who we're dealing with, it looks like the Netherlands. Quite chaotic looking in the back there. I'm not quite sure what they're using those elastic bands for, but if they end up accruing and collecting some of those water particles, we might be able to see what purpose they serve.
And right next to them, we can see Brazil kind of having a little bit of a robot-on-robot action as Brazil goes to drop off all of that clean water it has stored into the side bowl.
Now with respect to Team Côte d'Ivoire, we had in the booth with us yesterday Neza Guillen. She's the mentor of that team. She's also co-mentor of Team Rwanda, so she's one of few mentors in this competition who is doing double duty. Her team and her country right now also doing quite a lot of work with respect to getting a good jump in this fourth round.
And as we hit these last 10 seconds, we have robots hanging up in the air. We have Brazil in the air, and we also have the Netherlands. And unfortunately, it looks like Mali might not be able to make it up in time. We have 2 successfully parked on the bridge. Each one of those is worth 5 points. And so as we get the final scores up, congratulations to the Netherlands, Mali, and Brazil for taking the win, 68-32 against Botswana, Lesotho, and the Ivory Coast themselves.
Now, even though you want to come out of the gate strong with this first round of day 2 of competition, we do have multiple rounds today, so even if it's a trial and error process, you do have time to make up for lost ground with respect to that first round of play. It's very important for these mentors to emphasize to their students and their engineers, look, don't focus on the current game, focus on the next one, whether you win or whether you lose. And right now on the stage, we have ready for us one of the winning teams, Brazil.
All right, on stage I have a member from Team Brazil. What was it like working with the Netherlands and Mali?
Oh, we had a great job. It was we had some challenge to solve. Got some problems during the match, but it was amazing. We had a great alliance, we could solve them problems, and we won it. It's so amazing to work together.
And how did you guys decide who was going to do what part of the competition?
So, before our match, we found them in their pit areas and talked together to decide this.
All right, were there any language barriers? Did you guys have any problems trying to discuss things with them?
So yeah, we did have some discussions, but we tried to decide the best for the alliance and for those teams.
Perfect. And any difficulties, whether with materials or anything regarding your robot?
No, during the match there are some difficulties, but we tried to solve them in the better way that we have to do.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. We're going to throw it back up to the head table.
You got to love that instant replay and that sense of satisfaction as they hit the culminating moment of that game. And hopefully this next team that we feature in the next round of play can do the exact same thing for their country. Let's focus on Greece.
Red alert, red alert. Calling all robo-specialists. Red alert, red alert. Calling all robo-specialists.
Historically a very successful program. The Robo Specialists out of Greece are an award-winning club based out of Xanthi. And despite the wealth of success in the international frame that they have seen, they recognize that there's still so much more to learn and benefit from in an event like this, and that nothing they've completed or competed in terms of rivalries, the gravity to which of what they're doing here. Very important for them. Over in the corner, you also see the top rankings for some of our teams. Team Europe right now has a score of 443. That is probably largely because they have competed today in that fourth round, while some other teams have not. However, you got Croatia, Guyana, Gabon, and Guatemala following up. with respect to that top 5. Very important stuff.
And as we focus in on this game, we see more teams attempting to bring their way into those top rankings. Teamed up with Greece, we have South America and France on the Aqua Alliance, and they're up against Honduras, Mongolia, and Kazakhstan on the Hydro Alliance. In the middle, we can see a couple of robots trying to gather as much water as they can as usual. I believe you can see Kazakhstan has a great sorting mechanism as they have half of their robot filled with blue and half of their robot filled with red. Right there, we see Greece themselves also being able to sort, but it looks like they're having a couple issues trying to navigate to where the water is. As you can see, Kazakhstan's kind of taking a lot of that.
Yeah, and as we focus in on Kazakhstan and get the telestrator up, you just actually ended up seeing some of those balls work their way back down off of that riverbank. It's very tough for them. They do a great job with respect to this robot. If we can get a good look at them. Earlier on, they had that protrusion coming out from the front of their robot to collect some of those balls, but then unfortunately weren't able to get them up that little incline that we're talking about right here on the side of that riverbank on both sides of that river. Quite difficult, even though it might seem like a very small pitch, trying to get up and over is actually a gargantuan task for some of these robots as we clear that telestrator.
And right there, we just saw Greece drop off a ton of contaminated particles in order to increase that score, and now we see Kazakhstan attempting to do the same for their team, so we're about to see the Hydro Alliance score climb very quickly soon after. It's a very tight race as we hit these last 30 seconds.
Only 3 points with 30 seconds. It's anybody's game at this point.
And we can see robots starting to go and get ready to start hanging and or drop off. Right there, we see Kazakhstan hoping to get off those clean water particles in order to add that flood to points into their score.
Meanwhile, Honduras on the left, you can see them trying to get that extension up and over that hanging bar, see if they can get 20 points. We've got a neck-and-neck game right now, 33-34. It went from 3 to 1 point game. We'll see if they can get their way off the ground here in these last 5 seconds.
And right there, we can see both two of the members of the Hydro Alliance successfully in the air. That's going to add 40 points to their team score and can really change the tide of a match. And right there, with a score of 74-58, congratulations to Team Hydro with Honduras, Mongolia, and Kazakhstan for taking the lead.
As the competition unfolds, we now take a look at a very different part of the globe. We're going to take you now to Ukraine.
Robots making time.
Participation in First Global will open for them new horizons and show how much they can do.
Ukraine very excited to compete here on the international stage, though they've been accustomed to it now at DAR Constitution Hall, this being the 4th round of play for them. Hopefully they've learned from yesterday's mistakes, yesterday's trials and tribulations, in trying to be successful with respect to this last day of competition, seeing if they can finish on the podium here again in Washington, D.C.
And we can see Team Ukraine hoping to rack up a high score, along with Team Pakistan and Iceland on the Aqua Alliance, and they're up against Portugal, Israel, and Finland on the Hydro Alliance. They're all hoping to bring themselves up onto the leaderboard we saw a second ago by getting the highest possible score. And we can see Team Hydro score climbing. I'm assuming one of their robots was dropping off some of those clean water particles. They must have gotten all 12 of them in, or even 13, because each of those is worth 1 point each. Additionally, we can see as robots scramble. Oh, right there, it looks like on Skype we actually have the Ukraine people watching in. I'm assuming those are families of the team members holding up their flag and cheering their team on. We're excited to have them. As you can see, Team Ukraine right there in the middle, grabbing all of those balls and sorting them into the 2 separate sides.
Team Ukraine, and we mentioned it a little bit yesterday, each one of these teams might have a team supporter. Team Ukraine was supported by their GSC advisor team. It's FTC Team 5243 out of Centerville Robotics in Centerville, Virginia, not too far from Washington, D.C. Katie, you may very well have competed against them in state competitions.
I'm pretty sure I have. And as we can see right now, up on the top, we have Iceland dropping off some of those contaminated particles right next to Portugal that's also trying to do the same. If you look at that yellow bar in the middle of our score right now, that will show you how many orange particles have successfully been delivered. Once 10 of them have successfully been placed into those laboratories, contaminated particles will stop flowing in the river. And if the game ends with no orange balls in the middle, both teams get a 15-point cooperation bonus.
Now, after Russia, Ukraine is the largest country in Europe, and its population is at an estimated 44 million. Even though they might be second with respect to the with respect to the size, they definitely have some big expectations here entering this last day of competition. They want to go for #1 today.
Yeah, and as we hit these last 25 seconds, we see teams preparing to hang. We have Ukraine already hooked over the top bar, hopefully able to push themselves up. Looks like they might be hooked to Pakistan though, so hopefully that won't be too much of an issue as Team Iceland also attempts to hook them to pull themselves over that bar. Each hanging robot is going to add 20 points to their score.
Even though that bar is only a couple of feet above the actual playing field, it might feel like a mountain trying to get these robots up. Good job untangling themselves.
It looks like over on Team Hydro, we actually have all 3 robots hanging in the air, and you can see them all cheering with joy as Team Hydro takes the victory, 120 to 79. Both of those scores are respectably high scores and will hopefully help all teams there move up in the leaderboard.
Joining us for our next interview, we've got Andy Baker. He is the president and owner of AndyMark, which is an industry leader in robotics competition materials, and he provided the fields for this very challenge. Andy, thank you for being with us today.
Thanks for having me, Tim. I guess not just me, but we had a great team of people supporting and providing these fields. We got 8 people here today, and they worked very hard to make sure all these fields run very well.
Again, the people who are at home watching, all they get to see is the actual competition, but nothing that goes on behind the scenes, including the work that you and your company have done to make this the field and the superlative one at that it is for this competition. What's so different about it than some other fields that you may have built for other competitions in the past?
Oh gosh, I guess we wanted to make the field be a really good centerpiece for the teams to play on. We wanted to give live scoring so that the drivers can understand how they're doing in the match, and also be really fast and quick on verifying the scoring at the end of the match. So we integrated some sensors. We had some automation as the balls come out of the flood underneath the bridge. That's an automated system that we've got in there. It's a little bit of a robot in itself. We actually use the same controllers to control the field that the teams are using to control their robots.
It's only fitting the fact that you're using robots in a robot competition is pretty phenomenal, truly. If you were going to use a couple of adjectives to describe this field, what would you say?
Oh gosh, I guess it's robust. I mean, we've got a robust field. People are hanging from the bar, and we haven't had any issues. It's reliable. It's been a challenge too. I mean, it's challenging to meet a spec and meet it in a quick timeline and work hard to achieve the same goal. Really, in a different way that the kids have met their challenge in building the robot for this game. We've built the field for the game in a short amount of time, and we're proud of it.
I was going to say, you just alluded to the fact that there are challenges not just for the people who are here competing as engineers, but for the people who are trying to make everything behind the scenes also possible for them to do just that. So with respect to your challenges, thank you for doing everything that you have done. You've done a phenomenal job, as well as the 8 people that you mentioned who are with us today, but the countless others, I'm sure, who are in some of those back rooms helping you plan.
Super. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. The next country that we feature today is going to be a fan favorite as well as a favorite contender in this competition. Let's take a look at China.
We are the best representatives of Chinese teenagers, and with full passion. I'm sure we can work out something different.
We are more like teammates rather than teachers and students. We can all learn from each other. Not only I can use my ideas to solve problems, but also communicate freely with my teammates, share my ideas, and brainstorm the next great idea.
We just have to put all of our advantages together, and the true successful for me is to gain something new.
the feats of engineering the Chinese have cultivated over the course of human experience, to be perfectly honest, is unrivaled. And when thinking purely about water, one can't help but bring to mind the Three Gorges Dam, which is one of the largest hydro plants in the world. Now, right now, in the bottom left corner of the screen, you see some of those rankings popping up again. Team Europe still holding that first place finish. Croatia and Guyana very quickly behind. Only about a 60-point spread right now, it looks like, from Croatia. Hopefully they try to pick that up in round number 5 to try to jockey and work their way up a little bit. We've also got Gabon and Guatemala who are finishing out the 4 and 5 spots.
And as we head into this game, we have China, Myanmar, and Paraguay on the Aqua Alliance up against the Solomon Islands, Sierra Leone, and Malawi on the Hydro Alliance.
Now for Team China, despite the diverse array of interests those 7 team members have, they share a common goal, certainly as many teams I suspect here also share, of changing the world, and will show how the power of cooperation can unlock that potential with respect to these alliances that they compete in right now.
And one of my favorite lines from that video was, "We're not students and teachers, we're teammates. We all learn from each other." And that really is something in robotics. You have different teams, and different team members are going to have different skills. One might be better at programming, one might be better at building, but they really do teach each other, and everyone has something to contribute to the team.
Now, if we get the telestrator focused and a good shot on Malawi, it looks like that we just had them in their last shot. They went over to the right, and it looks like towards their water reserve. Again, as we get that telestrator up and running for you, right now we are looking currently on the bridge, or we were looking on the bridge for Team China that was up, and we were just featuring them for the Aqua Alliance. It looks like that they are jockeying right now. I keep saying jockeying today, but that's exactly what it is. Them and the Solomon Islands are looking to kind of get some elbow room as they are both working to get towards both of their labs, putting those 4-pointers in their respective locations. We're going to clear that telestrator for you right now.
And right next to them, it looks like we also have Team Malawi attempting to get up that ramp and drop off those particles. Getting a little bit tight up there for Team Hydro as they have 2 robots, and there's really not too much space up on that bridge.
Well done by Team Malawi, who we were trying to work on earlier. They've also been all over the place, and now their robot flips over as they go down the bridge. Unfortunately, we'll see if a volunteer can get them up and back and running, but they were doing a phenomenal job at getting those 4 extra points, and now they have righted their course for the Hydro Alliance, even though it looks like they've dumped a few of their clean water particles in these last 10 seconds.
Yes, if a robot does flip, a volunteer will realign them. However, that will be a penalty by giving points to the other team. Currently, we can see over, we have on Team on Team Aqua, actually 3 robots in the air, and we can see some fans ecstatic at their team's success. And so taking the win will be Team Aqua with 119 points to Team Hydro's 56. Congratulations to Paraguay, Myanmar, and China.
Now, even though in the interview we had focused on the Andy Mark Corporation, we also have a little video vignette for you. Let's explore Andy Mark.
Hi, I'm Nick Lawrence. I'm a mechanical systems designer at Andy Mark. So Andy Mark is mainly a parts supplier for competition robotics teams. We design and build wheels, gearboxes, and other things that teams like to buy for the robots. And this year we got involved with the First Global Challenge to design a field around First Global's game. First Global reached out to us in early March to design a field for the kickoff video, where we rapidly, in the span of 2 weeks, went from concept to fabrication to assembly and filming, all in the span of 2 weeks. This field is really cool because it's a lot larger than the fields we normally design. Normally we have 12-foot by 12-foot square fields. It's cool because it's so large and it's very visually pleasing with all the graphics on the bridge, the river graphics, and the green carpets represent the grass beside a river. As a company, Andy Mark was really excited to have the opportunity to be able to work with First Global on the design and engineering of Field for H2O Flow. It's been a lot of fun because a lot of us are alumni, and being able to be involved in game design for a robotics competition is kind of a dream come true for us as a company. So it's definitely been a lot of fun.
The inventive Irish that have come to the United States have done a phenomenal job in these first 3 rounds of play, but we don't get to learn a little bit more about them until this round of the 4th.
My dream, and I suppose my ambition for these young people, is they will recognise their worth in terms of their academic ability and their potential to contribute.
Good morning.
Good morning.
These kids are amazing. They're doing an amazing job to be able to get these robots together to fulfill the challenges put before them.
I can't wait to meet my peers from different countries, collaborate with them, work with them on the robotics competition. I think it's going to be an amazing experience overall.
Those kids coming out of that tent looked rested and relaxed. Hopefully they did as well last night after that first day of competition. But I doubt any of us here at First Global and the teams competing have gotten even a wink of sleep last night, myself included, these past couple of days, because of the drama of this competition. Now, this team of 4 from County Kildare is prominent in their school, which has roughly 800 students. So they need to separate themselves from the pack, not just there in their home country, but here as well.
And we're going to see Team Ireland teamed up with Liberia and Singapore on the Aqua Alliance up against Vietnam, Nicaragua, and Lithuania on the Hydro Alliance. And right there in the middle as teams sort of jockey for as many balls as they can. You can see primarily Team Vietnam right in the middle of things, right next to Ireland as they try to grab those balls. You can see Team, I believe, Nicaragua right in the front, and there's Ireland with their sort of protruding arm. They actually extend that once the game starts in order to sort of increase the area they have to grab and control their balls.
Now in this round, you're going to meet Jennifer. She's an only child, an active cyclist who wants nothing more than to be a doctor. There's also Steven, who's loved working with his hands since he knew he had them as a child. You got Egan, who taught himself how to play the guitar, and then Brendan, who has the birthplaces of modern civilization like Greece or Italy on his bucket list for travel. He's obviously checked off a box coming to the United States all the way across the Atlantic to compete for his home country. They're doing a great job here, but still behind 14 points right now as we've got about a minute left to play right here.
And right there we can see Team Hydro trying to get their balls, but up on the top we can see actually, I believe that is Singapore for Team Aqua getting ready to drop off some of those contaminated particles into the laboratory. That's going to hopefully bring them back up in this game if they can successfully get those in there. As we've mentioned before, there is a little lip right before we get there, but fortunately Vietnam makes it look easy with how they drop those balls in.
And Singapore up there right now doing a phenomenal job for their team. You just saw, I believe, 3 of those orange particles make their way into the lab. Now they have actually taken the lead back. It's a 31-26 game, 5-point spread. But again, in the last 30 seconds, you can start to see these teams kind of going back and forth, back and forth. And we'll see, because at the end whistle, that's the only score that truly matters.
Right there, we see Team Singapore getting ready to push all of those blue balls in as well. Each of those is worth 1 point. And as they continue to grow that lead, hopefully they can keep it as we hit this end game. Each hanging robot, as we see over there, I believe that is Team Ireland that's up in the air. Each of those is going to be worth 20 points, as we can see Team Hydro score rise.
We got a couple of penalties for both teams as we hit the home stretch. Not ideal, but a good finish with respect to that Aqua Alliance. It looks like they got a triple hang. They're jumping up and down.
It's definitely a sight to see as they all go and give hugs to the other teams, kind of showing that they are all one. You can see Ireland going over to give them hugs as well. We'll get the final score up for you here in 1 moment. Congratulations to Team Aqua with Liberia, Ireland, and Singapore pulling out the lead 102-88.
As we stated during the Parade of Nations, this is Albania's first competition, but they have much to prove. Let's learn a little bit about them.
It means that we are an interesting composition of young people that are interested in STEM and that are eager to learn more.
Every subject of STEAM affects our lives. Technology is expanding with every second, and if we want to keep up, we need to learn more about STEM and its importance.
Taking part in this challenge has had me very excited and grateful because of the great opportunity and having the chance to build this robot that will bring a change to the world.
I think that by the fact that we are part of First Global, we have already achieved success. What lies ahead of us is how well can we represent our collaborating skills in the global stage.
We are Team Albania!
The question that we now face with this talented team of engineers is, has their strategy after the first 3 rounds also changed? We've seen a few teams come out here today have very different tactics, very disparate than their first 3 rounds that we saw out of them yesterday.
Yeah, but being a team of students from different ages and from different schools has already enabled Albania to understand the importance importance of diversity when working together. So we'll have to see if they're able to work together with their teammates, which is going to be the Togo and Vanuatu from the Aqua Alliance. And they're up against Venezuela, Namibia, and Hong Kong, or Namibia.
That nice camera shot that we just had on the floor of the actual field shows you how chaotic this can truly be. And right now you're looking right at Hong Kong trying to get up that lip, having a tough time, spitting a couple of balls out the backside with those Omni wheels. If it can't get up and over that little lip, it's having a tough time with that last ball towards the end, but unfortunately it's got to leave it behind with respect to getting towards the bridge and trying to empty any of those contaminant particles that it had. Now right now in the bottom left corner of the screen, you see those team rankings. Team Europe still staying solid on top with 443 points. Those top 5 have not moved all that much. We have seen Croatia, however, hop into the top 3. Gabon and Guyana are 4 and 5 respectively.
And we've actually seen Team Israel from a couple of games ago kind of move their way up, and they're now in second place. As I mentioned, not every team has played their 4th round yet, so those standings will be still changing around as those go on. As we look more into this game right now, we can see Venezuela with its balls, unfortunately losing a couple as it drives around, heading over to drop those off in the corner goal. Additionally, in the back corner, we can see Team Namibia attempting to get up that hill.
So what makes this competition unique is so many things that we could focus on. One of those many things is the fact that each of these teams was shipped to their respective countries one specific kit. They could only build their robots out of the materials in that kit. They could not add anything else as an extension of those materials. Quite a difficult challenge, and one that forced them to think outside of the box, although they had to think about building with everything inside of it.
Yeah, it's a very unique challenge, kind of specific to First Global, the fact that they're not allowed to add any other parts. And so it's very interesting to see how, even though they had the exact same starting place, all 164 teams have built completely distinct robots that are all different from each other.
Now you see on that Hydro Alliance, teams are starting to communicate with one another. You see some hands waving. Everyone is looking quite intently at that corner of your screen, trying to get that extending arm up and over that hanging bar, trying to get those 20 points as the final bell or buzzer whistles here.
And as we get those final scores up for you in a moment, we'll take a look at who was able to come out the victor in this. And congratulations to Team Aqua for taking the win there, 49-12.
We had a couple of video features yesterday on Robo Sports, but as we start to get towards the end of closing out this 4th round, we want to take you back into Robo Sports.
Although it may not look like it on the surface, athletic sports and competitive robotics have a lot in common. Teams can range from as small as doubles in tennis to communities as large as a 30-person football team. Students in competitive robotics can spend upwards of 600 hours a year honing their skills in preparation for the big game, just as students do in other sports. And robotics champions are no less dedicated than their sporty counterparts. In fact, they will often meet 7 days a week, spending countless hours mastering the ins and outs of their robot and strategizing their game plans. Whether it's the joy of victory or the sting of defeat, the heat of the game is just as significant for robot aficionados as it is for athletes. But the outcome? That can be different. Only a few athletes may become stars. But here at First Global, everyone can change the world.
STEM has started to evolve and increase dramatically in many countries that we have featured so far, including the next one of Moldova.
A few years ago, I would have not believed these kids would have been developed so much. They are so young, and despite this, they know a lot already.
You create what you are, and your imagination has no limits. You pick up the parts and then you put them together.
And I'm so grateful that I have the opportunity to participate in a competition that matches my passion for robotics.
I think that robotics not only teach you how to build and program the robot, it also changes the ways in the world.
Now, even though I had mentioned earlier on that STEM has evolved and increased in scope over the past decade or so, it's worth reflecting on time to time that we still have a long way to go. And as Moldova's mentor, Arvimet Baimba, had said just a few short moments ago, he can't believe how much these students have progressed, but we can only hope that that trend continues going forward as well.
Yep, and as we get into this game, we see Moldova teamed up with Trinidad and Tobago and Zimbabwe up against Sudan, Russia, and the United States of America on the Hydro Alliance.
3 years ago, the U.S. Agency for International Development began work in Moldova, the one that we just featured, with LEGO Mindstorm classes, something that many students, I'm sure, here have participated in. Now there are 76 schools after that 3 years alone. 76 schools and institutions that practice LEGO Mindstorms, and 45 teams now also play and compete in LEGO League. And the group we see before us competing in this round, the Robo Rangers, is the winner of their national competition.
And as a LEGO League veteran myself, I can tell you, while that's a great experience, these robots are much more complex, so we'll have to see how they're able to step it up and work with these larger robots.
Neck and neck game right now with about 1 minute and 20 seconds left to play. A 1-point lead right now for Aqua. We'll see if Hydro can get themselves in the lead and ahead.
And right there, we can see one team spinners, I believe that is Sudan, attempting to gather balls, but it appears their wheels might have stalled out. Hopefully we'll be able to get those back up and running. We can see up there on the Aqua Alliance, Trinidad and Tobago just dropped one orange particle ball into the laboratory, and looks like they're going to head down and try to grab a couple more.
As we stay on that shot of that bird's eye view and get the telestrator up and running, one particular feat of this game that makes it somewhat difficult is the collection of balls that you see right here at the foot of the bridge. They are outside of these two exclusion zones and actually in what we call a neutral zone that is closer to the bridge. No team can enter into that neutral zone. It will result in a penalty. So unfortunately, there are teams right now that have to focus on these balls that are strewn throughout the field in various places, so it requires a lot of motion from those teams as we clear that telestrator out.
Additionally, it requires a lot of driver coordination, both between teams and with the General Alliance. Right up there, we can see, once again, Trinidad and Tobago taking even more of those orange contaminant particles, getting ready to drop those off for 4 points each. And it looks like Team Russia is hoping to do the same. However, it appears they've opened the hatch while facing the wrong direction, so hopefully they can turn around and get those successfully in.
Only about 5 seconds left to go in this competition. We'll see what ends up happening with that 2-point lead.
And we'll get the final scores up for you here in 1 moment. It looks like we have at least one team hanging on both sides. And congratulations to Team Aqua, which is Zimbabwe, Trinidad and Tobago, and Moldova for taking the win there, 59-36.
While we're waiting to find out what we're going to be taking you to next, what we will say right now is that all of these games so far have unfolded in very different fashions so far. You've got some very low scoring and tight games. You've got some high scoring games that have spread themselves out quite dramatically. So again, you're going to see a lot of differences in these games as they unfold here at DAR Constitution Hall. But right now, we're going to take you to a highlight video of round 4. Joining us in the booth while we take a brief break is Fatima Pais. Dr. Pais is the mentor of Team Portugal, and she's a teacher at the Agrupamento de Escolas Dr. Serafim in Sahau de Madeira, Portugal. Yes. I don't know if I completely butchered that, and if I did, I apologize. Again, a lot's getting thrown at us right now. She is the mentor of her team, which has 4 teenage boys who are fascinated with robotics. Thank you for joining us in the booth today. We appreciate it. In terms of the first day of competition, how would you compare it to the second day?
Well, the second day is just beginning, but the first day was very, very full of experience, because I really think this is not a real competition. This is a work in progress, and collaboration is the key.
You mentioned a couple buzzwords, collaboration in particular. When you have been in your 3 rounds so far, and potentially this 4th one, when you are collaborating, what does that mean to your team? How are they collaborating with the two Alliance members that they share?
The first thing is see the kids communicating and looking for the other teams, and maybe with not the very best English, but they communicate and they establish a line and a strategy, and, well, sometimes it works, sometimes.
Sometimes it doesn't. One of my favorite scientists of all time is Thomas Edison, who invented the incandescent light bulb, among many other things. And one of his famous quotes was, "I have not found one way that works. I found 9,999 ways that don't." It's such a crucial thing to look at because of trial and error. You've got to fail a lot of times before you're successful at anything in this subject.
Usually, let me say one thing. Usually when I teach my students, I always tell them that it's equally important to know the right path and know the paths that they shouldn't go there. So,
look, if you know what doesn't work, that's at least a start. It's a foundation so that you can start heading in the right direction. Have you seen that happen with your team after the first day of competition?
Yes, definitely.
And so what are you looking for in these future rounds with the 3 rounds that we're going to be playing today? What are you looking for your team to do that maybe they didn't get to yesterday?
I don't know if there is something specific. I think that they should talk to each other even more. But the strategy is whatever they define. And it depends on the robots, on the other teams, on many things.
Yeah, even though you play the same game with the same rules and everything else, because those alliances change, I mean, every game is drastically different.
Yes.
And has that been a good experience so far for your team that you brought here?
I think so. Yes, because even each robot was built with specific strategies, and when they come together, they have to align all things.
There are a lot of moving pieces that are happening right now. Dr. Pais, thank you so much for bringing your team here today. We appreciate it. Now we're going to feature, like Dr. Pais, the many women of First Global who have made this work possible.
Women make up less than 30% of those in STEM fields internationally. In addition to being significantly underrepresented, they earn over 30% less than their male peers. First Global is trying to change that. Over 60% of the teams participating in the 2017 First Global Challenge were either organized, founded, led, or brought into being by women. From the all-girls team of Jordan, to the Smart Sisters team from Vanuatu, to the female mentors of Team Uruguay and Team Rwanda. So what does it mean to be a woman in STEM? It means perceiving a problem and creating your own solution, taking a rough concept and fashioning a working reality, lifting up those around you and helping others to become better versions of themselves, knowing that you can be a catalyst for positive change, whether through your ideas, your words, or your work. So what does it mean to be a woman in STEM? It means providing women with the tools they need to solve their own problems. Empowered women becoming agents of change in their communities and across the world.
Next in the booth for our morning break, we have joining us Fabiana Pedrini, and she is the coordinator of robotics education at Plan Ceibal in Uruguay. One of the famous expressions that I have heard come out of this team and in this competition has been garra chorua. And I've heard it not just in the stands, and I even heard a whistle just now after saying it. So can you explain to us and to the viewers at home what that expression truly means?
Well, we usually use it for soccer. Like garra chorua is like, charua are the Indians that were in Uruguay, and garra means like just fight for what you want. With perseverance, you can do anything.
With perseverance, you can do anything, and with respect to fighting for what you want, I'm assuming that your team down here is certainly fighting for something. What would you say that they're fighting for?
To represent their country.
To represent their country. And in your journey to getting here, to representing Uruguay, your country that you have so much passion for, how did that process take shape? What did you all have to do in order to represent your country?
Well, actually, the team that is here is an FLL team. They won the FLL in Uruguay last year, and they came to a World Festival. There, they won the Rookie Award, and they got invited to NASA to the Open in Mountain State. And yeah, after that, in NASA, they won the Project Award. So they've been doing global and FLL at the same time. And they didn't have any vacations, so it was really great for them.
Look at, we've heard some other teams say that a day of not working is a lost day. I remember saying that specifically yesterday. It sounds like your team has that very much in alignment with them. They don't take breaks. They want to keep going. And you mentioned NASA. I have on the screen here that you just led your team to victory at the first LEGO League in the Mountain State Open in West Virginia as well. So this is not the first time that you've all been competing here in the U.S., it sounds like.
No, it's the second time.
The second time. And compared to that first time, would you say that this is a bigger, grander stage compared to that West Virginia tournament?
Well, for them, yes, because it's the NFLL. Here is like global, it's like an FTC or FRC. So for them, it's more complex, right? They saw it in World Festival in Houston, and they were really excited, and they wanted to do it. So, yeah, it's really big for them.
It's got to be great to represent your country, but to have people who are so energetic about doing all of this, even if they're not taking any breaks. It sounds like they're completely invested in it. Do you find that that's the case?
Well, for the kids, yeah. They really appreciate the opportunity that they have to be here, and they just want to meet everyone. They want to do the best and try to keep their alliances together with great strategy and, well, competition.
It sounds like they've got the perfect mindset, and we talk about competition, and one of the buzzwords that First Global uses is cooperation. And it sounds like that's exactly what you and your team are doing, Fabiana. So thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Now we get to feature our African women who are also involved in making this crucial work possible.
A lack of women represented in STEM is a continuing issue throughout the world, and Africa is no exception. Only 30% of science professionals in Africa are women. Despite this lack of representation, over 60% of First Global teams were founded, organized, or led by women throughout the continent. These women are not only instrumental in making First Global a success, they also work tirelessly to bring STEM education to more young girls throughout their community, continent, and world. Women like Linda, mentor of Team Ghana, who encourages girls to break down barriers in STEM.
So I try to tell my girls that, I mean, you might be good, but you don't end there. You have to be extra good because it is kind of a man's world, so you have to prove yourself.
And Remy, mentor of Team Nigeria, who wants to give STEM opportunities to girls that she didn't have herself.
I didn't have that opportunity, and so I stress that to my students to engage more girls, even if it's just starting by coding. I intend to do that to give them that opportunity that I didn't have.
And Neza, mentor for Team Côte d'Ivoire, who is a part of a continent-wide network of STEM women.
And it's a network that continues to inspire women to advance in STEM and getting inspiration from each other, mentoring each other.
Here's to the STEM women of Africa, who use their skills, talents, and determination to make this world a better and more equal place for all.
A terrific video, and now with us in the booth, I am fortunate enough to have Makufu Shabani. She is the mentor of Team Tanzania, from my understanding, and she's also a member of the IET Women Network. It's the Institution of Engineering and Technology. It's a mentorship program, and we're very graced to have you with us here today, so thank you.
Thank you so much.
With the IET mentorship program, you're not just serving as a mentor to this specific team, but explain a little bit more to us about what IET is.
Actually, IET is an institution of engineers. We have a women chapter, whereby we are responsible for just engineering field for the women engineers, as well as just create awareness and inspiring young girls to join the engineering field in our country. Inspiring young girls in engineering is something that we know is going to be in the future years to come, and it starts right now, and it should have started long ago. I think you and I could both agree. The work that you're doing, while very challenging and difficult due to some institutional limitations that you might see, do you see any of that stuff starting to be overcome through events such as this? Yeah, actually, this is, in our country, engineering field is it's a male-dominated field. So we need to do a couple of work in order to inspire more women into that field. That's why there's some challenges we are facing, but we are trying, because we are working with the government schools in our country. And for those of us watching at home, and I would be one of these people sitting on the couch listening, thinking very adamantly so, you know, I understand that this is a problem, but what can I personally do to change it? So in talking to some of those people who are out there watching right now, who might feel like they know the problem exists, but they don't know what to do, what would you say to them? Actually, what I'm saying is, when it's come to STEM, both boys and girls are equal. They have the capacity. So what actually you can do is just to support them to pursue whatever they think they can do. And with respect to supporting them, I mean, the women of First Global have certainly supported this event taking shape. 60% of the teams that we've got, 60%, over half, and you say they're equal. I certainly think they have shown more than just that they're equal. They've been doing a phenomenal job, all the women that we have here. But 60 teams, we've got 157 nations represented, 163 total. What does it feel like to you, even symbolically, to say, you know what, we are not just equal. We've been putting our fair share of time and effort into making this possible, when you hear that number, 60%? Actually, what I can say, this is a great opportunity for all of us, and for the young students, actually. And we are very happy to be here, and we are excited, and we are happy, actually. Makufu, thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate it, and all the work that you're doing to inspire young women around the globe. Okay, thank you. Now we are going to be featuring one of our other contestants here today, Larissa.
Hello, my name is Larissa. I am a girl building robots. I can build a robot. You can build a robot. Together, we can build robots. Robotics is not just for boys, but for girls, boys, and everyone.
Meet Larissa, the only girl member of Team Cameroon. Larissa is 16 years old, and despite the challenges she faces as an African girl every day, she is working tirelessly to achieve her dream of becoming an engineer.
Unfortunately, my mom cannot afford a computer for me, so most of the times, if I don't go to my mentor's house, I will use my phone to do whatsoever thing I have to do.
Every morning, she wakes up at 3 a.m. to prepare for the day, and has to walk 5 kilometers to get to school on time. And even there, she is faced with limited access to technology.
Et je suis très fière de cet enfant parce que c'est un enfant qui se bat beaucoup depuis son bas âge.
Her ultimate goal is to get an education in engineering to improve the lives of others.
My dream is to be an electrical engineer so as to make proper use of my knowledge, to think about others, to be able to be innovative, to have new ideas that will lead to the development of my country and my community.
Her experiences at this year's First Global Challenge will bring her one step closer to reaching her dream. We honor girls like Larissa, who through their hard work and determination are paving the way for millions of girls to contribute to the advancement of science and technology.
As you can hear, the rousing round of applause throughout DAR Constitution Hall, and fittingly so, again, focusing on women in STEM, but particularly African women in STEM. Now, as we get back to the games, however, we focus on our next country, Germany. As we watch these robots wheel about the arena, we're going to need to pay homage to a country who has done much in the way. As we watch these robots wheel about the arena, we need to pay homage to a country who's done much in the way of getting from point A to point B when we talk about a linear progression of science. The modern automobile from Carl Benz, the motorcycle from Gottlieb Daimler, and the helicopter from Focke-Wulf. Germany's been wheeling and dealing for a while, and now we take a look at their team here in competition as we get towards the end of round 4 here.
And we can see Team Germany is teamed up with Malaysia and Spain on the Aqua Alliance, up against St. Lucia, Slovakia, and Madagascar on the Hydro Alliance.
This German team has participated in a good amount abroad as well as in their home country and in places like Austria, Holland, Italy, and now in the US, but they freely admit this is unlike any other competition that they have ever been a part of, and you can see why.
Germany is actually aiming to have 80% of the power in their country come from renewables by 2050. Considering this team actually tutors and mentors a younger robotics group from 5th to 8th grade back home, they're definitely recruiting the masses to make that figure a reality.
And as this game unfolds, we got about 1 minute and 15 seconds. We're about halfway through this game between Aqua and Hydro. A 10-4 spread right now. Germany, that we were just featuring on, was on the bridge trying to get some of those orange particles out of its robot and getting those 4 extra points for its alliance. A 26-6 spread, so it's a 20-point game, but anyone's game at that with 1 minute left to play.
And right there, we just saw Team Malaysia having some fans from back home Skyping in to cheer their team on. And right now we can see that German team right there. This triple drum spinner actually used as a method to pull the balls upwards.
Now what you're seeing right now is a team on its back, but using that robotic arm to extend and push off the ground. Trying to get back onto its 4 front wheels. We'll see if they can do it right now, inching ever more closely. Well done to Malaysia, very resilient.
It's great to see those things like that climbing mechanism actually be able to be used for different things, such as realigning itself. And Team Aqua is currently still in the lead, but Team Hydro wants to do something about that, as you can see them heading over with those clean water balls to the side goal. As we hit these last 20 seconds, we can see teams beginning to hang. We can see Slovakia a second ago getting their big arm up. Right there, I see Team Spain probably hoping to do the same as well. Oh yes, Team Spain actually has that launching arm where they shoot a grappling hook over the bar and then attempt to wheel themselves in. Right there, we can see Malaysia hopefully pulling itself up using that bar we saw it realign itself with earlier. And as the game reaches a close, we'll have the scores up for you in 1 moment, and we'll take a look at how that game went. And congratulations to Team Aqua with Spain, Malaysia, and Germany for taking the win 63-41.
The next country we feature takes our eyes back to the Middle East. Let's learn a little bit about Yemen.
هناك بعض الصعوبات، صعوبات الطريق، صعوبات المال، صعوبات هذه كلها صعوبات كثيرة تواجهنا، لكن بهمم الشباب تتلاشى الكثير من الصعوبات. فلكي يتمكنوا من المشاركة في الفيرست جلوبال فإنهم قد ضحوا بكثير من التضحيات، تضحية بالوقت، بالجهد، بالمال، وهم مستعدين للوصول ولو كلفهم ذلك الغالي والنفيس.
بالحضور يوميا إلى الأكاديمية وبأفكار جديدة وتصحيح
تصاميم مختلفة، هذا بفكرة وهذا بفكرة، إلى أن بنينا روبوت جامع للأفكار وفي نفس الوقت.
نشكر برنامج فيرست جلوبال. فيرست جلوبال تيم يمن، انتظرونا.
This next country from the Balkans has a very and immensely talented group of engineers, leaders, learners, and scientists. Here is Montenegro.
Washington, D.C.
See you in Washington, D.C.
See you in July in Washington, D.C. See you, peace.
Team Montenegro comes from the Middle Electrotechnical Vocational School in Podgorica, the capital of the country. And this is one of the first vocational specific groups we have on stage with us, and it's something the U.S. educational system and our culture has lost sight in just a little bit.
Yeah, but we can see Team Montenegro teamed up with Tunisia and Nigeria on the Aqua Alliance, and they're up against the Hydro Alliance of Zambia, South Korea, and Yemen that we just featured a few seconds ago.
With that video, clearly the pigeon in it doesn't get as much respect as the golden double-headed eagle on their country's flag of Montenegro, but at the very least, you got to give them credit for accomplishing the task of getting the foul to flurry away there.
Yep, and you can see actually right there, Team Montenegro with a great sorting mechanism. They're holding all of their orange balls up top and holding their water balls down at the bottom. Right there on Skype, we can actually see Team Nigeria's supporters from back home cheering them on, giving them claps and holding up their flag, hoping that they'll do them well. The Aqua Alliance currently has the lead 7-0.
Now keeping this bird's eye view, and again, as we get that telestrator up and running, but of course we shift right away from it, and it's fine, we'll stay right in here on the action, but we're gonna still have that telestrator up and running. We are currently following Zambia right now as they are on the field trying to scoop up any of these blue particles and then kind of kicking them towards their group's end. Meanwhile, you've got Korea over here with that sorting drummer that we have focused on so heavily with some of these other robots, a very effective means of collecting some of those water particles, but now they're gonna be trying to turn and head hopefully up this bridge and get some of those points that are much needed for their alliance as they are behind right now, 29-6.
Right at sort of the right of the field, you can see Zambia trying to push up against the wall to grab a couple more clean water, while we can see, I believe it was Nigeria and Montenegro hoping to grab the ones that are currently in those robots exclusion zones. Only robots with the team color matching theirs, so only if they're on the Aqua Alliance they can enter the blue section, and only the Hydro Alliance can enter the red section. This can make driving a little bit difficult as those sections are not that big.
Now that Hydro Alliance is in close company right now. You see those 1, 2, 3, they're all on the same side of that riverbank. So they're not trying to spread themselves out too much. They're consolidating as we clear that telestrator and hit the last 20 seconds of competition here.
Yes, and right there we see Yemen putting up those two arms, getting ready to hang. Right next to them, it looks like South Korea and Zambia are all hoping to follow suit as we have one robot in the air successfully and hopefully two more very soon. As you can see, I believe as Yemen pulls himself up, and so does Zambia as we hit these last 5 seconds.
Up there we go. We got that triple headed over there for Team Hydro.
And as we get those final scores up for you in 1 moment, you can see some cheers, some teams jumping up in joy. Actually, both teams are able to get 60 of those bonus points from having 3 robots in the air. And the Aqua Alliance will take the victory 97-74. Congratulations to Tunisia, Montenegro, and Nigeria.
For Team Aqua, the difference was definitely that contaminant point section that you see right there. They got 24 of those contaminants, meaning 6 of those orange balls had made it into the lab up there. And now on the field, we've got ready for us Tunisia, ready to go with a post-game report.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as Tim said, we had Tunisia on the field. Would you guys mind telling me what happened in those last 10 seconds? That looked incredible.
The match was really wonderful. We cooperated with all the teams and we had a really good strategy.
All right, and what kind of STEM education do you guys have in your country?
Yeah, as I said, all the Tunisian team members are members in an association named First Kids Club. It's our association in Tunisia. We've started working since 5 years on STEM education and all the STEM education, learning about how to develop our skills in communication. Our association believes in the power and the potential in young. So we started since we were 12. And, this year is our first year as coaches, and we are inspiring young kids about STEM education. And we had this summer a camp for design, which thematic that has the same thematic of the first global challenge, and it's access to clean and drinkable water using modern technology. So our goal is solving community problems via modern technology.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That was a great explanation. And we're going to throw it back up to the head table.
Although the sun may rise in the east as it sets here on the second day of competition today, the country of Japan is hoping to be on top as the #1 nation leaving. The Hinamaru on their flag representing the sun is radiating just as much as this team is after their first day of competition, entering the second one right now. In the bottom left corner, you can see the rankings up. Team Europe still as that #1 team. And as Katie said, Israel had climbed their way up into that second place finish so far. Croatia, Guyana, and Gabon finishing out that top 5 and rounding it out. We'll see if any mobility happens as we get towards the end of this 4th round here.
Yep, and we can see Team Japan currently teamed up with Poland and Tanzania on the Aqua Alliance, up against Oman, the United Kingdom, and Senegal on the Hydro. As we hit these last few matches of round 4, we'll have to see if any team is able to climb up into that leaderboard. As we said, a couple teams have not finished their 4th round, and so might be able to move up in those. Right now, we can see in the middle a couple teams trying to gather the water, while over in the bottom right-hand corner, we can see one team dropping off all those blue particle balls into the water supply. As we mentioned, each one of those blue balls in the corner goal is going to be worth 1 point, and all of the orange ones up in the top laboratory goal are going to be worth 4. You can see right there, Team Tanzania perfectly dropping off a flood of water. As you can see them going through that counter, adding to their score.
And if we had zoomed out just for a little bit there, you actually saw some hands that were kind of going in and out of the field, trying to wave their robot both in and out, as well as communicating with the 2 other countries that are in that alliance. It's got to be really tough. If you look at these alliances right now, you've got Japan competing alongside Poland and Tanzania. That's got to be a really special feeling, particularly if you're watching all of these very different countries that are on one stage right now and as one team trying to solve one problem. That's the mission that First Global is very much trying to promote here.
Yep, and the teamwork has to be on point in order for this competition to work. The teams have to work together. They have a little bit of time to strategize before they head on the field. And they have to be able to organize who's going to be dropping off water where at what time, so we don't actually get into any confusion. Because the last thing you want is 3 teams trying to go to the same place at once and having a traffic jam.
Poland being pretty active, getting around that bridge opening and then up towards that lab. They don't have any of those contaminant balls right now that we can see, but they might be on the other side of that robot as they try to empty them out. We will see in a brief second. It looks like they got them in there. Yeah, it looks like they've got them in there. So if they have 3, that'll be an extra 12 points for their alliance. If they can unload those successfully, it looks like they do. Very good job by them, increasing that lead, which is at a 53-14 spread right now.
And as we hit these last 10 seconds, we can see that Tanzania is successfully already in the air, and Poland hoping to follow suit. On the other side, we have 3 members of the Hydro Alliance and potentially a 3rd member of the Aqua Alliance if Japan can pull themselves up. which unfortunately they're not able to do in time. That means that Aqua Alliance has 2 in the air and Hydro has 3. We'll see those final scores in 1 second. And congratulations to Team Aqua winning that one 93-74. That will be Japan, Poland, and Tanzania.
In the booth for our next brief interview, we've got David Greenslade. He's the former first participant, and he's also provided videos for teams during the competition to set up a global STEM core hotline, which basically had 24/7 access. And for the teams all across the globe, I got to imagine that it was pretty active and hopping around even at the wee hours of the morning here in Eastern Standard Time.
Absolutely.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. We had over 30 students, electrical engineers, computer engineers, mechanical engineers, helping out with kind of all facets of building these robots for all the teams around the world.
Well, and for facilitating that process, which can be complicated for the nearly 60 teams that have never had robotic experience before, how do you feel playing such a crucial role, truly, to what is the largest international robotics competition ever devised?
It's awesome. I mean, especially to see it come together and all these teams out here competing. There's, I think, 157 different countries here. It's really amazing.
Yeah, for all of that work to culminate in just 2 short days here at DAR Constitution Hall, it certainly doesn't do that work justice. In setting up that 24/7 hotline, I mean, were you getting calls, you know, at different times during the day, or were you kind of facilitating the people who were handling those calls? What was your role specifically?
Right, so I was basically facilitating it. I would take the engineering students who were actually doing like work study positions. So we were able to use them, and they work almost around the clock 24/7. And so we were setting them up. They would log in during their work shifts, and when teams had questions, they would go to the mediators through first, and then they would bounce them to us, and we would help them to get those problems solved and get them working.
We have mentioned GSC on multiple occasions and the crucial work that they've done in trying to get our teams up and running for this competition. It's almost like the 24/7 Geico hotline, except I'm sure you guys answer the call a little bit more quickly than they do from time to time. So thank you for everything you've done for the teams that are here. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next country that we're going to be taking you to is Serbia.
Znači mašimo svi mašimo.
So we mentioned yesterday in these 6 rounds that each of them has a theme. This last game in round 4 has the theme of STEM education, and it's fitting that Serbia closes out the round with that theme. They are a hybrid of multiple teams in the region, and much like their video was a hybrid of Dracula and Frankenstein, you saw all those different hands contributing and putting work in to create the claw of death you saw towards the end there. But the most scared people in the building, in all likelihood, are the 3 countries in that Aqua Alliance who were slated to square off against them in this round. Oh, sorry, and the Hydro Alliance that are squaring off against them this round.
And we can see Serbia teamed up with Team Hope and Equatorial Guinea on the Aqua Alliance, and they're up against South Africa, Austria, and Palestine on the Hydro Alliance. Right there, we can see some of the Aqua Alliance pushing some of those blue balls into the goal. And it looks like we actually have, in Lebanon, some of Team Hope supporters on Skype cheering them on.
Now, this team from Serbia has enjoyed lots of press coverage back home, from newspaper articles to TV appearances. So this side tangent for them is a simple cakewalk and background noise to them at this point, especially considering how important these middle rounds are to the overall success of their team. I'm sure that they are completely and utterly focused on what is happening over these next minute and 15 seconds right here.
And as we can see, what has been a problem in the past, a lot of those balls are actually pulling up in the neutral zone. That's the section between the bridge and those 2 colored sections. No team is actually allowed to go there because they don't want teams preventing the flow of water. However, as the balls pull up there, teams can only grab them by going into their exclusion zones. That means that the blue team Aqua can only enter the blue zone, and the red team Hydro can only enter the red. So as we'll see teams have to scramble for the remaining balls that are scattered around the field.
Team Austria right there in the bottom left corner looking rather empty with regards to those particles. We'll see what they can do in these last 40 seconds. They might just be parking it over by that hanging bar, being ready to get 20 points for their team, which would push them over the edge and over that Aqua Alliance score, even though they've got an 11-point lead right now.
And meanwhile, right there, we just saw Team Serbia dropping off a couple of those red contaminant particles into the laboratory. Each one of those is worth 4 points and can really bring up a team score as we see them trying to bring themselves back into the lead.
Now we want to see if Serbia is going to stay on the bridge to get those 5 points or get towards that hanging bar. We will see, but you see another one of those grappling hooks coming out. More teams are using that than we've seen, I would say, in these first couple of games today than we did all of yesterday. So again, some strategy that's changing, even including the mechanics of some of these robots.
And we can see over there on Team Aqua, we have 2 robots in the air. We'll have to see over on Team Hydro, it looks like we have 2 as well. We'll get the score up for you here in one moment. And with a 1-point game, congratulations to Team Aqua taking the win, 74-73. You can see that those water balls actually did end up helping in the end.
Very dramatic finish for them, and I think that the 2 grappling hooks that got them on that hanging bar and then one on the bridge, they had 45 points as a bonus to finish up. In terms of inspiration, which is now our round 5 theme, which is where we are now entering, look no further than Team Malawi. As Malawi gets up and running here in this first game of round 5, you see in the bottom left corner the top rankings. Poland has now climbed into that silver spot, pushing Israel down into the bronze category, but only 10 points separating them. We'll see if they can close that gap, if not overcome it in these last 2 rounds of play here. Now, with regards to Malawi, I would be remiss if I didn't give a little shout out to my school of St. Stephen's and St. Agnes. I was fortunate enough to see him this past fall at our school. He is the boy who harnessed the wind, William Kamkwamba. He came to our campus in the vigor and authenticity with which he had sharing his gifts and for making the most out of life despite some of his crummy circumstances is something that I know his team is emulating here with respect to the amount of distance they've had to travel and the obstacles that they've had to overcome. It's truly exceptional.
It is, and we're all cheering on Malawi as they team up with Libya and Belgium up against Iran, Laos, and Italy in this first round of round 5. As you can see right there, we're having a little bit of an issue getting over those balls, but hopefully they're able to regain control of the robot. Up on the top, we can see, I believe that is Italy dropping off some of those contaminant particles, actually a ton of them.
Jumping out
as you can see their score go up.
Jumping out to an early lead, a 29-point spread right now, about halfway through this game. So they just did a great job at trying to give their team a decent leg up as they hit the second half of this game. Now we've got penalties for both teams on Aqua and Hydro, and again they're starting to battle for some of those balls in the middle. Pretty difficult, in all honesty. Some of these water particles serve as obstacles themselves. As you can see on the left side of the screen, it looks like Malawi's trying to get over one of them, getting over that bottom right tire or bottom right wheel. It looks kind of difficult trying to navigate that.
Yeah, as if anyone just saw, Team Belgium actually has one of those ball shooting mechanisms, and they were actually able to successfully shoot one of the contaminant particles into their goal from the middle of the field, which is definitely an impressive feat. You can see right there, they have the balls running between 2 spinning wheels in order to give it enough propulsion. Right there up on top, we can see, I believe it is Team Libya bringing up some contaminant particles to go drop off in the goal right there. Hopefully they can get those pushed in.
20 seconds left. We're going to see if that team stays on top of the bridge to get their team 5 points. And we had mentioned, again, those balls serving themselves as obstacles. Right now, one of our teams is kind of caught up right now, spinning its wheels. Looks like Belgium right now is not going to be able to get their alliance many points towards the end of this. And it also looks like Iran is also stuck in the middle of that river, not going to be able to avoid the flood. But that being said, one team...
As Team Hydro was able to get 2 of those robots in the air, fortunately, and Aqua was able to get 1. And so with a score of 118 to 47, congratulations to Team Hydro for taking the win. That would be Iran, Laos, and Italy.
Our next team, Abate Guarani, the powerful Guarani team, felt inspired to build robots because they knew they could have fun using technology. They've been doing that here for the last day of competition. Let's explore them a little bit more. Uh-oh.
This team is my team, is your team. Let's go Paraguay.
Let's go Paraguay. You can hear the audience getting riled up and into that mantra coming from their mentor. Their team of the traditional Guarani nation, but they are doing right here, what they're doing here is anything but traditional. You can also tell from the ducks that were featured in that video as well. Certainly a little eclectic.
And this team is fortunate enough to have 2 highly lauded mentors, one of which, Jan Bajak, heads the best college club in the South American country, excuse me.
You gotta love how he closed out that video when he says, this team is my team, it is your team, this is everyone's team. This is the lens of a global thinker and of a country who wants to share its best with us. This is what we're all about here. Everything that I have, you know, I give to humanity. My soul, my purpose, my effort, it is for everyone who is here and everyone who could not be with us but is here in spirit as well.
In wise words, and I can guarantee you everyone is cheering on Team Paraguay as they team up with Moldova and Benin on the Aqua Alliance up against Australia, Cabo Verde, and Poland on the Hydro Alliance.
The only team up there on the bridge right now, Moldova. Everyone else is battling out in the trenches on those river banks and in that river. We'll see what kind of action we can unfold here as we open up this 5th round. Again, we've got 6 of them, so we've got 1 additional round after this 5th that we have. So as teams start making their way up and down those rankings, you're going to see a little bit more energy, a little bit more people who are in terms of the drama that's going to be getting out and on the floor here soon.
And right there, actually, I'd like to point something out. If you see the yellow bar in the middle, that is going to be our contaminant particles. When we have 10 of those contaminants stop flowing in the river, and if the river is clear of contaminants after the game ends, both teams get a 15-point cooperation bonus. And taking a look, there are actually no contaminants in the river, which means that we might have our first cooperation bonus of the game. That's going to give both teams 15 points and really boost their scores. So congratulations to both the Aqua and Hydro Alliance for succeeding in that.
Now we just want to make sure, as I get the telestrator up and running, that that one little orange ball that's on the bridge stays there. In all honesty, you've got a couple more that are over outside and on those riverbanks. But as we zoom out, as Katie had just alluded to, this river, as long as it stays clear of contaminants at the end of this game, both alliances are awarded 15 points. It's that cooperation bonus that we featured as a rule to this game, but no game so far in these 5 rounds has been able to accomplish it. So again, we've got a game of firsts throughout the day. Everybody in the stands cheering now, jumping up and down. What a momentous occasion for all 6 of these teams.
All 6 robots in the air for 60 points added to each team. So we'll look at those scores. There's some high-scoring games. Team Aqua with 124 and Hydro with 144. So both of those will really bring them up in the leaderboards. And congratulations to Hydro for edging out the win. You can look at that cooperation bonus of 15 points down there. That is the first one we've had this tournament.
Undoubtedly one of the best games that we have seen so far, and now in the booth we have Sven Hermeling. He is the mentor of Nicaragua, and he volunteers at the Fabretto Children's Foundation, which we have focused on a little bit yesterday, and we'll dive into a little bit more today. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, hello.
Your connection with your team of Nicaragua, how did that begin?
So I was searching for an opportunity to volunteer outside of Germany. I wanted to work with children, with youth, so that's how I found that Fabretto was the best choice for that, because Fabretto is serving for children that live in poverty in Nicaragua. So yeah, that's how I made my choice.
And when you made that choice and working with that team, seeing that they come from such an impoverished, I would say, part of the, not necessarily the globe, but certainly where they are coming from in Nicaragua, what does it mean to you to bring them to a stage like this and to Washington, D.C. and the Constitution Hall?
So also what I've experienced in the last days here is that they've learned a lot. So for me, it means like I can bring in experience, knowledge. So they learn a lot. I saw that. So this is great for me to see what they learn, like the huge amount that they learn. That's great for me to see.
As you'll notice, even with these young adults who are here with us, because again they're high school age students, they're still very much like sponges. They're very malleable in terms of the impressions that we can make on them. And this experience of having everybody here, I think, is benefiting everybody. And we appreciate you bringing your team here.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we're going to throw you towards the next country that we feature, which is Ethiopia. Pretty good dancers in that video, but they are certainly not the only ones who have been jumping up and down in this competition today. As far as inspiration, they could be placed in this round's theme as well as challenges because of what they faced in the visa process. They were initially denied entry into the U.S. and were accepted the second go-around, but to have that kind of unshakable optimism, as so many of our teams here have been denied and have come back, and to be able to put up with that door closing on them and this being their first ever competition is inspirational in and of itself, Katie.
Indeed, and we're excited to see them team up with Cyprus and Israel on the Aqua Alliance up against Hungary, Bolivia, and Burundi.
Now with Ethiopia, it's actually quite symbolic with respect to the fact that we're trying to promote globalism here and as one community. Ethiopia is actually the birthplace of Pan-Africanism, which led to the founding of the African Union. And from this overall body that is the African Union, from the African continent, we're fortunate enough to have 75% of that continent here with us today and in this competition. It's remarkable what First Global has been able to assemble here for this competition.
It's amazing to see how this started off as an idea to get about 50 teams from around the world as an exhibition has turned into getting 75% of African nations here. It's really a sight to see. And unfortunately, right in the middle, it looks like we have two teams that are actually hooked. I believe it is Burundi and Israel actually are. One of the wheels is hooked, as you can see right there, into the drum spinner of another, so they're sort of trying to untangle themselves and hopefully they can get that figured out.
Yeah, so we're going to get the telestrator up and running here in a second. We'll see if anyone can run through it. We've got 3 robots that look like they're tied up because of that little tie-up with those elastic bands. Meanwhile, you've got Bolivia over here in the corner that was just dumping some balls over for its alliance on the Aqua side. Now on the other side of the frame, it looks like you've got Bolivia, who, sorry, is up on top of that bridge. That might be Ethiopia. Those flags are looking somewhat similar from the distance that we're at right now. But it looks like they're putting 4 points up on the board for their alliance.
Bolivia's up there on the top, putting 4 points in for the alliance, and Ethiopia was the one down in the corner pushing those balls in. Now, as we hit the last 25 seconds, teams are beginning to think about hanging up their robots. We can see over in the top Bolivia doing that, and you can see that Ethiopia is actually already in the air. They're getting on top of this. It looks like another team, I believe that is Cyprus, is also in the air. You can see that even though they're hooked up, Team Israel is trying to get over. We'll have to see if they're able to get there in time. You can hear them straining, the motor straining as they try to get over there.
At the very least, though, it looks like their team right now, as it stands, is up on top, so they still may very well take the win in this round 5 matchup.
And as we get the final scores up for you right now, congratulations to Team Aqua winning that one 62-53.
We want to focus now on the origins of this, even though it was all conceptual to start, like so many things in science. The fact that it is all culminated in this one experience is truly remarkable, but let's focus on the origins and how we got here.
The origins of First Global are in FIRST for inspiration and recognition of science and technology. Kids need to be inspired, and they need to recognize that science and technology are accessible and they're fun and they're rewarding. So if you take science, technology, and engineering, put it in the format of a sport, you've got everything you need. We realized that if we took the principles of FIRST and the ideals of FIRST, gracious professionalism, cooperation, and created a parallel organization called FIRST Global that focused on going around the world, particularly to countries that weren't represented, that the grassroots hadn't reached, we could much more quickly create a truly global network of a generation of kids that could share the same ideas, the same opportunities, the same understandings of our problems and the way to solve our problems. I will say that we believed the first year would probably be more of a demonstration program of 30 or 40 or maybe 50 or 60 countries. Nobody believed when we started that in the very first year we'd have well over 100, maybe over 150 countries. So our original expectation was cover the earth a little more slowly. Our excitement now is we're going to cover the earth and we're going to do it very quickly.
We're now going to take a look at this small but efficient team from the Czech Republic. Now this team is made up of Thomas, Jakob, and Ondra, and they're students of Delta and nicknamed MIFT, which again means small but efficient team in their native language of Czech.
And if we take a look at their standings right there, Poland has pulled into the lead into #1 with Paraguay in second place. We do have to remember though that not every team has competed in round 5 yet, and so that those standings can very easily change. And as this game gets kicked kicked off, we have the Czech Republic teamed up with Costa Rica and Kyrgyzstan on the Aqua Alliance up against Sri Lanka, Belarus, and Lesotho on the Hydro Alliance.
And putting the spotlight back on the Czech Republic, their story is quite interesting in the fact that their mentor led a robotics course, and both Tomas and Jakub knew literally nothing when they first went going in, and then Ondra followed 1 year later. So they kind of came from nothing and made something out of it. And to be on a stage like this with such international presence, I'm sure has been nothing short of uplifting for their country and something that has inspired many back home to pursue the same interests.
And we can see the Czech Republic right there going in, trying to grab a couple of those balls. They hold them in a very sort of vertical situation, sort of storage, as you can see right there. They kind of get sucked up using those balls to sort of push them up, and then they can go over and deliver them sort of tube by tube. You can see them kind of fighting over with whatever other robot that is right there to go try to grab as many of those as they can. They also have a very interesting drive system using those Omni wheels where they can actually move forward and backward as well as sideways without having to spin their robot, which creates much more mobility when it comes to ball collection.
Now for the Czech Republic, we're talking about their mentor and how he led this class, and we've had a few interviews with other mentors today as well, but it's important for us to focus on the fact that when teachers open doors to let their students come in and to give them the opportunity to try new things, which has happened for, I'm sure, many people around the world with regards to robotics, but to the many out there as well, myself included, who have no prior experience with it, to try some of those new things, they can be inspired and open doors to worlds previously unknown. And though these kids certainly deserve the spotlight, many thanks again goes out to all of those mentors, organizers, volunteers, and supporters out there who make all of this possible for our youth.
Yes, and right there we saw the Czech Republic and Belarus both dropping off some of those contaminated particles into that goal. And now as we hit these last 10 seconds, we can see, I believe that is once again the Czech Republic successfully hanging their robot for an extra 20 points. Right next to them, we can see Kyrgyzstan doing the same. Each of those are going to be worth 20 points, and we'll bring your score up. As the game ends, we'll get the final score up for you in one moment. We can take a look. We also have one robot parked on the bridge. That's also going to give them 5 points. And so Team Aqua is going to take the win 83-21. Congratulations to the Czech Republic, Costa Rica, and Kyrgyzstan.
The next team that we feature was handpicked by people back home in their country of the Philippines. Let's take a look and learn a little bit more about them. Clearly a group that likes to have fun with one another, throwing those water particles at each other towards the very end. We got those rankings updated and on the board for you. As Katie had said earlier on, Poland trying to stretch out that first podium finish. They're up nearly 100 points on the next competitors of Israel and Paraguay. Now for the team representing the Philippines, they're known as Spice Gears, and we can certainly look forward to seeing them kick up this dish a notch before heading in for the afternoon break, which should be coming to us shortly here.
And we can see teamed up with the Philippines is Uzbekistan and Iran on the Aqua Alliance, and the Hydro Alliance is made up of Bangladesh, Barbados, and Bahrain.
Now the team from the Philippines, they were advised wisely so to take the fourfold process of researching, planning, teamwork, and having fun in completing this work. It's our sincere hope and sneaking suspicion that this group has done all four of those things here.
Yep, and as we hit the middle part of this game, we can see the Philippines getting ready to go in and grab some more of those balls. You can see them sort of scooping out a ton of them right there. Over in the other corner, we can see, I believe this is Uzbekistan getting ready to drop that flood of clean water into the side goal. So you can see them knocking those all in.
Now again, each one of those contaminants, as you see some of them flowing in, they actually represent penalties if they go into the water reserve. It's something that even though we have the approach of getting as many of those particles over there as possible, you see that yield sign pop up. We want to make sure that in the water reserve that they're giving to their community, that they're only drinking clean water. Contaminated water is something that's a major problem around the globe and in some of the countries that we have featured here so far.
And right there, we can see Team Bangladesh with its very distinct double drum spinner design. They choose to sort of grab balls in the two directions and then hold them on the inside of their robot until they're ready to go. So definitely a unique design as they head over to hopefully drop that clean water in. You'll see them actually change the direction those drum spinners are spinning in order to push them out in the end, just like that.
And then even using the wheel to kind of kick it through, too.
Yeah, but it's almost like a soccer kick. You got the balls moving in the direction you don't want. And as we hit these last seconds, you can see them getting ready to hang. Over on the Aqua Alliance, we also have robots pulling themselves up. We have one, we have two. We have hopefully a third robot able to pick itself up in these last 20 seconds. You can see it trying to secure its grip. Over there, we can see Bangladesh is already successfully in the air with one more team. I believe that is Bahrain hoping to follow. We hit these last seconds. Looks like Barbados is having a little bit of an issue, so hopefully they can get that fixed before the next round.
You can see the wheels still spinning on that drum spinner, and the wheels are spinning here with respect to these teams as they start entering into thinking about the last round of competition for them. A 90-55 score for Team Aqua. Well done to them. Again, those contaminant points so crucial, even though they had only had 12 more than Team Hydro, certainly made a difference in terms of this fifth round game. In terms of trying to get here, a lot of different teams had not just mentorship with respect to acts of kindness, but the acts of kindness were spread amongst the many other people who made all of this possible. We're going to focus on that now.
So many mentors have meant so much to their first global student teams, and a number have even gone beyond to help with other nations' teams. Gabon was the last African nation to become a participant in First Global and requested a Global STEM Core Advisor team to assist them as they built their robot. So Frank Gauthier, mentor of Team Canada, volunteered himself and his students to work with them even as they built their own.
On our side, it was an amazing experience for us to be able to help another country like Gabon, and we can't wait to meet them at the competition.
Team Yemen had plans to make the more than 1,750-kilometer journey from their hometown of Sayoun to Muscat, Oman for their visa interviews in order to attend First Global. As the fees could only be paid by someone in Oman, Ibrahim Al-Baloshi, mentor of Team Asia, selflessly agreed to take care of the team's payment so they could schedule their visa interview.
I felt great enthusiasm to help Team Yemen, and I had the privilege of getting First Global organizers' trust.
نشكر برنامج First Global.
We have been so privileged and honoured to work with Team Vanuatu this year.
Team Oceania, headed by Sue O'Malley, is renowned for its commitment to support other nations' teams. Sue's students did double duty as a Global STEM Core Advisor team for Kazakhstan and for Oceania's sister team, Vanuatu. We take this moment to thank you, Frank, Ibrahim, and Sue, and every one of our selfless First Global mentors.
A wonderful feature that focuses on the human element in making all of this come together as one global community. Now we look more seriously at Hong Kong, who will compete in the next round of competition. Much like the flower on their flag, they have blossomed into quite a competitor here. Hong Kong entering their 5th round of competition as those 6 robots, as you will see, are descending on that river of 50 cascading water particles.
And you can see Hong Kong is teamed up with Nepal and Mali for this competition up against Botswana, Morocco, and Laos. You can see right there a great angle with the robots as they all kind of scramble for those balls. There's really not enough of them at the initial point. Fortunately, a new ball flows every second, so there's always something for the teams to grab onto. Right there, we see Mali full of both blue and red particles. We'll have to see where they decide to go.
Only a 1-0 game right now, but you see one of the Hydro teams up on that bridge, hopefully pumping in 4 points. That's much needed for either of these alliances to start to break away from the pack a little bit.
You can see Botswana dropping in 1 red and 2 blue. Unfortunately, the blue don't count for anything, but each red will give you 4 points, and you'll see that added to their score very soon.
Now, unlike the water reserves, if you put both colored water particles in, it results in a penalty. But if you go up to the lab and put both types of water particles in there, it does not result in a penalty. I repeat, when you go up to that bridge, put both the clean and contaminated water particles in there, it just means, as Katie had mentioned earlier on, that the points for those clean water particles don't count because you're not going to be able to test those clean particles.
And because of that, you'll see teams sort of employ different strategies. Some will do exactly what Mali is doing up here and just bring all of them up and hopefully get those contaminated particles in. Other teams will try to sort them, or some teams will just allow the penalty from dropping the contaminants in the clean water supply and see if they can get more points that way.
That hopper that you see in the back, and we had focused on Andy Mark, they've done an amazing job in setting up this field. That hopper that's behind the bridge right there is stocked up with those clean water particles. You can see them automatically kind of feeding balls onto the playing field, so that, again, these robots can start working their way out. Now, as we got this telestrator up and running in the last 30 seconds, we've got one team that is in the middle of the field that's been there for quite some time. Since this game has started, I think we've got a stalled robot there for the Hydro Alliance, having a difficult time getting up and running here as we clear that telestrator.
Unfortunately, as we have mentioned, these robots are run by Amazon Fire tablet connecting to a controller hub on the robot. What that means is that there is a wireless connection between the driving and the robot. With so many wireless connections in this building, sometimes teams can unfortunately lose control. However, we have field technicians that are there in order to try to gain control as soon as possible. As we see in this as we hit the last seconds, we have 1 robot from Team Hydro in the air, and it looks like 2 or 3 from Team Aqua, and so congratulations to Team Aqua for taking the win 95-66. That'll be Mali, Nepal, and Hong Kong.
Next in the booth with us, we have Paul Manship, the mentor of Honduras. He was a Catholic priest for 17 years, but then began a second career as a social worker in a group called Shoulder to Shoulder. Thank you so much for being here, sir. We appreciate it.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having us.
With respect to Shoulder to Shoulder, what would you say that work entails for you?
Shoulder to Shoulder is an organization that has 30 years of experience in development work in a very rural, very isolated area of Honduras. Where we've worked with health issues, we've worked with development issues, and more recently in education.
Now, with respect to Honduras, and I mentioned it a few times yesterday, they are quite a notable team. Most of the neighborhood that they come from, and even the country they come from, I mean, they're surviving on so little. If you juxtapose it to some of the more developed nations that are also here. What does it mean for you personally to bring them to a stage like this?
Oh, this is just incredible. It gives them a sense of confidence that they can achieve at pretty much anything. And they're not dependent on resources, they're dependent on their heart. And we know they have great hearts. And so it's just a matter of giving them these opportunities. And when you give them these opportunities and the encouragement, they excel. And they're excelling here.
And they absolutely are. What do you see as the role of technology in trying to combat some of those, very deeply rooted and entrenched problems that the community in Honduras is facing?
Technology is very, very important. Many of the problems that we face are being played out on these stages with our problems with water, our problems with climate change, our problems with poverty. And so these kids will be able to produce solutions to those problems given the chance and given some of the resources. Shoulder to Shoulder is there to give them some of the resources. And you've been here to give them the chance, and so we're gonna go forward with that. But even more importantly, I think, than the technology itself, is the sense of willingness and cooperation that I see here. I've just been overwhelmed by the spirit of peace among our nations, and with that spirit of peace, we can overcome oppression.
Completely agree, and robotics here is merely the vehicle with which we're trying to have some of these larger conversations and bring everybody together. Thank you for everything that you are doing and making that possible too.
Pleasure.
Paul Manship, thank you for joining us. Now we're going to be taking you into Luxembourg. Like the country itself, this team from Luxembourg is a middle ground and melting pot of different nationalities. In total, and within these 7 students, 5 different nationalities on this small team are represented.
And a fun fact about Luxembourg that I like is that it actually has the most internet uses per capita than any other nation. And with this tech savviness of an overall nation, hopefully the team can do well today.
Terrific. And this team is very much a small microcosm of this overall event. It's an amalgamation of different cultures and ideas, and the placement of Luxembourg as a country and being sandwiched between Germany, France, and Belgium is phenomenal. It's a central point for the infusion of so many different ideas across its borders, and certainly right here in this game. Now, right now, you see Canada joining us on Skype in that bottom left corner, watching their country participate in this grand stage, this international first global challenge, the robot that they're focusing right on right now, heading towards its corner, trying to dump some of, and now heading away from that corner, fittingly as I talk about it, potentially going to the bridge we see to empty some of those particles. They're at least picking up some of those contaminants right now, doing a very good job right now of sorting, that looks like.
Yeah, been teamed up with Luxembourg and Canada will be Team Portugal to round out the Aqua Alliance, and they're up against North America, Suriname, and Oman on the Hydro Alliance. What we saw right there was Canada's excellent sorting mechanism to sort theirs as they seem to head up and have a little bit of a traffic jam on that bridge in order to get up and drop off those contaminant particles. Right there we see another one of the Hydro Alliance members hoping to do the same. As you can see it almost sort of body blocking Canada out of the way as they come up to drop off theirs.
Yeah, as we get the telestrator up and running and stay on this shot, the bridge is only so wide. You see each of these robots is kind of tight space that they've got to navigate. Trying to get around one another is nearly impossible. Even on this grand stage, when people are competing, you've got to have manners with regards to letting teams get up and down, and particularly if they're on your alliance.
Yeah, it definitely requires some teamwork. It can be something difficult with the language barriers. You'll see a lot of teams, as you see right there, pointing and directing in which way they should go, what they should do. Pull it up, push it down, you move out of our way, we'll move out of yours. Definitely requires some coordination as we reach these last 20 seconds.
The Maple Leaf taking the leap up on that hanging bar, hopefully finishing this round with 15 seconds left the right way. You can see that they are trying to get that robot up. It's getting kind of tough with these last 10, but they can hopefully make it work.
And right there next to them, you can see that Portugal has successfully gotten in the air for those 20 points. And Canada is attempting to make it onto the bridge as something seems to be wrong with their hanging mechanism. Even though they did not hang, parking on the bridge will give them 5 bonus points.
Smart play and quick thinking by them. Smart play and quick thinking.
And look at the final scores up for you in 1 moment. Congratulations to Team Hydro for winning that one 67-55. That's going to be North America, Suriname, and Oman. As you see that bonus points of 40 points from 2 of their robots successfully hanging, and that really pushed them over the edge.
So we are talking about in this competition how these different alliances will communicate with one another, either verbally or even with body language, even though they all speak the common language of coding and robotics. You can see right here in this instant replay different teams that are not only monitoring their specific robot, but looking at their alliances as well. It's pretty ingenious the way that this competition is designed, and the fact that these alliances are going to be different every single round. So you've got countries from very different parts of the globe that are working with one another in this grand challenge that the NAE has designed around water access. It's very interesting to see how these teams interact with one another.
Yep, and you can see right there, they're sort of sharing information with each other on how to get that robot successfully hung and who's going to hang where, because that can be an issue sometimes, especially if you hang directly in front of the bridge.
So now on the field, we have ready for you on stage a field interview ready with, I believe, Team North America. Sarah, take it away.
All right, down on the field, we have a member from Team North America. Would you mind telling me, what is it like having your city sponsor you, giving you opportunities? What's going on with that?
Well, you know, it's great. You know, we have the whole support of the city. Like, they're our main sponsor, so they give us like shirts with the name of the city, and we're the team's representative of it. So it's like really cool.
And what kind of STEM education did you have before doing First Global?
Okay, so we are an FTC team, 3141 Bears. That's like the main thing. We have some Lego teams, and we like help open Lego teams from our public schools in our country. Yep.
Perfect. And what do you think was the most complicated part of building your robot with just a set amount of materials?
Okay. Well, the most complicated part was definitely like if you broke a band, if you broke a surgical tubing, you cannot replace it like easily. You have to buy it. You have to get the supplier of the parts and talk to him, like that part. And also the mechanisms fail, and the motors. The motors, like our reduction is too high, so the motors were easily burning, and that's the most difficult part of it.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. This was Team Mexico. We're going to bring it right back up to the head table.
So Mexico bringing two teams to this competition, and one of them representing the continent of North America. But next team that we feature, the dramatically tapered mountains that are the crown of this island nation, are as awe-inspiring as the presence of their team here. Let's dive in to St. Lucia.
My inspiration to become a biomedical engineer was actually my mother.
Growing up with these people around me, it helped push me because
Keegan has, over the years, has made me very, very proud.
We are Team St. Lucia, and we hope to do our best at First Global, and watch out for us.
Watch out for Team St. Lucia.
And I want you all to watch out for Team St. Lucia.
Watch out for Team St. Lucia indeed, though this team wasn't able to acquire their materials for building until late May due to customs issues. These three were able to galvanize and gear up for the long road ahead in terms of competition.
And St. Lucia actually boasts more Nobel laureates per capita than any other country, and has the distinction of being one of the only countries on Earth named after a woman. It is believed after St. Lucy of Syracuse, who happened to be the patron saint of the blind. But this team can very clearly see the obstacles before them as they make their way into this 5th round of competition.
This team is the furthest thing from blind, as they've been directing themselves and their robot accordingly on this field of competition, doing a phenomenal job right now, even though they're down 5-0. That penalty early on in this game has set them back just a little bit, but they're climbing back into it. As you can see, the score starting to ratchet up just ever so slightly.
And you can see St. Lucia has been teamed up with India and Cuba, making up the Aqua Alliance, up against Liberia, Palestine, and Chinese Taipei.
And speaking of Chinese Taipei, they're up on the bridge right now trying to unload some of those orange and contaminated particles. Hopefully one doesn't go into the opposite team's lab. It looked like one was about to spill out right there, but thankfully that lip caught it. But that being said, it's getting baited, and right in front of that door, if we get a bird's eye view right now and get the telestrator up and running, as Chinese Taipei had left, we have this one little orange ball right here that, as that Aqua Alliance starts making its way up, might be able to capitalize on. We're going to see in a brief moment here that they can try to punch it through. They noticed and seize, or trying to seize that opportunity as we clear that telestrator.
Yep, those balls can be slippery to try to navigate them into where you want. So they're actually going to pull it up into their mechanism as they dump out all of those orange balls. You'll see the Aqua Alliance score climb very soon with that. Right there, we can see, I believe, you can see one team, I'm not exactly sure which one that is off the top of my head. Oh, that's St. Lucia itself, actually gathering up some of the balls, ready to go deliver those. We hit the last 40 seconds of competition.
It looks like St. Lucia might have squeaked into the Hydro team's exclusion zone there, which would have resulted in a penalty. Now, when we had mentioned earlier on that one contaminant ball sitting on the top of the bridge, which is still currently there, hopefully a team can capitalize on it. This is a competition where teams need to be thinking on their feet, even if they have a strategy kind of entering these games. They need to be able to kind of counterbalance the different elements of this game that are going to unfold depending on what other teams are on their alliance or where some of these water particles are placed. Every single game, again, is different, even though the confines of it and even though the rules of it are the same.
And teams had mentioned before they weren't expecting the fast-paced nature of this game. It is a scramble as we go through it, and already hit the end of this 2.5-minute game. Looks like the Aqua Alliance has 2 robots in the air and 1 on the bridge, which will give them a bonus of 45, which will actually edge them out the win as Team Aqua wins 79-76.
With respect to mentorship, it's come from a variety of places and from people with a variety of ages, but sometimes you can learn the most from the youngest people.
First Global is built off of the energy and hard work of youth. Not only our team members, but our mentors as well. In fact, the average age of our mentors is just over 30. And over 50 of our team mentors are under the age of 30 years old. Mentors like 25-year-old Mayra in Team South America, who is excited to have a shared experience with her team.
I saw them working. It's like they are enjoying it so much. It made me happy that could be a part of this.
And 26-year-old Adnan in Morocco, who wants his students to be a part of a wider global community.
Solidarity is like a huge thing that we need to be striving for. And so I think being in a room with 160 nations, I think is a very life-changing thing.
And 24-year-old Shams in Bangladesh, who wants to build international connections to make the world a better place.
Just like it is important for the kids, for me too, that the relationship that we built has to be carried on even after First Global ends. We have to take it through and see if we can help each other out in a global platform to make the world a better place.
And 21-year-old Kenny in Venezuela, where First Global is inspiring his country despite political turmoil.
In the case of my country, we are in a dark moment, and this has been created a really huge impact here in Venezuela because we are like the light at the end of the tunnel.
We thank and applaud our mentors and all their hard work in making First Global possible.
We certainly do thank and applaud all of our mentors, as well as the next team that we feature that has taken great strides to get here. Let's take a look at Colombia.
Tengo una razón, y eres tú mi Dios.
They are a force to be reckoned with indeed. As you see the top rankings pop back up there, Team Colombia is going to look to try to make their way into the top 5 that you see currently in front of you. Not much movement with respect to the last time that you saw that pop up. But with respect to Colombia, we've got a little more invested in them for this game, considering that their GSC team, or their supporting team, apologies, was Schrodinger's Hat out of Alaska. Again, we've got a couple members on Team US that come from Schrodinger's Hat as well.
Yes, we do, and as we get started, we can see Team Colombia right there trying to gather some balls. They're teamed up with Lithuania and Trinidad and Tobago on the Aqua Alliance, and they're up against Peru, Ukraine, and Bosnia and Herzegovina on Team Hydro.
In addition to their participation with Colombia, it began through connections like so many other teams here. It happened through Adrian Zinic-Garatz of Harvard, actually, up in Massachusetts. Their mentor, John Martinez, is the epitome of a teacher and doesn't just mentor this team, but he also teaches at nights and on weekends at different universities throughout the country, proving that a teacher's job is truly never done and that they do not sleep.
And as you saw in that little video, Team Colombia has gained a ton of press back home, and we're hopefully going to see them be successful here as we hit the second half of this round. Currently they are in the lead, and you can see over there Trinidad and Tobago hoping over to push some more clean water particles. But right there we have Team Peru offloading a flood of contaminated particles into the laboratory. Hopefully those will help bring them back into the lead. You can see them sort of attempting, it looks like they might have had a little mechanical issue. Hopefully we can get them back up and working in a second. You can see now Trinidad and Tobago going over to get more balls, trying to gather as much of the clean water as they can. Looks like Peru is back up and functional.
Only about 45 seconds left in action here in a 6-point spread that we've got benefiting Team Aqua of Colombia, Lithuania, and Trinidad and Tobago right now. And Trinidad and Tobago featuring, trying to throw some of those clean water particles, shoveling them in, doing a great job, very effective and efficient, trying to get the speed to get it over that lip by their water reserves, amping up some of the pointage over there, a 36-28, 32 game now.
It's a tight game as all three members of Team Aqua begin extending those arms that they're going to use to successfully hang. Over there in Hydro, we have the exact same happening. It looks like we have Bosnia and Herzegovina successfully in the air. Peru is hoping to follow suit. As we hit these last 8 seconds, just like Peru is successfully in the air. Each of those robot hangs is going to add 20 points to their team's total score as the match ends up. We'll get those final scores up for you in 1 moment.
Clapping from both sides of those alliances, understandably so. Another tight game, 99-97 with that 2 points just separating the success of Team Hydro over Team Aqua there.
You see, it all came down to those last 2 water points.
In the booth now we have joining us Linda Ansong. She is the mentor of Team Ghana, in addition to one of the host of wonderful women who have made this first global experience such an exceptional one. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
It's a pleasure to be here.
So you are the co-founder and executive director of STEMbees, which we hear is a famed international organization trying to promote STEM education across the continent of Africa, but particularly in Ghana as well. Can you extrapolate on any of that?
So STEMbees was started because I have a background in STEM, but then in all my classes I realized there were no girls or little girls. So I decided, instead of complaining about it, I'll do something about it. And so I started STEMbees. And our aim is to bridge the gender gap in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So for the past 4 years, what we've been doing is to go around Ghana and train many girls and encourage them to venture into STEM fields.
Now, when you are going around your country and getting so many young girls involved into this program, and it's very easy to see why people would be interested, but you've got to have a hook and a hook, line, and sinker. What is your big selling point to those young ladies out there?
So I make it very practical and fun. So what I've realized is girls don't like things that are too difficult. So you make it very fun, gamify it, and make it very hands-on, and they're dying for it. I was so amazed by the number of girls who were so interested in robotics and engineering just because they got to build something with their hands. Because usually, you know, men are pulled towards those fields, not girls. We are usually forced to go into fashion and stuff like that. But whenever you show them that they can do it too, they're so excited. And
they have certainly proven that here on this stage that they can do that too. The women here in this competition are doing such a fantastic job at keeping our heads spinning with all that they're accomplishing. So thank you for what you're doing on the ground and getting those girls inspired and involved. We appreciate it.
Thank you too.
Now we're going to be focusing on Zambia.
Being a mentor is not a job for me, it's a privilege. most of these kids have been taught that they cannot do it in life. So it's a lot of negativity around them. But then if they find someone like you, they're able to open up and you see them blossom like a flower. For me, the greatest resource we have in this world is human resource. You know, we might have different colors, creed, but we all one human race.
We're Team Zambia.
You are able to walk a journey with someone and really carry them through, you know, make them believe. You have 160 countries, and all of them in one room. I think that's like a concoction. That's something we can't explain. That reaction basically is probably the best chemical reaction. Those minds just bumping, colliding, and ideas just flying around. That's the first global challenge.
In Zambia is Victoria Falls, and in terms of the nickname of Victoria Falls, it's called the Smoke That Thunders, and it's the power behind this country as they enter their 5th round of competition. This team came together, they came together in late March, and sometimes good things can happen rather quickly.
In Zambia, nearly half the population is under 15 years old, so it's really time for the youth to take over as they show up here at the competition. They're teamed up currently with South America and Cameroon on the Aqua Alliance team, and they're up against Ghana, Micronesia, and Madagascar on the Hydro Alliance.
As we had said earlier on, when they got together in late March, first organizers were astounded by how quickly this team, with enthusiasm, mind you, obtained sponsorship, put together a team, and then got approved for visas. A very effective process for them, but certainly one that was driven largely, again, by the energy that they brought to the table and the zeal that they had for understanding that they'd represent their country in this competition.
And right there, we just saw Team Zambia come down the river after depositing some of their contaminant particles. And we also saw the Hydro Alliance working together to push some of those clean water particles into their side goal. Right there, we see Ghana with a flood of blue water particles, ready to push those right in there. Each of those is going to be worth 1 point, and they're hoping to sort of extend that lead that they have.
Now again, for those of you who are just visiting us in this round of competition, both of these alliances have 3 countries a pop that are competing for them. Please understand that each country, while they want to accrue as many points as possible for their specific country, they're also competing on behalf of their alliance. So you've got Aqua and Hydro, and their teams will share the points at the very end of this round with one another and accumulate them over the course of 6 rounds. We are nearing the end of this competition, and we are in round 5 right now.
Right there, you can see Micronesia on top of the river dropping off more of those contaminant particles. Remember that when 10 of those are placed into the laboratories, the flow of contaminants will stop. And also now we can see Cameroon was heading over to drop off some balls, as well as it looks like Madagascar trying to gather as much clean water as it can, but it seems to be spinning out, I believe, trying to clear that one contaminant particle from its container before it goes to drop them off.
You got teams all over the game field at this point. You got some that are on the bridge, 2 that are in the river, and then 2 that are on each riverbank. It's going to be a scramble in these last 10 seconds. Are they going to stay on the bridge to get those 5 points, or are they going to try to make their way over to that hanging bar? We will see.
Looks like I believe that is Zambia is attempting to get the hang in time. We'll have to see if it counts. We'll get the final scores over for you in 1 second. Congratulations to Team Aqua for breaking that 3-digit penalty and getting 102 points. And congratulations to Hydro for getting those 67.
So in a brief few seconds, we're going to throw up an instant replay to you from one of our earlier games. And we were talking during one of the breaks, and Katie had actually mentioned to me about this clearing of those particles, those contaminants from that river. You see that only blue and clean particles are in that river. Everyone jumping for joy because of earning that cooperation bonus. Again, once the contaminants stop flowing from that bridge, if that river is clear of contaminants by the end of the game, all of the countries that are participating in the game earn those 15 points. It's the first time we've seen it, and even Katie and I were talking in the booth about how excited we were to finally see it in this game, a very central tenet to this theme of cooperation and being one global community trying to solve these problems. So now we're going to take it to friends and family who are here supporting some of our teams.
You, the students, innovators, creators, and team members have worked so hard to get where you are today. You should take pride in what you've accomplished. Your friends, family members, peers, and loved ones have sent First Global incredible messages wishing you and your teammates the best in this competition and beyond.
Do your best, Japan! Good luck, Kazakhstan! Big Baraka and Sam. I wish you all the best. Thanks for representing Kenya.
Predijo, estamos súper orgullosos de ti. Éxitos a ti y a todo el equipo de Benevol.
We wish you all the best luck in these robotic Olympic Games in Washington.
Nigeria, I'm Chloe.
And I'm Bam, and we're from Houston, Texas.
We just wanted to wish you
the best of luck on your competition.
Hey everyone, Team Australia here with Zach, Dan and Sarah. I'm supporting them. Go Team Australia. Good luck, guys.
Hola, Nico. Te deseo mucha suerte en la competencia de robótica en Estados Unidos. Te mando muchos abrazos.
Kenya TV, Kenya Tiara.
Tiara,
all the best in Kenya. We love you.
Hey!
Good
That team from Uruguay, if that young man is in the stands, bring him down here. He is the cutest supporter that we have seen in this competition, certainly. And with respect to the next country that we're going to feature, they have a cultural heritage dating back to antiquity, but now they are building for their future. Let's take a look at Kuwait.
Hey.
I believe that our team is going to be successful because we have the first global spirit running through our veins.
Getting students involved in STEM education is really important because technology is the future of the world.
Al Ruya Robotics was established in 2006, and this is the organization on behalf of which Team Kuwait is competing. They are masters of what is called bot ball, and they've won competitions in their home country of Kuwait, the Gulf area regionally, as well as in the overall Middle East. So now they enter a very different style of competition here, but still looking to make a statement.
Yep, and we can see them teamed up with Slovenia and Tanzania on the Aqua Alliance, and they're up against Georgia, Romania, and Norway on Team Hydro.
So as we get the telestrator up and running right now, the beginning of this game and the feature which it entails means that all of these balls end up working their way out, and you get all of these teams that are trying to come into this central part of the field. It makes it quite a cluster as I end up clearing that and clearing the telestrator. At the very beginning, there's a lot of traffic, but then these teams start spreading themselves out. As you can see right now, Team Kuwait getting up to the top of that bridge and unloading some of those contaminant balls for the points that you're going to see at the bottom of the board in a couple of seconds once we get that automatic scoring up and ready to go for you.
Yep, and as we've mentioned in the past, Team Georgia is one of the robots with the interesting strategy of attempting to shoot the balls they've collected. You will see a little sort of shooter arm on the edge of the robot they'll use to kind of push them up and towards that top goal. But right now, it looks like there's two teams out there trying to push those contaminant particles into the correct laboratory. So Georgia is going around and collecting balls in other locations.
Slovenia was doing a good job in the middle of that river, also trying to get all of those clean water particles that were coming out of that river. In terms of what these different robots are able to accomplish with the mechanisms, you've got some that are collectors, some that are shooters. You know, in terms of a gatherer type of robot, it's very crucial in the first stage of this game, but it's the ones that can place those specific water particles into the necessary locations like you're about to see Georgia do right now. That's also crucial with respect to getting points for their teams.
It's interesting to see Georgia's sort of strategy. What they end up doing is sort out any of the orange balls by shooting them up in the right direction and then take all of the blue over to the side goal, kind of minimizing the amount of time they have to be driving around. So what you can see over now here on Team Aqua, we have, I believe it is Kuwait itself going to drop over some of those particles in the top, and we can see Norway beginning to hang. They're getting that arm up. You can see them all talking to each other. They're trying to ask the team to move out of the way so they can go drop those balls. You can see the coordination going on right there between the teams. We have these last 10 seconds. Hopefully Norway's able to turn around and get that robot hung, and it looks like Romania is attempting to do the same.
very well done by Romania to not just communicate with their team to unload some of those clean water particles, but then get the hanging 20 points. You could see how energetic they were within that last 20 seconds.
Congratulations to Team Hydro for winning that one, 95-61. That would be Georgia, Romania, and Norway.
So that
congratulations, guys.
That last-minute move by Norway and Romania proved to be incredibly important in winning that 5th-round game for them. We're going to take you to an instant replay in a couple of seconds of what has happened on multiple occasions today. Robots getting stuck together. It's typically happened with these elastic bands that you see getting tied across and shooting out. There are pieces of these robots, whether it be wheels, whether it be some of those elastic bands or protrusions that end up kind of falling and resulting in what looks like somewhat landmines on the field. And what these teams can do when that happens is still pretty crucial. There are a lot of teams that have some inventive ideas after some of these negative things happen on the field, certainly things that they didn't expect. Now, things that we also didn't expect with this competition was to get so many teams from around the globe, particularly from places that we are associating with poverty. Honduras happens to be one of those nations, but they are proudly representing their country today.
Ganar un dinero para construir un mejor hogar para mi familia y ver a mi familia muy desarrollada y unida siempre.
Y también saber que cada uno de nosotros puede ser el que cambie nuestro país Honduras y darle un nuevo rumbo a lo que es nuestro país. Pues es esta montaña la que tenemos que cruzar yo y muchos más para lograr superarnos.
Para mí es una oportunidad muy grande porque creo que es una experiencia que marcará mi vida, ya que es algo que en Honduras nunca lo habían hecho y ser los primeros en hacerlo es algo muy importante y le doy gracias a Dios por esta oportunidad.
Receiving a great wealth of applause, and understandably so, from the audience that's here watching and supporting today. We interviewed Paul Manship earlier on in the booth, and he is the mentor for Team Honduras, working at Shoulder to Shoulder. It's an organization that develops and improves health and education programs to equip the poor and those from Team Honduras to achieve a higher quality of life. Now, you see in the bottom left part of the screen those rankings popping up again. It seems as if the top 5 nations, or continents I should say for that matter, because Team Europe finishes out in that 5th spot, has not changed since that last update. We'll see after this 5th round concludes what ends up shaking itself out.
Yep, we still have plenty of teams ready to go in round 5, hoping to shake up those scores. As we get into this game, though, we can see Team Honduras teamed up with the Dominican Republic and Spain up against Chile, Egypt, and Gambia on the Hydro Alliance. Right now, we can see up on the top one robot trying to, on the Hydro Alliance, starting to drop off some of those orange contaminant particles in order to get those extra points. You can see he's trying to funnel them out, but having a little bit of difficulty. Right next to them, you can see another team on the Alliance waiting for their turn to drop off their orange contaminants. I believe that would be Chile.
For those of you who don't know the story coming out of Honduras, in Camasca, which is the region that they come from, high school teenagers are surviving on less than $2 a day. That's less expensive than the cup of coffee I had to drink this morning just for this reporting cast. But they're using first-class computer technology, and they're supported as well by an FRC team coming out of Ambler, PA. And the co-founder of the team, Alan Oster, I believe, has been here in attendance. I'm not sure if he's here today, but right now, tuning in right now, you've got some people from abroad also rooting their country on. It looks like they're from Spain tuning in for this competition.
Yep, and as they cheer on their team Their team is doing very well, currently up ahead 47-14, but in these last 40 seconds, anything can happen, especially with those big points that happen after that hang. Over there in Aqua, we just saw one team drop off a flood of water, and you can see it ramming into the corner, attempting to get those balls all in. You can actually see the teams coordinating with each other. One of them backing up while the other one goes to drop off theirs and push them in. I believe that would be the Dominican Republic right there. You can also see them extending that arm, getting ready to hang as they pull themselves up onto the bar. Remember that each robot successfully off the ground is going to count as 20 extra points. Any robot parked on the bridge, as you see right there, is going to be 5 points per team. And it looks like Honduras would like to hang, but unfortunately they might be stuck in there by 2 robots, so they'll choose to end the game there for those extra 5 points. We'll get the final scores up for you in one moment. It looks like the Hydro Alliance had 2 in the air, but unfortunately the win goes to the Aqua Alliance, winning that one 80-63. Congratulations to the Dominican Republic, Honduras, and Spain.
Again, a central tenet to the success of this whole entire operation are women. And so we're going to fixate and focus our attention on the women of First Global.
There are many opinions about women being in STEM, but why don't we let the women speak for themselves?
At the moment, there's a huge gender gap when it comes to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And there are so many job opportunities available in these fields.
And for me, as a girl, it's a really big thing for me to be in this because there are not many actual girls that are representing technology right now. Many girls always see a technologist geeky or boy stuff, and those ones who are not interested, their parents or relatives or even friends keep telling them, you know, that's stuff for boys. We can cancel them. We can show them examples of girls who have actually made it.
My mentors are easygoing, they are approachable, and they are women. So talking to them is very easy, and they are very reliable.
All girls African team, so we have to rock. We have to just go and kill it, right? And bring the first prize home.
I would like to motivate all the girls, all the ladies who have a passion for this, but who think they can't make it. I'm the proof that they can make it.
But they're up to the challenge, and I've told them it's a challenge, and challenges are made to be overcome.
I'm so proud to be among the young girls who participate in First Global Challenge 2017.
Next up are the women from Team Bermuda, who are building so much more than just a robot.
Team Bermuda knows that there's power in numbers, in dedication, and in women. The young women representing Bermuda have been working tirelessly to create a robot that is as innovative and dynamic as themselves. These students are passionate about STEM and are competing in this year's First Global Challenge to strengthen their knowledge, untap their potential, and bring about great changes to their community and the world.
Now these ladies are trying to build a robot who is as dynamic as they are. Teams Vanuatu, Tanzania, the United States, Afghanistan, Palestine, and Jordan are the other all-female teams that we have in attendance with them today.
And it's amazing to see how the world has changed. I remember back about 9 or 10 years ago when I started my first team, we were an all-girls team. I'm pretty sure we were the only one in the state of Virginia at that time. And so it's crazy to see that now, especially in First Global, 60% of the teams were founded or organized by a woman. The world is really changing, and it's great to see.
And trust me, with 4 sisters of my own and my mom back home, more than 60% of my life has been completely dominated by their presence within it and our presence here at First Global. So trust me, in terms of the equity issues that we have been trying to battle here as a global community, there's much work to be done, but this symbolically represents at least a start in trying to head in that right direction.
Yes, and we'll all be cheering on Bermuda as they team up with the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Sweden on the Aqua Alliance, and they're up against Sudan, Panama, and the Netherlands on the Hydro Alliance.
We're going to get that telestrator up and running right now. It looks as if Panama over here was just in the middle of that river, They're heading their way right now out towards the end and getting over this little lip that we see at that riverbank. Again, that river lip that you see me trying to spotlight right now presents a lot of challenges for teams trying to get up and over towards their respective reserves as I clear that telestrator or up to the bridge. And so now we are taking a look quickly at Democratic Republic of the Congo in the background. They've got one of those clear particles inside of their robot. They're going to see if they can scoop up any more as they get up and over that lip that I just alluded to, getting those contaminants up and over that ramp towards the bridge and then into their lab. If they do, it looks like they'll be getting double-digit points for their respective alliance.
And as we take a look at Bermuda, actually, they have a very clever solution to that lip. Their front wheel actually lifts up and can angle at the same angle as you see it going right there. And that actually prevents it from losing any balls as it goes either up the hill or up that little lip on the river. Right there, we can see one member of Team Aqua dropping off some of those contaminated particles for extra points.
If you had told me as a kid growing up I would see the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is what we just saw in a robotics competition, not only emptying contaminated water particles with a robot, but then hanging from a hanging bar in DAR Constitution Hall, I would have thought that that was impossible. But with the work of so many people here today, we have shown, as is the case with science, historically speaking, that those types of barriers are meant to be overcome.
And as we see Team Aqua and Team Hydro getting all of their robots in the air, it truly fits in our theme of inspiration. All of these teams are an inspiration to see as they all get successfully hung in the air and do a great job this round. We'll get the final scores up for you in a moment. And Team Aqua will take the win 100-78. That will be Sweden, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Bermuda. Congratulations to them.
Now, this was the last match, I believe, before the lunch break that some of these young leaders and learners are going to need to take if they're going to bring energy into the second part of today. But we also want to roll back to the people who are making it possible, and not just the oldest mentors, but the youngest ones as well.
Lunch. Hard work of youth. Not only our team members, but our mentors as well. In fact, the average age of our mentors is just over 30. And over 50 of our team mentors are under the age of 30 years old. Mentors like 25-year-old Myra in Team South America, who is excited to have a shared experience with her team.
I saw them working. It's like they are enjoying it so much. It made me happy that could be a part of. They enjoy.
And 26-year-old Adnan in Morocco, who wants his students to be a part of a wider global community.
Solidarity is like a huge thing that we need to be striving for, and so I think being in a room with 160 nations, I think is a very life-changing thing.
And 24-year-old Shams in Bangladesh, who wants to build international connections to make the world a better place.
Just like it is important for the kids, for me too, that the relationship that we built has to be carried on even after First Global ends. We have to take it through and see if we can help each other out in a global platform to make the world a better place.
And 21-year-old Kenny in Venezuela, where First Global is inspiring his country despite political turmoil.
In the case of my country, we are in a dark moment, and this has been created a really huge impact here in Venezuela because we are like the light at the end of the tunnel.
We thank and applaud our mentors and all their hard work in making First Global possible.
I'm fortunate enough to have with me Adnan Chabandar and then Kenny Urandeta. They're both mentors for respective teams here. We've got Morocco and Venezuela represented. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks to you. Thanks for having us.
So Adnan is a technologist at Planet.org, which is a nonprofit that is affiliated with Planet Labs, a global imaging data company in San Francisco, if I'm not mistaken. And then we've also got Kenny, who is an electronics and telecommunications student at Dr. Rafael Beloso Joaquin University in Maracaibo. Maracaibo, apologies. Yeah. So obviously students in and of yourselves, but also serving as mentors. You guys are lifelong learners, but with respect to directing these teams, how do you try to instill that same mantra of there's never enough learning that you can do in your students?
Okay. Well, this is a really huge experience. For us, has students being like the parents of those kids, and it's an amazing moment because we can create and see the world as they saw the world. So it's an amazing experience for both.
For me, I think when we look at
the world of technology, and especially the young people who have changed it. You know, Steve Jobs was in his 20s. Aaron Swartz was like 15 when he was inventing just amazing things with the web. And so for me, I think it's the young people who have the ability to change the most. I mean, they have the fresh outlook on kind of the future that we want. And I always tell my students that, you know, you can change the world now. We've seen it. Everyone has seen it. And I don't want to try and limit them in any way. I think being infinitely curious is one of the best qualities to have, and that's kind of what I want to push with my students.
Yeah, and I think you're sending a good message to them with infinite curiosity, because I think we've seen and explored in science over time that the possibilities aren't just infinite. What is out there is infinite. I mean, we know less than, 10% about the universe in which we exist, so there is so much more out there to be learned, to be discovered. Now, in the countries that you were both bringing, you know, Venezuela and Morocco, I'm sure that there are, and I've said it on a few occasions, institutional things and hurdles that are in your way of doing that. How do you get around those? How do you overcome those to not just get on this stage with us with these 160 or 163 teams, but how do you get that message sent back home even after this event is done?
Well,
you take a big sigh there. It's got to, I mean, I'm sure a lot of agenda items that you got to cover.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, in Tangier we started a makerspace this year, and it was a big difference. It was things that people had never seen, and it's a really big struggle to kind of show the value in what all this stuff is for people who had never seen it before. And there's not really much resource in the community, and so we're really striving to kind of set a new standard for Morocco. All in all, for me, I just try to make it as open as possible. I make myself as open as possible. I try to make the makerspace as enjoyable, and just give the students the freedom to choose what they want. I think that's kind of how you get kids engaged in technology.
Yeah, I was going to say student autonomy's got to be part of it. Yeah, you know, choice is always a good thing. Yeah. If you give people too much choice, then it becomes potentially a hindrance. But if you're so structured and regimented that you don't give them the opportunity to kind of develop their own learning, I doubt that there's much you're going to be able to accomplish from it. So obviously wise. Now, Kenny, mentioning a point that was featured in that last video that I wanted to get back to, because I know we spoke yesterday, but I didn't have enough time to really get this out of you. You say that your group is the light at the end of the tunnel. The amount of the gravity to which that hits me personally, but I'm sure so many in your country, has got to be felt. Can you expand on any of that?
Yeah, right now the whole Venezuelan people are watching us, and they are really proud of our work here, because sometimes we woke up and we saw all the bad news that we have in Venezuela. But right now, when the people see the STEAM work that we are doing here, they see that, whoa, we have talent out there. We have talent inside the country. So not all are bad news. We are good people, and we can create a new world if we are working with the heart.
Yeah, it's not just looking at this and saying, oh, look at those people. No, it's we are doing this. Look at what we can do. And it's
Venezuela.
Incredibly important to get that message out there, and hopefully that's what the work we're trying to do here is promoting. So, gentlemen, thank you for taking the time for being with us. We appreciate it. The work you're doing is exceptional.
Thanks for having us.
Next, we would like to focus on not just our young mentors like these two exceptional gentlemen, but the countless others who make this work possible.
All right. What about your mentor inspires you?
Well, I think it's the fact that they're just really passionate about the subjects that they teach and about this project as a whole. It really inspires us to do better.
He's a very motivating person, and although sometimes it may seem harsh at first, he's always one person to want you to finish your project.
My mentors are easygoing, they're approachable, and they're women. So talking to them is very easy, and they're very reliable.
He actually thought of giving back. He started a school. He wanted to teach people that wanted to learn coding but didn't know where to start.
Even if we made mistakes, our mentors were there to actually help us and build our confidence in building what we actually need to do.
He's always keen to try new things and pursue new problems. He wants to help the students find new ways instead of sticking to the old ways of doing things, which is refreshing.
The most amazing thing that I found about my mentor is that he taught me how to be a rebel.
Joining us for our next interview, we have Paulius Breidis, and he is the mentor of Team Lithuania, who has been doing an exceptional job on this international stage. Paulius, thank you for being with us.
Hello, thank you.
So from what I gather, you are a 3D printing expert, and you are the founder of Toys, which I think is a 3D affiliated printing company, if I am not mistaken. Can you elaborate on any of that work, what you guys do?
Yeah, that's true. When we started the School of Robotics, we saw that we need some tools to make, and we started making a 3D printer ourselves, a Sincia 3D printer. A company got out of that. That used to make 3D printers, now we resell. And then another company got out of that with the help of venture capital and a group of other co-founders. And yeah, we started 3D printing toys and bringing them home so that people could just get them designed in the tablet and the phone in the most easiest way possible. And so that no human interaction even, or as little as possible, could be used between an idea in a head and a real object in your hand.
An expression I often use with the people I teach and the players that I coach is success kind of builds itself. If you're good at something, typically success will follow, and then it just kind of builds on top of itself. You've got to feel good with creating that company, and then you're talking about these multiple offshoots that have stemmed off of it. And with respect to 3D printers, as a teacher in the United States, I've seen the prevalence of 3D printers start to increase. What is the capacity for 3D printers in the future, do you think? Where do you see that going?
When we think of our home, for example, we can easily wait for the time when we can just see a commercial on TV and put our old furniture into some box and get the new one that's just on TV. So that's something to look forward to. But of course, it's very good that the healthcare is pushing the limits very rapidly. And of course, education, in our sense, in our country, education is a very big user of 3D printers, and that helps really to bring engineers of the future like here. And I hear that almost everyone already knows how to design and uses those skills in designing those robots too.
Education very much is that access point. If you can find any way to get this phenomenal technology into the hands of young and curious learners like the ones that you brought here, the possibilities really are unbounded. So now, shifting the focus onto the team of Lithuania that you've brought here and the last couple of rounds of play, what do you want to see from them in these last couple of rounds?
Cooperation, of course. It has been wonderful to understand the true nature of this competition through being here. I mean, through finding how those rules push the team towards cooperation and connecting with the other teams, so that only fun occurrences and miscommunication happen if they haven't been talking to the other teams and practicing together and even helping their teammates and the competition. So those are very interesting rules that we as a team haven't grasped fully yet, but as we're trying to, we see that the only way to do that is through, well, what the competition is all about, through engineering together with other countries.
And you note something interesting. You said we didn't get it right away, but you said that there's no way to be successful in this kind of competition without that element of cooperation. Exactly. So it's very important for us to consider that. When your team goes back to Lithuania, what are you going to be using from the experience you've gotten here, the relationships that you've built? Do you see that playing a role in how you're going to develop Lithuanian robotics in your future in particular?
Oh, absolutely. I think we're going to start traveling more. Because right now we mostly closed in between our spaces and cooperating with the universities, while we saw huge advantages in expanding that and cooperating and meeting other teams, and it's wonderful that those tasks are built onto the same frameworks that factories are built on. Mm-hmm. So we're going to think how to include more of that into our curricula too.
And there are a lot of different ways, I'm sure, to do that, but it sounds like you're on the right track given your wild amount of success that you've personally found back home. So, Paulus, thank you for taking the time to be with us. We very much appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
The next term that we are going to cover is a very heavily loaded one, and although a minute-and-a-half video feature certainly can't unpack it totally, we do want to draw your attention to culture and what it means.
The spirit of First Global is truly international. So our organization celebrates not only science and technology, but also the diversity of our teams.
The places they come from, the history they represent,
the cultures they embody,
and the new ideas they bring to the international community.
Our world is a wondrous place.
Because meeting new people and experiencing new ideas moves us forward, not backwards. It is in diversity that ideas thrive and that we find our true identity and sense of humanity.
In the booth now, I am joined by two individuals for our next roundtable discussion. Sophie Cisse is the first, and she is the mentor in the U.S., at least, for the country of Gambia, who is here competing with us. And we also have Mark Seaman, and I'm looking at you right now. You're a public affairs professional and strategic communicator at Epic USA. That's right. It's quite a mouthful as I'm trying to unload it here at this table. So we're trying to focus on community groups here and in the work that is involved in getting these teams to where they currently are. What capacity do you both serve in trying to, bridge some of those gaps and facilitating the journey of these teams from getting to where they are to here now?
Sure. I'm with the Education for Peace in Iraq Center as EPIC, and part of our mission is to get members of the Iraqi diaspora in support of Iraqi causes. And so we're here today and yesterday and today supporting Team Iraq and trying to get out members in the Washington area who are interested in showing up and showing their support for the team.
And I am I'm with the Gambian American Association. It's a cultural organization that's been in existence here for many years. And when we found out that Team Gambia has been denied their visa twice, First Global reached out to the organization, and then we jumped in to make sure that we can represent Team Gambia. And at that first communication, we organized a group of Gambian American high school students who would then represent Team Gambia during this competition.
So yeah, I was going to say, in this competition for you in particular, it's very important to note for those of you who are out there watching that the team from Afghanistan got so much press coverage with regards to being denied and then ultimately admitted. But trust me, your team has suffered through so much in terms of getting here. Very similar obstacles, such similar terms of resilience in getting here, and then ultimately still having a team in place ready to take and compete in their stead. It is masterful work that you've all done in fighting some of those battles, both of you. And earlier on, I had Nares Arif on the stage, and even though we had confused him as coming from a different country entirely, I wish I had more time with him because his story is such an interesting one too. With your work that you have both done, what would you describe as your roles? When you wake up every morning, what drives you, if that makes sense? Is that a good question to ask?
Oh, absolutely. What drives me is those young students who work so hard, who, as we talked about the challenges they encountered, besides the visa, besides being able to get here, is that they had no exposure at all to robotics. This was their first foray into trying to build anything. or to program, for that matter. And they did it, and they tried 3 times. They built the first robot, didn't do what it was supposed to do. They went at it again the second time and the third time. And even while they are here, they're constantly at that robot and improving it. So that drives me, coming in and saying, okay, what worked, what didn't work, what are we going to do today to make it work? And seeing them out here, it's fantastic.
Absolutely.
Yeah, priceless.
Absolutely. I think that, you know, despite our governments, the people of the world tend toward collaboration and understanding. And nothing embodies that more than the spirit of these young people in coming here this week to compete in this robotics competition, to get to know one another. You see them in the hallways. You saw them at the opening ceremony on Sunday night, and they let their guard down. They're just excited to meet people from all over the world. It's a beautiful thing. It's something that we don't do enough of in our own lives. And again, despite what our governments tell us we should think and believe, it's really captured by the young people who aren't afraid to go out and do it.
I mean, you make, again, another interesting point, both of you, but you mentioned it's kind of a natural inclination for adults to self-segregate because it's what's comfortable. And Dean had focused earlier on about change and how sometimes uncomfortable it can be and people don't want to change. But that openness, that inclusivity, letting your guard down and being a sponge and being able to absorb all those different ideas and cultures is so central to any type of progress that we are going to make here. Now, the expression I'm sure that is used too many times and is hackneyed, but hopefully applies in this situation is you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You had just mentioned how this group had tried 3 times to get through that process, and with regards to Iraq and what they have had to go through with the chemicals that they use, with Naures as a mentor basically going to the government and saying, you know what, we need to use this makerspace, and then writing into law. The inspiration is there, and it doesn't sound like you got to try all that hard to get these young people motivated to get to where they really want to go. It's just a matter of pointing them in the right direction and giving them that access.
Very true. I think the currency, the language currency here is technology, which is the thread and which is what they've been communicating with. I mean, it's awesome seeing Team France coming to Team Gambia's table and saying, what can I help you with? Team Georgia, likewise, and Team Gambia going to Team Egypt's team and saying, what is your robot doing and not doing? Ethiopia, it's just been phenomenal seeing different teams collaborating, wanting to improve on the product of all countries' robots. It's just great.
Sorry,
I was going to say, whether it's robotics or diplomacy, when you're willing to let go of your barriers and try new things, you realize what cooperation has been there all along. You learn something and you take something away from it.
Now, unfortunately, I'm being pushed to move on, and it's one of those things for me that I wish we had a whole week of this, because the people who are watching right now need to know these stories, and there is so much more that is behind them and involved with them. So I just personally and truly, just from where I'm sitting, wanted to thank you for being here as well. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
And now we want to look at the power of social media in connecting a lot of these communities that we have been focusing on, but the 157 different countries that we have with us in attendance today.
With more mobile devices and people around the world, and with nearly 4 billion internet users, social media has never been more important. And so First Global is a global community, not only physically, but also virtually. And so in order to engage with all the teams that we work with around the world, we set up our Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter accounts, that way allowing us to interact with all the team members and mentors and volunteers, so that we could, come together as a more global, united family. As a way to engage with all the teams around the world, we ask them questions and they answer back. We have found very different ways of interacting with all of these teams. And they have posted their pictures and their videos to our social media accounts, inciting other people to do so, creating a more interesting and united community through social media. People can learn more about First Global, our mission, the different teams that are participating this year on our social media accounts, our weekly newsletter, and they can, of course, go to our website at first.global.
The Global STEM Corps is First Global's 21st century answer to a world in need of an inspired generation of young adults who are ready to tackle global challenges. Dedicated GSC volunteers mentor First Global national teams on a personal, ongoing basis by adopting a nation while that country's team builds its robot. These community-based volunteers range from high school and college students with robotics experience to entire university robotics and engineering departments. The Global STEM Corps brings the universal elements of science, cooperation, and competition to the world stage. By working with students around the world as they engineer their robots, GSC volunteers help First Global competitors attain all they are capable of and inspire them to pursue fulfilling, exciting, and rewarding lives through STEM.
Hello everyone, my name is Nick Lawrence, and I am stepping in for Tim to give him a little bit of a lunch break. Coming up next, we have a quick discussion with Zurtaj Wasim. Zurtaj is a software engineer and STEM education specialist from Pakistan. The Global STEM Corps is a program, the Global STEM Corps program is an effort by First Global to link First Global teams with experienced volunteers to guide them through the robot building process, in an effort to empower students with limited previous robotics experience. Zurtaj served as a member of the Global STEM Corps advisor for Team Tanzania. So, Zurtaj, what made you want to be a Global STEM Corps advisor?
Thank you very much, first of all, for having me here. What made me volunteer for Global STEM Corps is the passion for robotics and the passion for being associated with the FIRST organization. I have been doing FIRST Lego League for about 6 years now, and in different capacities. So, and working with children of this age, making them feel achieved and fulfilled is you know, an amazing feeling, I would say. I have been mentoring teams and working closely with kids back in my country and have introduced FLL to a lot of schools and organizations. When it came to the idea of virtually mentoring a team, that excited me. And I went on and signed up as a volunteer and as a Global STEM Corps advisor. And then, you know, in a few days, I was given the Team Tanzania, which was in itself a totally new experience. In my first meeting with them, the bunch of kids I was working with, the team had 7 members. 4 of them were boys and 3 of them were girls. And they told me that in their country, engineering and robotics was a male-dominated field. And those 3 girls that were part of the team were so excited to work alongside the boys that it was a great feeling for them.
Very cool. You mentioned that it was a virtual mentorship. Can you expand a little bit upon that and maybe some of the challenges you faced
Yes.
mentoring remotely?
Okay, so virtual mentoring means that I was supposed to mentor the team online. So we used to connect either through Skype or through WhatsApp, whatever would work. There was certainly challenges like internet connectivity issues. We had to overcome that, and sometimes the team would send me pictures of the code they had written and pictures of the robot or videos that would help me understand what the problem is that they're facing. That was a bit of a challenge, but we overcame that and we worked towards it, towards achieving this reality that Team Tanzania is here. And they actually made a robot for the first time. And, you know, them coming over here, I think it's a great feeling for them. And I've seen them grow from the team that had not ever programmed a robot to a team that is so confident about their robot now.
You mentioned you have a bunch of previous experience, particularly with FIRST Lego League teams. The FIRST Global kit is a very different set of parts than, say, what you would get in a FIRST Lego League kit. It's a lot more nuts and bolts versus snap together. I want to talk about some of the differences and maybe challenges you had transitioning from going from this Lego kit to working with this new excellent FIRST Global kit. Okay, so I also have experience working with Arduino kits. So I've worked on multiple kits, and I also teach programming using different apps and programming software. Definitely it was a huge jump from Lego to this sophisticated kit, but it was exciting. So the control hub, the control through the tablet, it was totally different.
these are remote-controlled robots, whereas the Lego robots have to be completely autonomous. So once you run them, they go on their own, whereas these are remote-controlled robots. So obviously there were differences, but for Team Tanzania, it was altogether a new experience of working with a robot. So they had not worked before on a Lego kit even. Whereas I also coach FLL team. So last month I was in UK for the FLL UK Championship that was held in the University of Bath.
I understand that you're doing a little bit of double duty this weekend, serving as both a mentor for Team Tanzania, but also as one of our judges this weekend. Don't spoil anything, but why don't you tell me a little bit about how that process is and your experiences working as one of our awards judges?
Okay, so while I was mentoring Team Tanzania, I also got an opportunity to work as a judge, to volunteer as a judge. I sent, the details that were required to the team of First Global. And given my experience, I think I was offered this position. The process has been great. We have been working closely, and I would say that the panel of judges is quite diverse. We have judges, about 13 international judges, and they almost represent all the locations in the world from where the teams are. So the judging process has been seamless, smooth. All the judges have, been very cooperative in working together, and reaching consensus was not really a problem. So it was also a great experience after mentoring online, being a part of this amazing judges panel.
Awesome. Again, thank you for being one of our amazing awards judges. Circling quickly back around to what would you say the biggest improvement that Team Tanzania or your team made since you started working with them? Maybe the biggest single thing.
Okay, so that would be, of course, it is their first time working with the robot, but I believe that these children who, especially the girls, who never thought of being a mechanical engineer, now think of being an engineer. And I think it's a great achievement. First Global has enabled them to think on those lines, and seeing so many girls around here, those girls are very, very inspired. And the team altogether, who hadn't had any idea about the controls, then now they know what controls mean, how to connect things together to form a whole system that could work.
Awesome. Zurtaj, on behalf of First Global, we want to thank you for all of your dedicated time, both as a judge and as a First Global STEM Corps volunteer. And thank you as well for taking the time out of your very busy day to come and chat with us.
It was a pleasure, as always, working for First and First Global. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Coming back next, we have a video about connecting teams.
Our connections between each other are the lifeblood of First Global. Our community is only successful and meaningful through the relationships that form between mentors, volunteers, and students across international borders. Until the 2017 First Global Challenge, these connections were largely formed remotely through social media, messaging applications, and plain old phone calls. But some teams took it upon themselves to build connections physically and has begun laying the groundwork for the future of First Global. Michael Leventhal, mentor of Team Mali, is working to build connections throughout West Africa despite a severe lack of workable infrastructure and multiple language barriers. In Central Asia, the nations of Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Kazakhstan joined together in an international practice session, sharing ideas and strategies. And the teams of Estonia, Finland, Latvia, and Lithuania convened through a Baltics-wide meetup in preparation for the competition. These are the seeds of regional cooperation and competition that will chart the course for the future of First Global by expanding our program to more than just one yearly event. We at First Global know the future is in partnerships, regardless of borders, and want to thank these pioneering teams, mentors, and students who are taking some of the first steps in regional cooperation for the First Global program.
One of the unique things about competition robotics is the when you're driving the robot, you need to have time to practice to learn how to play the game. And joining me here, I have a little discussion here, a roundtable on regional meetups and how we connected some of these teams. Joining me, I have first is Danny Doucette. He is a Canadian physics, math, and science teacher in Latvia. As well, joining me, I have Tom Loom. He's an American citizen teaching math and robotics in Kazakhstan, where he has been for the past 3 years. I want to thank you both for joining me here for this discussion today.
Thank you. Thanks.
Last year, actually, Danny gave a TED Talk about reimagining science and education in a way to get more students interested in the subject, which is also very cool. But Danny was one of the first Global Challenge mentors to organize a regional practice meeting for other teams. Danny, what actually gave you the idea to arrange this practice meeting?
Our team got involved in robotics just at the start of this year, and what we found was that building the robot is one thing, but getting a chance to practice driving it is kind of the next 60% of this whole experience. And so what we thought would be really good would just driving down the road to some of our neighboring countries and see if we could practice together. Lithuania is only about 4 hours drive away. Estonia is the same. Finland's just a bit further beyond that. And we thought they're so close. Why wouldn't we use this resource?
Right, and Tom, I also understand that you helped organize a Central Asian meetup with Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan to test their robots on a practice field that they built. You want to talk about how that field was built and also the practice itself?
Yeah, we built the robot in the, we built the field in the basement of our school. Pretty good replica, I think. We also helped to recruit the Kyrgyzstan team. So we thought, of course, robotics is developing in these regions. We need to get the guys together and give them all an opportunity to learn. I mean, competitions really are the lifeblood of robotics. You need them, and so the more you have, the better.
Tom, also, you've been working in Kazakhstan for more than 3 years now. What actually got you interested and inspired to take a teaching position over in Kazakhstan?
Kazakhstan turned out to be actually a wonderful place. I didn't know that at first. I'm interested to work at different schools that really believe in education and really want to do something good for their, the next generation of leaders. And this is a good project there, and I can do something meaningful through education there.
Very, very good. Danny, this is a new competition, the first Global Challenge. It's an inaugural event taking place behind us. Matches will resume in a little bit here, but tell us some of your thoughts about how you think the competition is going so far and how the teams really are enjoying it so far.
The coolest thing for me has just been sort of watching the first few matches and seeing these teams where getting maybe 50, 60 points, even getting your robot running during the match was the goal to aim for. And now we're seeing regularly matches that are more than 100 points as students get just more comfortable with the robots. It's the same robot. It's that the cooperation and the communication and the strategy has improved, and we're sort of finally getting to the point where we want it to be here with FGC, and just having teams truly working together to overcome these obstacles that we're placing in front of them. I think it's really inspiring and fantastic. Yeah.
Very cool. Tom, I understand you, not just Kazakhstan, you've also been teaching or working in Africa, Asia, and all over the Middle East teaching children. What inspired you to want to teach so many children from around the world?
Well, it's a good question. No, I love to travel. And so in this kind of job, I've found a wonderful opportunity. I can travel, see the world, learn things myself. I mean, teachers are really supposed to be a lifelong learner themselves. And so every couple of years I get to choose a new place, get to meet new people, learn a new language. It's a wonderful career, basically.
That's very cool. That sounds like it's a lot of fun to be able to travel the world, like you said, be able to meet people from very different cultures, and like you said, be a lifelong learner. Certainly, one of my mottos as well is to learn every day I wake up.
Of course.
Danny, how have you and your team grown since taking part in the first Global Challenge?
That's a great question. Thanks. We're a team of complete newbies. I was involved with the robot team starting from the start of this year, but all of the students that are on my team have been what they've been doing is just working with this robot over the past couple months, and that's really the first experience that we've had with this. I think the cool thing for me is that we come in with this idea, we're going to build a robot, and then we see what the robot's going to look like, and we say, whoa, I couldn't possibly build something as complicated and cool and complex as that. And then the pieces start to come together, and you start to believe that actually, whoa, I can do that, right? And then finally, you can drive it the first time. And then finally, this piece works. And then finally, the robot's operating the way you finally expect it should, right? Maybe in one of these competitions. And that's such a joyful moment. I think that's something that really sticks with you for a long time.
Awesome. On behalf of First Global, again, I want to thank you both for being mentors for teams around the world. Good luck for the remaining afternoon of the competition, and thanks again for taking time to chat with us here today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Up next, we have a video about changing the world. One of the cool things about all of these teams here is all of them have a team spokesperson who is their designated person to talk to media as well as us. So joining me here today, I actually have the spokesperson from Team Chile. So why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah. Hello, I'm Macarena Barca from Team Chile. I'm the captain and spokesperson.
Macarena, tell me a little bit about your experience with First Global as a whole so far.
Yeah, in Chile, the build season is in our final, so we didn't have enough time to meet all together because we're from different schools, like most of the teams here. And this competition is really good. I think I've never been in something like this because I'm from FRC2 and then Team 2576, and it's way too different because there are many cultures and you can know people from everywhere, surely. And you can learn new languages, have new friends for your future, and especially have networks when you go older and you want to make projects, surely.
Why don't you tell me a little bit about how the competition has gone for you so far?
Sure. With our robot, you have a little bit of troubles, but with our traction, it's a West Coast drive. We're really fast. This is the best thing that we got. We use a gearbox, and we make two motors with a traction. Sorry, about West Coast drive, and it goes pretty well, I think. There are so many teams that it's very difficult to work high, but we're doing well.
Cool. What is the one thing you're hoping to get out of your participation in the 2017 First Global Challenge?
A good network, surely. This is the thing that I want, because when I want to, in a few years more, I want to make projects with other teams and with other countries, surely.
Awesome. Well, thank you for taking the time to chat with us. Good luck with the rest of the competition, okay?
Thank you. Bye.
Coming up next, we have a video on Team Sierra Leone.
Young innovators across Sierra Leone are working together as a team to build a robot that can grab and help to purify or detect the purity of water. But we'll go in there and get to hear from these young innovators and know exactly what they've been doing and how far they've gone with these robots.
According to Team Sierra Leone, they hope to further their skills in technology and innovation while taking part in the first global challenge.
I'm very interested in robotics and others also. That's why they brought this team together. I believe that this team will be able to, create an impact over there.
As work is still in progress, these young innovators are trying as hard as they can to see how best they can put everything right. So when they go to Washington, D.C., that's in July, they can be able to make something and take home the trophy.
And now that we are back from we are back from the lunch break and back into game action. As you can tell, I had a little bit of a mental break there and a mental breakdown as well. So in a couple of seconds, we're going to get those teams up and ready for you for the second half of today's final day of competition. It looks like we are underway now that the camera is on the field. All 6 of those teams in those 2 alliances going in on that initial set of 50 balls, again, that come out underneath the bridge. 40 clean particles, 10 contaminated particles. It looks like we've got the top rankings up there for you as well as we enter this second half of the day. Poland, Israel, and Paraguay in terms of our top 3, with Benin and Team Europe knocking on the door. Actually, Benin tied for 3rd with Paraguay right now.
And as we head into this, we currently have Team Sierra Leone teamed up with Germany and Rwanda, and they are up against Team Hope, Malta, and Cambodia in the first match after our lunch break.
If you look at Team Sierra Leone, in 2016, Fatmata Bintou Barry, she was one of 11 finalists in the Innovation Challenge for her water purification system, which won Best Female Project for the year. You've also got Daniel Melrick Williams, who developed a language app that would help foreigners traveling to their country. You've also got Brian Sanko. He was a finalist in the Innovation Challenge in 2015 through 16 and a winner in 2016. And then we've also finally got Samuel Elba, who developed a device that won the UNDP Social Innovation Competition in 2016. So although they have accrued quite a bit of international and individual accomplishments, we'll see what they can do as a team here.
And as we get into the middle part of this match, we can see right up there Team Germany hoping to drop those red contaminant particles into the laboratory. You can see that they've built up a big lead for themselves currently, 67-8. Hopefully they can continue that as they drop those off. As we've seen, contaminants have stopped flowing in the river. So if they're successfully able to remove the rest of the red contaminant particles from the river, they will be given a cooperation bonus. We've seen one of those happen earlier today.
So as we get the telestrator up and running into that bird's eye view we go, those orange contaminant balls that are currently in the river, if they can rid that river of those orange contaminants, both alliances will be given 15 additional points. As Katie said, we've only seen one other game happen in this competition that's had it. So as we clear that telestrator and hit the last 15 seconds of competition here, we'll see if these robots can get up and over the mental and back-ended humps of getting those 20 points for each alliance.
And it looks like we have all 3 team members of Team Aqua successfully hung in the air and looking over at the Team Hydro. I believe they were attempting to get 3 also in the air. We'll have to see if they succeed as we get the final scores up here, but we can see jumps of celebration over from the teams. And yes, we did get both teams were managed to get all 3 robots in the air, and Team Aqua will take the victory 137-92. That's Rwanda, Germany, and Sierra Leone.
Despite the fact that they had those 15 points in penalties, it looks like it didn't really affect them all that much. Still coming out on top again with a little over that 40-point spread, 45 points. And we are going to be ready on the field for an interview with Rwanda.
All right, thanks, Tim. Standing with me right now, we have a team from Rwanda. Would you mind telling me what happened in that last match and how was it working with those other alliances?
Well, it went really great, actually. We started nervous, but you can see that I'm really happy, actually. Yeah. So my alliance really helped. We've all hanged, we've all started the ball, so it's a great match, actually. Yeah.
And what was one of the biggest challenges you had while building your robot?
Like combining all the ideas we had, was kind of, one had an idea, we implemented it, so one failed, another one really worked, so
trial and error. And what is it like having a country? Do they back you up at all, and what sponsors do you have?
Well, we had some team advisors. I really thank them actually, and we had a mentor. So I really thank actually my team mentor and my advisors. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We'll throw it back up to the head table.
Azerbaijan is home to the famous Yanar Dag, which means fire mountain, but its country is also bringing a robotics team with fire in this second day of competition.
I have participated in many competitions before, but First Global is considerably different. Because aim here is not simply winning. First Global is a mission where great minds work together for betterment of humanity.
First Global is not a battle game, and it's not a simple competition too. It's a challenge to make a world a better place.
They're focusing on this competition not being a battle competition, but rather a cooperative one. That's exactly what we're seeing right now. This team from Azerbaijan comes to us from Istak Lyceum, which is a school in Baku, with a young robotics program of 3 years.
And as we can see, they're currently teamed up with Jamaica and Ireland, truly a global team, up against Nigeria, Niger, and Seychelles.
And 2 members from Team Azerbaijan are also award winners. Agil and Malik won silver for their Smart House project in a national competition in 2015.
So we'll have to see how they're able to do, as we can see them right in the middle of things, trying to gather as many of those balls as they can with that drum spinner. You can see them having a little bit of issue getting over that lip, but they're able to do it successfully, and they're going to head over and drop off that clean water.
Reminding everybody about some of the rules to this game as well. If you look over at the score line where Team Aqua is, you see that yellow exclamation point? That indicates that a penalty has been awarded to Aqua, and meaning awarded 5 points to Team Hydro on the opposite end of that game board. So right now we're at an 11-5 game. That's where those 5 points are coming from.
Yep, and as we get sort of into the middle part of this match, you can see one team heading up. I believe that is Niger heading up to drop off that contaminant particle. It has gained. It's going to be joined by one other team from Team Aqua, hoping to do the same. Down here, we can see the other 2 team members of Team Aqua taking turns to drop off their clean water particles. We'll see their coordination as they take turns heading on over there.
Jamaica and Azerbaijan, I believe, were those 2 countries, and now Azerbaijan is focused and going back in. We're going to get the telestrator up and running. We're going to highlight them right now. They're in that far corner. Now they're going to be taking a left-hand turn and heading towards their side, hopefully, but in addition, they're going to try to scoop up some of those orange particles that we've got in the middle of the field as we are denoting them. Again, each one of those orange particles is worth 4 points if they can get it all the way up this bridge. For those of you who are joining us late, to the lab where they dump those off. We're going to clear that telestrator, but Azerbaijan is going to head towards their water reserves right now. Meanwhile, you've got Nigeria that just dumped off a couple of those contaminated water particles, pumping up their team score to 37. They're only down 2 right now.
And as we head into the last few seconds, it's a very, very close match, 39-37. Reminder that each robot that successfully is able to hang on that bar to prepare for the upcoming flood is going to add 20 points to their score. So we can see over there, Team Aqua appears to have all 3 robots as their score jumps to 99. To hit these last 10 seconds, and Hydro is attempting to do the same. They have 1 robot in the air, 2 robots in the air, and a third that looks like it is trying to get over there, but may be having a couple issues, unfortunately. And we'll get the final score up for you in 1 moment. So congratulations to Team Aqua taking the win there, 104-61. That's Jamaica, Azerbaijan, and Ireland.
First Global is a branch off of the First organization, and it is now the president and headed by Don Bassi, our next feature.
There's a very interesting partnership between FIRST and FIRST Global. FIRST Global really is intended to be a worldwide event to raise visibility and awareness among all the countries of the world about the benefits of science and technology. FIRST programs, on the other hand, are designed sort of as within-country programs to help get kids engaged from a very early age to sort of build a network of young people who are excited about science and technology and learning and developing those tools. We're very excited about the possibility that FIRST Global brings in terms of raising visibility and awareness for inspiring young people with science and technology around the world. I'd like to congratulate all the participants in this year's FIRST Global Challenge. Whether you're a student or youth, whether you're an adult, mentor, volunteer, coach, it's really an incredible accomplishment, and we're really proud of all of you for being part of this. It's nothing short of a miracle, and you all deserve my thanks and congratulations.
From the sands of this next country come their superlative team of Iraq.
This is a challenge to show how STEM is great as other fields.
Engineering and science is the force that's driving the world forward.
I hope to rebuild my country, Iraq.
Having faith in my country to win this competition and to take this experience and bring it to real life.
Existence of robotics will free up our imagination, our creativity, our innovation.
Hearing claps from the crowd, and understandably so. And as so eloquent as this movie was in terms of focusing on STEM, it's a force driving the world forward. That's exactly what's happening right now in this competition and from Iraq's presence here on this game field.
Yep, and Iraq has teamed up with Malaysia and Uruguay on the Aqua Alliance for this match up against Senegal, Turkmenistan, and Denmark.
So this round 5 theme of inspiration is one that fits so poignantly and so well for this Iraqi team. Their mentor, Naureh Sarif, who we had here earlier today, and I wish I had more time to talk with him, he actually had worked with the government in Iraq to rewrite laws so that they could use a makerspace that he was created. It was actually starting to get confused, or at least misconstrued, as a terrorist organization because of some of the materials that they were using there. And so again, the passion behind him trying to make sure that his students had the appropriate facilities to prepare for this, and also to just increase and augment the scope of robotics in that country, is absolutely phenomenal.
And so right there we can actually see Team Uruguay trying to remove contaminant particles from the riverbed as it uses that shooter. It has 2 spinning wheels that pushes the balls through, and the wheels propel the ball out of the robot and into the corner. And you can see them pointing. They're actually directing their teammates over to that corner to pick up the balls that they're shooting. They're basically creating a little collection zone to get teams out of the sort of craziness happening in the middle. It's sort of great teamwork being shown by them right there.
And in this last minute of play, we're going to get the telestrator up and running for you, as we have focused on a few different times with this bird's eye view. Unfortunately, you see that pool of those water particles starting to form underneath the bridge, making it somewhat difficult. But you got teams that are scattered all over this game field right now, some that are in the river, some that are over on the opposite river banks, and then a couple on the bridge as well, in terms of trying to get points all over this game field.
Yep, and you just saw Iraq drop off some of its contaminant particles as it carries the water particles. We'll have to see if it decides to go drop off those water particles or attempt to hang. We'll have to see what it sort of plans on doing. Right now you can see it going over and gathering even more of them as it sweeps it up, so I'm assuming it's planning on going and dropping those off. And you can actually see they're filtering out the orange contaminant particles as they go.
Now, unfortunately for Team Iraq, it actually had crossed through both of those exclusion zones, and so even though we've cleared the telestrator, you can see those red and blue spots inside of that river right outside of the bridge. If you cross through the other team's alliance exclusion zone, it actually results in a penalty of 5 points that's awarded to the other team. You can see those 2 rectangles right there right now, and as the final seconds kind of close out here, we're looking at a Hydro win. We will see as the final scores get reported in.
And as we bring the scores up for you momentarily, congratulations to Team Hydro taking the win 105-61. That would be Senegal, Turkmenistan, and Denmark.
So right now we are going to be featuring a video on one that we had interviewed earlier on, and we are going to take you we are going to be taking you to Kosovo.
Now is the era of technology, and so we are really looking forward to kind of helping the world with different parts of technology.
Është një përvojë e mirë sepse në Amerikë shembull të First Global Challenge mëson gjëra të reja dhe shpresoj se një ditë ta zhvillojmë edhe Kosovën më shumë në landën e robotikës.
Motivation, their talents and engagement, I am sure that we will succeed.
We don't really care about winning this competition much more than we do about understanding each other, about creating something that might really help us in life and help others in life.
This team from Kosovo are quite exceptional for the fact that they are actually self-taught. They self-taught themselves how to use code using MIT's Inventor app and then Android Studio as well.
And actually, coding a robot is something we've not talked about until now. These teams have two choices between how they're going to be able to code. Either they can use Java and Android Studios, as we just mentioned, or they can use a Scratch-like program that comes with their Amazon Fire tablet they are given. So it's interesting to see which team has chosen which. You'll see the Android Studio choice will provide you a little bit more flexibility, but it will also require a little more knowledge of computer science.
Now you're seeing those top rankings up there in the bottom left corner. It's fun to see Cambodia also popping into that top 3 finish now, edging Israel out by a mere 7 points. So it's showing you that fine line between ending with a medal and walking home, obviously still a victor, but not necessarily with something draped around your neck. It's been a interesting competition so far in seeing some of those countries work their way up or down. Now, with regards to Kosovo, they are also aided by Keep It Cool from Santa Clara, California, as they're supporting GSC teams. So even teams that are thousands of miles away, and even here in Washington, D.C., Santa Clara is nearly 3,000 miles away, so you can imagine how much further it is from Kosovo, who's here competing in this game.
So right there, you can see whatever team that was. They believe it was the United Kingdom actually sliding down the ramp because of those Omni wheels. We've mentioned them a couple times now, but those black and white striped wheels actually can move forward, backwards, and sideways, which provides you much more maneuverability, but at the loss of traction. It can make those ramps really slippery to stay on as you try to deposit those contaminated particles.
And you're seeing Mexico suffer from it right now, but then finally, as the resilience that they've so often exuded on this competitive field, they get back up that bridge and are earning points for their alliance right now. They're going to be registering hopefully in a couple of seconds. That being said, Aqua has suffered from a penalty, and we'll see what that's for later on. But again, giving 5 points extra to Hydro, which is part of the reason why right now they have a 26-0 lead as we enter the last 30 seconds here of competition.
And you can see Mexico finally dropping off those contaminated particles that will get added to their score momentarily. Unfortunately, it looks like France might be having a connection issue. We've mentioned with so many wireless networks going on, unfortunately, some of those teams have issues. But we do have field technicians working with them to try to get them up and running as soon as possible, so hopefully France will be able to finish the round strong. Right there, we can see Mexico getting ready to hang in these last 10 seconds as they successfully, with grace, might I add, pull their robot up into the air.
You can see a lot of these teams waving their robots up as if they're trying to telepathically will them upward. Very difficult task for them to do, which is part of the reason why the game ends with that hanging feature. So as of right now, it looks like Hydro won that game 66-17. Haiti, the UK, and Dominica picking up the W there in that 5th round. And we have one more for them to play later today. The next country that we features has a narrow Atlantic coastline, but with a very broad strokes vision for what they can accomplish. Let's dive into Gambia.
I spoke with Matt. He told me what the deal was. That there was a robotics competition and the Gambia had a team. I said, yes. But then he says the Gambian team was not approved for visas. Mr. Sustak and the team had an idea perhaps if we could pull together a group of kids to represent Team Gambia, then that would be great. I said, of course, I'll get on that right away. And of course, I started calling the parents and saying, your child's in high school, this is what's going on. Do you think that your son or daughter would be interested in representing? And the kids said yes. There's a group of high school students who have never been introduced to robotics, and the energy with which they came to this program, the excitement. I'm listening to these young ladies and these young men talk about this as if they've been doing it for a long time, when this is their first introduction to it. It's very exciting. It's also very humbling. It tells me the potential that all of what these kids need is an opportunity to showcase what it is that they can do.
You can hear the audience clapping for them as well. Even though Afghanistan has gotten a lot of press coverage, Gambia not as heavily featured. They did have a tough time getting here, but showing the resilience and human spirit that they have so often and determinedly shown us here in this arena at DAR Constitution Hall. Congratulations to them. The next country that we feature is going to be coming to us from St. Kitts.
There's a need for funding, not only in St. Kitts, but across the world, is that funding to push robotics to where it belongs. They need to have material, and if students are going to perform and design and develop, then they need to have the adequate resources to do so. No resource, then low performance. More resources, great performance. Exposure. That is what First Global brings to the table.
First Global robotics competition, because it helps us to be exposed to the various aspects that is robotics. We are a bunch of innovative young people who are unique to this world. There's no one like us. And what else could you ask for?
It gives you goosebumps as they finish up that video, saying, what else could you ask for? It's the first time that St. Kitts has participated in any robotics event. Their GSC supporting team is the Rockettes that come out of Oklahoma. And Dr. Neal, their mentor, is the author of the first IT textbook published in the Caribbean. Quite an accomplishment, but also quite an accomplishment being here on this international stage representing their country of St. Kitts and Nevis.
And you can see that St. Kitts and Nevis is currently teamed up with Afghanistan and South Korea on the Hydro Alliance, and they're up against Oceania, Turkey, and Lebanon on the Aqua Alliance.
As we get that telestrator up and running for you, it looks like that Aqua Alliance is off to a really good start with all of the clear water particles as well as the sorting that's happening in that robot that we're highlighting right now. We're trying to find out what country it is. They've only got that blue flag, so we don't know who it's going to signify. But in the meantime, we've also got these three robots on the left side of our screen for that Hydro Alliance as well. Korea is looking like it's making quite a move in terms of trying to get up and around this bridge over and trying to dump some of those contaminated particles for 4 points apiece. Now, right now, we only see one contaminated ball that is in the middle of that river. If we zoomed back out, we would have seen it, but we also want to focus on the energy that some of these teams are bringing into the competition, including those fantastic and multicolored clown rainbow wigs from that team on the edge.
Yep, Lebanon's definitely showing their spirit with those rainbow wigs, and right now you can see them as they're right on the screen. They were also having the entire audience join them in clapping before this round began, so they're really bringing the energy here. If we zoom out a little bit, we just saw Team Oceania perfectly organizing all of those balls, and they were going to go drop those off. As you can see, that probably just happened as the Team Aqua score rises greatly, and you can see South Korea trying to do the same as they try to push those orange balls down that tube, as you can see right there, to add to their score.
As we clear that telestrator off, you can see St. Kitts and Nevis pumping towards their corner to put some of those balls into the water reserve. Right now, it's using its tires as battering rams, trying to push and funnel some of those water particles in there, getting some extra points. They got a 10-point lead right now with 30 seconds to go. Both of these alliances have finished their 10 contaminants in the lab, which means that they're going to stop flowing. And in the last 20 seconds, we're going to see if they try to clear the river for 15 points or whether they all try to go for those hanging bar points. That'd be 60 if they can get a triple hang.
Yep, as we've mentioned, each robot successfully hanging in the air is 20 points, and each robot successfully parked on the bridge is going to be 5. As we see, we have two robots on the Hydro Alliance already in the air, and it looks like the other one is trying to get up but might be having a connection issue, as we mentioned. As we get to the end of the game, we'll bring the score up for you in 1 second. And congratulations to Team Aqua winning that one 110-84. That would be Oceania, Turkey, and Lebanon with those crazy wigs.
Now, we have seen on a few occasions here, not just pieces falling off of robots, but robots also losing their balance and falling on their backs like you can in this instant replay. There are volunteers that end up trying to wave some robots off to open up some space to see if they can pick them up. Katie, when is it okay for volunteers to actually do that?
So in the spirit of gracious professionalism, we want every robot up and running as much as it can. So anytime a robot falls over, the team may request a volunteer to pick it back up and right itself. That will be a penalty for the other team, though, and give the other team points, but it will help them out.
Thank you, Katie. We appreciate it. Now we turn our attention to the country who graduates with more engineering degrees than any other on Earth. Let's take a look at Russia.
This is why I do robotics. We can communicate with teams and people from other countries and exchange our knowledge. Doing physics and programming. It gives me opportunity to travel around the world and to meet other interesting people.
So for the students who are competing for Team Russia right now, they come from in and around the St. Petersburg area.
And for some of them, this isn't their first time competing in the U.S., as they were in the first Tech Challenge World Championship before arriving here.
That being said, the first Tech Challenge World Championship clearly very different than this type of competition. Even though theirs is an international one, we feature so heavily these three different countries competing on one alliance, especially with these cooperation bonuses. Sorry, we talk about that gracious professionalism that you alluded to earlier, Katie, and how we can get cooperation bonuses. That one sense of global community in solving these problems is something that is so heavily featured in this first global challenge. That's what makes it a little bit different in terms of the arena that they're competing on right now.
And we can see Team Russia teamed up with Bulgaria and Togo on the Aqua Alliance, and they're up against Nicaragua, the Bahamas, and Japan. You can see Japan right there trying to push some of those blue clean water particles in without dropping that contaminant particle it is holding. As we zoom over a little, we can see Nicaragua sort of gathering as many of those blue balls as they can, as well as Bulgaria right in front and center.
As this competition unfolds, you can see those Omni wheels spinning in multiple directions again, as Katie alluded to earlier on. But a point to mention for everybody who's watching at home or just joining us, these young engineers, although incredible at what they do, and although these robots are versatile just like they are, they were only able to build these designs based off of the materials that they were given in the kit by First Global. They could not add anything else external to what was from that kit. So all the materials that you see here organically came from just that one briefcase or that one, cardboard box that they were sent.
And even looking at that, it's so amazing to see how we have, even though they have the same kit of parts to start, we have 143 very different looking robots.
So Japan, as you see on the top with their flag, the sun in the middle representing the radiance that they're bringing to this competition. Meanwhile, you've got over and focused now Russia, who's having quite a difficult time trying to get mobility around this field.
Looks like they're trying to get that hanging arm successfully hooked over the top bar so they can pull themselves up. Over there, we can also see Bulgaria and Togo attempting to do similar or to drive up on the ramp. It's up to them to decide what they want to do to get these final end game points right there. Looks like Togo is going to go for a hang, and it looks like Bulgaria is going to go to climb on top of the ramp for an additional 5 points.
Well done by Togo and by Russia to finish up this competition. We're also trying to get Bulgaria onto that bridge with the last 4 seconds. Let's see if they can hang there. They're looking to slip a little bit. Those Omni wheels are gripping well. Good job to them for getting those 5 points.
And as we get the final scores up for you in one moment, I think we had a little issue with our final scoring, so we might have to correct those scores in 1 second because the hanging bonuses were not added yet.
Again, proof of the fact that sometimes these robots don't just have a difficult time working, but the technology behind the competition itself can sometimes be a little glitchy. That is the trial and error process that this has all become, and you see that as a manifestation of that right there, and it happens all the time. So even though we have focused on the Embassy of Hong Kong earlier today, now we shift our focus to the Embassy of the Netherlands.
Hi, my name is Sigrid Johannessen. I'm Counselor for Technology, Innovation and Science here at the Dutch Embassy in Washington. I think STEM education is one of the main activities education should be about. If you look nowadays at the role that technology is playing, it's in everything. The way we work, live, travel, communicate, tech is at the core of our daily lives. Learning to know each other, learning how other people develop things. I think you can get so much out of it to share and join and participate in this whole event. I think over the last couple of years the Netherlands has done more for STEM technology, but I think we can still do a lot more. STEM is not only because it's good, not only because it's the jobs of the future, but it's great fun to do it. Just be Dutch, daring and dare to be different. Go for it.
The next team that we're going to feature is one of the greenest on earth. Let's take a look at Team Estonia. Again, much credit is due to the beauty behind some of these videos that feature these countries. So well done to First Global for getting those up and running. This team from Estonia formed in 2011, and after 5 years of working together in the autumn of 2016, 3 of those students from this team started teaching their very own class.
It really shows that the doers become the teachers to inspire the next generation, doesn't it?
I really like that, Katie. Well done. They prepared vigorously for the Estonian FLL competition and even got to the finals with an award for best design. We'll see how effective and efficient theirs is here in this 5th round of competition.
And we can see teamed up with Team Estonia on the Aqua Alliance is Finland and Equatorial Guinea, and they're up against Grenada, Latvia, and Albania on Team Hydro. Right there, we can actually see Latvia with a ton of those water particles, getting ready to drop those off into the laboratory. As we mentioned before, each blue ball dropped in there is not going to count for anything, but every single red one will be 4 points, which you can hopefully add to their score.
As we stay in on Team Latvia, if you don't mind, and we've got different features to that robot that we find to be interesting. If I can get the telestrator up and running here in a couple of seconds. It looks like they've got 2 different functions on both sides of that robot. You see them on the bridge jumping and dropping a lot of those particle balls, and then on the other side of that same robot, it's almost like a car wash feature. You'll see a lot of those spinners that are working their way up, but now a robot is sliding into them right now. Again, that team from Latvia, you see that robot right there in the foreground, and then in the background you see Finland in that corner. So right now, these different robots are working incredibly hard to build on the points from the first 4 rounds of play, and you see Latvia going into its own exclusion zone, which it's more than welcome to do. We're not going to use the telestrator this round after all, but with those exclusion zones, again, they can go into those respective zones for their team. If they go into the opposite one from the other alliance, it's a 5-point penalty. You see that yield sign next to Hydro, so it's 5 points awarded to Aqua.
Right there, you can see it looks like Team Latvia actually doesn't even have enough space for all the balls that is contained. Right there, we have Grenada dropping off some of those clean water. Each one of those is going to be worth 1 point and add to Team Hydro's score.
When we consider global connections, when we consider the use of technology in an applicable real-world way, Estonia is actually a country that has been voting online since 2005. Quite impressive coming from that country.
Really, and as we get to these final 10 points, we have all the robots trying to get themselves into the air. It looks like we have 3 from Team Hydro and 3 from Team Aqua, all successfully hung. Oh, it looks like actually Grenada is trying to pull itself up in the last few seconds. Hopefully it can get itself up as we get the final scores up here for you. And with 140 to 73, congratulations to Team Aqua. As you see, those 32 points from those contaminant orange balls really can bring a team ahead. Congratulations to Finland, Equatorial Guinea, and Estonia.
Now, we had a field interview on the stage earlier today with Team North America that hailed from the country of Mexico. Now we're going to take you out into the hallway where Team Mexico is actually waiting for an interview.
Hey again, this is Nick back here in the pits with Andrea from Team Mexico. There's some really interesting things over on that table. Tell me what it's all about.
Well, here in the table we have traditional candies from our country, and we have little skulls that represent the Day of the Dead. That is a traditional Mexican day on November the 2nd.
Very cool. What would you say the most important lesson you've learned at the first Global Challenge this year is?
The acceptance of different cultures. It's too different the cultures that we are here, that we are around. So what I've learned is to accept those cultures and to learn about them, because everyone is special, and everyone, although they are from the same religion, the same area, everyone has a special thing.
Very cool. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, and good luck with the rest of the competition.
Thank you very much, and we'll be here doing our best.
This Nordic nation of Iceland may have a new robotics program, but they have a statement to make here in the second day of competition.
Our team is going to be successful because we all know each other, we communicate well, we have good ideas.
We are so different, but still want the same thing.
The perfect mix of ambition and experience. It's just the spirit.
My students, they love it. It's a hands-on subject.
So we have to let young students learn and think out of the box.
I think I was just born with it. Ever since I was a kid, I needed to know how things work.
Some really great ideas have been coming, and I think that we can use that and use the very smart people that we're lucky to have on this team to our advantage and to hopefully win.
We are all driven to go and get that.
Now, all of these students come from the city of Reykjavik. It's the capital of Iceland and a beautiful city if you ever have the opportunity to go. Those top rankings are now back up on the board for you. Poland, Germany, and Cambodia right now rounding out the top three, with Israel and Paraguay soon to follow at those 4th and 5th places.
As we've mentioned many times before, not every team has completed round 4 yet, so we may see some dark horses come up as we wrap up this round.
Right now, Aqua jumping up to a 4-0 lead pretty quickly off the bat. 30 seconds into play already. We got 2 minutes basically to make a statement as we enter here into somewhat the middle of the competition of day 2 of competition. So in a few brief games, you're going to start seeing us hit the home stretch here, and teams starting to ratchet it up in terms of the mechanics and what they're bringing to the table.
And as we look in here, we can see some teams attempting to gather. It looks like we have a little problem with the robot kind of stuck on a couple balls. They're a little bit squishy, kind of similar to the pool balls that you would see in a ball pit, which makes it very easy for a robot to get caught on them sometimes.
Now, as we get the telestrator up and running, sorry, Katie, we get a lot of these robots right now that are basically in the middle of this field, and there's very limited mobility compared to some of the other games that we have seen so far. We want to see some of these robots start making their way up the riverbanks and on these other stretches as I clear that telestrator right now, but this happens from time to time in competition.
And it looks like Yemen is actually planning on heading up to drop off those contaminant particles. As we forgot to mention, currently on Team Aqua is Zimbabwe, Iceland that we just featured, in Yemen, and they're up against Kenya, Brunei, and Guatemala on the Hydro Alliance.
So with 1 minute left to play, we got basically a 12-point spread. Hydro winning right now, but they have a penalty against them. We'll see if Aqua can make up any of that ground with the last 50 seconds to go.
And as you saw right there, Yemen dropping off 4 of those contaminant particles to add to Team Aqua's score to bring them in the lead in this very tight 6-point match.
Those contaminants are going to stop flowing right now. As you can see, that yellow bar in the middle of the scoreboard has basically gotten up to 10, which means that those contaminants, if they get out of that river, we can work with the cooperation bonus. But Brunei is stuck in the middle of that river. It doesn't look like they're going to be of any use in trying to get their team these points in the last 30 seconds here.
Right there, we can see Yemen preparing to hang, and hopefully, I believe that is Kenya, can get around them in order, Zimbabwe, in order to drop off theirs. Now Zimbabwe decided to change their mind. They're going to go and hang as well, and Iceland is already in the air. We're hoping to have, once again, 3 robots on Team Aqua up in the air, and they succeed with 10 seconds left to go.
even though it looks like it's not much distance in terms of climbing, you got to believe me in terms of the robotics and how much of a task it is to try to get these robots off the ground and lift it. I'm sure Katie could attest to it, but we'll talk about that in later rounds as well.
And as we get the scores up here for you in one moment, you can see that that Team Hydro, and we have 99-45. Team Aqua will take the victory. That is Zimbabwe, Iceland, and Yemen. And right now we actually have an instant replay about team cooperation to show you. Right here you can see a couple teams trying to drop off their balls, and you can see one team actually places them and then will actually move out of the way in order for another team to get theirs in before we run out of time. You can see the teams actually pointing about who's going to go where. You can see one team pushing one, telling one team to head out that way so they can get their balls in. And this decision actually right there let them pull out a victory in that round.
Looks like Norway and Zimbabwe, and part of the gloriousness that is this competition is the cooperation that's happening amongst countries from such different parts of the globe. Even though they're both from Europe, it just so happens that even if they speak different languages, there are still different ways for us to communicate. So right now we've got a field interview down on the stage with Zimbabwe. Sarah, take it away.
All right, as you said, we have Team Zimbabwe on the field. Would you mind telling me, how has your team evolved over time?
We're happy about our team because we've got 3 girls and 4 boys, and we really want to challenge all girls out there that we can do this, and robotics isn't about boys only, we can do this. Yeah.
Perfect. And how's your robot been doing so far in the competition?
So far we've been winning all our matches, and I'm really proud of our team. We can do it, and we want to thank all our team members because we've had really great ideas, and our alliances, they've been very cooperative, and we'd like to thank that.
Are there any struggles that you guys had in Zimbabwe that maybe have been fixed here? Are there any struggles that you had with the kit parts?
Not really, but then all I can say was our challenge was that the flight, yeah, you know, it was so long and, you know, everything was just boring, yeah, we can say that. Yeah, that's all.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. We'll throw it back up to the head table.
That young lady from Zimbabwe could not be any more right. It certainly is not all about boys. In fact, this young team from the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan comes to us as heroes, and they are the next all-female team coming from Jordan.
When I know that I will participate in the first global competition and in the first time, and it will take place in America, I felt that I could fly.
I feel very lucky that I get this chance to be the first team of Jordan to participate for the first time in first global competition.
Everyone in around me thinks that building robot is only for men, but girls attract to other girl hobby. That's why I wanted to participate in this competition to show all the people, Jordanian people, the girl that can do everything.
I have the honor to be in this because we could prove for all the world that we are the girls. If we want something, we will make it.
So these ladies come from a public school with very limited resources, and they felt like they could fly when they entered this competition, and they are joined in applause as well when they first entered DAR Constitution Hall on Sunday night as part of our Parade of Nations.
And we can see right now Team Jordan's teamed up with Vietnam and Singapore on the Aqua Alliance, up against Indonesia and Algeria and Africa on the Hydro Alliance.
Now, a lot of these teams have some very interesting team names, but this one is incredibly fitting. Jordan is named the Pioneers, and they're aptly called that considering they're the first group of all-female students who are going to participate in such a well-known competition from their country of Jordan.
They're really pioneering the way, ideally, for other women in STEM coming out of Jordan. And they're currently also pioneering the competition, taking the lead with 9 points. We can see in the middle, as usual, that big scramble for balls. And we've seen a couple teams pull away from the pack, bringing out the balls. You can see right there, I believe that is Singapore getting ready to go deliver those contaminated particles. And up there, Vietnam has already started to do so as well.
So the beauty to this game, I think, compared to some other first games of years past, is how simple the rules are. And I think part of the reason is because you've got all these different countries that are competing in this game. They needed to have some set of rules, I believe, that were almost ubiquitous and easy to understand. But that being said, there are still some complexities to this game that have unfolded here in front of us today over the past day and a half.
It definitely has, as we see Vietnam head up that very, very slippery ramp, as we've mentioned many times. I think teams have gotten better at driving it, but I think at first it really sort of messed up some of the drivers. They seem to have it down to a science now.
Singapore doing a great job emptying those contaminants into their lab. If they can get 10 of them in there, not only do they get 40 points for their alliance, but they also stop the flow of contaminants that would come out of that bridge and into the river. But a couple, it looks like, slide down that bridge that we just alluded to earlier on.
As you look at that yellow bar in between the team score down at the bottom, that will tell you how many of those 10 red contaminant or orange contaminant particles have been placed. Additionally, it looks like we have one team in the middle that's actually shooting their balls, and so you can see them trying to line up a shot as they send that blue ball flying, almost hitting a volunteer. Actually, you see them driving a little bit closer to make that aim a little bit easier. I believe that is Team Indonesia.
Even though we've got 4 different stages on this one general floor at Constitution Hall, there are some of these particles that are flying off the game field, so there are people who are walking by that need to watch out and keep their heads on a swivel.
And as we hit these last 10 seconds, we can see teams beginning to hang. It looks like Jordan is successfully up in the air, as well as Indonesia attempting to follow soon after. As we wrap this up, we'll get the final score up for you in a moment. And congratulations to Team Aqua winning that one 86-45. That's going to be Singapore, our girls of Jordan, and Vietnam.
As we head into the future and we consider automation, there are some who consider the replacement of manual labor as purely a negative. But what if we take a look at potentially some of those positives?
We live in an ever-changing world where our economy, infrastructure, and everyday lives are continuously affected by science, technology, engineering, and math. Specifically, through robotics and artificial intelligence, automation has the potential to drastically shape how millions around the world earn a living. In fact, it is estimated that many jobs and even entire sectors of the economy may be disrupted by continuing automation. But while many jobs may be eliminated, many more will be created by science, technology, engineering, and math. First Global is working tirelessly to empower the next generation of inventors and innovators by providing them with the tools they will need to succeed. Tools like programming and design, skills like collaboration and communication, critical thinking, imagination, and the ability to see a complicated problem and come up with out-of-the-box ideas to formulate effective solutions. These skills can never be automated and will equip our future leaders to deal with anything they encounter.
Despite the demise that this country faces, watch the team of dreamers from Venezuela that we feature now who rise from the depths.
In the case of my country, we are in a dark moment. And this has caused a great impact here in Venezuela. We are like the light at the end of the tunnel. Talking about the difficulties of my country is talking about the opportunities that we, the Venezuelans, still find in the dark. Everything is possible for us. Venezuela, and the challenges for us are only walls that seek to be overcome. Our spirits move the world, not only ours. We are the future. We are Venezuela.
So proudly saying, we are Venezuela, we are one here as well with you and in support of you in terms of fighting on this global stage. He's hinting at the protests and the destruction that have wreaked havoc on their country in recent days, but these students look for brighter ones ahead as they are that light at the end of the tunnel. We had Kenny up here earlier on in the booth with us as their mentor.
And as we take a look at these top rankings, Poland still stands at the top, but Finland has actually pulled up ahead. They weren't up there too long ago, and same with Estonia. And as remember, as we continue into Game 5, not every robot has played yet, and those scores are likely to change. But as we take a look at this game going on right now, teamed up with Venezuela on the Aqua Alliance, we have Tunisia and Kazakhstan. Against them on Team Hydro was going to be Austria, Guyana, and the Ivory Coast.
Unlike some of the teams that are here in competition that have specific GSC teams from other places around the country, the GSC supporters of Team Venezuela are actually coming to us from the National Institutes of Health.
A great way to see sort of collaboration between different people around the world as Venezuela hopefully goes to take the victory in this Thursday try. We can see Guyana right now trying to grab as many of those particles as they can. Same with Kazakhstan. They have a robot full of blue and red particles. Up on the top, we can see Venezuela themselves think they just finished dropping off some of those contaminated particles and now hoping to bring over those clean water ones to their side goals. They grab another contaminated particle right there.
So we've got a minute left in competition as we start hitting the end of round 5. Again, round 5 thematically standing for inspiration. So many stories that we have heard today from different corners of the globe, including Venezuela, who is out battling as well right now on this field. Again, towards the end of round 5, 45 seconds left to go. We've got 8 points up for Team Aqua right now over their counterparts Hydro across the pitch.
And we can see Kazakhstan right there trying to drop a flood of contaminated water particles, hoping to get those in order to maximize their points. You can see the score climbing as those get recorded. Ideally, they want to go down now and drop off those clean water particles before hanging, but we'll have to see if they have time to do all of those tasks.
You can see how frenetic of a pace it is over on Venezuela's side, and over on that Aqua side, everyone's yelling at each other, trying to figure out what exactly to do. It's quite chaotic down there. If these robots are going to try to hang with all those spare water particles, it adds a little bit of weight, I would imagine, to those robots, making it somewhat more difficult for them to get those hanging points.
Yep, and you can see the teams coordinating as to who's going to hang where in order for them to all make it up in the last few seconds, and you can see cheers of joy as they were able to successfully get both of those robots in the air and one on the bridge. Looking at the final scores, congratulations to Team Aqua taking the win 110-60. That's going to be Kazakhstan, Tunisia, and Venezuela.
Another triple-digit game for us here in Constitution Hall. Tremendous, and you can hear them cheering behind me in elation. Now we focus on those weekly updates that we had gotten leading up until this culminating experience. Let's turn our attention to the Cup of newsletters.
Since the launch of our website, we noticed that a lot of teams were sending us pictures and videos of all the things that they were doing in preparation for the first Global Challenge. And we came up with this idea of creating a weekly newsletter where we could share all of these experiences. We thought that all of these newsletters are often enjoyed with a cup of coffee, and so we thought that maybe this newsletter could be themed after a national beverage. And so we've had cups of Huar from Tunisia, we've had cups of mate from Uruguay, and so many others. So there are many great things about this newsletter. But probably my favorite part about it are the pictures. You know, you can write all about their experiences and the press, but nothing strikes you more than, you know, seeing a kid with a smile on their faces, opening a robot kit, and just seeing how their dreams actually come true. If you want to learn more about our teams and their accomplishments, make sure to sign up for our weekly newsletter, and you can go to our website at first.global/newsletter.
And now we feature the hometown heroes, our girls of the USA.
Team USA is a team made up of 3 girls. 2 of us live in Washington, and then our 3rd team member lives nearly 4,000 kilometers away in New Jersey. We're all brought together by this shared experience, this shared challenge.
We get to work with teams from all over the world and learn about people in different cultures and communities and how they approach and solve the same problems as we do.
We've all received the same robotics challenge, but everyone comes up with a different way to solve that challenge and a different design.
These are the students that are going to solve the problems and that are going to engineer and innovate and create the future.
It was incredibly important to me when I was younger to see female role models in STEM fields, and that meant so much to me growing up. And I'm hoping that Team USA can potentially be role models for some little girl out there.
You hear them embracing the applause of the crowd, and when they say it's important for me to see female STEM role models, that's exactly the role that they are serving right now for the countless young ladies out there that are watching us, in addition to Katie Henshaw in the booth serving as one of those role models as well. Just tremendous work that they're doing in terms of the legwork, trying to get them up and running, and understanding the egregiousness of STEM-related fields and how it is so more heavily skewed towards us males.
Yep, and right there in the middle of the river, we can see Team USA trying to grab those balls, trying to do themselves and the country proud as they're teamed up with Argentina and Slovakia on the Aqua Alliance up against Myanmar, Italy, and Greece on the Hydro Alliance.
Now this team from the US, they have been involved in FIRST programs for more than 7 years. They've been in FLL, FTC, and FRC. So they've got quite some versatility heading into this competition here.
And as we head in sort of the middle round, you can see Team USA just finished dropping off some of those blue water particles, and as they hopefully go grab some more to do the same and continue bringing up that score. They're currently ahead, I guess now 9-4 as team scores continue to climb. Up on the top, you can see Slovakia hoping to drop off some of those contaminated particles into up on the top of that bridge. Each of those are going to be worth 4 points and ideally can continue to grow Aqua's lead. But right next to them, we have another team from the Hydro Alliance hoping to do the same. As you can see them pushing those balls, trying to get them over that tiny lip and into the laboratory.
We're going to get this telestrator up and running for you in just a brief moment. You see right here in the laboratory spaces, which is what I'm highlighting, these couple of orange balls that are still up there, those are worth 4 points a pop if they can get them into their respective laboratories. Those contaminant balls, 4 times in terms of worth as much as those blue and clear water particles that end up going into these 2 corners of the field. So we're going to clear that telestrator for you, but for those of you who are joining us, those are the 2 ways that those water particles can achieve points.
And as we've mentioned before, those 2 colored zones are the exclusion zones. Only a team of that color, Hydro being red and Aqua being blue, are able to enter that section. So only Team Aqua is actually able to go and gather that gathering of balls right there. As we hit these last few seconds, teams are going to begin either parking on the bridge and or hanging, as we see right there, Italy dropping off one last load of contaminated particles before we go and hang as they easily pull themselves into the air. That's actually Argentina right there. Looks like as long as Slovakia can get themselves up in the air, they will be having 3 hangs. We'll have to see if that counts. We can see over on the other side, big sort of mosh puddle as they all cheer themselves on. And congratulations to Team Hydro, Myanmar, Italy, and Greece taking the win 108-58.
Dominant performance by them. And after we go to that game, we're going to be focusing on Iran as well as the Global STEM Corps.
As a result of government sanctions, Team Iran was unable to receive a physical version of the FIRST Global Robotics Kit. To address this challenge, Team Iran partnered up with a US-based robotics team from George C. Marshall High School in Falls Church, Virginia to convene and help build the robot together.
Durud. Durud to all people. We said this word when we want to start a conversation. Durud is so important and so positive, because being positive is very important, especially on a start point.
They're just a great bunch of guys. They're really funny, really energetic, great team.
With Team Iran being the designers and our US-based team being the builders, the 2 groups have been able to effectively bring Team Iran's vision to light, uniting to build a robot that Team Iran can be proud to call their own as they compete in the FIRST Global Challenge in Washington, D.C.
I'm excited to be involved in FIRST Global, and it's great that we can help be a part of the solution to this and help them participate.
So I get to help out a team who's a lot of fun and makes a lot of jokes and seems like very upbeat and happy, and it feels good enabling them to participate in the competition where otherwise they wouldn't be able to.
I'm really glad and happy on being on this fantastic competition to share good things with other nations, especially peace and having a better world.
This event has been so special to us for a host of different reasons, not just including the 163 teams from 157 countries that we've assembled, but because of the international attention that it has garnered, including from diplomats as well as here in the United States. So we're going to throw you a highlight package of some of those individuals who have come with us even just this morning. Ivanka Trump coming from the White House and the Trump family to show her support for our all-girls teams in that exhibition game that we had earlier on. Again, just one of many examples of the amount of support and outpouring that these teams have received from all different corners of the globe. There were many people that were cheering them on, so symbolically, while she is here, trust me, there are many more out there who are supporting these young ladies in terms of incorporating STEM into the real world and what we're trying to accomplish with the power of it in their hands. Darude was a word that was heavily thrown around as with respect to starting a conversation. That's exactly what this next team from South Africa is trying to do with their presence here as well.
Being an engineer is like being a little superhero.
Communicating with your partners and the people next to you.
I mind to overcome whatever the challenge is.
We work as a team and we work very well together and we can collaborate.
We support one another by inspiring each other.
And when we put these minds together, it really is my team.
So right now, we just featured that South Africa video, and we got game action for them right now that's about to unfold here at the end of round 5 here of 6 rounds at DAR Constitution Hall. It looks like South Africa is joined by the Solomon Islands and South Sudan. Meanwhile, on the other side, we've got Team Hydro, which had a penalty coming out of the gate of Gabon, Ecuador, and Vanuatu.
And from that clip package of South Africa, I really love that line. Being an engineer is like being a superhero. Not only can you do marvelous feats of engineering, but you're also inspiring to so many other people, both in your country and in the world.
Being a superhero, however, means that you also need to get help from other corners of the globe as well. And the Western Wildcats out of Davie, Florida, who may very well be tuning in to watch their team right now, were there supporting GSC team.
And as we head into this game, we can see after initially getting the balls, we have a couple teams. We can see South Africa there sort of sorting its balls with all of the blue on one side and all of the orange particles on the other. Over up in the top, we have Vanuatu trying to drop off those blue balls into the goal. You can see it's having a little issue getting them cleared out through their netting. Hopefully they can figure that one out.
Now turning our focus back to South Africa, the city of Durban won the 2014 Stockholm Industry Water Award for its progressive approach to water service. It's something that we are trying to focus on with respect to the 14 grand challenges devised by the NAE. And it includes with respect to what Durban has done, they include providing free water for the poor, there's rainwater harvesting, and then there are also mini hydropower toilets that they use in that city. It's pretty ingenious, but also, I'm sure, very effective.
And as we head into the last minute of this competition, we can see the Solomon Island with a very interesting strategy. They're actually using their hanging arm also as a way to keep their balls in by pulling them all the way down. They're using it both as a blocking. They're really showing how you can have one machine that actually accomplishes multiple goals. And unfortunately, it looks like, I believe that is Gabon might be stalled out, but hopefully they'll be able to figure that out. As we mentioned, with so many connections going on in this building, sometimes you can have a couple issues, but hopefully we'll be able to figure those out soon and they can get back up and running. In these last 20 seconds, we can see South Africa was able to successfully hang the team we just featured, and right next to them, like their two teammates, Solomon Island and South Sudan, were able to as well. As we wrap up, you can see them all applauding on the teams. We'll get the final scores up for you in one moment, and we can see who was able to bring out the victory. And congratulations to Team Aqua winning that one 95-21. We can hear cheers going on between the Solomon Islands, South Africa, and South Sudan as they all clap along and cheer.
Exactly what this competition is about, an iconic moment, not just for that alliance, but for us as well. In the booth with us right now, you've seen her on the stage conducting interviews after each one of the games. We have Sarah from First Global also joining us. Sarah, thank you for being here.
Oh, thanks for having me.
So with respect to your involvement in First Global, I know that you and I just met, but the energy that you are bringing onto the stage for us today is nothing short of infectious. When did your involvement in robotics start for you personally?
So I've been involved in robotics for 8 years, so I've just heard about First Global recently. I started in 6th grade on some of the smaller robotics teams that Katie was talking about, FLL, FTC, FRC. Goes all the way up through high school, and then as soon as I'm going to college, I've been volunteering since.
And with volunteering comes a lot of good experience in building connections. What are some of the conversations that you've had with people here outside of yours truly with us two that have been impressionable on you as you go back to school and you continue your study?
It's definitely, there are so many companies here that you can talk to. There's, DECA, which is run by Dean Kamen. There's, Andy Mark, who's doing all the fields, talking to all of them. Anyone that you can get your hands on, you need to be talking to them. You need to be making connections, whether it's for later in life, whether it's for, right now, trying to get new jobs, trying to make friends in general. Talking to the different countries. I was talking to you interviewed him earlier, the guy from Honduras. I was talking to him, and I'm seeing what mission trips I can do. He said, anytime you have more than a month off of school, come down here, come help us with the teams, robotics, any other, translator, anything you can do.
Now, I'm being told by the booth to open it up if you have any questions for either Katie or myself as well.
So pretty much, you've been sitting here all day. You both have been sitting here all day doing an awesome job. What are you guys feeling right now? How are you guys holding up?
We're doing pretty well. I mean, it's been a great event. The energy is infectious. You can see me actually dancing along to some of the opening music from the clip packages. I mean, it's really a great event.
Well, no joke, when the camera had faded out on us earlier and that first game had gotten that cooperation bonus when those orange contaminant balls were cleared out of the river, she slaps me on the shoulder and says, finally, we've been waiting for that to happen this entire time. So there's no redundancy here. Every game is different, and getting to see all these countries compete with one another is something truly exceptional. You don't see it all that often.
Yeah, and you don't have really the background in robotics, but you do. What's it like seeing all these teams here from the different countries?
I mean, it's amazing. I started robotics actually 10 years ago in First LEGO League, and it was nowhere near this big. So not only seeing it grow in the United States, but seeing it grow internationally, reaching countries I never expected to see at a tournament here in the US is really an amazing thing to see.
And from my personal experience, even though my knowledge of robotics is elementary at best, it is not foreign to me the power that we could have with technology, with science, if we utilize it the right way. And in terms of marketing it to a broader audience, that really is the biggest thing that we're missing. We're talking about opening up pathways of access, not just for communities in impoverished nations and in the developing world that often lack them, but for people here right now too, like myself and who are at home or who aren't watching for that matter. Those are probably the more important people we need to get to understand the potential behind all this if we get it up and running.
Exactly, and you guys are the eyes and ears of the entire competition. You guys are seeing everything, you guys are hearing everything behind the scenes, on the field. What do you guys think is your favorite part so far?
I mean, my favorite part, I think, is seeing all the teams collaborate even through the language barrier. You have them pointing back and forth, and sort of seeing that sort of connections coming together is really my favorite part.
To me, it's all about the personal connection and the number of conversations. I can't base it off of one singular moment. It's even moments like that where you hear that collective cheer in the background. It's exactly what we're trying to look for in this competition. Sarah, thank you so much for asking us these questions.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Good luck. You guys have been doing great today.
Thank you. Likewise. Now we're going to shift our attention to Brazil. Even though they are the 5th largest country, they send a team with some of the biggest hopes here in Constitution Hall.
We are very excited for this tournament, and we're sure that we're going to do our best to show the world who we are. And we are more than robots. And this is not just robotics. This is who we are. This is Brazil.
Team Brazil coming to us right now. They are known as Tilt, and this team was created in 2010 and is a self-proclaimed garage team. You gotta like that self-description. They came here without financial support, and this team relies on the help of volunteers and parents to get them off the ground and running here in DC.
As someone from a similarly aptly named garage team, I understand how they feel. It's very much a grassroots movement when you're like that, and you become very, very tight-knit, not only as friends, but also as a family. And we'll see Team Brazil duking it out alongside Mongolia and Uganda up against China, Team Asia, and Montenegro in this round that we have going on right now.
We're focusing on water, and the Amazon River, which cuts through the northern region of the country, is the largest in the world by volume, even though the one that they are battling on right now is the most important one to them.
As we get started here, we can see Team Brazil trying to grab those clean water particles, pushing up against the wall in order to better push them into their robot. Right there, we can see Montenegro, I believe that is, pushing as many of those clean water particles as they can. And you can see they're really, really successful at that, getting a ton of that flood of water into their team's village.
As we get the telestrator up and running, they have a manifold approach to this game because they were just dumping over here in this water corner. Now you're going to see them head up the bridge and try to get some of those water particles for 4 points as I clear that telestrator and we zoom in on them into that lab. If they do, they're going to be boosting up their team's points as they're winning 33-12 right now. We'll see if they can successfully do so. Now, if we go back to Brazil, they are not foreign or strangers to some great inventors. The entrepreneur and software engineer Mike Krieger co-founded Instagram, a very widely used and popular image sharing app that I'm sure is being used by many here, in addition to the 700 million monthly active users that it has around the globe.
Yep, and right there we just saw Montenegro successfully pushing those contaminant balls for 4 points each. You can see a little bit of communication between the teams. Looks like we have a slight pile-up trying to get into that side goal where you can drop off those clean water particles. Hopefully they are able to figure that out. Right there we can see Team Asia attempting to get a little bit more water as they also prepare their hanging arm, as well as Montenegro grabbing a couple more of those. They sort the blue balls to the bottom and the orange balls up top. Hopefully they can push those in just like that.
So they did have 10 of those water contaminant particles that made its way to the lab, so the flow of them stopped in the river, but I do not believe that they got all of them out of the river, so they will not get that cooperation bonus, but right now they're getting those 20 points from that triple hang. Should be a total of 60 points their way.
Yep, and they may not have gotten the cooperation bonus, but they were able to get all of those robots hung for an additional 60 points, so we'll get the final score up for you here, but they do seem happy about that performance. And congratulations to Team Hydro taking the win 98-61. That's going to be China, Team Asia, and Montenegro.
Even though Aqua did a lot of legwork with respect to getting those contaminant points up there, Hydro with only 12 getting the legwork done to win that battle. Right now, though, we have in the hallway queued up for us an interview with Germany.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the pits right now with Team Germany. Would you mind telling me what's the biggest problem you guys have had working as a team?
Okay, so, well, there are lots of disagreements when talking about robots and what to use and what to build actually. But I think we worked through them together, and I think through discussing all these problems, we grew closer together and learned to work together.
All right, and what was one of the most complicated parts of the robot, whether it be lack of materials, lack of, hours working on it?
Okay, I think the most complicated part was lack of materials, because in other robotics competitions, you don't have such problems. For example, we ran out of screws to use, and it was totally ridiculous to us, but we learned that to use parts sparingly.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, and good luck in the competition today.
Thank you.
Now we feast our eyes on the country of Pakistan with the expression that the strength of any strong nation is in its students. Let's take a look at their national treasures.
It's not just about winning, I hope that we win, but it's about learning as we progress through in the journey.
And this is officially the last game of round 5. This round 5 theme, for those of you who are tuning in, is inspiration. And this country's team has been inspirational in and of itself. When you see in the beginning of that video one of their young men say, it's not about learning, it's about learning, it's not about winning. It's progress through the journey that matters. It's very symbolic as to what this entire competition is truly trying to reflect in the young engineers that we have brought to the table today.
Yep, and we can see Team Pakistan teamed up with Namibia and Mozambique on the Aqua Alliance, up against Serbia, Croatia, and the UAE on the Hydro Alliance.
For a country such as Pakistan, where only 1% of their country's wastewater receives treatment, they understand the dire straits and the expeditiousness with which some of these global water challenges need to be solved, not just with water access, but with water treatment as well.
Yep, and we can see them actually right there, I believe. Oh, actually, we have Croatia here on Skype, hopefully cheering on their team as they compete on the Hydro Alliance, waving those flags and proud. And up there, we can see on the Aqua Alliance that was Team Pakistan actually dropping off those contaminant particles into the laboratory for 4 points each.
3 teams on each side of that riverbank right now. And we're going to try to get some of those contaminant points for Team Hydro in there right now. We're trying to see what country that is up there. And Croatia, it looks like, is trying to make their way up as the flags are waving. They end up going down the bridge. They're going to try to get back up there, though, showing that there is nothing in the sense or face of adversity that's going to stop them as they get those Omni wheels churning. They flip to that 90-degree angle. They're going to try to drop some of those 4-pointers in there. We'll see if they're successfully going to be able to do so as they're, again, starting to lose some of that grip on the way down.
Yep, as we've mentioned multiple times, those Omni wheels, for all they provide so much to add to your mobility, but they also decrease your traction. And you can see robots slipping and sliding on that hill a lot. Right there, you can see Team Croatia pushing some of the clean water into the side goal right there. Each of those is going to be worth 1 point and add to Team Hydro's score. As we hit these last 25 seconds, you can see teams deploying their climbing arms, ready to go up on that bar to prepare for the upcoming flood. Right there, you can see Team Pakistan pushing even more of those contaminated particles into the side. Looks like they might have had a slight stall, but hopefully they can get down or park up there if they choose to for the extra 5 points at end game.
So it was Serbia who was on that bridge before, and then Croatia in terms of their water treatment facility, trying to get those water reserves with those 1-pointers into their respective corner. We'll see what the final score ended up tabulating as.
And as we wrap up round 5, congratulations to Team Aqua for taking the win 100-82. That's going to be Mozambique, Namibia, and Pakistan.
We enter the final and 6th round of competition here at DAR Constitution Hall. And as we get into this celebratory round, we certainly want to take the ample time to celebrate the first country of the round, Myanmar.
Hello world, we are Team Myanmar. The very best team ever.
Thank you. Bye.
See you in Washington, D.C.
The speechlessness that you saw at the beginning of that video is what many teams here, I'm sure, feel on that stage. This team comes from Fandiyar. It's Myanmar's innovation lab in Yangon. It's an organization dedicated to developing the country's tech ecosystem.
Yep, and for each team now we see competing, this will be their last round in the tournament. So Myanmar, New Zealand, Armenia on the Hydro Alliance, and Libya, Denmark, and Burkina Faso on the Aqua Alliance, wrapping up the tournament, hoping to end with a high score.
So fun little tidbit about Myanmar, they join us not just on this stage, but in the fact that they're one of the only other countries in the world aside from the US that does not use the metric system. Why we still don't is beyond me, but again, that's just one of many things that goes over my head or through my ears and out the other side.
Yep, and as you saw the scramble for the middle, we saw one team on the Hydro Alliance drop off a couple of those contaminated particles, and it looks like Armenia also has a ton of those and is ready to go drop those off as well. Right there, we can see New Zealand pushing some of the clean water into that side goal.
Yeah, Armenia actually has that kind of cascade work up. It's almost like a V that works its way up the side of that robot. I'd be interested to see how the functionality of that robot is going to serve it well if it gets up onto that bridge. If we can kind of zoom in on it right now, it looks like it's at the top of the bridge. We'll see if it ends up working successfully. We're keeping our fingers crossed for it.
And you can see Team Hydro score climb as it drops those off. And we've already gotten all 10 particles. If we can get all of the contaminated particles out of the center, we could potentially have that cooperation bonus again.
There it has. You just saw Armenia unloading all of those orange contaminated particle balls. Part of the reason why it's up 56-0 right now. Now you see Denmark on the opposite side for Team Aqua trying to jump them in there as much as possible, almost breaking down the walls to get them through, and we'll see if it's successful.
It looks like Myanmar is hoping to do the same, as well as New Zealand. Everyone's working on those contaminated particles. They seem to realize where all the points lie.
At the same time, there are only 5 of them left in that field to play in the river. If they can get those 5 that are currently there out of the river, they'll all get that 15-point bonus that Katie was mentioning earlier on. We'll see if they can do it successfully.
We'll have to see if they choose to go after that. As you can see them getting pushed into the middle, all they have to do is sweep them out. They don't have to be anywhere except not on the river. But as we hit these last 20 seconds, it seems teams are rather prioritizing hanging. Each of those hangs is going to be worth 20 points for their alliance. You can see Denmark successfully in the air, and Burkina Faso hoping to follow, or maybe to park on the bridge. Parking on the bridge is going to give them 5.
Oh, Burkina Faso trying to punch Libya up the bridge to get 10 points. Good for them. Sometimes you got to move mountains. Yep. Great job by them towards the end of that.
And we'll get the final score up for you in one moment. Congratulations to the Hydro Alliance of Armenia, New Zealand, and Myanmar for winning that 120-46. Those contaminant points of 52 really brought them over the edge.
Now, this first global challenge is an experience that we all share, including the people who are behind the scenes and pulling on the strings.
We're fortunate that we get to work with such an amazing group of people, and I think we've done an excellent job helping tell the story of First Global to not only our teams and our community, but to the outside world as a whole.
We are so happy to see that all of these teams have come together in the name of science and robotics to be part of a community bigger than themselves.
It's taught me that, you know, people just love each other, and it doesn't matter what side of the ocean you're from, but everyone likes to come together and just celebrate how unique and special we all are.
Team Nigeria, their control hub just wasn't like connecting at all. And I walked them through it, they reinstalled it, they ran it. I heard there's a little boot up sound that plays when it turns on, and I heard the whole room cheer. And like, those moments, that makes the lack of sleep worth it.
I think my favorite experiences so far has been working with Team Liberia. They're also inspired to take back what they've learned and, you know, with robotics, and take it back to their high schools and their cities and figure out how they can make Liberia a better place. And seeing that transformation of these students starting to really believe in themselves, I think, is one of the most powerful aspects of what we're doing at First Global.
So I'm really glad that you're here, and yeah, enjoy the First Global Challenge.
And enjoy it we are. That's exactly what this team has worked so tirelessly to get us to do, and we're doing that right now. So obviously our indebted gratitude goes to them for all the effort that they've been pouring into it. Now we're going to show you an instant replay setup of a lot of different ways in which these robots are going to be collecting some of these water particles. The functionality on these different robots, whether it be some of those spin drummers that we have mentioned earlier on, some of those smaller wheels, or whether it's somewhat of a conveyor strategy. It's almost like a Pez dispenser there. All of these different robots have different types of functions. They're just as versatile and just as diverse as the kids who are driving them and coaching them. It's an important point to make. And even though they all have these different capabilities with respect to their alliances, everybody has that crucial role to play in separating and also distributing those particles either to their reserves or to that lab for those points. So we'll see a little bit more unfold in this last round. But now we take it to one of our final continental teams. In fact, we were fortunate enough to get 100% participation from this continent, but now we see the team that represents them, South America.
From the heart of Lima, Peru, comes Team South America. Let's see what they're up to.
Wait, who are these kids? Is this the right team? Wait, what's going on? Is this the right team? Hold up, hold up. Let's rewind a bit. That's better.
Hi, my name is Nicole. I'm the team leader of South America team. Say goodbye.
Bye-bye.
This is the team with Happy Feet, as you saw in that video, but Happy Feet here as well, whose robot's been as active on the pitch with us in these first 5 rounds. These 6 students representing the continent of South America come from Innova Schools, which is one of their 20 innovator schools around the world.
And their GSC team would be the FRC Haws on the horizon from Chicago. We're actually the ones working with them to kind of provide them some mentorship. And this team has been friends for years since the first year they began studying together and have grown into a tight-knit group. You can see Team South America teamed up with Honduras and Zambia on the Aqua Alliance, up against Sudan, Italy, and Europe on the Hydro Alliance.
So already less than 2 minutes to play here, and there's a 2-point game that we've got Hydro leading the way right now, but as we know full well, things can change relatively quickly on this stage. Up there, you've got Zambia that is emptying some of those particles into their lab. We'll see if they can differentiate between the blue and the orange of those contaminants and clean particles. Again, Katie, for those of you who are joining from at home, can you tell us exactly how some of these teams might be able to sort out the differences between them, considering it looks like these particles are the same size?
So you'll see some teams using a color sensor in order to autonomously sort them. They'll basically read it and based on the wavelengths of light coming out, be able to say this is red or orange or this is blue. Other teams choose to do it by eye, holding the ball in a certain position and having one of the drivers hit a button for orange or blue. And other teams choose not to do it at all, either dropping all of them in the side goal or in the laboratory. As you mentioned, any blue balls in the laboratory will not give any points, and any contaminated balls on the side goals in the water supply will actually give the team a penalty. But some teams have decided that the penalty is worth it. Right there, we can see, wow, I believe that is Team Honduras dropping a ton of those orange contaminated balls into the side goal. You should see their score going up very soon as it soars 50 all the way up to 59 with all of those contaminated balls.
In addition to the plethora of balls that they just dropped, it's very clear that there are a plethora of people out here supporting them in the audience. You could hear those cheers, not just of gratitude, but of complete and utter pride in their country and how they are representing them on this field right now.
And this fits this round's theme of celebration greatly, as we are celebrating all of these teams' accomplishments as one gets in the air and the second one hopes to get its hook over the air. And Zambia is trying to do the same in these last few seconds. You can hear the crowd in anticipation, hoping that they can get their robot up.
We'll see if that one arm is going to get them up. We'll find out in a few brief moments. They got 2 seconds to do so.
And as we hit the end of that round, we'll get the scores up for you in a moment. We can see high fives going around from team to team. It looks like Italy is congratulating everyone. And with a very, very tight race, congratulations to Team Hydro winning 130 to 114. It's going to be Sudan, Team Europe, and Italy.
With us in the booth now, we've got Ann Richard joining us. She is the former Assistant Secretary of State for Population, Refugees, and Migration at the U.S. Department of State. The Department of State being so central into getting these teams to come here. Thank you so much for joining us, Ann. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm thrilled to be here.
So we have mentioned on many occasions here government. We've mentioned institutions and some of the hurdles that they present for some of the teams getting here. What can governments like ours and in other nations do to get more STEM involved in our youth around the globe?
Well, one of the things I've spent a lot of time working on is trying to help youth who have been displaced by conflict around the world. And these kids are sometimes don't have governments. They're stateless, or they've gone to other countries seeking shelter. So they're refugees, they're migrants. And what's wonderful about this event today is there's a refugee team. Team Hope is here. And I met these guys. They're from Syria. They've found sanctuary in Lebanon, but that hasn't stopped them from learning and from wanting to participate. And so that, for me, was a high point today, was meeting the members of Team Hope.
Well, fortunately, and as so many other people would agree, I'm sure that was a highlight for them, too. The human spirit does not know political bounds. And any lines that we can draw on a map in no way, shape, or form should serve as a hindrance to what we're able to achieve. If there was one thing from this competition that you see and that you're attending right now that you would want to be passed on and passed forward, what would you want this central takeaway to be for those of us who are here and those who are watching at home?
I would say don't count out the students who aren't at the best schools with the best equipment. I'm so thrilled there's so many girls here. In parts of the world, girls are not made a priority for getting an education. And don't count out these kids who, as refugees, are misinterpreted, misseen as potential terrorists. These are kids who are resilient, who have potential. Yes, they've lost their homes, but they really have the ability to learn and to make a contribution. So I'm thrilled to see them all here.
And you hit something that kind of cuts me to the core as well. In fact, of not judging a book by its cover, so to speak. A lack of information is what is responsible for that. And typically you get a human reaction that is completely misguided and misinformed. So we appreciate the work that you're doing in trying to spread that word and in supporting the teams like Team Hope who are here today with us. Thank you so much for being with us.
Yeah, it's thrilling. Thank you.
The next team that we want to feature comes from our neighbors to the south, Mexico. See a couple of those team members lying down in the ball pit after all was said and done. I'm sure that they're going to be sleeping with success here after this sixth and final round of action for them. The Panteras from Mexico City and Lambot from San Luis Potosi are what these two teams have amalgamated themselves into, representing their one country of Europe here. Top rankings have shifted themselves up a little bit. Myanmar now leads the pack with 544 points, edging Poland out to take that number 2 spot in silver with 497. China following in third with 474. Armenia and Germany rounding out the top 5.
And as we continue this match, we can see we have Team Mexico teamed up with Iran and Tunisia on the Hydro Alliance, and they're up against Afghanistan, the Ivory Coast, and Australia on the Aqua Alliance for these teams' final match of the day.
The mentor from Mexico is Guillermo Campos Guzman. He is a student at Pan American University in Mexico City's campus, and he makes sure all of his students give back to the community, something that we find to be incredibly important, especially with respect to the many different countries that we have here in attendance, raising money for those in need, visiting cancer patients in local hospitals. The possibilities for him and his team to give back are endless.
And right there on Skype, it looks like we have people from Tunisia cheering on their team. We can see their robot right there at work. You can see them waving their flags. Can't wait to hopefully see their team do well as they cheer them on. You can see Tunisia actually climbing the bridge right now, hoping to go drop off that contaminant particle. It has collected. Each of those worth 4 points.
As we get this telestrator up and running right now, it only looks like Tunisia, as we were mentioning earlier on, they've got those 4 team members who are there very diligently watching over and earlier on their robot that's on the top of this bridge right now. We had seen a chain that was down there. I think I'm highlighting it right now with my telestrator. If we can zoom in on that, possibly showing you that some of the capabilities of these robots, while fantastic, they do result sometimes in a little bit of that carnage that I've mentioned on the past few occasions. Without a chain, a robot, I think, is severely limited in what it's able to do, and we're gonna sweep that telestrator clean right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of those robots actually lost its ball collection mechanism. That is what that chain is for right there. We can see that team would be, I believe that is, I can't tell exactly which team that is, but unfortunately that is broken, but they will still be able to hang Andrew Park on the ramp. They are not out of it yet. We'll see what Team Iran is able to do as we hit these last few seconds. You can see them extending that arm, hopefully able to hook themselves over that top bar.
They still definitely have the capacity to do just that, get those 20 points, because it is a neck and neck game right now in the last 3 seconds.
And you can see that Mexico was successfully able to pull itself over the bar, and Tunisia was as well. We'll have to see how that score ends up as we get it up for you in 1 moment. And we have a tie. Congratulations to both Team Aqua and Hydra. That's Afghanistan, Ivory Coast, Australia, Tunisia, Iran, and Mexico for all getting 50 points in that round. Congratulations, guys.
The second tie game that we have seen here in these 2 days of competition. What we have seen in each one of these games, it means that robotics in and of itself is an art form, and we should start embracing the beauty behind it.
Like hundreds of other organizations around the world, First Global has put a tremendous focus on STEM education, and rightfully so. STEM can open up windows of opportunity and endless possibilities. Yet innovation and STEM education remain tightly coupled with the arts, and there is a growing movement to turn STEM into STEAM. This movement is not only about recognizing science, technology, engineering, and math, but also sparking a student's imagination and innovation by combining the creativity of the arts with the technical practicality of STEM. Our first global challenge is more than just memorizing code or learning gear ratios. It's about taking those skills and using them creatively to solve complicated and abstract problems. The arts can expand horizons and open doors to allow STEM students to see the world through the creative process while also using technical skills. We applaud the accomplishments of our scientists, engineers, and mathematicians, but also our artists, our designers, and innovators, who are all striving to make a better world for all.
Also noting the 6th round theme of celebrations, celebrating our artists, is something that we should be doing now. Next up comes the voracious set of engineers from the country of Vietnam. This team of high school robotics and engineers, this club, FPT, was established in 2016 and went from a mere 15 students to 25 members in those first few and short months after its inception.
It's crazy to see how infectious robotics is. Some people get excited and then they spread that excitement and you get that growth even in that short of a time. By 2020, this club strives to become an outstanding club among even others in the country.
If you look at their flag, I know I had mentioned it in the Parade of Nations on Sunday, but the 5 stars on Vietnam's flag represent farmers, workers, soldiers, and then probably most importantly, given the context of this competition in and of itself, intellectuals and youth. So important in the development of science and technology, but as well as the future that we have to embrace and behold before us here.
And we can see Team Vietnam teamed up with the Dominican Republic and Nepal on the Aqua Alliance up against Burundi, Ukraine, and Laos on the Hydro Alliance for their final match of the day.
Vietnam out to a good start right now. After we just featured them 16-5, they're up 11 points with about 1 minute and 25 seconds to go here in this 6th round matchup. You see Aqua with that yield sign coming up. That 5-point penalty has gone over to Hydro, but now they're still increasing that lead. Right now you see Ukraine at the top of that bridge starting to dump some of those contaminated water particles, much to the cheer of the crowd and the supporters who are here to watch them go. We'll see if they can bat some of those in. It looks like they're stalled and they're trying to use that drummer to reverse direction and kick them in.
As we've mentioned before, there is a slight lip before we get in there, so it takes a little bit of force, but they were able to get both of those balls successfully in for 8 points. We can see Team Aqua, I believe that is Nepal attempting to do the same, but having a little bit of issue trying to get up that ramp as we hit these last 50 seconds. As you can see, while balls are continuing to flow, actually we've had 10 contaminated particles placed, so if the teams are able to remove all of the orange balls from the riverbed, we'd be able to get a cooperation bonus. And it seems that teams instead are focused on hanging right there. We have one robot successfully pulling itself up into the air.
Now, if we zoom back out and I get the telestrator up and running, on this bird's eye view, you can see that the 3 teams on each of these alliances are right outside of the stands. It's really difficult for them to try to not jump onto the field given how impressive these robots are, but what they're trying to get them to do as well, and you just saw one of them in the case of Vietnam, we're just highlighting it right now even though it's on the screen, flipping on its back, one of these volunteers potentially coming in and helping it, but we'll see. They've only got about 5 seconds left.
As we've mentioned before, teams can choose to ask a volunteer to help them rewrite their robot, but if they do, they incur a penalty. As you can see Vietnam asking for the robot to remain flipped over. Right there as the match ends, we'll get the scores up for you in 1 moment. And congratulations to Team Hydro of Burundi, Ukraine, and Laos for winning that one 103-55.
Joining us in the booth now as we begin the 6th round is Shastri Ram. He is the mentor of Trinidad and Tobago. He is also a graduate researcher at Carnegie Mellon University out in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He began as a GSC advisor, but when he realized that his home country wasn't represented here at the first Global Challenge, he decided to step up and spearhead the effort to lead his own team. Shastri, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
With respect to your education at Carnegie Mellon and what it has done for you as a graduate researcher and then trying to get into engineering here, how would you say that that has kind of bridged the gap for you personally?
Well, certainly it has opened my eyes to what are the possibilities out there. Back at home, I didn't have much robotic experience back at home, but when I came here and I started studying, I learned so many things, and I was part of so many opportunities, and it was just amazing to me. So when I learned that First Global was being held, I thought, well, I need to bring this back to my country. So I talked to Joe, and he was like, it's kind of late in the game, but if you can do it, then go right ahead and do it.
And I was in those back offices when a lot of those conversations were happening. It felt like every time I walked in there, you know, there was steam coming out of everybody's ears because of all these teams that were joining in. Did you just kind of hit him up and say, you know what, Joe, like, I know you've already done a lot of work, but you know what, can we get thrown into the mix? What was his response when you said something like that to him?
He was very, very supportive. He said, you go right ahead. We will try to help you as much as we can, but you go right ahead and you form your team, and we did that. And I have to say a great thank you to First Global because they did really support us quite a bit.
Well, and thank you to you, not just on behalf of First Global, but of the students you're bringing here as well. You're one of those guys that I can clearly tell if you see something that you want, you just go for it, and you're a self-starter. That's what so many of our young engineers who are out here also possess, is that ability. It's just a matter of getting them in the right position to make something of it. So thank you, Shastri, for everything you've done.
You're very welcome.
We appreciate it. Now we are going to be taking our eyes on the Seychelles next.
It is important that young people get involved in such a project. First of all, because we would like our young people to appreciate science, technology, and innovation in their life.
of them jumping on that float at the end of that video. They're also jumping in on the action here this last round of play for them. Seychelles is one of the tiniest and youngest nations on the planet, including the robotics team, which is here, one of the youngest that they bring here, but they're very enthusiastic to show us what they can do here.
Yep, almost half the area of Seychelles, the 115 islands in the Indian Ocean, have actually been designated a national park.
And one thing that is important to note about Seychelles with respect to the community that we're trying to promote here, and that everybody has this kind of common bond and we're all trying to help one another out, not just in these alliances, but as actual global communities in the real world in which we experience it. There is an agreement between Seychelles and Malaysia, and so Malaysia's International Science and Tech Innovation Center is actually open to people from Seychelles, students, to study there. So it's a great real-world experience, an example of how bridges can be connected between some of these global communities.
And in terms of connecting bridges, we can see Seychelles teamed up with the UAE and Brazil here on the Aqua Alliance, and they're up against Senegal, the Solomon Islands, and Colombia on Team Hydro.
We're going to get this telestrator up and running to you in a second here. Right now, up on the bridge, it looks like we have Colombia that's trying to work some of those orange particles into one of these two labs, but hopefully the one that is designated for their color over there. Now that we've got this bird's eye view, you're seeing that collection of particles that are making their way outside of that exclusion zone. Again, we don't want any of the teams to enter that neutral zone. They might be able to extend an arm to reach and get some of those. But those exclusion zones are not off limits to either of those two teams. You just got to make sure they fit in the color. Right now, we've got the three teams that are working with Aqua over on that right side of the pitch. Meanwhile, we've lost the two who are working with Hydro. Believe it or not, I think they're on the bridge, so we're going to clear that telestrator for you right now and give you some other shots.
Yep, right there we can see Colombia ideally dropping off that colored contaminant ball in order to get 4 points for that. We also saw Brazil a second ago with a wonderfully sorted container of both blue and orange balls that they can hopefully place in the correct locations. You can see they just dumped all of the blue ones off in the side goal. Right there, you can see one team, I believe that is the Solomon Islands, going for its hang. As we mentioned before, 20 points per robot with a successful hang, and that can really bring the tides over, as we see Senegal going for it, as well as the Solomon Islands and Colombia slowly extending that arm as well.
It's great to see these robots actually heading back towards their teams. I mean, it looks like Team Colombia is waving themselves on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, let's go, let's go, let's go. Trying to see if those last few seconds, even if the energy is there, the robots are clearly moving at the same speed. It looked like a very tight race there, so you had some cheers coming from one side of that field. We'll see if it's the winning team, and it looks like it is. Team Aqua winning 90-68 there, getting 60 points as opposed to Hydro's 40, so that one extra hang that they had made a big, big difference for them there. Still would have won by 2 points, but at the same time, we have a cumulative score here in these 6 rounds. Speaking of 6 rounds, we have 6 different themes across these rounds, and connecting them, like our competitors, they've got way more in common than they do in differences.
Our connections between each other are the lifeblood of First Global. Our community is only successful and meaningful through the relationships that form between mentors, volunteers, and students across international borders. Until the 2017 First Global Challenge, these connections were largely formed remotely through social media, messaging applications, and plain old phone calls. But some teams took it upon themselves to build connections physically and has begun laying the groundwork for the future of First Global. Michael Leventhal, mentor of Team Mali, is working to build connections throughout West Africa despite a severe lack of workable infrastructure and multiple language barriers. In Central Asia, the nations of Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Kazakhstan joined together in an international practice session, sharing ideas and strategies. And the teams of Estonia, Finland, Latvia, and Lithuania convened through a Baltics-wide meetup in preparation for the competition. These are the seeds of regional cooperation and competition that will chart the course for the future of First Global by expanding our program to more than just one yearly event. We at First Global know the future is in partnerships, regardless of borders, and want to thank these pioneering teams, mentors, and students who are taking some of the first steps in regional cooperation for the First Global program.
Although this is not the last country that we will feature in competition, they were the very last to sign up for the first Global Challenge. Let's take a look at Lithuania. that trampoline park that they were at looks like a blast, and they're having just as much fun here. A little bit of a scary look coming from the kid with the drill for that 1 5-second clip, and trying to finish off this 6th round in tremendous fashion here. Even though it was the last team to sign up, they actually, as a result of that, had one of the shortest time periods for building their robot, but they were definitely up to the task here.
Fortunately, all 3 teammates have been winning and participating in competitions such as FLL, RoboCup Junior, and Hackathon, so they seem prepared for the task to make it in a short amount of time. And we can see Team Lithuania teamed up with Azerbaijan and Israel on, I believe, the Hydro Alliance up against Madagascar in North America, and Bosnia and Herzegovina on the Aqua Alliance. I believe I might have those flipped.
Now with those rankings, Team Europe has popped back into the foray after their 5th round of action. They're at 562 right now, not too far behind Myanmar. In addition, on the screen, you'll see a couple of robot pieces that have also fallen off a little bit, so we'll see if that affects the mobility of any of these 6 out here as they hit this 6th round right here of play.
If you look at Israel, they usually have 2 little protrusions to kind of funnel balls in the right position. It looks like they actually had one of them break off, and that's what you see sitting in the middle of the river. Fortunately, it shouldn't interfere with their performance too much. They still seem to be doing a great job of collecting those balls.
Again, the team we're featuring of Lithuania, they have built robots that have guided tourists over the streets with a GPS-controlled voice. They've made a mosquito attraction and control device. You definitely need it during the hot and muggy summer months here in BC. They've made numerous 3D printers and an 8x8x8 LED cube. So the amount of things that they have created is impressive. We'll see if they can create some memories out here as well as they cap off their DC experience at the first Global Challenge.
And right up there, we see both Lithuania and Bosnia placing some of those contaminant particles into the laboratory right there. Each one of those is going to be worth 4 points. As you can see, Team Aqua score climb.
Right now, you see in the center of that screen, they have finished putting all 10 of those contaminant particles into the lab, so they will stop flowing into the river. We'll see if there are any in the river, if either of these 6 teams and 2 alliances are going to get those cooperation points, and it does not look like that's going to happen this time, but we do have penalties that have now surfaced for both teams. Initially, it was just Aqua, but Hydro just popped one up, and so those 5 points are going to cancel each other out. It's a 107-140 game with 5 seconds remaining on the clock just about right now.
And as those robots manage to make it into the air, we'll get the final scores up for you in a moment as we can hear cheers specifically for Israel I can make out, but for every single team competing out in the crowd. We'll get the scores for you in 1 moment. And congratulations to Team Aqua winning that 147-60. That's going to be Israel, Azerbaijan, and Lithuania as hugs and high fives are exchanged from every teammate to every team over there on the field.
We certainly hope we got some footage of it. They're right behind the booth right now, and if we can actually get on them right now, there are some people supporting them in the stands, and you can see the absolute excitement coming from the energy both in the stands and on the floor. This 6th and final round for this team was exceptional, as is the support that they are receiving, but we're going to be taking it out now into the hallways where Canada is waiting for an interview.
Hey everyone, Nick here again with Team Canada in the pits here at the first Global Challenge. Timothy, how's it going so far?
Sure, it's been a lot of fun. It's been great to meet all these teams and see the kind of robot they're able to build. I think what we've learned is you can never underestimate anybody. We helped Team Gabon actually, and they're performing much better than we did in our first 3 games, which goes to show how if you lend a helping hand, you're not just helping them, you're not just pulling them up, you're pushing them upwards. And so it's really fun to see all these teams succeeding, and we hope to do a little bit better in the next few games and hopefully get some big scores for our country. So in terms of changing the world, I think that's the key, right? It's teamwork, it's helping each other, and realizing that we're all quite similar in the end. Even if we come from different backgrounds and cultures, we're all fueled by the same passion and motivation to build a great robot and to change our communities. So if we can just help each other do a little bit better and move the world a centimeter towards achieving an even greater goal, I think in that way we change the world.
These next Singaporean scientists have much to share with us.
Hi, we're Team Singapore.
I'm Aaron.
I'm Isaac.
I'm Sian Wong.
And I'm Kevin.
In our day and age, a lot of us only focus on building a good robot and we forget about the important things such as a good character.
gonna have a lot of fun over there. Yeah.
As this game kicks off, we can hear Singapore talking about not only building a good robot, but also building a good character. And I think that's a great mindset to have as they head into their last match of the competition. They're teamed up with Uzbekistan and Bangladesh on the Aqua Alliance, up against Cuba, Rwanda, and Uganda on the Hydro Alliance. And we can see, as always, that initial clash to gather up as much water as they possibly can. Right there, we can see one team on the Aqua Alliance. We'll have to zoom out to see who it is attempting and actually wonderfully sorting their balls. You can see the orange ones are being placed on one side and the blue ones being placed on the other. As we zoom out a little bit, we can see Bangladesh with those double drum spinners, as well as Uzbekistan grabbing a ton of those and making sure to sort those as well. So both members of the Aqua Alliance are pretty soon going to start making their way over. And it looks like Bangladesh and Uzbekistan might actually be caught on each other. So it'll be interesting to see how they're able to come back from that.
Towards the end of that river, we had two teams, one from each alliance that looks like they're quite stationary right now. It looks like one of them was probably Singapore, but now it is up and moving. Trying to get more than 2 points on the board, even though it's a 2-0 game and they're in the driver's seat. We're about halfway through right now. Singapore collecting a lot of those blue and non-contaminated water particles, those singles that they're trying to move through to earn those extra points for their team now that it's a tied game at 2-2.
As we hit this last minute, we can see those teams that have spent this whole time collecting hopefully going to go and drop off before they run out of time. Over there, we can see Singapore doing just that, bringing over a ton of those blue balls, hopefully able to drop those in and create a flood of points using those flood of clean water.
45 seconds left to go in this sixth round right here, and the final one for some of these teams that are competing, trying to get that cumulative score again over the course of the first 5 rounds in this 6th round, punched up as far as possible. So right now, you see all 3 of those teams from the Aqua Alliance that seem to be on the same side of the field. I'm not sure if there's some disorganization or discombobulation there about what to do in these last 25, but it looks like all of them have some very deliberate tasks they're trying to do, including getting to the bar and or on the bridge to earn points for their alliance, even though they are up 41-10 at this point. They're doing very well so far.
Right there, you can see Singapore dropping off all of those contaminated particles for extra points, and we saw a moment ago an untangled Bangladesh trying to hang up on the bar just in time. Also, Uzbekistan is also successfully in the air, so we'll see. Ooh, unfortunately, they missed the bar, Singapore, but hopefully they'll still be able to bring it out ahead as we get the final score up for you here in 1 moment. And so congratulations to the Aqua Alliance taking out the victory 93-73. There's going to be Bangladesh, Singapore, and Uzbekistan. Congratulations, guys.
Joining us in the booth for our next interview today, we have Mohammad Karami. He is the mentor of Team Iran, and he is a lecturer at 2 universities in that country. He built his first robot at the age of 12, and he met Joe in India, I believe, kind of serendipitously by hopping on the same bus as him at one point. What's the story behind that?
First, I want to say sorry about my bad pronunciation. I want to start this thing. I'm happy because again and again, robotic and technology bring to opportunity for me, and all the person in all the world with different culture gather together in peace and friendship. And this is the most interesting and exciting part. This is the 3rd time that I'm coach of Iran Robotic National Team and more than 75 robotic tournament that I'm compete. But first global is really different for me because I have a many different experience in this challenge. As you know, Team Iran cannot have a robotic pack in my country. And all of my students crying and sad and say, Mohammed, we cannot. But Mr. Sistak told me, Mohammed, you can. I believe you. And the first global team trying to find a volunteer for help to Team Iran. And one of the good robotic team, Griffin's team in Virginia, say, I can help you. And Mr. Sam Allen, it's dear brother, coach of Griffins team, all-time support Team Iran. You know, me and my team in Iran painting some skis and translating to the CAD file and sent by email to Mr. Allen and your team and his team. And Team Griffin tried to build my idea in United States. All time has a challenge with a different time. Time US, for example, me and my team wake up at 3 a.m. and calling to the US, and in US time is 5 p.m. All time has some funny experience, and no, we have a robot, and we can. And today I have a 3 match, and in the 3 we can win. Yeah, it's so good. I can find a lot of brother. I cannot say friend because they are my brother. Yeah, Mr. Sam Allen, Mr. Frank Bardell, Mr. Joey Sistak, and the team member of Team Griffins, Kiki, Christian, Sean, Mohammed, and their parents. Because after arriving to the United States, I see many American people take a welcome party for Team Iran, and all this is so kindly.
Well, it sounds like you have had a lot of people supporting you along the way, and you just mentioned a couple of the many names, but the amount of support that you have also given your team, I'm sure they would also reflect and say it's been a tremendous experience for them too. So thank you for the work that you're doing on behalf of them.
Thank you too.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So now we are going to be taking you to a video regarding what this challenge that we have for the First Global Challenge is completely surrounded by and what it is affiliated with, and we look at water.
Overcoming the global water crisis is one of the greatest human challenges of the 21st century. It is estimated that around 800 million people do not have access to clean and drinkable water, and lack of clean water has a considerable impact on environmental sustainability, food security, energy, and economic growth, causing conflict and political fragility among nations. Every minute, a newborn baby dies from infection or disease caused by a lack of safe and drinkable water, while more than 300,000 children under the age of 5 die every year from diseases caused by contaminated water and poor sanitation. Organizations such as the United Nations, the World Bank, and the U.S. National Academy of Engineering have identified water security as one of the most significant issues of our time. Because of the severity of this crisis, First Global has chosen to model this year's competition after this grand challenge. The water crisis is a generational issue and can only be solved by our future leaders and innovators. Water insecurity is more than just a theoretical issue. Whether due to severe drought in Africa to inefficient plumbing in the United States, many of these teams competing are faced with these challenges every single day. We might not solve this issue at this event, but by inspiring our youth to take on these challenges head-on, we may one day see a world where universal access to clean water is a reality.
So we are joined a second time in the booth right now with Janet Fofang. She must be a glutton for punishment being up here again. Her second time up here with us, and we appreciate you coming up again. The platform and the soapbox on which you can speak, I want to give you as much time as humanly possible, considering all you've done for First Global.
Thank you very much.
In terms of day one versus day two, what are some differences that you've seen?
Well, I've seen a lot of differences in confidence building in the young children, and I've realized that actually even kids from countries that have been doing this before and sometimes not up to the challenge from the kids that are doing this for the first time. So competency knows no boundaries, it knows no race, it knows no color, it knows no country. Competency is competency.
Competency, it's very central as well, and you could be alliterative about it. Competency is community, and we're talking about it not having any boundaries. Community, we're forming only one of them here with these 163 teams, but with respect to Cameroon, the one that you've been most centrally tied to, when you have been interacting with that team, have you seen their confidence starting to build as they enter this last round of play?
Yes. I think they've built a lot of confidence. I could see them break down their robot and rebuild it in no time, something they've taken months to build. And then they were so confident they could break it down and actually build it without fear of what if this doesn't work, what if that doesn't work. It means they have a mastery. And then they go talk to other teams, then create friendships with their alliances, and then strategize on the game. That is something that is really awesome.
Behind the scenes of all of this work, in hearing from multiple people and conversations I've had with how much you have done with this organization in recruiting teams from the African continent, it's almost as if you're like the godmother, if that makes any sense. You've been pulling a lot of strings behind the scenes to make all of this possible. What has that work really involved for you? Because it is way more than just a couple of conversations. I'm sure that to get everybody on the same page, there was a lot more work that was involved. Can you elaborate on any of that?
So, you know, it's like you have a foundation and then you build on things that already existed. So STEM education is something that I've been working in Africa for some time now. And then when I met Onoma sent the email to me like, this is a valuable person, this is a good lead for Africa. And then when I took the email she sent to me, I was like, okay, I know this person, this person, this person, and I had to make the connections. I sent emails to who I knew really mattered. So when you do your work, you want to find valuable alliances and teams, just like here. From working with this project, these kids know who is a good alliance and who I can work with and who I can build knowledge on. Then these alliances were easy for me to like click on this and this and this and this and get this done. Sometimes one email leads to the other one, but sometimes it takes way more than just an email. For example, I was trying to find a team for the Central African Republic. It took from talking to the Israeli ambassador to Cameroon, who is also an ambassador to Central African Republic, to him talking to someone in Belgium who knew someone in the Central African Republic who now connected him to the president of Central African Republic, the head of state.
It's like the 6 degrees kind of game that you are playing.
Exactly.
And it sounds like from what I hear that you almost had to do your own kind of alliance work, and you'd mentioned that a couple of times in getting just these alliances together. There was a big support network behind you. But Janet, thank you for joining us up here in the booth. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now we're going to take it to a video surrounding not just the National Academies of Engineering that Dean Kamen had focused on, but Dean Kamen himself in talking about his relationship with them and in developing this idea around the Grand Challenge with water.
In order to get First Global up and running and to make sure it had global and prestigious support from the science and technology community, I went to 3 of the most prestigious international organizations you could think of. The National Academy of Engineering in the US, the Chinese Academy, and the Royal Academy. I said, we'll pick one of the 14 grand challenges of those academies and make that the theme of the first global event. The theme of clean water seemed like it would be easy to make it resonate with kids all over the world. So we decided that one of the 14 grand challenges, clean water, would be our theme. Given the right goals and the right vision, humanity can raise itself above what we so frequently see. There's an almost unlimited number of needs around the world that kids are going to have to use technology to respond to, and almost any one of them can be turned into a great theme for our next game.
Now joining us in the booth for one of our final interviews for the day is Vern Schneider. He is the chief at the International Water Resources Branch at the USGS. And for those of you who don't understand what the acronym stands for at home, it is the U.S. Geological Survey. Thank you, Vern, for being with us today.
Thank you.
Now, this grand challenge surrounding water access, people think about as only pertaining to developing countries around the world. But trust me, in our very own backyard, we talked about the Chesapeake Bay yesterday, which is, you know, in the Potomac River, literally 100 yards away from where we're currently standing. Water also has its own issues in the United States. Can you extrapolate on any of that?
Sure. Water knows no boundaries, state boundaries, country boundaries, or even globally, because it's all connected by oceans. So we're all hanging in there by the same substance, water. And what we do to the water and so forth is certainly reflects down into the future and affects people's health and so forth. So within the United States, we are a major monitoring agency, and we certainly measure water at thousands of sites every year, and that feeds into the health system, feeds into the agricultural system, and is involved in energy creation and so forth. So.
Yeah, well, the ramifications behind it, the ripple effect that would truly be felt by water is so much more than what people think it is, which is just, oh, we drink it to live. But there are so many, there are such bigger implications. There are economic, there are social, there are throughout the course of the world, cultural as well, and even upstream, downstream effects. You could talk about those as well. But when we talk about water in the future that it plays in a lot of these different countries, what do you see as water being the role for the development of some of these countries or the degeneration of some of these countries? How is water going to play into that?
Okay, both in terms of quantity and quality. There's often not enough water, and there's the water that is there becomes polluted, contaminated with various substances, and there's a need for treatment. I think the video pointed out that there are about 2.5 billion people that don't have access to sanitation, and there's almost 1 billion that have lack of access to clean water. And so that it's not that the clean water doesn't exist in nature, it often becomes contaminated before people see it. So
you said 2.5 billion lack sanitation, and then 1 billion without water access.
Without clean water access.
It's unbelievable to me, and it's something that for us in the U.S. we certainly take for granted, and something that I historically have too. What do you want to say to the people who are at home right now watching, and those who could be tuning in that can have an impact on that truly?
All right. Well, I think everybody needs to be aware of the need to maintain the water supplies. It's part of our infrastructure, and as you know, there's a big push on infrastructure in the United States at the present time, and a large part of that is concerning our water systems. So.
Well, with water systems, and this is just probably playing into one facet of my next question, how is technology changing the world of water and what you've seen with your work in USGS? Are there any types of advancements that are being made that you say, you know what, we're heading in the right direction?
Okay, certainly there is. For example, there are a whole bunch of satellites that are devoted to monitoring water around the world, soil moisture, water quality, quantities, flooding areas, and so forth. There's all kinds of new sensors coming up that efficiently allow us to monitor the water quality and to see as it's changing in almost real time. We have new equipment to measure the flow of water, and so it's a real cool time to be involved in the water game, so to speak.
Well, it's better late than never in the water game that you mentioned. We're looking forward to the final round that we've got here. Vern Schneider, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, my pleasure.
And now focusing on one of the largest watersheds in the world, we focus on the one right outside our back door, the Chesapeake Bay.
Thank you.
The Chesapeake Bay has always played a significant role in North America and the development of the United States. As the largest estuary in the continent, it is home to over 3,600 unique species. However, because of the chemicals used in the region's farms along its bank and waste and litter from local cities, the bay's health began to take a sharp turn for the worse a few decades ago. As a result, the U.S. government, recognizing the bay's decline as a threat to health and safety, partnered with numerous organizations to restore it to its former glory. Thousands of volunteers joined the effort. Mailing lists were sent out, communities came together, and the cleanup process began. Over the span of just a few short years, the bay's health improved dramatically and is cleaner now than it has been in over 80 years. The Chesapeake Bay cleanup effort shows us that clean water is an issue that all countries have, in this case, man-made, and that if we're committed to solving the problem together, any obstacle can be overcome globally. That is why the basis of First Global's inaugural challenge is H2O Flow for access to clean water.
And so in this second day of competition here at DAR Constitution Hall, there's certainly been no shortage of highlights that we could show you, but right now we've got a little bit of a package that we're going to bring up. And so we're going to sum up this second day of action here at DAR. Let's follow Team Jamaica on their epic journey from the beach to the battleground next. So now we should be taking it down to Field A for Jamaica, who should be up and competing right now. This game has already gotten underway, and thankfully now that those 6 teams are competing, this team comes from Kingston, and they're preparing for the National Robotics Championship in their home country next year.
Gavin Samuels is one of the youngest mentors at 19 and led this team to the World Championship of the 2013 First Tech Challenge.
You can see why Israel was jumping up and down in that last game that they had played, and it's because it looks like as it stands, they're going to have a podium finish in second place at 588, but Singapore is leading the way and a few points ahead of them, hoping to stay on top as we near somewhat the first third of round 6 in this final round. Getting underway right now.
And our next 6 contestants, Jamaica, Ghana, and Lesotho on the Aqua Alliance, and Iraq, Sri Lanka, and Grenada on the Hydra Alliance are all fighting to finish up on that podium as well. This is their last round of competition, so they're going to leave it all on the fields.
This round 6 theme is that of celebration, and these teams have so much to celebrate regardless of their finishing place here today. The fact that they have made it here, the fact that they are representing their home country, some of them traveling over many different obstacles with respect to adversity, but also traveling thousands of miles, 7 million nearly in total for all of these 163 teams to be here with us for the past 3 days.
And right there we can see Lesotho is dropping off one of the contaminant balls for 4 points, and it looks like Jamaica is soon to follow with a ton of those both clean and contaminated water particles. Looks like they might decide to go a different route due to Lesotho being right there.
We've only got 1 minute left in play, and we have this bird's eye view right now. 3 of those teams are scrambling now, 2 that are in the middle of that river, while the other 2 are on each side of the riverbank, one of which is going onto the bridge right now. It looks like Team Iraq, if we can forward in on them, it looks like with this 1-point game, they're about to unload quite a few of those orange contaminant balls into their lab, but Jamaica is also following suit for Team Aqua, so it is a neck-and-neck game going back and forth with them right now with only about 30 seconds left in play on this field.
Right there we can see Team Grenada pushing some of those clean water particles into the side goal, into their village reserves. Each one of those is going to be worth 1 point and is going to be adding to Team Hydro's score. As we hit these last 20 seconds, teams are going to prepare to start thinking about if they're going to hang against Sri Lanka already off the ground, kind of kicking it into overdrive, and hopefully other teams are planning on following.
15 seconds left now, 10 seconds left with regards to finishing up this game strongly. It's a 40-29 game. You already see Lesotho working its way up, seeing if it can get those 4 points plus the 5 to be on that bridge. We'll see if it helps their team out to get an extra gain on that lead.
And Jamaica ends up on the hanging in the air successfully. We'll have the scores from that round up for you in 1 second. And congratulations to the Aqua Alliance of Lesotho, Jamaica, and Ghana for winning that one 85-49.
Joe Sestak, the president of First Global, Dean Kamen, the founder of First, and us in the booth, we've been focusing on the power to convene so much, and we chose DC as a location, but why, you will find out shortly through this video.
We chose Washington, D.C. as the site of the first global challenges because Washington, D.C. is kind of an iconic place. Putting it in Washington, D.C. seemed like an appropriate place to start. But remember, it's just the start. I'm frequently asked these days, where will the next First Global Challenge be? And the one after that, and the one after that. My long-term hope is that we move it as quickly as we can around the globe in such a way that we have optimized the ability for all kids from all countries to participate. I think we would like, when we look back at First Global in 5 or 10 years, to see that we have really properly and fairly represented all places on this planet, and we have found strategic locations to put our events that optimize our ability to get as quickly and effectively to as many kids as possible.
The Kiwis are simply killing it on this international stage right now. Let's take a deeper look at this team from New Zealand.
I'm excited to be a part of First Global Robotics because it is a new opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. and meet new people and collaborate with them.
Robotics, engineering and science are the future of our world. They're how products are manufactured, all the way from cars in the future with automated driving and even just basic home appliances. It's what the kids need to know for the world to move forward.
This country has literally traveled across the globe to be here with us today. They come from the Te Matauranga School in Auckland. And I was fortunate enough this past summer to actually go to New Zealand. I unfortunately was in the South Island, didn't get to the North Island, but had a tremendous experience over there. It is an unbelievably beautiful country. If you have the opportunity to go, highly suggest it.
And we can see Team New Zealand teamed up with Lesotho and Montenegro on the Aqua Alliance for this final round, up against Turkey, Namibia, and Armenia on the Hydro Alliance.
New Zealand very much values its water with respect to the 14 Grand Challenges and water access that this game is so heavily featured on. Only 2% of fresh water in New Zealand is used for drinking. The rest is used for hydroelectricity generation and irrigation. There are over 800 water quality inspecting sites there, and a third of their country is protected national park, including the world-famous Mount Cook, or Mount Aoraki, as it's named in their language of Maori.
Right there, we can see Team New Zealand getting into the thick of it, trying to grab a couple of those balls if they can. Kind of being pushed out of the way, though, by Turkey, but hopefully they'll be able to reach in now that Turkey has moved away. We also have seen Montenegro sorting the balls, able to get them exactly where they need to go.
Now we're going to get this telestrator up and running for you in 1 second. As you look right now at Team Armenia, and it's focused on them as it should be. They've got 1, 2, we can get back to Armenia if possible. It looked like they had probably 5 or 6 of those orange balls that are there as those contaminants, so they're going to try to make their way up the bridge and around this corner, try to dump it in that lab to get the 4 points for each of those 5 or 6 that they have up in there. As they do it, you're going to see the score start to get skewed in their side. They're down right now 37-20, but something tells me that that dump that you just saw as we clear the telestrator is going to change that up pretty quick. Now it's 37-32. They've got a couple more in there if they decide to try to empty the tank.
And you can see Team Hydro score rise all the way up to 47 due to those balls that Armenia was able to drop. And over there we can see Turkey dealing with the fresh water, trying to push as many of those blue balls as they possibly can into that side bowl.
So right now, both of these teams have unloaded 10 of those contaminant balls into the lab, which means that they're going to stop flowing. There are still some that are in that river. If they can clear it, they'll get the cooperation bonus. But with 20 seconds left, all of them are making that scatter to those side bars, seeing if they can get 20 points per robot that's in the air.
For avoiding the flood, if they're able to each successful hang is going to add 20 points to the team score and can really boost those scores. We see 1, but no 2 teams from Aqua hanging and 1 parking on the bridge for an additional 5. As the game ends, you can hear cheers from both sides as high fives go around, back and forth, little hugs from different teams. And we'll get the score for you in a moment. And with a score of 101 to 132, congratulations to Team Hydro Turkey, Namibia, and Armenia.
Next in the booth, we have with us Colin Schock. He is the digital director of First Global, among many other things, and he has been doing quite a bit behind the scenes to make all of this get up and running. Colin, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks. I'm very happy to be here.
It's great for you to finally get some face time with the audience, considering all of the work that you have done for this. It shows up in every single one of these digital vignettes that has been showing throughout the past couple of days. You have done masterful work on it, sir.
Much, Tim.
Each of them is only about, you know, a minute to a minute and a half, but the amount of toil that goes into it's got to be, it's insurmountable, the amount that you've done. With putting those together, is there anything that you have learned about these countries that you'd want to kind of tell the world about?
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing that while you're doing this, you really come to the realization that everyone from around the world has a lot of differences, but a lot more in common. It really shocks me how similar teenagers from around the world are not that different from teenagers that I know back here in the United States or other places as well. And those similarities, it's just something universal that we share. We just want to have fun, have a good time, and learn and become better people for each other.
Now, the president of FIRST, Joe Sestak, you have worked with him before. You've got a prior history.
That is correct.
And what was that, just so that the audience knows?
Yeah, he previously ran for political office, and I worked as his digital director for his campaign.
And so when he decided to give you a call and say, you know what, Colin, come back and work for us for FIRST Global,
absolutely.
I'm sure that he threw quite a sales pitch your way. And when you heard what it was about, you did. But why did you decide to come back and work with us?
Well, I mean, it's a combination of so many things I like. I love storytelling. I love, being able to take a good message and get it out there. But also, I just really enjoy, what's a good way to describe it? You're losing my train of thought. I just love working with youth, kids, and the international setting as well. Just being able to get out there and do something that's going to put me in contact with so many interesting and diverse people. Just absolutely love it.
Well, there have been countless times throughout this competition where we've seen videos pop up and the professional quality behind them. It's not just remarkable from an objective perspective. You really do take ample time to look at each one of those countries and get the essence and the character of them. If there was one thing about this challenge that you're going to miss when it's all gone, because unfortunately we only got a couple of days to do this, what's it going to be?
I think the biggest thing I'm going to miss is just, I've been very busy. I didn't have a lot of opportunities to really go out and meet a lot of the kids that I felt we got to know by editing video about them. And I really wish that I had a little bit more time to go around and just meet all these wonderful people face to face. But there's always next year, right?
Well, there's always next year, and we're going to give you some time to get out there right now and have some of those conversations if you get to. And one of the next videos that we are going to take you to that Colin also made for us is regarding the Team Slovakia.
Wonderful.
This group of 7 hardworking students comes to us from the Galileo School in Bratislava, the capital. And Galileo, named after the father of observational astronomy. Trust me, this team is shooting for the stars. Even though we see the top rankings right now, Israel coming up to get that first place finish right now with Myanmar and Team Europe following.
Yep, and well to see is we have 2 new challengers hoping to claim those spots. We have Slovakia, as we mentioned, teamed up with Estonia and Ethiopia, and up against them are Cabo Verde, Hong Kong, and Uruguay.
We talk about the importance of mentors throughout this entire competition. We've had a few of them grace our presence up here in the booth, but one Slovakian mentor in particular is someone to make note of, Aral Stodola, and he pioneered the field of thermodynamics and was actually a mentor to Einstein. So some of the greatest minds in all of science and in all of humanity were actually mentored by someone as well. The power of mentorship is something that we cannot emphasize enough here.
Yep, and as we get started, we can see Uruguay with that very interesting strategy they've shown so many times before, standing in the middle and shooting the balls out and then having their teammates go and collect them. It's really showing kind of not only that global reach and the communication, but kind of the teamwork behind it.
Now, those twist ties, is that something that you see heavily used in a lot of these other robotics competitions?
Yeah, it's sort of a common method of ball collection or really anything. The twist ties are a very good sort of combination of both flexibility but also strong enough to pull things like those balls in and hold them in, as you can see what's happening right there. So they kind of a good best of both worlds in terms of being able to have that give but also that structural stability.
Now, I've mentioned it on a couple occasions. One of the robots competing is one that you see right here, and I'm going to get the telestrator up and running here. Estonia's robot is one of the most mobile on the field, even though it's one of the smallest. It clearly is very fast. It can manage this field very well in terms of getting up and down that bridge that so many other teams have struggled with their bulkier robots. So as we clear that telestrator, it's just something to note as you see them punching a couple balls into their lab for those 4 points.
Yep, you can see Slovakia goes for the strategy of few at a time, but many, many runs back and forth. Over there, it looks like we can see, I believe, that would be Slovakia. Slovakia trying to throw some of those balls into the side. As we continue over, it's like they're changing places with Ethiopia to kind of push those final ones in. Each of those is going to be worth 1 point. In these last 15 seconds, teams are going to start hanging. We have Estonia in the air. Hopefully Ethiopia and Slovakia soon to follow. As we hit these last 10 seconds, you can see Slovakia slowly getting that arm up, getting hooked, pulling themselves up. Over there, we can already see two Aqua Alliance members in the air. I believe that is Hong Kong, and I do not know exactly which one the other is, but they were able to do it. So, with a score of 64-62, a very tight game. Congratulations to Cabo Verde, Hong Kong, and Uruguay of Team Aqua for taking the win.
Culture across countries and continents is something that we are truly trying to share and infuse with one another here. It's enabled us to shape our own perceptions. Let's learn about how we're trying to do that and the importance, once again, of culture.
The spirit of First Global is truly international. So our organization celebrates not only science and technology, but also the diversity of our teams.
The places they come from, the history they represent,
the cultures they embody,
and the new ideas they bring to the international community.
Our world is a wondrous place.
Because meeting new people and experiencing new ideas moves us forward, not backwards. It is in diversity that ideas thrive and that we find our true identity and sense of humanity.
In a field where women have been historically marginalized, this all-girls team has made a point to prove people wrong. Let's look at Palestine. In addition to the obvious battles that these brave young ladies have to fight, they also joined after their original team could no longer attend the first they dropped out 3 months prior to this competition. So within that 3-month time span, not only have they come together to form this team, especially as an all-girls team in this all-important competition, but for their country, again, where around the globe as well, these women have been historically marginalized. Very important for them to be here.
And you can see Team Palestine teamed up with Guyana and Nicaragua on the Hydra Alliance, up against Sierra Leone, Germany, and Cameroon on the Aqua Alliance.
However, the country of Palestine has done a great job at trying to improve science and technology in their own country. The Palestinian Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Program aims to help young inventors turn their ideas into applicable projects. And their involvement in the world of robotics does not just extend to these young ladies. Their mentor, Anas Atahedme, volunteers his free time as a referee for FLL as well.
And up there on Skype, we actually have from Nicaragua, someone Skyping in order to cheer on their team. You can see them watching and hoping that their team does well in this final round. So greetings to them. Up here we can see it looks like Guyana sort of collecting balls right in the middle. Up there, wow, from Germany, they have a ton of balls on their net, getting ready to drop all of those in.
That's quite a haul that Germany is bringing up there right now. Again, that little basket that they got in the back is not so little after all. They are carrying probably anywhere from 20 to 30 of those water particles of the 50 that initially came out of that field. So they've just got this kind of general dump approach and see what they can get out of it. Again, there's no penalty for putting some of those clean water particles into their lab.
But only the orange ones will count for points as they try to get all of those in. It will take a second, it looks like, for them to unload them. Even the volunteer referee having some issues getting them all down the pipe as they throw more and more of those particles in.
And now on the opposite side for Hydro, you've got Guyana that's trying to unload some of its own, trying to have the same exact approach. It's punching some in there, doing a great job at efficiently getting some of those orange contaminant balls to try to even that score line up from 57 to 20. We'll see it jump up to 40 right now. It's a 17-point game, and in the last 15 seconds, either team can take this one away.
And in these last 15 seconds, teams are going to start hanging. We can hear cheers as it looks like the Nicaragua team is successfully in the air, and it looks like other teams are trying to follow suit. Right there, we can see Germany successfully in the air, and hopefully other teams to follow. We'll get the final score of that match up for you in a moment as we can hear cheers from the crowd.
Heck of a way to finish their 6th round here.
And congratulations to the Aqua Alliance with 113 points. That is going to be Germany, Cameroon, and Sierra Leone.
Next in the booth with us, we have Matt Stauffer. He is also the Cultural Outreach Coordinator at First Global. He has previously worked for Joe Sestak, as did Colin Schock, our last interviewee. He spoke to 400 plus different cultural organizations, schools, churches, science organizations, and summer camps to get them involved in this work as well. Thank you so much, Matt, for being up here.
Of course, yeah.
400 plus organizations. The plus is an important point to note. It's not just 400 flat. You spoke to, I'm sure, way more than that number, which meets the eye.
Yeah. I mean, it was a lot of phone calls, but it was definitely worth all the effort. I mean, the reactions you get from these people when you tell them, hey, we got someone from your country coming out, and they'd love to see your support. Support came out in droves. I mean, they really did want to make this special for these kids.
And we had heard earlier on, teams that had called us at 3 a.m. to talk to us about, the potential. We've talked about a 24/7 hotline from GSC teams that have reached out. I'm assuming that you had to call at wee hours of the morning to a lot of these organizations too, trying to get back and forth and to connect the dots.
Yeah, I mean, I even made a couple, 1 or 2 international calls just for people who were abroad but still wanted to help out from their own country with relatives they had at home to get people out here to just show these kids some love while they're in the United States.
And when you see all of that work kind of come together with the connections that you tried to build and some of, some of the logistics that have had to be managed in order to get this all up and running, what is the feeling that you have kind of seeing it all come to a head here?
Oh, I mean, it's amazing. Above all else, what I found the most inspiring was just the generosity of these organizations. The Algerian American organization, when I first told them that a team from Algeria was coming, their first question was, what other countries need help or could you support while we're here? And that's just a great feeling to have.
The ability for us to extend a hand is something so instrumental in trying to get the world to understand the power of science and technology. And it's that type of altruism. I know I've said that word a lot of times too, but there are some common themes that kind of arise here. When you've spoken to some of these organizations, what was the most unbelievable reaction that you got in one of those phone calls?
Yeah, I mean, well, Team Haiti, it's, I believe, 3 or 4 kids, so it's one of the smaller of the teams, but the Haitian American Association of Professionals came out and said, oh, we can get at least 70 people to show up and cheer them on while we're here, and, it's just great to see that this international support exists for any team that wanted to come out.
And it's great to see all your hard work pay off too, Matt. Thank you so much for joining us up here. We appreciate it. The next team that we're going to feature is Spain, and they have crossed the Atlantic and nearly the finish line in this 6th round. This team, known as the Robo Caspers, is 14 years, and they have invested a lot of spare time in robotics competition since they formed 5 years ago in 2012. They have traveled through Spain for events and went to the WRO International Final in Sochi, Russia in 2014, and Doha, Qatar the following year.
And as we can see, looking at the top rankings, Team Armenia has actually jumped to the top, inching out Israel for that #1 spot. So we'll have to see what happens in these next couple rounds of competition. Teamed up with Spain, we have the Bahamas and Luxembourg, up against Chile, Moldova, and Guatemala on the Hydro Alliance.
Spain, also not foreign to its fair share of inventors. Ramon Silvestre Varela Garcia invented one of the first calculators back in 1878, which could add, subtract, multiply, and divide, and could compute up to 15 digits. And thankfully, we don't have to do all that here with the automatic scoring that we have, thanks to Andy Mark and the fields that they have made for us. It's a 2-0 game right now with about a minute and a half to play.
And we can see, I believe, that is Team Spain making their way up the bridge in 1 second, hopefully going to drop off those contaminated particles into the laboratory. Each of those are going to add 4 points to their score.
Speaking of Spain, the country that we just featured, they're heading up that bridge right now to drop off some of those 4-pointers. We'll see if they can successfully do so for their alliance of Aqua right now.
Beyond Spain, we have some more robots right in the middle, as you can see kind of in the front of the camera, trying to grab a couple more of those balls as Spain tries desperately to get those few right in there. As we've mentioned, some teams can have a little trick getting over that final little bump right between the goal and their robot.
Only 1 minute left to play. You see Chile right there down on that top left part of your screen, trying to see if it wants to go over to the bridge or to its water reserve to drop it off. It's got both blue and orange water particles right now. Some of the decisions that these teams have to make, I'm assuming from time to time, can be quite difficult in these games, Katie.
Yes, and we can also see Team Bahamas was actually just about to, it looks like they were able to get the robot back up and functional, which is great in this last few seconds. Looks like Bahamas is trying to push in a couple more of those water particles before the round ends up. Over there, we can also see Guatemala with a compartment both of red and blue balls, going to go try to drop those off. And it looks like Luxembourg was able to drop a couple more contaminated particles as they now get ready to go hang.
Now, you just saw a few seconds ago someone pointing to the Chilean robot. That might have been some wiring that was a little loose, which is part of the reason why they've lost connection. They're still stalled out right outside and on that riverbank. Unfortunately, not going to be able to contribute to Hydro right now, even though, and it looks like the robot is moving right now, but with 4 seconds, I think it's too late for it to make any points for that Hydro Alliance.
But fortunately, Team Aqua over there on the other side was able to actually get 3 robots in the air, which is going to add 60 points to their final score that we will show to you in 1 moment. So congratulations to Team Aqua taking the win, 83-54. That's the Bahamas, Spain, and Luxembourg.
The power at our fingertips is now making the world of communication almost obsolete with how it's transforming it, but it also comes with opportunity in the form of social media.
With more mobile devices and people around the world, and with nearly 4 billion internet users, social media has never been more important. And so First Global is a global community, not only physically, but also virtually. And so in order to engage with all the teams that we work with around the world, we set up our Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter accounts, that way allowing us to interact with all the team members, mentors, and volunteers, so that we could, come together as a more global united family. As a way to engage with all the teams around the world, we ask them questions and they answer back. We have found very different ways of interacting with all of these teams. And they have posted their pictures and their videos to our social media accounts, inciting other people to do so, creating a more interesting and united community through social media. People can learn more about First Global, our mission, the different teams that are participating this year on our social media accounts, our weekly newsletter, and they can of course go to our website at first.global.
Up next are the impressive inventors from Indonesia who paddle towards progress in this next video. Team Tecno Natura International began in 2005 with the purchase of several Fisher Technic robotic kits.
By 2009, the team won the Imagine Robotic Cup, and in 2009, the National Robotics Competition and Indonesia's ICT Award.
So for those of you who are visiting us again periodically throughout the day, just to revisit some of the rules here, because it's been a while since we showed it to you. At the beginning of this game, there are 50 of those water particles that come on out. 40 of them are clear water particles, which represent 1 point if the teams can get them into their respective water reserves. Those 10 orange particles come to follow it that are in that group of the initial 50 represent contaminated water particles, and if they can be distributed up into the labs, those are worth 4 points apiece. So different ways to score points for each one of these alliances.
Yep, and as we get here, we can see Indonesia, the team we just featured, is teamed up with China and the Netherlands on the Aqua Alliance, and they're up against Algeria, Haiti, and Equatorial Guinea on the Hydro Alliance as we hit the middle of round 6.
Now in that view that we just had, it looked like 3 different robots were stalled, so we're going to get the telestrator up and running here to focus on them. One that you see right now down there, it looked like Algeria is having a tough time. Another one there in the corner for the Aqua Alliance, so it looks like 1 and 1, so 1 for each side. It looks like kind of a 2-on-2 battle that we've got on both sides of these fields. We're going to see if they can pick the action up as we hit the floor and get some of these other shots.
But as I mentioned, we have wonderful volunteers you can see on the sides of the screens working with the teams, trying to get them up and functional for this round. Unfortunately, with so many connections happening in one building at once, it is possible for robots to disconnect, but usually we're pretty good about getting them back up and running before the match is over.
And right now we are focusing on the Netherlands, as you see in the foreground right now. They've got this enormous net in the back. We're going to see if any balls can make their way up there so that they can distribute it in their lab. As I clear that telestrator, we're going to try to follow them up the bridge. They've got that 1 particle that they are swimming over right now. They've got 1 of each. We'll see. Right now, you're seeing on the other side, Indonesia shooting some of those balls out with that rocket-like complex it's got out the front. It's got that mechanism right now that's trying to target it appropriately. We'll see if anybody is walking by. Those bystanders need to keep their heads on a swivel, as we said earlier on.
Yep, and over there we can see Team Haiti pushing a couple of those clean water particles into the side. As we hit these last 20 seconds, robots are going to begin climbing from the flood, hanging in the air. And we have 2 from Team Hydra successfully in the air. I believe that would be Haiti and Equatorial Guinea, and I believe we had 2 from Aqua also get in the air.
Aqua thankfully not getting blanked in this last and 6th round game for them, as they had 1 robot hanging on that board. So we've got 20 points for right now. We're going to see at the final score as it comes up right now.
And with a score of 62-20, congratulations to Team Hydro. That's going to be Algeria, Haiti, and Equatorial Guinea for the win.
So a lower scoring game to finish their 6th round of play here, and each of these games, again, works out very differently. We've had triple-digit score games. We've had triple hanger games for both teams. We've had a couple of tie games as well. We've had cooperation bonuses. Every single one of them, like the teams competing, is drastically different. And right now, we're going to take it out into the hallway for a pit interview with South Korea.
Hey everyone, Nick back here in the pits again, hanging out with Matthew from Team Republic of Korea. So it's the end of the day. Tell me how you're feeling and how the day went.
I mean, obviously we're all very, especially me, I'm really tired after like the tension and excitement of all the matches, particularly ours. We've had 2 matches so far. We've lost both of them. But I mean, yeah, and we have one more match coming up soon in like 2 hours. But yeah, I'm really tired, but also like I've had a lot of fun interacting with other teams, looking at the robots, cheering for them, cheering for our own team. So overall, I'm pretty satisfied, but also pretty tired.
Excellent. What would you say your favorite part of First Global is?
I definitely say the global part of First Global, because there's 160 countries all in like this one building, and it's like such a great opportunity to be able to see all these different cultures come together under one roof and compete with a common goal in mind. And yeah, I'd say that's my favorite part.
Having a great time, but tired as well. It's a sign of the good work that we have all been putting in here. And the next country that we feature is Slovenia, who was anything but slow coming out of that starting gate and as they come down the home stretch. There's collaboration between Zavod 404 and the Upper Secondary School of Vegova. That's an engineering school in the capital city of Ljubljana. Good little tie to Ljubljana, actually, and St. Stephen St. Agnes School, where Katie and I are both hailing from right now. We had a Green City Design Challenge that me and my partner teacher had designed there that some schools in Ljubljana are now taking up, and it's a commitment that they're making to their citizens and to the world in terms of trying to adopt some of those green technologies in education out there. So hats off to them.
And we can see Team Slovenia right now teamed up with Turkmenistan and Morocco on the Aqua Alliance. They're up against Serbia, Norway, and the Philippines on the Hydro Alliance as we get into this last 2 minutes of the match.
In addition, Slovenia altered their constitution, I believe, just this past year, and it was amended to include water as a fundamental right. It was the first country in the European Union to do so. Very important.
Definitely recognizing the problem that the necessity of clean water for humans as a species. And right now in the game, we can see everyone scrambling to gather those water particles. We can see teams pointing back and forth, trying to coordinate who's going to go where and who's going to do what as they lean in intensely at their robots. Right there, we saw one team on the Aqua Alliance, I believe it was Slovenia itself, dropping off some of those contaminated particles for 4 points each. Now they're going to drop some of those water particles and hopefully push those into the goal.
Yeah, you'll see in some cases with these alliances and the strategies changing and evolving as we've talked about over time, some of these robots that will end up kind of running relays. They'll drop balls over by those corners, and right now you can see Norway, which looks like it has lost a wheel down there as we get the telestrator up and running and circled right there. That wheel is on the ground and clearly serving as an obstacle as this robot tries to bat some of these balls in there. They are right at the edge. All they need to do is inch them as we clear this telestrator to get over that hump, and you see one of the Aqua Alliances, one of the Aqua Alliance robots getting in there and doing just that. It was very fitting in terms of timing.
Yep, team working together in order to get those balls pushed in the last minute, ideally to boost their score. Right there, we can see the Philippines climbing up, hopefully going to drop off some of those contaminated particles into that laboratory right up on the top. You can see them tilting that container on the inside, sending them rolling out and down that tube. Right there, it looks like we can see one of the teams is already, I believe that is Serbia, has already hung successfully for those final 20 points as we hit the last 10 seconds of the match.
But it looks like Aqua's climbed back into it, a 37-34 game now with 5 seconds to go. It's anybody's game with these last and winding down seconds.
And as we get those hangs, it looks like Hydro has pulled the lead, but we'll get those final scores up for you in 1 second so we can take a look. And with a very tight match, 57-54, congratulations to Team Aqua of Morocco, Turkmenistan, and Slovenia. I can see hugs and high fives going around right behind me as they celebrate that victory.
Putting a nail in the coffin in this 6th round for them in terms of this competition. One of the final all-girls teams in this event joins us here now, and these Voyagers of Vanuatu is where we have our eyes. So this all-girls team from Vanuatu we're going to get on the game field in a second. They hail from Smart Sisters, which is an ICT camp out there, and they were also helped out by, I believe it was either Team Australia or Oceania in terms of getting here. So we're going to get you out to the field right now.
Here we go. The game is about to get started. Vanuatu exists within the Ring of Fire, an area in the Pacific Ocean where, as a result of plate tectonics, many volcanic eruptions and earthquakes do occur. The team contributes to the Earth shifts towards STEM education as well.
As this game starts to unfold here, you see 4 teams that are making their way on to that river, going over the bank, and we haven't mentioned it all that much, but if we zoom out and get the telestrator up and running over the course of this game, you might very well see a couple of these referees waving their flags. I'm going to get the spotlight ready just in case another team ends up infringing on one of those penalties here. Right now, what you're looking at is the end of that game field. Scooping up all of those blue water particles right now, I believe, is South Sudan. I could be wrong there, but as it works his way outside and we get out of that camera shot and we get more of a bird's eye view, it's looking pretty good over here. On that top right side, it looks like Vanuatu is about to dump some of its clean water particles in that right pocket. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, you've got the Hydro Alliance that's doing the exact same thing over in that corner. So it looks like right now we're zoomed in on Vanuatu, who's getting some of those individual points. Unfortunately, there are a couple of those blue water particles that are on either side, so close and yet so far to getting in there and earning themselves a couple of points. And they're only 4 behind, so each one of them certainly matters.
Yeah, been teamed up with Vanuatu. We have Portugal and Paraguay on the Aqua Alliance going against the Hydro Alliance of Gambia, South Sudan, and Costa Rica.
Now, as we still keep this shot right now, you see one country that's working its way into that neutral zone, and a penalty is going to surface as a result of that. I haven't seen any of those flags wave, but one should be momentarily. We won't know quite yet. But again, each one of those penalties that we highlight right here with that yield sign gives 5 points to the opposite team. Now we've got Paraguay, or Costa Rica, sorry, that's heading down that bridge on the far side, as you can see in the top left, trying to scoop up any of those balls that work their way down that bridge, and they're going to work their way to that right side. We're going to clear that telestrator now for you, too.
As we hit these last 40 seconds, we can see some teams already thinking about their hang, for example, with Portugal right there. And it looks like we have a little bit of a traffic jam as teams try to drop off all of the clean water they've collected before going for those final end game points.
Those 3 girls from Vanuatu were just there right in front of the robot trying to wave it in towards the middle of the field. We can't tell whether it was to get some more of those water particles or make their way up to the bridge, but we both know, in the booth at least in these last 15 seconds, that it's going to be turning into a chaotic atmosphere as these teams scramble to get these last second points.
And right over there on the Hydro Alliance, we have 2 robots successfully in the air as they hang up there. And it looks like we have 1, if not 2 on Aqua already there. And we have 1 trying to get up on the bridge. Every robot perked on the bridge at the end of the match will be worth an additional 5 points. It looks like Vanuatu was able to stay up there after all. We'll get the final score from the match for you in 1 moment. And with a score of 81-69, congratulations to the Aqua Alliance of Vanuatu, Portugal, and Paraguay for taking the win.
From Team Oceania comes the inspirational story of Nathan, whose brilliance at programming, despite his learning and disabilities, came through the world of robotics.
I am Nathan. I am currently the programmer for Team Oceania. I have really trouble trying to read and write and that, but I've been able to overcome them.
Nathan has a learning disability. He has dyslexia. He has always been very apprehensive coming to school. Coming to robotics, he's able to express himself, and it's really brought him out of his shell.
Basically, we needed someone to take up programming after our Year 12s left, and Nathan decided that he would be a part of that. And he's done really, really well. He's got the robot running perfectly. We really haven't had any problems. He's brilliant at programming as well as building, so that's great.
It's been an opportunity for Nathan to show the other kids that he can do this stuff. His English might not be very good, but he can still prove himself in other ways. And robotics has really done that for him.
It's shown me that there is somewhere that I can exceed and that I can do well at. Yeah, look for what you're passionate at and what your interests are. Just keep persisting and trying and don't give up.
Our next featured spotlight takes us to the boys of Belgium, who are looking to break away from the pack here in this 6th round.
When I wake up in the morning and I remember that I'm going to be here, I'm happy.
Hi, my name is Emile Villette.
And my name is Yona Chilenge.
Hello, my name is Martis.
Hello, my name is Diego.
My name is Quentin.
I'm Nicolas Coquinos.
Alors, je m'appelle Tom.
I'm already learning things and values with my team, and I really like this cohesion that we have together.
Car oui, on fait la construction de robots, mais aussi on boit du thé, on prend des goûters, on fait des débriefings, et alors pendant les temps de pause, on fait du foot.
We work in not like a simple group, like a real team.
It's something I probably won't ever forget.
One of the team members on Team Belgium, Emile, opened a server on Discord exclusively for members of the First Global community to promote a sense of just that, community. It's completely organic in his idea. Again, First Global trying to promote this sense of unity despite the disparate nations that we come from, a perfect example of that shining through.
And we can see Team Belgium right now teamed up with Jordan and Greece on the Aqua Alliance, up against Barbados, Cambodia, and Ecuador on the Hydro Alliance.
Important note about Belgium, but scientists more generally, by highlighting the case of chemist Leo Barkeland. They accidentally invented the first man-made plastic while he was trying to find a replacement for another material. So again, sometimes science can play itself into making mistakes and then ultimately doing something even better and more profound as a result of that. So sometimes mistakes can lead to triumph, they can lead to progress. Right now you are seeing Greece doing just that, trying to lead themselves to progress and triumph as they get over that bridge, unloading some of those contaminant particles into their lab. They might have 4 or 5 of them in there. If they do, it's 4 points for each one of those particles, trying to jump their team score from 0, as you see, up to 20 right now. So they had 5 of those particles that they just unloaded, and halfway through to making sure that the flow of those particles stops coming out of the bridge.
And right there, we saw Barbados doing the same, dropping 2 of those orange particles to add 8 points to their score. Right in the middle, we can see Jordan trying to grab as many of those clean and contaminated water particles as they can before they head on over to deliver them. Additionally, we can see Ecuador doing the same.
So about 45 seconds left here, and we've only got a 4.5-point game right now.
And in this tight game, it's every little point that matters. As we see each individual ball that can push into one or the other goal can really make a difference in the games that are this tight. Right now, we see Greece and Barbados gathering more balls right in the middle. In these last 30 seconds, teams might start thinking about the end game in terms of getting their robot hung. We can see Jordan doing that right there. And we can see one robot successfully in the air, and we can see 2 robots successfully in the air, and Jordan with its entire fan base in the stands is cheering on, and Greece is also getting the robot up in the air while Belgium goes to park on the ramp for Team Aqua. As we hit these last 5 seconds, there's cheers all around, there's high fives, there's hugs. This really is a sight to see over here at DAR Constitution Hall as they all join one big group hug. We'll get the final scores up for you in one moment. And with a score of 81-65, Team Aqua, that is Greece, Belgium, and Jordan, will take the win in that round.
Thank you, Katie, for taking the lead on that game as we prepare for our next interview with Alina Bachman. She is a student of the FRC Team 5549, aka also known as the Griffins, out of George C. Marshall High School, which is merely 10 miles away from this building as it stands right now from Constitution Hall. And despite that short distance, their reach extended to Iran, who they helped support and advise virtually into being here. Thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
With respect to being a student, what did it feel like for you connecting with the community that far away and across the globe into being here today? And what does it feel like seeing them compete out here?
It's been really cool because you see like how much you are similar to the other kids, that even though they live like halfway around the world and have this huge time difference. But we met up with them at the airport and we've been talking to them since and meeting with them a lot. And we're just laughing and cracking jokes and getting along super well. And it's been really fun.
And do you see, how did that connection first start for you and the Griffins? How did that first kind of come to fruition?
So we heard that they were looking for a local team to help out Iran because they couldn't send them a robot. And so I jumped on this opportunity and I volunteered us. And we had a kit because we were helping out build demo bots and things for First Global anyways. So we decided to use that kit to help out Iran.
And so right now you are a student of engineering, and even though I'm sure you're a lifelong learner, and we've been talking so much today about females in STEM and the importance of them and the work that needs to be done in trying to continue promoting that message. What is your future for engineering? Where do you want to go with it? It's a tough and loaded question, I know.
Yeah. I don't know. I definitely like to study engineering in college and beyond, but I'm not entirely positive what I want to do. I like the mechanical stuff.
Well, with regards to not knowing what you want to do, trust me, you could be the oldest person in this building and still not know. And as long as you've got the mentality of a dreamer, which it sounds like you do have as a scientist kind of through and through, then you're in good shape right now. So thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Next, we are going to be taking you to one of the second half of round 6 in the games with Team Austria that we're going to focus on right now. Austria talking about their world is the classroom, the fact that it knows no bounds and it is not contained within 4 walls. Austria's country is home to the printed circuit board. It's an integral part of modern electronics, and it's the predecessor to many inventions these students use today and no doubt will be creating in the future as well.
Yep, and we can see Austria right now teamed up with Mozambique and Brunei on the Hydro Alliance, and they're up against Malaysia, Oceania, and Bulgaria on the Aqua Alliance, as all of these teams need to get that one final high score before the day is over.
Team Mozambique was just coming through that clump of balls and doing a great job. As you can see them on the left part of the screen, we're going to get that telestrator up for you right now. They're making their first move over to their water reserve over there in the corner, seeing if they can dump off some of those water particles. And even if they can't put them into that specific corner, they might very well just leave them there, go back into the middle, collect some more, and at the very least get them to their side of the field. But right now you've got 4 other teams that are trying to get some elbow space in there in the middle. Meanwhile, you've got a team for Hydro that's up there right now. It looks like, over on Aqua, it looks like Malaysia is up there trying to punch that one ball that they have into that Laboratory for those 4 points. They're really struggling up there, but that being said, there's a lot of game left with 1 minute 20 seconds as we clear that telestrator.
And you can see Oceania up in the top right corner with a ton of those blue balls. Actually, so many they're actually filling up their entire container and overflowing as they go and try to drop those off into the side goal. You can see that happening right there. My guess is that they'll next go over to drop off those contaminant particles up on the bridge, which is what they're doing right now. You can see Oceania even made out of those brackets in the side of their robot. They've even written their name.
Now, we've had a lot of these teams that we've talked about trying to build these robots within a short amount of time. Katie, if there was kind of a perfect happy medium, granted there's no such thing as a finished product, you're always trying to work for something more. How long do you think it would take some of these teams to build some of these robots?
Let me tell you, I've had months and months to build a robot, and I don't think I've ever called one officially complete. You can really never stop improving on the design, but sort of a good general amount of time would be like 3 or 4 months in order to get a truly finished product, and many of these teams had much less than that. So it's amazing to see what they were able to get done in that little time as we reach the last 20 seconds of the match. And teams begin to start getting those hanging mechanisms up and running.
It's not just the fact that we're focusing on those teams having less time, they also have less experience. Again, nearly 60 of the countries that we've got in attendance having no robotics experience prior to coming here for this competition.
And over here in the last 5 seconds, we can see one team on Team Aqua successfully hung, one team successfully on the ramp.
It was a tie game when we left it too.
Was it a tie game when we left it? Well, look at the final scores up for you right now. It looks like Aqua has 2 in the air, and with a score of 92 to 87, Aqua is going to take the victory with Malaysia, Oceania, and Bulgaria. Congratulations, guys.
Looks like that bridge move in literally the last second of play gave them that 5 points to get over that hump and to win that 6th match. As we near the end of competition, we're going to learn a little bit about the awards committee and the work that they do.
The fact that the awards committee is from all over the world is a true reflection of what is the First Global Challenge is about.
I was excited at how involving it was, and the fact that various groups of students or representatives would get to be awarded.
I'm really happy that we were able to name the awards after very prestigious people, scientists, astronomers, architects, engineers, people from all over the world. This is really, really touching for me that we can appreciate people all over the world, men and women.
With First Global, the awards is not just merely an award. It is not just about building robots.
It's about building their personalities, their characters, teaching them the true value of teamwork and good sportsmanship.
It's about gathering youth from different countries to connect with one another, exchanging ideas, exchanging knowledge, exchanging experience.
It's about this international spirit.
There's always going to be challenges, and it's important that we celebrate people who overcome those challenges because it encourages other people who are facing similar challenges to go through. So in the end, it's not just going to be about a finished robot, but it's going to be about a team that was ready to overcome every challenge, to have a can-do attitude, and to be able to persevere and win.
This next nation's robotics scene has been on a meteoric rise, and in large part due to the efforts of individuals like this that are representing them today, coming from the country of Kazakhstan.
Welcome to our lab.
Now this team coming out of Kazakhstan is from the Nazarbayev Intellectual School in Almaty. The competitions in robotics are few and far between. They have gone from programming and IT, including Roboland 2016, WRO, Robocon Games, RoboCup, IoT, Hackathon, Microsoft, and Hack Day, in addition to this first global challenge.
As we take a look at those standings, you can see Armenia still in first place, followed by Israel and Germany close third, excuse me. And right now, teamed up with Kazakhstan, we have more people hoping to gain up on that leaderboard. Teamed up with Kazakhstan, we have Europe and Liberia on the Hydro Alliance, up against Latvia, Tanzania, and Kenya on the Aqua Alliance. Right now, we can see, as always, that initial scramble right in the middle. We see Team Europe expertly picking up and sorting the different colors of balls, and right now we can see Tanzania grabbing some, as well as Kenya trying to drop off those water balls without dropping those contaminated orange particles. Challenge right there. You can see they do that expertly. Now we can see moving out, Latvia is heading over into that corner. Well, in the middle, there's still some more robots trying to gather them. We can see Kazakhstan gathering more balls before going to drop them off.
More about Team Kazakhstan. Tom Loom, who we interviewed yesterday, is an American teaching abroad and who mentors this team. We also focused on robotism yesterday and how technology can help those with biological challenge. Semi Victor Higa, he's a 7th grade student, created a robot guide for the blind to be fixed to users' clothes. This is a 7th grader coming from the country of Kazakhstan who's not even on this team and represented here today. So again, the youth of the world, and from all different corners of it, they're doing some exceptional work for those who need help.
We can see Team Hydro expertly getting all of the water particles, all of the contaminated particles. We have 10 of them. If they were able to get all of them out of the river, we'd be able to get our second 15-point collaboration bonus. So we'll have to see if they're able to do that. Right there, we can see, unfortunately, it looks like Kenya might be stalled out on top of a ball. Maybe one of its alliance members can go over and give them a hand. Right now, we can see robots getting ready to hang over there. It looks like Tanzania is pulling itself up. Right there, we can see Kazakhstan doing the same, as well as Liberia, and Latvia looks like it's going to go try and hang as well as we hit these final 10 seconds. You can see it slowly raising its arm up, hopefully able to grab and pull down. So you can dropping out some of those balls. Hopefully it can get up, and it does.
Huge numbers being scored. Huge numbers being scored over by that Hydro Alliance.
Yeah, you can see cheers over there. Look at those final scores up for you with 153 points. Team Europe, Kazakhstan, and Liberia, and Hydro will take the win over Aqua's 58. Congratulations, guys.
As we transition from the field and back into the booth for another interview, we have with us Fiorella Galdos. She is the mentor of Peru. She is also a teacher and second principal at Domino Savio School. And when she got the call to take part in First Global, she called her team together in the middle of the night to assemble and make sure that she got back from vacation, as well as her students, to get onto this stage where they are today. So thank you so much for joining us, Fiorella. We appreciate it. You called your kids in the middle of the night.
Yeah, they were already in vacations. They have like 2 months vacations, and I told them, listen, this is a huge competition. Would you like to be part of this great thing? And they said yes, right away. It was really amazing. Just when Joe showed me the video, what was first and all these things, I couldn't believe that this event exists even. And was amazing. I couldn't say no, you know.
I'm sure. And did you have to work that hard to convince them that this was something that they should do?
No, not really. They accept right away. They are great kids. They like to get goals. They are excellent.
Well, to have teachers and administrators like you at the school to try to convince them to do, well, not try to convince them, but getting them to come here, what does it feel like for you as an educator, getting to watch your team and your students compete out here right now?
It's amazing to see them, because I see in them that they grew the interpersonal skills, the teamwork skills. They have learned to communicate, to accept, to leave the ego apart. You know, it's amazing how they grew in these 7 months. They learned even software, hardware, and all these things that they didn't know at all.
And do you have that much experience with robotics and with technology yourself?
No.
But still, it sounds you, like me, appreciate the power that technology can truly have.
Yes.
And so it's very impressive to meet another administrator who's able to do that. When you get back to your home country, what is the next step for you and these students?
I would love to do a first in my school. I think will be great to share what they learn, to share to the rest of the students, maybe to do around the city, to talk with the mayor and convince them that this is what all the world should do.
It sounds like you've got some big ideas for when you go home. And it sounds like you're going to have to develop some relationships with people in either neighboring schools or city council and government or something like that. Do you think that your students are going to be able to fight that battle with you? Are they up to the challenge after being here?
Definitely. Yeah, they are ready to do this with me, I think.
So one more question for you with respect to what you would say to those back home who don't know, similar to you and me, who don't know that much about robotics. What would you tell them to try to convince them when you get home? Come join us.
Yeah, I would say that this is a great opportunity to develop many of the skills that they can even develop the creativity, imagination, and learn more of the important things like the soft skills that is more important in this world. No, we have to live already knowledge. This comes fast. But this is really what we need to improve for ourselves, to show to the world.
And for someone to have the foresight to do that, it's very impressive. So thank you so much for what you're doing for these kids and for what you're doing for the world, personally speaking. Thank you so much for joining us. Now we take our attention and feast our eyes upon the next competition and the competitors within it, Burkina Faso.
De nos jours, il est indéniable que les sciences de l'ingénieur ou la robotique de façon particulière revêt une importance capitale pour la jeunesse.
C'est la première fois que nous allons participer à un tel concours et je pense que nous allons nous donner à fond. Et pour réussir, c'est pourquoi l'université nous a fait confiance.
C'est une opportunité pour moi de montrer ce que je vaux. En même temps pour toute l'équipe. Comme c'est la première fois pour notre université de participer à ce concours, je crois que c'est une bonne opportunité de montrer ce qu'on vaut.
En tant qu'étudiant africain, ce serait une opportunité pour nous de montrer ce que l'Afrique sait faire. L'Afrique sait faire.
One of the quotes to take away from that short clip is, "We will give you everything we have." Every iota of their being has been left on this game field, and now in their 6th round of play, certainly their hearts are going to be left on this field in DAR Constitution Hall. We're immensely proud of them, as I'm sure many of their countrymen would attest to as well back in Burkina Faso.
We have right now Team Burkina Faso teamed up with St. Kitts and Nevis and Finland on the Aqua Alliance. They're up against the Hydro Alliance made of Cyprus, Venezuela, and Croatia.
The capital of Burkina Faso is Ouagadougou, and it's where this team hails from. The actual translation of that that capital name means "you are welcome here with us," and certainly we hope they feel the same type of welcoming atmosphere here in Washington, D.C., and with the 162 other teams, 156 other countries that they are competing with.
Right now, we can see on Team Hydro, that is Croatia, getting ready to drop some of those orange contaminant particles into that goal. Each one of those is going to count for 4 points, and unfortunately, the blue ball will not count. But that's going to give them 12 points from those 3 balls that are dropped right down there.
And now they're going to
go on this. You see them go up on the score right there.
And now they're going to try to get out of the way of one of their teammates and comrades in arms for that Hydro Alliance. Team Venezuela now making its way up the bridge and about to drop off a couple of those contaminant particles for 8 points. Starting to punch the lead up just a little bit for this team. They've been doing a good job at distributing themselves around the field. Again, the coordination that these teams have shown today after that first day of competition with respect to getting out of the way of one another when they're going up and down that bridge is something phenomenal. In addition to those water reserves in the corner, it's not enough space for multiple robots to be at a time, and so they've had to coordinate and be in conjunction with one another and trying to synchronize some of that motion.
Yep, and right there we just saw Team Finland dropping out some more of those contaminant particles into there. As we can see, we only need one more actually in order to stop the flow of contaminants, so we'll have to see if we're able to get that. Additionally, we can see Finland still up there trying to get down and get around so that the other robot, I can't see exactly which one that is, I believe that is St. Kitts, and that is actually Burkina Faso, so they can get up on the top and drop off their contaminate particles. Right there, we see St. Kitts and Nevis dropping some of those clean water particles into their side goal for 1 point each as we hit the last 20 seconds and robots begin to hang.
So Burkina Faso has an interesting way to kind of finish out the last 10 seconds here. In addition, St. Kitts and Nevis, you saw on that robot, it had those two kind of uplifted arms at the very front. Those kinds of jaws were trying to be used to kick a couple of those blue water particles in, and now you see trying to sprint towards the end. Team Hydro not, unfortunately, able to make it towards that hanging bar.
And as we hit the end of the match, we'll have those scores up there for you in a moment. And with a score of 98-47, the Aqua Alliance of Finland, St. Kitts and Nevis, and Burkina Faso will take the win in their last match.
And so after that 6th round for Burkina Faso, we're going to take it into Zimbabwe now.
Anatino Njena. I'm 18 years old and I'm currently attending St. George's College, where I'm completing my final year of school. My love and passion for science and technology has led me to choose maths, physics, and computer science as my subject of choice. I often find myself trying new things, but there are really only a handful of things that I really enjoy, one of them being computers. I've always been fascinated by computers and by how they work and how they make our lives easier, and the potential that they have, and just how much more we can do now. My love of computers eventually led me to programming, which in fact is one of the main reasons I was chosen for the competition at all. I've always known that I want to be a computer scientist when I'm older, but I find that when people say they want to program, I've always found that to be a little vague. First Global has definitely helped me in this regard because, well, now I have an idea of what programming in mechatronics is like, and it's definitely had an influence on my future career choices. I'm looking forward to participating in the competition later on this year, and I'm quite confident that Team Zimbabwe will do exceptionally well.
Robotics is getting more popular around the globe generally, but particularly in this most populated African nation. This team from Nigeria is here to show us just that.
I'm Tetsu Adewangwe.
My name is Oluwaseun. My name is Tawa. My name is Ayo Deji.
My name is Aramide. My name is Tolu.
All right, let's go, people.
Told them it's a challenge and challenges are meant to be overcome.
The Robo-Teens, as they are called, are here with 4 boys and 3 girls who are here to better understand the advantages of collaboration both in and out of their country.
And their GSC advisors were actually WPI students that helped them out and answered any questions they had in the process. And we can see Team Nigeria teamed up with Bolivia and Dominica on the Hydro Alliance up against Argentina, Iceland, and Russia on the Aqua Alliance.
So again, as those 50 water particles make their way out from underneath the bridge, it is controlled chaos. As we get the telestrator up, we've got 3 and now 4 teams that are inside of that river. Meanwhile, we've got 1 that's up on the bridge trying to get those 4 points right there. So you've got some that are trying to put balls away. You've got some that are trying to get some in terms of trying to accrue them and then get them over to those water reserves. So it is, again, controlled chaos out there. Different responsibilities and roles being featured by all of these teams. Right now, Bolivia going down that ramp, even though they have put quite a few, it looks like, of those contaminant balls already into their lab. You can see it in that top right corner of the screen where we just got the thumbs up from someone who's on the field working it right now.
And over there, it looks like Iceland is trying to do the same, carrying over its contaminated particles up the hill in order to drop them off for Team Aqua to even out that score.
You got 3 teams on each side of the field now. And with respect to Iceland, they're trying to make their way up that bridge, and I think they're being pushed actually by Argentina, one of their teammates and comrades in arms again for that Aqua Alliance. We've got the sorting of these robots that's exhibited in that 1 and 2 set. So it looks like Iceland's robot's doing a very effective job as we clear that telestrator for you, but they are just unloading right now with those 4-pointers, doing a great job for Aqua, and it's probably going to pump them in the lead in a couple of seconds, as it does, right as I say, at 3 points up now.
As we've mentioned, that all 10 contaminant balls have been placed in the laboratory, so if they're able to actually remove those contaminant balls from the river, both teams still have that chance to get those 15 points as a cooperation bonus.
Now we got a couple of robots that look like they're tied up in the middle of that river right now with 30 seconds to play and only about a 15-point game. It's looking kind of tight as we hit these last 20 seconds.
Hopefully they'll be able to make it out of that river and to the edges as the incoming flood comes. We can see Argentina start to hang up, try to get their hang ready, as well as Russia as they hook over that bar as we hit the last 10 seconds. You can see Iceland already successfully in the air and Russia soon to follow. Oh no, they weren't able to keep themselves up, and unfortunately they were unable to hang in the time remaining. Take a look at the score from that final round. It will be up here in 1 second. So a score of 106-65. Nigeria, Bolivia, and Dominica, the Hydro Alliance, will take the victory. You can see those water points, 34 of those has really brought them over the edge.
As we start getting towards the finish line here in DAR Constitution Hall, we do want to take the time to focus on celebration, which is thematically the purpose of this 6th round. And in terms of celebration, we also want to take it out to a team that is doing just that right now with respect to representing their country. Team Colombia is waiting out in the pit for us right now. We'll take it away.
Hey everyone, Nick here in the pits here at the First Global Challenge. I'm here with David and Team Colombia. Tell us about your robot.
We have a unique system. Nobody has this same system. It's unique of Colombia.
Would you like to tell us some more details about your robot?
We have 4 servos and 4 sensor of colors. And that's it.
So does it sort the balls by color?
Yes, of course. Our system check the balls. If it's orange, the ball fell down, and if it's blue, the ball continue.
So the robot will automatically reject blue balls or blue particles and stick them out of the robot?
Yes, of course.
Well, thank you for hanging out with us, and good luck with the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
Following that great game comes the dazzlingly diverse kids from Korea who are ready to make their real tangible difference in this 6th round.
All of them are so exciting about. Really excited. I'm excited too.
I'm pretty excited.
Well, first of all, I'm really excited to represent my home country, South Korea.
I'm just excited to be part of something new and try out something new that I haven't really done before.
I'm pretty excited because, you know, different culture, different way of thinking.
I hope this becomes a really good experience for me and a very memorable experience. First of all, Team Korea,
Team Korea IT comes from the capital city of Seoul. Right now you see those top rankings coming out in the bottom left corner of your screen with 717 in terms of breaking that 700 barrier. Team Europe, the only one right now to do so. Armenia and Israel finishing out the podium. Germany and Myanmar getting those 4 and 5 spots, only 2 points separating those two.
Yep, and as we see here, we see some more hopefuls for that podium finish. Teamed up with South Korea, we have Trinidad and Tobago and Oman, and up against them is Poland, South Africa, and Kyrgyzstan.
Now, one of the students on this Korean team won a national public speaking competition and certainly isn't afraid to compete on a stage as large as this, given that fact, I've got to assume.
Yep, and we can see Team South Korea right in the thick of things, right in that back, gathering as many of those balls as we can, almost flipping on the hill, but we're able to regain control. As you can see, they have a wonderful sorting mechanism to hold the blue balls on one side of the robot and the orange ones on the other. We'll see how that's able to help them out.
We've mentioned on multiple occasions the Polish robot with that triple drum roller at the very front of that robot, doing a very effective job at starting to collect some of those water particles. Now, if it can sort it effectively and start making some points for its team, it's trying to jump back right now from a 41-7 deficit. Hopefully they can do so with a minute 15. We're halfway through this 6-round game.
You can see them trying to drop some of those contaminated particles into that laboratory for 4 points each. South Korea looks like it is also doing the same. Each one of those is going to bring us one closer to no longer having contaminated particles flow in the river. Yes, you can see we only have 3 of those in there right now, and if we end the match with none of them, once again, we'll get that 15-point cooperation bonus to both teams.
Trinidad and Tobago right now is what this camera shot is focused on. They have a lot more of those one-pointers, so hopefully they can get to their water reserve, but at the same time, they are sweeping up a couple of those contaminants. Hopefully, if they make their way up the bridge and unload those, get some 4 points to increase some of that lead so that they can keep Aqua at bay.
Over there in Aqua's top corner, we can see them pushing some of those blue balls into the side kick, the corner goal. Each of those is going to be 1 point and hopefully bring them back as teams start to hang in these last 30 seconds. We can see Oman successfully in the air with South Korea and Trinidad and Tobago hoping to follow. Right there, we can see South Africa lift themselves with ease and grace. And Kyrgyzstan looks like it's hopefully following. Right over there, we can see all 3 robots of the Hydro Alliance easily in the air and hugs around between all of the team members. Right there, we can see the South Koreans jumping with joy and giving a little wave to the camera. We'll get the final score open in 1 second as you can see them all celebrating. Final score will be up in 1 moment as you can see all of the hugs going around on that side. With 2 amazing scores of 128 to 145. Congratulations to the Hydro Alliance of Oman, Trinidad and Tobago and South Korea for coming out the victors.
Right now, we talk about the 6 rounds of play here in Washington, D.C., and each of these 6 rounds does add up to a cumulative point total. So even if a team gets a victory, Katie, in the first through 5 rounds of, let's say, a 32-30 game, even though those 2 points matter in terms of that victory, cumulative is what matters at the end of these 6 rounds of competition. You can see Team Europe with 7-17 right now. That is the mark to beat. Right now on the stage, we have Trinidad and Tobago waiting for us for a field interview. Sarah, take it away.
All right, down on the field, we have from the winning alliance. Can you tell me what happened in those last 30 seconds of the match?
Well, those last 30 seconds, we allotted as time that we want to perfectly pull up because it's with so many points that we don't want to risk it. So the last 30 seconds, we agreed to drop everything, get to the bar, and get the pull-up done.
All right, and how was it working with those other alliance members?
They were all great, very great alliance. They're all very helpful, and best team we could hope for.
Were there any barriers that you guys had to overcome, whether it be language, materials, any of that sort?
I mean, despite language differences and those kinds of things, it was very easy to communicate. It's the way of the game. Everyone knows what we have to do. It's very easy. It brings people together, this game, and it makes it easier to communicate.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We'll give it right back up to the head table.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you to Trinidad and Tobago talking about this game, bringing people together. That's exactly the intent behind it. Glad to see that it's working out well. In turning to our next game, we look at the passion that comes out of Team Peru.
Chicos, atención.
That video features the fact that the best teams are formed by friends, and although they are not competing in this specific game, the nations of Peru and that mission and message is being sent certainly in this game that we have right now. So on Team Aqua, we've got Mali, the United States, and Niger battling against, on the Hydro side, the United Kingdom, Botswana, and the continent of Africa. 2:10 left to play. We're only 20 seconds in here in the 6th-round game, but these 2 minutes are going to feel like an eternity to both of these teams as they compete in their last round here in Constitution Hall.
Right there, we saw Niger scrambling to get a couple balls, and right behind them we can see the United States of America. Right there, Botswana getting ready to drop off all those contaminated particles that it has already gotten. Hopefully they can get those down and into that tube. And oh no, it looks like it was unable to get one of them, but it was able to get some, as you see the Hydro Alliance's score go up.
So the continent of Africa right now has to feel pretty strong with the fact that they don't have just the continent represented with one team. Botswana also representing the continent of Africa here as well. We got 75% of that continent to be here at this competition. Another exceptional fact of the many to boast for First Global, considering the fact that we went to the depths and all over the world to find an accurate representation of the power that robotics could play, especially for those students in places that are typically overlooked or that do not have access to some of this science, technology, and engineering.
Right there, we saw Niger for the Aqua Alliance pushing in some of the blue balls, and you can see that their score is actually going up, and oh no, it looks like the team right there's battery pack is actually loose. Fortunately, they're still able to run, but hopefully if that battery pack is disconnected, their robot will shut down. That's over on Team Mali. You can see they're not actually allowed to touch their robot, but they can only point it out and make sure to drive very carefully because of that small issue.
You saw the referees trying to wave them out from looking underneath that robot. They got to stay off of the field, as difficult as that might be for them, considering the personal investiture that they've put into this robot, into this competition, and their country feels for them being here on this stage.
Right there, we can see Team Africa with a little bit of robot-on-robot action, trying to get that one orange particle into the goal, hopefully able to get 4 points for doing that.
The ladies from the U.S. coming up that ramp, as you just saw, unloading a couple of those contaminated water particles, bumping up their score 70-21 right here with 15 seconds left. We'll see what these final 10 have in store for both of these alliances right now.
Over there, we can see the United States of America successfully hanging, as well as, I believe that is Niger successfully in the air as we hit these last few seconds. We'll get the final score up for you in 1 second. And the score of 110-41. Congratulations to the Aqua Alliance of Mali, the United States, and Niger. We see handshakes and hugs going around from team to team as they celebrate that victory.
We've gotten to have a lot of conversations with people in the booth about mentorship and what it encompasses, but they provide so much more than management. Let's take a look.
All right. What about your mentor inspires you?
Well, I think it's the fact that they're just really passionate about the subjects that they teach and about this project as a whole. It really inspires us to do better.
He's a very motivating person, and although sometimes it may seem harsh at first, he's always one person to want you to finish your project.
My mentors are easygoing, they're approachable, and they're women. So talking to them is very easy, and they're very reliable.
He actually thought of giving back. He started a school. He wanted to teach people that wanted to learn coding but didn't know where to start.
Even if we made mistakes, our mentors were there to actually help us and build our confidence in building what we actually need to do.
He's always keen to try new things and pursue new problems. He wants to help the students find new ways instead of sticking to the old ways of doing things, which is refreshing.
The most amazing thing that I found about my mentor is that he taught me how to be a rebel.
The power of mentors is as unbounded and limitless as the power of technology and science in the hands of these brilliant and young engineers and brave ones at that. Everybody in this building, myself included, has had a mentor at some point. It's an inescapable point and one that we cannot avoid. So and with regards to mentorship, I guess I wanted to ask you, Katie, if in your journey as an engineer, as someone who has worked in technology for so long, who was your inspiration? Who was your mentor growing up?
I guess my real mentor would actually be my dad. I remember going up to him, I was in 4th grade, and saying, hey, I want to start a robotics team. And him, having no experience in the field, actually took me out to Home Depot to help me buy the wood and taught me how to use a power drill to actually build my first Lego League table right then. And so he's really helped me along, helped me sort of start a team with my next mentor at my high school, kind of founding a team as well, because there was no robotics program for me as I got older. So he really has been my big mentor sort of since day one in robotics.
A point that is lost, I think, on so many people. You do not have to be someone who's experienced to achieve excellence as a mentor. A mentor can be somebody who just simply takes you under their wing to say, look, this is within the realm of possibility. So many teams here at this competition have had that. Again, nearly 60 teams with limited to no robotics experience at all. I have to imagine that with respect to getting those teams here and from some of those very, very distant places around the globe, what seemed as illogical or as unfeasible for some of these teams as it might have been initially, they had that mentorship and they got that tutelage that got them to be inspired enough to make the efforts to come here, and they achieved the support, and we are so proud to have them in DAR Constitution Hall. One of those teams right now is Malta, and although they have seen the game, they're ahead of it in investing in STEM. So let's take a look at Malta.
Robotics plays an integral part of today's economy. Robotics also encompasses subjects which are crucial for today's and tomorrow's jobs.
From when I was young, I always enjoyed tinkering with a lot of equipment, and thanks to all of that tinkering, I actually grew up to enjoy robotics.
All of us have always been interested in robotics from a very young age, always tampering and tinkering with them. And now we are very honored that we are able to show our robotic skills on a global level. Thank you.
Right now we've got competition with Malta, and one of the quotes to take out of that is that it encompasses crucial skills that are needed for the jobs of tomorrow. We are trying to prepare students for a world in which the problems that we're trying to solve don't yet exist with technology that does not yet exist. I know that that's a famous quote that has arisen in many a classroom around the globe, and this is a good first step in trying to get there. You see those top rankings right now in the bottom corner. 7-16, Team Europe still the team to beat right now, and the next closest one, Poland, about 50 points behind them. We'll see if anyone can jump up. We've got right now one round of action left, and we're hitting the tail end of it right now, so we'll see what ends up happening in these last few games.
A shot ago, you saw Lebanon with their crazy clown wigs. They're teamed up with Malta and India on the Aqua Alliance for this match, and they're up against Egypt, Bahrain, and Togo on the Hydro Alliance. We can hear plenty of crowd support coming as teams that have already finished up their competitions for the day come to watch the final matches.
Now this team Malta is made up of Clive Tona, who won the Malta Robotics Olympiad in 2017, and they've competed in Lego Sumo Wrestling. I would pay to see that truly after this kind of competition here, Lego Sumo Wrestling. I've never heard of it before, but it's something that I definitely want to look into.
Right there, we can see one member of the Aqua Alliance. I believe it is India dropping off some of those contaminated particles. Each of those is going to be worth 3 points, and you can see Aqua's score rise.
The pressure with which some of these teams are competing, you can feel the heartbeats of some of these teams in Constitution Hall right now. Hopefully, in this last round of play, they can do well to represent their countries as they've done so well here for the past day and a half.
Right there, we can see one team, I believe that is Malta themselves, pushing some of those clear water balls represented by the blue balls into that side goal. Each of those is going to be worth 1 point, and we can see Aqua's score go up. Meanwhile, on Team Hydro, I believe they're doing the same.
28-14 game right now. It looks like that Aqua is doubling up on Hydro, but we know that the 30 seconds that follow for right now can have anything change at a moment's notice. So we've got India, Malta, and Lebanon right now in the driver's seat, but right now Hydro just flipped the switch. So Egypt, Bahrain, and Togo are going back and forth. We are neck and neck right now. That 18-point spread is virtually nothing right now.
In the last 20 seconds, we teams start getting up in the air right there. We can see one team on Team Aqua, two teams on Team Aqua, and hopefully a third get in the air right now. Over on Team Hydro, I believe we have the same as teams are
Get up there, Iran. Well done. Oh, sorry, that's India. Good job to them.
You can see them all. You can see those sighs of relief and hugs going around on that team.
One team member on India, he actually had put his hands on his head at the very end there as if to get a big sigh of relief. A 96-54 win for teams India, Malta, and Lebanon for that Aqua Alliance. Finishing out their 6 rounds here strong. Those 96 points are certainly going to help them with respect to finishing this cumulative set of 6.
You can see those 28 contaminant points really push them over the edge.
Before we get to this next video, you have to imagine that with a historic venue like this and a building as big as this, with the number of teams that we have and the amount of production that has gone through this, that there are a whole slew of people who are working behind the scenes, and they are working their tails off, and not just over the past 3 days to make all of this look seamless and go seamlessly. There's been a lot of logistical hurdles to overcome, and we give our hats to those in attendance here who have been supporting them, but in addition to the countless hours of work that have gone in to make this possible. Let's go behind the scenes. This nation that's up next is the birthplace of voodoo, but the country of Benin is going viral, as is evident from their presence here. Let's take a look. In addition to the people who are watching them from overseas, this team is supported by their GSC team from San Diego, California, known as the Community Team. So even transcontinental, 3,000 miles away, they probably have some eyes on them as they compete right now in this last round for them of the 6 in DAR Constitution Hall.
And due to custom issues, this team didn't actually get their robots until a few weeks before the competition. Financial complications, custom issues, none of it can stop this team as they're here to compete in front of us right now, along with Romania, Georgia, and on Team Aqua, up against Zimbabwe, Ireland, and Mongolia on Team Hydro.
Now, each of these teams needed to secure funding to get here, and recently, this team from Benin had received funding from the World Bank to improve water sanitation services as well in their country. Now, what you're looking at, I believe, is Georgia shooting some of those contaminated particles into its lab. If we can zoom in on that building and get the telestrator up and working, hopefully we can get back down there. We were having fun watching it. The aim was almost spot on, but unfortunately bouncing out like a backboard on a basketball hoop. You see that one right there that's working itself onto the top of that bridge. If one of those teams gets up there, gets the scraps, they can punch in 4 points for their team. Right now, you're seeing Romania work its way up there, but hopefully not too far over where they need to actually get it, where you got that one logo. If they put it into the other lab, it's going to be awarding points potentially to the other team. So we'll see what they're able to do right here. Meanwhile, you've only got one more ball, I believe, that is orange in the middle of that river. And it looks like right now Ireland is going in to clear it out. So they might get that cooperation bonus of 15 points in the last minute here.
And Romania just dropped a ton of those contaminated particles into their score, bringing up Team Aqua's score greatly and increasing the number of contaminated particles in the lab. Once that hits 10, which is represented by that yellow bar in the middle, contaminants will stop flowing in the river. And when that happens, if the river is free at the end of the match, both teams will get a 15-point cooperation bonus. Right there, we can see Benin pushing in some of the blue balls in order to get 1 point per ball and to increase their water supply.
Again, we're trying to look into the middle of that river, and it looks like there is only one more ball that's in there. If they can try to get that way out, they're going to get those 15 points. Now I'm going to clear that telestrator, see if they can do it in these last 20 seconds. They are so close, and yet so far. We've got one team inching towards it. We'll see if they can at least collect it and then get over that riverbank.
Looks like those robots might actually be hooked together, which is a very unfortunate aspect of this competition, but robots do collide, and unfortunately so they were able to come unhooked. And you can see they're trying to get Georgia to hang, and just not enough in time. They flipped on that hill, unfortunately. But we'll get the final score up for you in one moment, and we'll see with 122 points, even with that unfortunate flip, Team Aqua is going to take the victory, 122-18. That's going to be Georgia, Romania, and Benin.
As we start closing out the competitions here, we have a few more games left, so don't go anywhere. But right now, we also want to give due credit to the historic venue that we're currently at. That is Constitution Hall.
The Daughters of the American Revolution is a heritage society for women who are direct descendants of those who won America's independence. In 1929, they dedicated their national headquarters, Constitution Hall, so the building could reflect the contribution we the people, the momentous words that begin the United States Constitution, have made to society. People come to Constitution Hall because of the energy that emanates from its powerful history. Every president from Calvin Coolidge to Barack Obama has attended a memorable event here. Some of the great debates of our society have occurred in these halls, and vigorous social changes have found their genesis in this hall, such as the support to have African-American singer Marian Anderson perform here. Constitution Hall also serves as the world stage in America for nations around the world. Cultural events such as the Japanese Symphony and the Vienna Boys Choir have all graced the halls of this historic location. So have momentous gatherings of many of the world's bedrock institutions, including the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. That is why we have brought our future leaders of First Global here, well worthy of inheriting the historic lineage they are now a part of.
As we hit the late rounds of competition, we begin to close the loop on introducing every single team that we have here. We'd be remiss, however, if we didn't introduce our next country, the Chinese Taipei. Thanks for the lesson from Chinese Taipei, indeed. And one of the lessons that we should be taking out of it is that the quote there, learning should never stop. We are a group of lifelong learners, is something very important to consider as we press on, even after this event ends. Now, Aqua, unfortunately, as you just saw coming out of that starting gate, suffered a penalty with an early start coming from that bottom right corner, so they have given 5 points to Hydro, putting themselves at a little bit of a disadvantage, but they've got 2 minutes, a little over, to make that ground up.
And as we head into this one of these final matches, we can see that Chinese Taipei that we just highlighted teamed up with St. Lucia and Suriname on the Hydro Alliance. They're up against Belarus, Panama, and Bermuda on the Aqua Alliance. Right there in the middle, we can see one team on Hydro heading over. Oh, and it looks like we have Suriname here on Skype ready to cheer on their team, waving their flag proudly. As you can see, Suriname is down near the bottom, trying to push some of those blue balls into the corner right there. It looks like they're getting a little bit of help from Chinese Taipei.
We just saw the referee wave a flag. If we can zoom in on Team Belarus right now, we're going to get the telestrator up and running as well. Right now, it seems as if we've got 2 robots working on both sides of the river. We got one in the river and then one on the bridge as well. So they're evenly distributed throughout this game field. Right now, it seems as if St. Lucia's getting up to that bridge. They're going to be dumping a few of those balls right now. So it's featured on Belarus. You can see they have both of those different colored balls in there. Now, as they sort them, you see a couple hopping around as well. We'll see what they're able to do with regards to getting around this bridge. It seems as if they're going to turn this corner, head up that hill, and then go towards the lab. You're going to see them trying to pick up any of those balls in the spare corner. So if we can get a bird's eye view of them heading up there right now. This is the process that so many teams before them have undergone. They're going to try to make their way up here, dump some of those particles to get the much needed points that they have to make up that 7-point advantage that you see at the bottom of your screen right now as we clear that telestrator.
And as we've mentioned, that hill is so slippery, but we can see them succeeding, almost making it. They can make it up that hill, I guarantee it, and they'll be able to drop off those contaminated particles for those extra points. You can see them right there doing that right now.
Both of these alliances are about halfway to dumping in those 10 much-needed contaminated particles to stop the flow of them from the river. Belarus heading back down that bridge, unfortunately, and right now on the other side, St. Lucia still up there, extending that lead with the 7 points that they have. 10 seconds left, not that much time. We're wondering if they're going to stay on the bridge to get those 5 points.
In those last seconds, we see 2 teams successfully hung, and it looks like we're trying to get a third, and they do get in the air. That's a very unique hanging mechanism they have, actually pushing themselves up before hooking on. We have 3 from Team Aqua successfully in the air, and it looks like 2 from Team Hydro and 1 Team Hydro member parked on the bridge.
Team Panama, very interesting way to get up there.
Yeah, and taking a look at those scores, we have it 97-86. Congratulations to Team Hydro, made of Chinese Taipei, St. Lucia, and Suriname, taking the win in this last round of competition.
Though each of these countries has accomplished so much already just by being here, let's learn a little bit about the awards of excellence that we'll be doling out in a few short minutes.
As an inaugural event, the 2017 First Global Challenge will establish new traditions that will carry our organization into the future, and we could not think of a better way to start shaping our traditions for years to come than with our awards. While drawing inspiration from already established first principles such as gracious professionalism and cooperation, we also reached out to an international committee of First Global mentors, advisors, and volunteers to collect new ideas and themes for our awards. To secure an international perspective, our committee named these awards after historic international innovators, explorers, and scientists, and selected some of the most universal values to be recognized in these awards. Values like innovation and imagination, storytelling and creativity, cooperation, friendship, and excellence, both on and off the field. We at First Global believe in recognizing the efforts and accomplishments of all our members of our global community, and so we celebrate all of our students, mentors, and volunteers living the values of our organization and making the world a better place for all.
From the country that is home to Lulango National Park comes this group of learners to show us the greatness that is their country of Gabon.
Des nerfs en couleur pour chanter le Gabon. Avec des mots verts, jaunes et bleus, drapant ma chanson. Sans que les couleurs ne déteignent sur la mer, sans que mes pas se perdent en forêt. Juste une idée trouvée en plein air pour chanter le
from the Electronic Club at Jean Fidel Otando Technical High School in Port Gentil. This group was selected by senior administrative officials from across the country.
You can see Gabon teamed up with Kauai and Micronesia on the Aqua Alliance up against Team Asia, Japan, and the Czech Republic on the Hydro Alliance as we begin to close out our competition.
Important point as well with respect to Gabon. They recently declared nearly a quarter of its territorial sea off limits to commercial fishing in an effort to protect marine wildlife. It was one of the first nations in Africa to actually do so.
Right there, we can actually see Micronesia with its pincer-like arm hoping to grab a couple balls. And going up there is Kauai, hopefully going to try to, I think it's going over the bridge to try to get better access to water on the other side. Right in front of it, we can see Japan starting to sort its balls. It currently has 2 of the clean water and 1 of the contaminant. We'll have to see if it's able to make its way back into the fray to grab a couple more, or if it's going to go and deliver those already.
You're starting to see more people start to collect in DAR Constitution Hall. You're starting to hear the volume in here also ratchet up as we approach these late games in this 6th and final round of play here. A lot of excitement starting to culminate right here in these final game experiences.
Yep, and right there we can see Team Asia pushing out some of its clean water, hopefully able to get over where it looks like it may have a ball stuck next to its wheel. Hopefully it can get that dislodged in time.
So it looks like 2 robots are also stuck together right now. If we can zoom in on them, they just actually detached. It might have been using an extension with that arm to pull it. Right now, it's looking like Japan is over in the corner by its water reserve, and now Kuwait right now is using that extended arm. Not quite sure what they're trying to do. It looks like they're actually pulling a robot from the Hydro Alliance, which results in a penalty for them. You can see the referee down there waving that red flag. You cannot use a part of your robot to disrupt the movement of another robot, it seems.
You actually have an interesting situation here. That one robot is actually stuck between 2 different Hydro robots. Poor Kauai is actually being pulled in one direction by Asia and then the other direction by Japan. Looks like we have a little bit of a traffic jam right here.
So as Katie said, and as we got the telestrator up, we have 2 robots right here that are tangled up, and initially it was 3. So we're going to try to detach them if they can. We haven't seen anything like this in competition yet. Clearly not intention, but it's something right now that is affecting the competition. With 5 seconds left, we've got a 44-0 game right now. We'll see what happens in the last 5.
You can see it's hooked around their wheel, unfortunately, meaning that the more they try to get out of it, the more tangled it's unfortunately becoming. Hopefully some other team members were able to do some stuff though, and we'll get the final score up for you in 1 second. With a score of 44, Team Hydro is going to take the win. That will be Asia, Japan, and the Czech Republic.
A tough game, and again, a very different one, but showing you how entangled some of these robots can get, particularly given the tight space that they're all working in. But now we're going to take it back out to the hallway where we have Latvia waiting for an interview.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Sarah Fogwell. We are down here in the pits with Team Latvia. Would you mind telling me, what are you guys feeling today for day 2?
We are very excited, and we are happy to be here, and we are ready for our next match, which is really soon.
And what do you guys think is going to happen today with your robot? Anything that you guys need to fix? Anything you guys are looking forward to? Any teams you're looking forward to working with?
We're looking forward to working with our next alliance members, which are Ecuador and some other country, I think.
Say is your favorite experience so far here in DC?
Definitely working with the other teams, because it's been very exciting talking to them and meeting them, exchanging pins, and it's been really, really exciting seeing what other teams have come up with and seeing what we can improve and learn from other teams.
Perfect. All right, thank you so much. We're going to throw it back up to Tim.
Thank you, Sarah. Although this team's country has been ravaged and torn apart by war, they show us the power of what it means to truly come together. Let's take a sneak peek at the Democratic Republic of Congo. So this group from the Democratic Republic of Congo comes to us from 3 different schools in the South Province of Kivu. This new team from Bukavu has no prior experience with robotics, as many of our other teams here also join them. But they have been a spectacle to watch as this 6th and final round theme of celebration is beginning to come to a close.
Yes, and we can see them teamed up with Team Hope in Malawi up against Sweden, Albania, and France. And we actually hear a giant group of people all cheering along Team Hope, our refugee team from the stands. Really fitting in this theme of celebration as we are celebrating all countries and even those that unfortunately do not have one right now.
Now, with respect to Democratic Republic of Congo, Therese Izai of that home country invented a humanoid traffic robot which rotates, raises its arms, it speaks to instructed drivers. We could have very much used that considering the traffic that happened in the last game, but unfortunately not here. So we'll see what happens in these last couple of games. Again, as Katie was mentioning, people cheering on Team Hope. That's what this competition truly is all about here at First Global.
And as we can see, as this game continues, we have one robot up at the top. I believe that is Albania that just finished dropping off some of those contaminated particles. Right here in the middle, we have France trying to gather a couple more balls, and right behind them is, I believe that is the Democratic Republic of the Congo attempting to do the same.
Referee waving their flag for that 5-point penalty. Now you got them on both sides as we get this telestrator up with the last minute. We've got 4 robots that are right in the middle of that river, and then we have 1 on the riverbank. We'll see if they can spread themselves out. That enormous pile of balls that we have right now in those exclusion zones is up for grabs, and anyone's taking. Right now it looks like Malawi is getting in there and into the thick of it. Good job by them, and they are going to try to make their way over to their to their alliance's side to unload some of those clean water particles as we clear that telestrator for you.
Yep, you can see them gathering them, sorting them out, and then being ready to bring them over and deliver. Right there, we have the Democratic Republic of the Congo doing the same. Just finished dropping off some of those clean water and now preparing to hang. As we mentioned before, the hang is worth 20 points and can really boost a team's score right here at the end.
Now you can see a little bit of confusion for Team Aqua. That hang that's happening right over by those water reserves means that they can't dump any of those clean water particles in there for points. But when it comes to push and shove with 20 seconds left, they don't have much time to deliberate. I think they're both going to try to get on that hanging bar, earning 40 points if both those teams can collaborate and cooperate effectively in the last 15.
Yep, and it looks like we have one team on Team Hydro successfully in the air, and hopefully one more as they try to pull up right in these last few seconds. You can see them moving sideways. We need them to move upwards. You can see them team nervously watching as we hit the end of the round. We'll get the final score up for you in 1 second as fans cheer on everyone who just competed in that match. And with a score of 65-52, Team Aqua is going to take the victory. That's Malawi, Team Hope, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
We have 163 teams from around the globe here, 157 countries represented. That in and of itself is a spectacle. So we've got 6 continents, and the last one in this competition that we feature is Team Africa.
Hello, my name is Jimmy.
My name is Anas. My name is Aya.
Hi, I'm Shadis and I'm 14 years old. Hello, I'm Safa and I'm 15 years old.
I'm so glad to participate in this challenge because it will give me the chance to meet new people from different cultures.
For me, it's like a dream coming true because since I was a child, I always wanted to be an engineer.
Thanks to First Global Challenge for making my dreams come true by participating in such robotic events.
On to competition now. This is the final game of the inaugural and 2017 First Global Challenge. We have had over 150 of these games. Right now you see the top rankings team Europe still having it in the lead with 716, 668, 610, rounding out with Poland and Armenia taking those podium finishes. We'll see if any team can climb up with respect to this last game.
And we can see on the Aqua Alliance, we're going to have Team Peru, Team Pakistan, and Team Libya attempting to gain a podium finish. Up against them is Yemen, Canada, and Hungary on Team Hydro.
Now Peru, even though we had our highlight video on them earlier on, some tidbits about them. They come from the Domingo Savio School in Arequipa, and it contains 2/3 of the world's tropical glaciers, many of which are not only a vital water source for their population, but that are melting rapidly due to climate change. So they know the impending effects and the real world problems that we face with water access. Again, this game designed around the 14 grand challenges.
Yep, and right there we can see some teams trying to bring their clean water over into the corner. You can see they're about ready to drop off a flood of those clean water. Each one of those blue balls successfully delivered there is going to be worth 1 point and really add to their team score once you get the score up there on the board. You can see another team right on top depositing some of those contaminated particles into the top bowl. Each of those is going to be worth 4 points. And over there we have another member of Team Aqua attempting to do the same in their corner.
So even though we had those 50 water particles that came out initially, you see those equal increments of those 1 clean water particles per 1 second of action out here. Right now, all of it is getting into the river where these teams are trying to get to. Canada right now seems motionless. That being said, the emotion behind their team in this last game of the last round of action at the 2017 inaugural Global Challenge, the first Global Challenge, is definitely not present with us. They are ready to roll here.
And unfortunately, we did have a robot flip, but one of our lovely volunteers was able to realign it, and so it's able to finish out competing in this last game of the tournament. You can see Team Pakistan right there getting ready to gathering as many of those blue clean balls as they can in order to bring them over to the corner.
Showing you how much time we have on the board, we do not quite yet know, but they are going to battle until that last buzzer does sound. These teams have been working over the past few months for representing their country, and now only get a couple of seconds here
and it looks
to
like
finally battle it out for
them.
them.
It looks like Canada was able to get the robot working, and along with the Yemen and Hungary, we're able to hang all 3 of their robots. Hopefully Aqua is able to do the same as we hit the last 5 seconds. And we close out the final game of the 2017 inaugural First Global Challenge.
Claps of applause ring and surround this audience right now as the final game finishes with a 77-55 mark for the Hydro and Aqua Alliances. Tremendous job all around by all of our competitors who are here. And although these games have come to a conclusion, the work that we've done here to show the world what the power of STEM and technology can do in our young hands is only just beginning. And the work that's going to extend beyond here in these past couple of days that we've had in DAR Constitution Hall is definitely in front of us, even though we have battled just to get to this point. So before we end up sending you this highlight pitch, thank you on behalf of Katie, I am sure, and I'll let her send her last few words to you as well.
Yes, thank you to all the teams for competing. This is a wonderful event, and I can't wait to see what you guys all will do when you head back to your countries. Thank you for having us, and we'll send you to the wrap-up video.
So as we prepare for this closing ceremony here on the podium, I am joined right now by Katie, Sarah, and Nick, all four of us trying to kind of close everything out here with respect to everything that has happened in this competition and all that it encompasses. There's a lot to unpack, there's a lot to explore, there's a lot to think about as we press on and move forward as well with respect to science, technology, engineering, and math and the mission of First Global and what it's trying to instill in our youth across the globe. But some questions to kind of go around the table and answer while we reflect on this past couple of days, the overview of the event as a whole. What goes through your mind as you see it?
You know, it's been really amazing to see all 163 teams come together and form friendships as the competition progressed. You know, when the teams just arrived here, they were, you know, in the, hey, do I know you? I don't really know you, kind of making those relationships phase, and then watching those relationships grow and starting to see things like teams signing each other's shirts, trading buttons, working on each other's robots. All those amazing things are really because of this event took place.
And it's ridiculous to think that, I mean, 74 different languages here, and yet they're all able to compete with the same competition, the same field, cooperate, talk about, you know, what's going to happen during the match. You're going to do this, you're going to do this. When actually 58 out of the 164 teams had no robotics experience. You know, none of them know what's going on. There's also the thing where not all of them have electricity 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, like we have the opportunity to have.
And even just seeing the robots on the field, I mean, I would have never guessed that 58 of them had never touched a robot before. They all performed really well. Looked like they all professionals up there.
Now, in each one of these games, you know, with 26, 20, it might have been 27 games over the course of 6 rounds. We're talking about 150 plus games, but we did mention on multiple occasions how each one of them did feel different to us. And even today, towards the later rounds, you saw a lot of twists and turns that made each game kind of an anomaly in and of itself. And so were there any kind of highlights that you all saw throughout the course of those 6 rounds in these 2 days of competition?
Yeah, absolutely. One of them that really sticks out in my brain would be Team Europe in their last final round. They were able to score 16 orange particles in the laboratory. That's absolutely impressive that that single robot was able to score that many points.
I think my favorite part was seeing that one team achieve the cooperation bonus.
Knew you were going to go there. Knew it.
I mean, even after the game was over, we turned to each other and said, it finally happened. We knew it was going to happen eventually. And I mean, it was just great to see. And all the teams on every side were excited when that one happened.
And I thought it was ridiculous, Team Cambodia, when they are lifting themselves up. Everyone else sort of has, you know, the hooks coming up, the linear slides, hooking on. Cambodia would lift themselves off the ground and then hook on and then go all the way up. And I thought it's just amazing seeing all these different ideas for the same challenge.
And for me personally, it wasn't even necessarily the game as much as some of the responses after a game had finished up. You saw the drama that had that had built up in anticipation, and then it releasing after that buzzer had sounded. You either saw teams that had their hands on their head, you know, with that big sigh of relief. You even saw towards the end of competition today, it might have been Oman's last round, one of their alliance members came over and legitimately hugged both of those twin brothers. That to me, it symbolizes the distance that they have come, the elation that they feel, not that it's over, certainly, even though they were probably very nervous representing their country coming in here, but the amount of companionship that has been built over this competition, to me, it was all encompassed in that one specific moment. With respect to the challenges that some of these teams have faced as well, I mean, we could have a whole panel discussion on that for eons and award each one of these teams awards for the challenges that they've faced. But have any stuck out to you all in particular?
Yeah, for me it was Team Honduras. I think that it's just amazing because, as I was talking about earlier, they don't all have electricity 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They walk over literal mountains to get to school to work on these robots. They're malnourished. They work on American dollars, $2 a day. Their entire families, they live off of that. I just think it's amazing what they can come to this competition and show us what they can do.
I think Team Oman as well. I mean, they walk miles and miles to one of the only deaf schools in their area. And you could even see them doing really well with hand signals with other teams. I mean, communicating. They really overcame those challenges here at the competition, I'd say.
A fine technical challenge I saw a lot of the teams have. A lot of these kits included a color sensor that is able to detect the difference in color of the orange and blue particles. And a lot of them don't have the beautiful stage lighting we have here, so a lot of them had to retune them those sensors, and a lot of them were able to overcome that color sensor issue and persevered and were able to sort balls again.
Talk about issues, something that the robotics community as a whole and a lot of those who are trying to make it more mainstream have had a tough time doing is applying it or making it get interest from the broader audience, which is part of the reason why I'm trying to be in this booth, despite the fact that my knowledge is elementary and it'll be the last time I say it. Thankfully, I feel like I've learned a lot in these past couple of days, but with respect to getting 163 teams, regardless of whether you have any past or prior experience in robotics or not, you got to look at that number and you've got to, I mean, you've got to sit back and truly think about how momentous that is, regardless of the competition you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's so much going on here. And even looking behind us, all the volunteers that are coming all together from around the world, they're coming from the different countries all over, you know, United States. Everyone's coming together for the same goal in mind, to make sure that the teams have a good time. They're making sure that, you know, everyone's learning the same amount, everyone's making friends here, connections that are being made. It's just all amazing what's going on.
With respect to a human connection too, I mean, Katie, you and I have had our fair share of conversations because you and I haven't really left this booth in the past couple of days, but to you two who have been, whether it's in the pit interviewing or whether it's been on the stage interviewing other, you know, teams, you've had a lot of interaction with these kids. Has anything stuck out in your minds in particular?
I really had a good time hanging out with Team Estonia, who actually had the unfortunate circumstance of their robot didn't make it to the event. The one they had built prior to the event didn't make it, and they formed a really solid connection with Team Finland, and together they built a robot in 4 hours for this competition. 4 hours. Some teams had weeks to build the robots, and this team built one in 4 hours, and to me, it was one of the best robots here, honestly.
And I was talking to Team Mexico when I was interviewing them down on the field, and they were talking about how Mexico City as a whole actually sponsors them, and they're the ones who, you know, gave them the shirts, they're giving them the funding to come here. And I think it's awesome. An entire city is behind this robotics team to get them here, and they know about this entire competition. They know what it stands for. It's ridiculous.
You're talking about them being behind this robotics team, but if you look around in DAR Constitution Hall, you can tell that everybody who's here in attendance, and truly, I mean, there were thousands of people who were here on Sunday to watch that opening ceremony. Katie, you and your family were a few of them who were in the audience, probably heckling me from up there in the nosebleeds. People are out here to support not just their country's team. They're out here to support the youth of the world and trying to promote what they are, what they're capable of if given the pathways to technology. Can you all extrapolate or kind of expand on that and what you see?
Well, I love seeing the Skype videos of all the different teams, families and friends Skyping in, even from where, if they couldn't make it to America, Skyping back home. I remember we had one team, I can't remember exactly which one it was, but there was an entire cafeteria full of people sort of cheering on. Even if they're not in DC, they're still watching and sort of hoping that the youth of the world are able to kind of unite at an event like this.
And there is a struggle that some teams had. I mean, 64 of the 163, 64 teams that are here, 40% of them have a rate of getting visas into the United States of being rejected. And it's amazing that they're all here. Even the Afghanistan girls, they got their visas maybe a month ago.
Gambia as well, too.
Yeah.
A lot of these teams. And to have this type of competition at a historic venue like this in Washington, D.C. I've lived here for a few years now, and I'm telling you, this building is iconic. It is just steps from the White House itself. We had, you know, guest Ivanka Trump in here earlier today, kind of symbolically showing, you know, what the power behind this is and the fact that the world needs to be paying attention as it should be doing so. What needs to happen after this kind of competition to make it even more mainstream and out there and in the know for everybody else?
Well, as we said a couple times, I mean, robotics is infectious in terms of how much you sort of enjoy it and get into it. So what I think every team should do, and I think hopes to do, is go back home, wherever home is, and show other people, show them the robot they built, talk about how they can do it themselves, maybe even start a club at their school, at other schools with other people around the community, and really kind of grow that infectious love of robots and STEM.
That's why I think this year was so important, because this whole production crew, we're making it loud, we're making it as big as possible so that everyone in the world can see exactly what people from their team, their ambassadors, are doing. Every single team is an ambassador for their country. They're showing we are capable of doing this no matter what the, you know, problems are coming and what we're facing. You know, we are able to compete in this competition and do well for the most part.
Well, and it's not just those countries that are saying we are capable of doing this. It's all relative. right? It's all relative. You mentioned the Honduras earlier, and with the meager means that they have, they're doing so much with it. We in the United States have so much at our disposal, and yet the fact that we continue time and time again to overlook the power that this could have in our students' hands is as egregious as it is unwarranted. And from where I sit personally as an educator, from where I sit as a science nerd personally, I'm a huge advocate of it. And the fact that this work needs to be done is something that we're trying to set in motion here, certainly, and something that I think we're on the way towards. But it's not just those teams saying we can do it. Here in the U.S., the people who worked at First Global to make this possible. I mean, this has been, as Dean had said earlier on, this has been over a year in the making, trying to get these 2 days to come together. And if you all got to see behind the scenes, as us four have, the amount of people who are truly running their tails off back there, trying to make this all go off without a hitch, the amount of time and money and marketing that has been poured into this to make it not just something that is global, but something that actually catches on, is something that's inspiring in and of itself too.
Yeah, I totally agree. All of the staff at First Global who worked, as you said, their tails off, I think they deserve an A+ on this one. But having the opportunity to both be behind the scenes and also have some moments to take a step back and look at the production, look at all the volunteer staff. Everybody was working as hard as they could to make this a great experience, not only for the viewers at home, the viewers in attendance, but also the teams.
And a large piece of credit, although he'd be the last person on earth to accept it, is going to go to Joe Sestak and his crew. And those 30 people, 35 people that he's got working in that Alexandria office, I swear that, you know, every time I go in there, there is a flurry of action. There's not one of them that can have a conversation, and it's not because they don't want to or they're disengaged. It's anything but. They are working around the clock to make this happen. There are sleeping bags downstairs. There are mattresses downstairs trying to make this all work. And fortunately for them, I think that that A+ shows the polish and the pomp and circumstance that they try to put behind it, but also the lessons that they're trying to instill. So the challenges that were faced by some of the countries were also shared by the challenges of putting this up and running, certainly. Now, your experience in robotics, how is this competition so much different?
This is a sort of a different feel, is what I'm going to say. I've been doing competition robotics for the better part of 12 years. And the production value here and the media attention that is here at the First Global Challenge in 2017 is well beyond what I've ever seen here. Honestly, every time you look around, there's press. There's a camera working with the teams, hanging out with the teams. The amount of press coverage that this event got alone, which admittedly, the last 12 years I wish was the same thing, because we're still driving this engine of making FIRST loud and getting awareness for STEM and STEAM education. But big difference, yes, is all the coverage this event has gone. It's been absolutely amazing.
And what we want to try to focus on with the press, too, and what we hope people recognize after reading some of these articles, is it's been so heavily fixated on teams, Hope and Afghanistan in particular. I mean, as it should be because of the trials that those two teams have faced. But we also can't overlook the many other teams that were denied entry at first start. You look at Ethiopia, you look at Gambia, you look at other teams that had to travel literally across country borders just to apply for visas. And it's something that has not been covered widely, I don't think, in the U.S., and something that has not been given its due credit for, the distances to which these teams have had to go, not just literally in terms of going from point A to point B, but the distances their countries have come in adopting STEM technology. With respect to the gameplay that we saw out here, too, we talk about the 14 grand challenges, and this one only focuses on water access. Do you think that this game did a good job at trying to highlight that for these countries in attendance?
Most definitely. I think that not only for the teams in attendance, it was easy to watch, which I think made it easier to understand. I think everyone that was watching at home or in here, they understood exactly what the problem was and how the teams were thinking about fixing it. So as you're scoring on the field, what you have to do is you have to get the contamination up on top of the bridge and put that in. You can only get water with it, and then there's no penalties. But if you get any of the contaminated particles into the front with the water, you get penalties for that. And I think it shows in real life, you can't have contamination in your water, but if there's water and contamination, it makes sense. I think that this entire thing was it was nice to watch, it made sense, and it was a real-life application.
And I think from the team's perspective, the barrier of entry to build a robot for this game with the kit that they were all shipped, I think the difficulty of this game was spot on. That there are things that would be challenging for rookies, and there's things that are challenging for teams who may have had some previous competition robotics experience. I mean, it's not easy to build a device to hang your robot off of a hanging bar, dealing with some terrain on the bridge. Those are things that challenge, but at the same time, it was a nice, easy game piece to pick up that anybody could move game pieces through this field.
In this game as well, there were a lot of different ways to play it, and we saw that kind of happen through those 6 rounds. And there are different ways to play it, not just because of the strategy that might have been involved, but because of the different robot designs. Were there any robots that kind of stuck out to you over these past 2 days?
I mean, my favorite still is Georgia. Both both with the strategy and its design. It had that little shooter. And it actually shot all of the blue contaminants or blue water into one corner, and all of the orange contaminants into another. And then actually had its teammates go and gather them and bring them where they needed to be. So it really kind of showed that collaboration, and also was kind of an interesting design, how they were able to get them all where they needed to be.
So I think some teams aren't going to like me as soon as I say this, but I like how they all had the same set of parts to use. I like how everyone had the set rev kit that they were given. And I liked how all the robots, though they had the same colors of the orange and black, I liked how everyone had a different idea. They were all given the same exact kits, but everyone came up with something different to complete the task.
And I actually love Team Oceania used the extra brackets it had to spell out its name on the side. That was a really clever use of those extra parts. I didn't even see that until the end.
I was going to say, I didn't notice that until today, truly.
Yeah. Latvia did the same thing.
Did they?
Latvia brought a lot of flair to this competition. You talk about a team highlight, the jackets that they had, those metallic jackets. I mean, it was perfect, and they were radiating the light that team was also bringing into this competition. It was truly wonderful to see. As we start planning for the future of this competition, because it does appear to be so wildly successful, what do you kind of expect to be next steps here, given the, again, the attendance here, not just in terms of the number of people in the stands, but the teams that are competing, that 163 of them, you can only imagine that this is going to kind of continue and the snowball effect's going to happen.
Yeah, totally. Oh, go ahead.
I mean, I think the next step, first of all, is we have 163 teams, and I think we have over 70% of every continent. I think our next goal is to make that 100%. We have all of South America. It's not that, I mean, it's difficult, but it's possible that we can be able maybe eventually to get every single country in the world. I think that would really kind of create this the truly global event.
And I think there's some murmurs and rumors in the background about the long-term plan of the first global team forming, is what I'm going to call it, where teams, I can see us getting to the point where teams have to compete within their own countries. Maybe I'm thinking really far down the road, but have to compete within their own countries, Olympic style, to be the representative team for First Global. That would be really cool if that happens.
So you talk about this Olympic style. We did see a lot of acronyms, you know, FTC, you know, I just look at WRO as an example of that. You talked about the Olympics. This was a very Olympics style play event, but what do you think kind of differentiates them?
Well, definitely step one is right now in the Olympics, there's not a robotics competition. But this is, a lot of them are all athletic based. This is still, to me, the Olympics of the brain, where you have not only the robot modification going on, you have endurance of going through long days of long matches, also the strategy you have to put in to play these matches to the best of your ability. You're still working that muscle upstairs. But the big difference is, yes, it doesn't seem physical, but it really is. And I don't know, I would argue that the show here is definitely something that the Olympics should look at.
Mind, body, and spirit was a point they had mentioned earlier on, and they're definitely working those mental muscles. I'm sure a lot of these kids who are here with us today are going to be able to take a deep sigh of relief after the award ceremony is done, but I know that everything is building in anticipation for the ones that we're going to give out in a few minutes here. With respect to Dark Constitution Hall, what's your take on being in this building and seeing it kind of come to a head right behind us and on this stage?
I think the main stage venue was about the perfect size. The production value and team and staff here were all absolutely excellent. This made a great, big flat open stadium for 4 competition fields, was about perfect with bowls sitting around. Made for a very pretty venue. It's also awesome to be in such a historic building. I mean, the address on the building is 1776. Definitely the venue was great. The pits were cozy, but the teams were able to work in that environment. And certainly that, having too many teams is a good problem to have. The pits were a little bit cozy. DC itself, though, really cool to have an event here in DC. Washington, DC itself is set up as a city for these kinds of things. The metro is really great. There's tons of hotels. There's tons of other places for teams to stay. Lots of places to eat. A+, again, honestly.
And I know we've mentioned both the Washington Monument and the White House being really close nearby. And I actually was walking around here. It's literally a couple blocks. And every time I've went by, there's actually been teams over there taking photos, taking in the sights, kind of seeing everything that the city has to offer, which I think is a really great part about this venue in particular.
Yeah, and so First Global, I think their thought is to have it in every country's capital. And so wherever we go next, it would be nice to see, you know, another country. It'd be nice to see where they're from, just like all the countries are doing here.
Well, I would anticipate that with a First Global, you know, the inspiration piece in the first part of the First Global brand, I think they've accomplished that goal certainly with the number of people they've gotten here. Global already, they've checked that box, 157 nations. So now you kind of wonder, now that this first competition has happened in the U.S., are they going to take it abroad? Are they going to expand it? And to do either of those two things, what they're going to need to do is something that apparently has been pretty easy for them, which is building connections, and those conversations need to happen. You talk to someone that we bring up in the booth twice, Janet Fofang, for example, who connect us with, like 15 different teams from the African continent. So it's just those very simple conversations that can open up doors, I would have to think, that can make this not just global like it is now, but I mean, even more so as the years progress. Would you agree with that?
I'm excited to get the call about wherever I'm going to end up next year, that's for sure.
Yeah, and hopefully, you know, we get a couple more breaks because our throats are dying a little bit right now, but we're going to be excited and all smiles when we see these awards coming up. Now, in the awards, we say that every team has won an award, but you need to give credit to each of these teams as well for developing different strategies, as they only get 6 attempts to do this. If you would approach this game without ever seeing a team play before, which is what each of these teams had to do in their first round game, how would you approach it, particularly with 2 other teams that don't speak your language?
It's a hard
question.
A stumper.
Yes, that is a good one. If we're talking specific, the game itself, the thing I would probably want to do is make sure that I have a robot that is easily playable with everybody else, knowing that I don't have control over who I'm playing with when I'm building my robot, that I have the ability to do things like maybe pass particles to my partners who are better at scoring them, or making sure that I don't know, don't take up the entire hanging bar so my partners can't do that either. Definitely making sure that my robot's compatible with other people. Or other robots would be step 1 for me.
Yeah, so for us, we call that the slot bot. So pretty much they fit in anywhere and they can work with any robot. So Katie and I were talking about it earlier. A few years ago for First Tech Challenge, you had a hang. And there were a lot of teams that couldn't hang. So you needed to make part of your robot hook onto another robot to be able to lift them up if your alliance couldn't do that. So I think making a robot that works with everyone, as you said, but also is an all-around, you know, kind of player, team player for everyone.
Nick and Sarah, you had 2 very different kinds of interviews, and they were in 2 different locations in this historic Dar Constitution Hall. Sarah, you were on the stage and in the same exact arena that we're in. But Nick, you were out in the actual hallways, and the word that you had used to describe it earlier on, and it's one adjective I'm sure of many you could use, was quote-unquote cozy. I am sure that there would be other descriptors that you could put in there. Describe in more detail what that was truly like for you being out there.
So the team pits were set up. They split a standard 4x8 table with another country. So they actually had 2 teams on the same table, sharing the same workspace, and the teams were basically hanging out right on top of each other. Basically, is the best way to put it. But yes, it was cozy, but it was friendly. With all the teams, as they grew their relationships, they wanted to hang out with each other, get to know each other. The signing of the shirts became a thing that a lot of teams were doing. Definitely going to have to say that friendly is the best adjective I can use. And the amount of gracious professionalism that was being displayed between the teams was absolutely incredible.
Now, what would it, if you were competitors, what would it feel like to go to another country and one that is completely disparate from your own? I'm thinking of being from, let's say, South Sudan. and then coming thousands of miles away to a completely different culture, to a completely different just part of the globe, and with very different people who were joining me in that process. But going from a place like that to a place like this, I mean, it's got to be like going from Earth to Mars from time to time. Well, what kind of feelings and emotions do you think that comes with, other than the pride that they have of carrying their national flag?
I think at first you start out kind of nervous. I mean, you don't know anyone there. It's a brand new spot. You're changing time zones. We've heard a couple teams now mention the flight being long, boring, you're tired, you're stiff. And so even just getting there can be kind of difficult. And then once you get here, you're nervous, you don't know anyone. You walk in the doors, and fortunately, I actually was here when all the teams were arriving yesterday morning, or actually 2 days ago, and they were all being welcomed. And you're getting welcomed by the entire staff, all of the volunteers, and even other teams. And I think having those friendly faces, even if they're people that also are new to this place, can really be a great sort of welcoming. That gracious professionalism can really kind of make you feel good and sort of safe after that long, arduous journey.
Yeah, and what you said about the time zone, one of the girls that I was interviewing up there, she's like, you know, I'm very excited to be here. I love being here. This is so great. I love the competition, but I'm so tired. And she was just ready to get off stage and just go back and either take a nap or just, you know, hang out for a little while. I think everyone just needs a few days to recover.
What two words saying I have heard many people, and by many I mean you three, all say with respect to first is gracious professionalism. It sounds like it's one of those kinds of copywritten almost slogans of this brand. What does the term gracious professionalism mean?
It pretty much means playing to the best of your ability, but also being kind and gracious to everyone else. It means, you know, being there for each other, helping another team with other parts, helping, you know, wherever you can, volunteering, but also not laying up on your competition. You want to be there to compete, you want to be there, you know, to win. So you don't want to let that go.
And we use this term a lot to describe competitive robotics, but you can apply it to just about any situation. In the sense that if I'm a company that sells something or does something and I have a competitor, if the market is small for that company, I need to work together, even though I'm competing for that market share, I need to work together with my competitor to grow that market. And that's entirely a gracious professionalism thing.
Yeah, and you're talking about something that's almost contrary to human nature. If you're a competitor, it's almost Darwinian, you know, survival of the fittest. I'm going to edge everybody else out and take the whole thing for myself. But if the whole thing is barely anything at all, what's the point? You know what I mean? You're dominating a very small market. And what we need to start doing is trying to grow and to augment it. Now, when you were growing up, and still are certainly, but as engineers and people in robotics, how has that world to you changed over the past, 5-10 years that you've been involved in it?
As I mentioned not too long ago, back when I was 10 years ago when I started, I was a all-girls team in FLL, and I remember we were one, if not two, of the only all-girls teams in the entirety of Virginia FLL. I remember going to states and just being surrounded by guys. And now we look here, and we have all-girls teams from all over the place, Ghana, Afghanistan, and still in the USA. I think that's one thing that's really changed in the past 10 years. And it's great to see.
Even Vanuatu was one of those teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my first competition, I mean, I was in 6th grade in New Jersey, and it was all these guys around. And, you know, I knew what I was doing for the most part. And anytime I had questions, I'd go up to them, and they'd be like, oh, of course, you know, you don't know what you're doing. I come back the second year, and, you know, I'm there, I'm fixing their robots, I'm programming for them. And I'm like, yeah, look at me.
Well, that sense of pride, you've got to feel like you almost were a part of kind of getting the ball rolling there and seeing it start to transform itself into where we are right now. You know, where do you see this going in the next few years? Do you see like that trend is going to continue? I mean, it's pretty, I wouldn't say presumptuous, but the answer's got to be yes, right?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, 10 years ago when I started, nobody knew what FIRST was. Nobody had ever heard of a robotics competition. And now we have front page news of this event happening, all the press coverage and how mainstream this is becoming. I mean, it's on social media websites everywhere. It's on places like Reddit, the Washington Post. It's all over the place. The exposure that this world has certainly changed a bunch in my career.
Definitely has. As you can see behind us, all the teams have started to funnel in for the closing ceremonies. We're getting close. We have a couple more minutes. You have to keep listening to us, unfortunately, while that happens. but you can see flags waving as teams try to find some space in the venue as it fills up.
Yeah, you were talking about all over the place earlier on, Nick. There are people right now that are scattering to all different parts of this building, but want to get into this one room to hear what the culminating experience of all of this is going to look like. Very similar to the Parade of Nations that you're looking at right now, all of the country's flags that people are adorning on themselves, waving them in triumph, not just at representing their country and coming these great distances, but getting through this 6 rounds of competition with people, again, from across the globe, coming from very different cultures than the ones that they themselves represent. As an institution, First Global, I think, has done an exceptional job at trying to promote that mission. It's something that is going to be coming to a close here relatively soon, and something that I know we have been proud to be a part of. And for all of you non-robotics enthusiasts out there, start understanding a little bit more what we are trying to do here. Even if you leave this venue scratching your head, at least wonder what the possibilities could be going forward, because that's what these students have done from such disparate places around the globe. It's that sense of wonder that makes science such a fantastic subject, not just to teach for me personally, but to be a student and a lifelong learner of. The possibilities here, not just in robotics, but in science, are endless. And do you have any other kind of words to close this out for the audience that's watching you right now?
I mean, I think you summed it up perfectly. You have to keep on learning. You have to keep on sort of searching for new things, whether it be robotics, science, math, engineering, whatever it is that you're passionate about. Keep doing it. All these teams here, I think, have had a newfound passion of robotics. And as we said, all we want them to do is keep on searching for new things to learn.
I think it's going to be great when all these countries go back to their original country, and they're going to be ambassadors, you know, advocates for these STEM programs. They're going to go to their school. They're going to be able to teach what they learned here. I mean, other countries, they probably taught and mixed ideas together. I think it's going to be great when they go back.
I know we're talking a lot about the expansion and the exposure. I do hope that everybody on all of these teams takes a moment to stop and reflect on what this competition really was, and how absolutely incredible this event was for them, and I hope they have learned something too.
It's very clear that they have learned something, but they are also showing what they have learned through the excitement. They're all raising and waving their flags, cheering, waiting for these awards. But again, everyone's going to leave this competition as an award winner. You can see the sense of pride that they feel as this one global community. Again, First Global branching off of First and doing an exceptional job at getting all of these young minds together. We're going to be having these closing ceremonies coming to you shortly. You see all of the different gear that these teams are rocking, not just their national flags, but some of those wigs as well. We've also got those ties and then the Latvian jacket that we had mentioned earlier on. And so we're going to soak in this moment for everybody and all the work that has kind of come into this fray. You've got teams even behind us right now that are trying to look at these cameras, and the amount of pride that we must feel personally, and everybody who's out there watching, who's tuned in. Again, it's not just people that are on Eastern Standard Time. There are people who are watching from all over the globe right now. We got a camera that's walking through a tunnel of very, very effervescent hands who are eager to get going here. You got that German flag that we're about to run into right now, turning out in the way. And we've got some of these other teams that are looking at the monitor, kind of waiting for what's next here. And we wonder, too, what is next for the world of science? What's next for the world of robotics? You got flags big and small from countries big and small, from robotics programs big and small. They are all here and they are all waiting for this final moment. As we start making our way to the stage, we are going to be working on the great production value here from First Global. They've done an exceptional job in getting this going. Again, the noise starting to build up. This camera that you also see coming from this bird's eye view, there got to be only 5 or 6 of them in the entire country here. They spent basically, First Global, my entire college tuition on getting that one camera here. A lot of great angles, 360-degree views. Everything is culminating into this one kind of final moment. You see people getting on each other's shoulders, taking Insta moments, you know, getting pictures on Facebook. We've got live video feeds and streams coming across, not just on Facebook Live right now, but to people around the globe. Again, they're not just joining us from Eastern Standard Time. There are people probably watching this at 3 in the morning across the globe. I'm sure putting their input and feedback in on some of those global networks. It's our sincere hope that through this work and through that digital presence with social media that we mentioned through some of our small vignettes earlier on, that this starts catching on around the globe. People see the power behind it and what is happening right here. Can any of you three comment on what you're seeing right now as well?
I really wish that everyone that was live streaming was actually here right now, because the floor is shaking from all the excitement. Everyone is jumping around. Teams are so excited to be on the camera.
So we're going to pause for a quick second for an announcement.
Team Europe, please report to the queuing area outside the A and B pits. Once again, Finland, Poland, Singapore, Team Europe, please report to the queuing area outside of the A-B pits. Now back to Tim at our broadcast booth.
It is crazy to see. We have teams on shoulders. We have people jumping up and down. The stage is literally shaking as they all wave their flags, both as individual country representatives and also as one group that has all come together in order to accomplish this goal and succeed in this challenge. It is insane.
Seems that everyone's trying to get a better view of the stage for the awards. Everyone's getting on each other's shoulders, see how high they can get up.
The mixture that we're seeing of all these teams hanging out with each other while we're waiting for this award ceremony to start is simply amazing.
You'd think we were at a Chainsmokers concert right now, to be perfectly honest, with everything waving around, people getting on each other's shoulders. I mean, it is something truly exceptional here at DAR Constitution Hall. A lot of work that's been built up into this moment, and people truly drinking it in. Ourselves, this four group in the booth included, in addition to the many flashing lights that are in the stands right now as we wait for some of those awards to unfold for these many talented engineers, leaders, learners, dreamers, and believers abound that have joined us on this stage. We are truly proud of what they have done in addition to what First Global has accomplished here on this stage. Now, with the grand challenges Dean had mentioned, 15 of them potentially introducing that one more from the NAE, also talking with UK and China in addition to kind of adding that one. With respect to grand challenges, there's no shortage of them that we can focus on. Are there any other challenges that maybe you want to see these games start to go into other than water in years to come?
I think famine is one that's on my mind right now. Not because I'm hungry, but I'm thinking about it because I think that's also, as much as clean water is, it's one of the big problems that we have, especially over in Africa. We need to be able to get food over there, but not just give them food. We need to be able to make it sustainable. We need to be able to make it in a way that they can be resourceful for themselves.
With respect to famine and being hungry, these kids are hungry for awards back here. We're hungry to get some people on the stage to actually show us what these awards are going to be in a few brief moments while we keep milking the clock here in the booth. Now you hear a group chant emerging from this crowd. It's not even country-based anymore. These kids are ready to go. You see them waving their flags. It is a cacophony of noise here on the First Global stage at DAR Constitution Hall. This is a moment to behold in the robotics community, let alone just in Washington, D.C. I truly haven't seen much like it in my entire life, and we are finally going to throw it to the wrap-up video here. Thank you, everyone, for joining us here in the booth at First Global. And on behalf of Katie, Sarah, Nick, thank goodness we are patching it in through this highlight video that we're going to show you right now. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
How can we change the world? Is it through education, advancements in technology, international travel? Maybe. But how about with a smile? A friendly embrace? A supportive cheer? It is through collaboration, dedication, and the exchange of ideas that we can inspire the next generation of change makers, innovators, and leaders. You are the lanterns lighting the way for your communities, countries, and all continents. Throughout your time here, you've already learned many things, made friends from across the globe, and served as ambassadors for your countries. And as the 2017 First Global Challenge comes to an end, you are not walking away from Constitution Hall and all that you've accomplished here. You are walking toward the future, a future that is brighter because you're in it.
Please welcome the founder of First Global, Dean Kamen.
Welcome to the 2017 First Global Challenge Awards and closing ceremonies. So, I know you all want to see who's going to win some of these fantastic recognitions and awards. But before we get to that, we have a really special person here. You saw somebody come over from the White House this morning. That's kind of a US base. But this thing is about First Global. So we needed a global thinker, a global person for our closing ceremonies. So let me tell you about this guy. He's a doctor, a medical doctor, and a PhD with expertise in public health. He also is very familiar with some of the issues in a lot of the countries around the world. He personally was committed to, for instance, going to Haiti. We got Haiti here? All right. Where he helped them with health issues and cleaning up the water. He knows the importance of that. And tuberculosis and HIV. But besides all of that, he became the president of Dartmouth College. He was smart enough, after leaving Korea, he was smart enough to come to God's country, where I live, in New Hampshire, and became the president of one of our most prestigious universities in the country. But he left that to be somebody that would affect the world in a positive way. He left being the president of Dartmouth to become the president of the World Bank. The World Bank. So we thought, since bankers know how to make investments, and I'm pretty sure as an MD and a PhD, he understands the importance and the power of being smart, he'd be a good guy for all of you guys to listen to, because he probably recognizes the best investment any banker can make is in creating smart people that can solve problems around the world, create sustainable environments for themselves, pay back his bank loans with a little interest so he can help other people. Anyway, we called him, and as you can imagine, the president of the World Bank is probably a busy man. But Dr. Jim Kim, the president of the World Bank, realized this is a group of people from 160 countries that he needs to know. So I am proud to bring onto this stage Dr. Jim Kim, the president of the World Bank.
First Global. It's so great to be here. You know, I was watching you guys on the live stream, picking up the blue and the orange balls, and I thought this was so cool. When I was your age, I could never have done that. You know, 160 countries. The World Bank, we have 189 countries that are members, and our goal, and soon after I joined the World Bank in 2012, we established that our goal was to end extreme poverty in the world and to ensure that everyone can share in prosperity. Now, let me tell you a story. I know that there's a team from the Republic of Korea here. Are the Koreans here? Okay. I was born in the Republic of Korea a long time ago in 1959. And when I was born in 1959 in Korea, Korea was one of the poorest countries in the world. In fact, Korea was so poor that the World Bank, the organization that I now lead, said that Korea was too poor to receive any loan from the World Bank because they said that Korea as a country was hopeless. There's no way that it would be able to pay back its loan, so we could get none of the money. In 1963, when I was 4 years old, Korea got its first loan, and now it's one of the most successful, fastest growing economies in the world. So it made me... 대한민국! 대한민국 만세! Now, because I had that personal experience, I want you to know, especially those of you who come from the developing world, I want you to know that I made a promise to myself that we at the World Bank would never, ever say that about another country ever again. Every country in the world has to have the opportunity so that its children can rise to become whatever they want, including president of the World Bank, as I did. But here's my concern. You guys, what you've done and watching the machines that you've built was so impressive to me. But this is what's happening with technology in the world today. The estimates of our own economists and of our own scientists at the World Bank suggest that automation, technology, artificial intelligence will eliminate half to 2/3 of all the existing jobs in developing countries. So on the one hand, technology can have a devastating effect in some of the countries, especially in the poorest countries. It's estimated that in India, 66% or 2/3 of all jobs that exist today will be eliminated because of technology. Now, the only way that we can avoid a fate like that is to have young people like you studying science, technology, engineering, and math, and then making a commitment that everything you do in the future will be focused on ensuring that technology actually creates new jobs, especially for the poorest people in the poorest countries. You know, I've been inspired recently. Is Rwanda here? Rwanda. Rwanda is here somewhere, yes. So in Rwanda, a group of rocket scientists, these are aeronautical engineers, found a way to use drones, and these are little mini airplanes, to deliver blood to anywhere in Rwanda in less than an hour. So it used to be that if you were in an accident and you needed blood quickly, it was extremely hard to get blood to wherever you were. But these scientists, using artificial intelligence and drones, now can deliver blood anywhere in Rwanda in less than an hour, and they've saved so many lives even in the last few years. The company's called Zipline. In Kenya, where's Kenya? Is Kenya here? Right. You guys know M-Pesa, right? Yeah. In Kenya, 98% of all Kenyans use their phones to make payments. It's much more highly developed in the United States than in most European countries. And in Kenya, you can send money from anywhere in the country, anywhere else. It's an incredible advancement. I was just in China, in Hangzhou, where I met and spent 2 days with Jack Ma and Alibaba. Alibaba now can send up to 1 million renminbi, which is about a couple $100,000, to anyone in China in 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, they make the determination whether someone can pay their loan back, and they can move hundreds of thousands of dollars immediately. This has transformed the prospects for people living in the poorest rural areas of China. So here's my challenge to all of you. When you look at a situation like water, over 600 million people in the world don't have access to clean water. 2.4 million people in the world don't have access to sanitation. You can be the generation that solves the most difficult problems in the world, but you can only do it if you study science, technology, engineering, and math, and then link that with the moral vision of giving everyone in the world an opportunity to live the kind of life that they want. It will only happen if you guys take the responsibility. Climate change is such an enormous problem. And as I learned from the very early days of studying climate change, water is going to be the issue that literally kills people because of climate change. You guys can solve that problem. I want you to listen to just this one thing. I want you to just listen to one little small thing that I have to tell you. As recently as 1990, almost half the people in the world, 1990, half the people in the world lived in poverty. Today, less than 10% of the people in the world live in poverty. You are the first generation in human history that can end extreme poverty in the world. Now, this is not going to happen by us sitting around and talking about it. You have to invent the technology. You have to make sure that whatever you invent is used for poor people in poor countries in a way that you can then go down in the history books as the generation that ended poverty in the world. I'm looking forward to it. I expect it. From what I saw of these robots, I know you can do it. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. You heard it from the president of the World Bank. You've got to develop your skills in technology to end world poverty. Let's start by using your skills to give everybody access to clean water, and we'll go from there. And now it's time for some awards.
Millions upon millions of kilometers were traveled by students around the world to join the first global challenge. Just as visionaries have gone far and wide to change the world in the past, the students you see here will be bringing robotics enthusiasm to countries around the globe. Sofia Kovalskaya was a famous Russian mathematician who made noteworthy contributions to analysis, partial differential equations, and mechanics. She was the first major Russian female mathematician and a pioneer for women in mathematics around the world. She advocated for women and mathematics causes throughout Russia, Germany, Sweden, and other countries throughout the 19th century. The Sofia Kovalskaya Award for International Communication recognizes the incredible journey on which a team embarked to be a part of the first global challenge. Teams that have successfully documented their adventure from start to finish submitted a presentation that shows everything they have been through on their journey to First Global. This award has been separated into gold, silver, and bronze medals. Ricardo Salinas, founding member of First Global, will now present the Sofia Kovalskaya Award for International Journey. The bronze medal for International Journey goes to Team Madagascar. The silver medal for International Journey goes to Team France. The gold award for International Journey goes to Team Nigeria. congratulating the winners of the Sofia Kovilskaya Award for International Journey.
Looking at our Earth from space, one can see no national boundaries, not difference in thought, or anything that would divide one human being from another. Dr. Mae Jemison is an African-American astronaut whose international achievements in STEM took her from outer space all the way to humanitarian work in Cambodia and West Africa. After her time as an astronaut with NASA, she devoted herself to improving healthcare and technology in developing countries. We at First Global also hope that the next generation of innovators, no matter their discipline or creed, will follow in Dr. Jemison's example to replace international divisions with international hopes and dreams. We are pleased to present the Dr. Mae Jemison Award for International Unity to teams that emulate the best qualities of First Global by breaking down barriers, demonstrating gracious professionalism, and building bridges with fellow teams with gold, silver, and bronze medals.
Harisoa Danielle Rasolanjatovo Andrea Mahimina, Senior Education Specialist at the World Bank, will now present the Dr. Mae Jemison Award for International Unity. The Bronze Award for International Unity goes to Team United Arab Emirates. The Silver Award for International Unity goes to Team Australia. The Gold Award for International Unity goes to Team Canada. Join us in congratulating the winners of the Dr. Mae Jemison Award for International Unity.
Lifelong achievement is not possible without true courage. People intending to make a change for all people on this planet must prepare to face global challenges that are only surmountable with global courage. This award is named after Raja Cherkaoui El-Morsli, a Moroccan woman and research scientist who broke down barriers to study heavy ion physics, which later led to the discovery of the Higgs boson particle. Her international STEM passion brought her back to Morocco, where she currently develops programs for disadvantaged people in her nation to study medical physics and conduct all types of scientific research. Those at First Global also hope that the bravery students have shown in the First Global Challenge can be brought back to every country on Earth. We would like to award the Raja Cherkaoui El-Morsli Award for Courageous Achievement to teams that exhibit a can-do attitude throughout the challenge, even under difficult circumstances or when things do not go as planned. This award will be given out in gold, silver, and bronze medals.
Jackie and Mike Bezos, founding members of First Global, will now present the Raja Cherkaoui El-Morsli Award for Courageous Achievement. The Bronze Award for Courageous Achievement goes to Team Oman. The Silver Award for Courageous Achievement goes to Team Afghanistan. The Gold Award for Courageous Achievement goes to Team South Sudan. Join us in congratulating the winners of the Raja Cherkaoui El-Morsli Award for Courageous Achievement. engineering is more than just putting gears together. Successful engineering combines practicality, simplicity, and beauty into a design that can solve the task at hand. 2,000 years ago, in Han Dynasty China, the ancient engineer Zhang Heng combined revolutionary engineering achievements with beautiful design and practicality. His seismograph, which detected earthquakes, and south-pointing chariot, which was the precursor to the compass, were elegant examples of beauty in engineering and effectiveness in function. In this spirit, we at First Global are pleased to award the Zhang Heng Award for engineering design teams whose robot exhibits excellent engineering and displays elegance and effectiveness during the challenge. This award looks to recognize the most effective overall robot design to 3 teams in gold, silver, and bronze medals. Dan Moat, President of the National Academy of Engineering, will now present the Zhang Heng Award for Engineering Design. The Bronze Award for Engineering Design goes to Team Mexico. The Silver Award for Engineering Design goes to Team Mali. The Gold Award for Engineering Design goes to Team India. Please join us in congratulating the winners of the Zhang Heng Award for Engineering Design.
Today from the world of tomorrow. The engineering achievements of the past we take for granted today were once ideas that shook the world by creative, game-changing people. Ustad Ahmad Lahori was a Persian Muslim architect born in what is modern-day Afghanistan, Tajikistan, who used innovative construction practices to combine traditional Muslim and Mughal designs into one of the 7 wonders of the world, the Taj Mahal. His engineering practices were so innovative and lasting that the Taj Mahal and Mughal royal family residence, the Red Fort, still enamor world travelers to this day. We at First Global are pleased to award the Ustad Ahmad Lahori Award for Innovation and Engineering to teams that have shown innovative approaches to solving engineering-based challenges throughout the games. This award looks to recognize the most innovative robot to 3 teams with gold, silver, and bronze medals.
Rush Holt Jr., CEO of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, will now present the Ustad Ahmad Lahori Award for Innovation in Engineering. The Bronze Award for Innovation in Engineering goes to Team Spain. The Silver Award for Innovation in Engineering goes to Team Indonesia. The Gold Award for Innovation in Engineering goes to Team Latvia. Join us in congratulating the winners of the Ustad Ahmad Lahori Award for Innovation in Engineering.
No matter what language you speak, place you live, or customs you follow, excellence is a globally cherished achievement. Students from all corners of the earth are encouraged to give their absolute best and set an example that humanity can follow far into the future. Perhaps there is no greater scientific mind in history than Albert Einstein. Known as the founder of modern physics and having an exceptionally brilliant academic career spanning 2 different continents, his vision for world peace and scientific knowledge have made him a paragon for our new global society. It is no coincidence that the name Einstein is synonymous with genius. The Albert Einstein Award for First Global International Excellence is awarded to teams whose robot performs the best during the First Global Challenge. The winners of this award must have excellent robot game performance, have made a profound impact on the international community, expound gracious professionalism, and represent all aspects of First Global as ideal role models. This award is separated into gold, silver, and bronze medals.
Caroline Ekarisima, founder of Apps and Girls, will now present the Albert Einstein Award for First Global International Excellence. The Bronze Award for International Excellence goes to Team Lebanon. The Silver Award for International Excellence goes to Team Tunisia. The Gold Award for International Excellence goes to Team Oceania. Join us in congratulating the winners of the Albert Einstein Award for First Global International Excellence. Throughout the ages, patrons supported influential artists, guilds trained new specialists, and philanthropists have put their resources and energy to the common good. First Global would like to recognize those institutions that have given selflessly to the development of a new international, technologically capable generation. This next award is named after Al-Khwarizmi, a Persian from modern-day Uzbekistan who lived during the 9th century and wrote the first book on algebra in Baghdad. The book was devoted to finding mathematical solutions to practical problems that Muslims encountered in daily life and continued on to revolutionize geography and astronomy. Just as Al-Khwarizmi contributed to our world, we wish to recognize institutions, sponsors, or governments that have contributed a positive dimension to further First Global Challenge and added value to the execution of the First Global mission. 3 organizations will be recognized with gold, silver, and bronze awards. Roya Mahaboub, CEO of the Digital Citizen Fund, will now present the Al-Khwarizmi Award for Outstanding Supporter. The Bronze Award for Outstanding Supporter goes to the National Institute for Science, Technology, and Innovation, nominated by Team Seychelles. The Silver Award for Outstanding Supporter goes to Mr. Faisal Jarmakani and Mr. Omar Jarmakani, nominated by Team Nigeria. The Gold Award for Outstanding Supporter goes to the First Skills Club, nominated by Team Tunisia. Please join us in congratulating the winners of the Al-Khwarizmi Award for Outstanding Supporter.
Around the world who wish to see a better tomorrow. What separates them are those that think of doing something good for others and those that actually take action. This award is named after Francisco José de Caldas, a Colombian mathematician, engineer, lawyer, and inventor active in the 18th and 19th centuries. Apart from his notable scientific achievements in mathematics, astronomy, and the natural sciences, the support in engineering he gave to his newly declared country ultimately led to the ultimate sacrifice of his life in the Spanish-American Wars of Independence. We at First Global realized that this event would not be possible without our fantastic supporters. The Francisco José de Caldas Award for Sustainable Excellence is given to an individual that has added a positive dimension to the First Global Challenge. This award rewards individuals who have made incredible contributions to growing a sustainable and exciting program around the world. 3 individuals will be recognized with gold, silver, and bronze medals.
Janet Fofang, co-founder of TASA Academy, will now present the Francisco José de Caldas Award for Sustainable Excellence. Bronze Award for Sustainable Excellence goes to David Levy.
The Silver Award for Sustainable Excellence goes to Barbara Glover. The Gold Award for Sustainable Excellence goes to Sue O'Malley.
Join us in congratulating the winners of the Francisco Jose de Caldas Award for Sustainable Excellence.
Modeled on the competition platform of the Olympics, nations around the world have each sent one robotics team to the first Global Games, a gathering of hundreds of youth to create a new generation of science and technology leaders. Throughout the course of the first Global Games, students will use robots they have constructed over the course of many months to complete challenges on a game field. The theme for the 2017 challenge is H2O Flow, and engages students to investigate sustainable water practices as they build and compete with a robot. 3 teams are organized into an alliance, which compete together and earn match points for each match they win together. The first Global Challenge Award is presented to the 3 teams that have each achieved the most combined match points throughout the duration of the first Global Challenge, each receiving a respective gold, silver, or bronze medal. These teams represent the top game-playing robots at the first global competition.
Neza Guillain, Business Solution Developer at African Development Bank and Regional Coordinator at Technovation, will now present the first Global Challenge Award. The bronze medal for the first Global Challenge goes to Team India. The silver medal for the first Global Challenge goes to Team Singapore. The gold medal for the first Global Challenge goes to Team Finland. Please join us in congratulating the winners of the first Global Challenge Award.
Facing our world today is a series of challenges that must be solved if the human race is to continue on in the future. Just as great engineering achievements have led to global use of electricity and computers, new innovations must be created in order to build a better life for humanity. With input from around the world, the National Academy of Engineering has announced 14 grand challenges that must be addressed for humankind to continue. First Global is proud to partner with the National Academy of Engineering to highlight the Grand Challenge, Provide Access to Clean Water, as the theme of the 2017 First Global Games. Within these games, the team that scores the most points added cumulatively during each round of the competition will be awarded the First Global Grand Challenge Award, each earning a respective gold, silver, or bronze medal. These teams represent the highest scoring robots of the competition. Dean Kamen, founder of First Global, will now present the First Global Grand Challenge Award. The bronze medal for the First Global Grand Challenge Award goes to Team Armenia. The silver medal for the First Global Grand Challenge Award goes to Team Poland. The gold medal for the First Global Grand Challenge Award goes to Team Europe. Please join us in congratulating the winners of the First Global Grand Challenge Award. We now ask everyone to stand and applaud all 809 winners from all corners of the globe and 157 nations. We hold each of them in our highest regard.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president of First Global, Joe Sestak.
Everyone here is a winner, and there's been no higher honor I've had than to serve you over the past 5 months. You'll always remain in that grandest sepulcher of all, the heart of this human being. Thank you. I'm here, however, to introduce someone who is the founder of this wonderful inaugural First Global Challenge. But before we do that, on behalf of all of you, 2 members of my staff came up here, or are coming up here, in order to present something to Dean Kamen.
It is our honor to present to the founder of First Global a memory that encapsulates the family that we have developed as First Global. It is a picture of all of you, each one of you teams, who are part of the First Global family.
You guys did it again. After that opening on Sunday, I knew there was nothing I could say that could add anything. And after seeing what we've just been doing, I'm not sure there's anything I could or should or need to add. I'll simply tell you, you've done it. This is the first time in history. You've done it. 160 countries came together in this platform, in this spirit, to propel gracious professionalism and cooperation and an appreciation of science and technology around the world. And you should all be incredibly proud of what you've done. So, I would feel guilty, very guilty, if I didn't tell you something. I felt this before, and I've said it before, but not to all of you. When I started First, I had a good name for something I was focused on doing. I said to the people that I tried to pull in, look, we got to create an institution that has a single focus. I want to inspire kids to appreciate, to recognize science and technology. The word first made sense for inspiration and recognition of science and technology. But it made sense because I said, sports is what gets everybody's passion going these days. The Olympics, as you remember, was a sport put together to bring the world together. I said, that makes complete sense. In every sport, people want to finish first. I never saw people cheering, I want to be second. So first made sense to me, but I swear to you, in the beginning, I told all the people that I needed to help me do this, that it's our job to inspire all the kids to put in the time and effort that you guys have done. What I now realize is the reason that most of the people that got involved with FIRST 25 years ago are still involved now, and I would feel guilty if I didn't tell you this, is I didn't realize at the time that inspiration is a two-way street. I believe that the students that have managed to do what you've done are inspiring all the people that are here to help you do it. You were the front page of the Wall Street Journal today. I think the students here and I'm sure I speak for all the people that help make this happen, are the inspiration that drives us. And I want to give you a special example of that. In a minute, I'm going to ask somebody to come up here with a very special note, message. I know some of you, I think all of you, have either directly or indirectly asked, are we going to do this again? When? Where? Well, one of the people that I got hooked on FIRST a number of years ago, and one of the people that I mentioned yesterday as one of the original founding members of FIRST Global, is here. He was here Sunday, he's here now. He's a guy that gets it. He's a guy that makes things happen. And over the last few years, he's been a huge, huge supporter of FIRST. And as I think you've all seen, to make an event like this happen, you need somebody as focused as the Admiral. But you need a community around him of people that have been there and done that and seen it, and all the volunteers that you've seen here. So if we're going to do this again, I don't think we want to go to a place that maybe hasn't had a lot of experience with FIRST, that may not have done their own regionals, that doesn't have hundreds of their own teams. But we got to go to another big country. We got to go to a place that I'm confident will be able to deliver the same kind of support to an even much larger event. Remember, this is our first event, probably the toughest. But how do you follow the FIRST Global Challenge? You find somebody that's been inspired by all of you, and you say, you can do this. Are you willing to step up? I'm going to introduce you to the guy that is willing to step up, and he's got a few words for you. One of our founding members, Ricardo Salinas. Please come on up here.
Dean is such a character. It's just such an honor to be able to work with a person like Dean. And I'm very pleased to announce to all of you, on behalf of the Board of Governors of FIRST Global, we have made a decision to select as hosts for the 2018 Summer Championship, Mexico City, Summer 2018. Thank you. Viva Mexico!
You are the reason that people like that make these kinds of commitments. So you need to know, we're counting on you, we're investing in you, but you need to know today, tonight, I hope you'll go away charged up, but this, make no mistake, is not the beginning of the end. This is the end of the beginning. This is, you're now all part of FIRST. On that note, I now declare the 2017 FIRST Global Challenge closed and call on all the youth of the world to assemble in Mexico 1 year from now to celebrate the 2018 FIRST Global Challenge. Thank you! Thank you! Thank you!
This is indeed the end of just the beginning. As Dean came and just told us here at DAR Constitution Hall, and as we say, thank you so much for joining us here. Go out into the world and do good. Coming from DAR Constitution Hall and on behalf of FIRST Global and the inaugural FIRST Global Challenge, this is Tim Dodds. Thank you for joining us. And we'll see you next year in Mexico City. Thank you. Good night.